religion. We're not a sect. We're not.
No,
like,
that's your get out of jail card. Like,
it's not my get out of jail card, you crackhead.
You should have surely worked out.
What are you talking about?
Is the Western philosophy.
I don't want to be rude to you, man.
Sunni,
I like you.
Indian, Bengali, whatever you're claiming.
Do you know when they say the 72 sects of Islam? They're not talking about Eskimos. They're not talking about, you know, some Aborigine. It's not a race of people. It's an ideology. Yeah. Sikhism is got nothing here. It's not a part of Islam. So we're not in some kind of, like, you know, struggle together against something else. So I don't understand.
So all right then, take off your turban, shave all your hair, get a sweat job, turn up at 9 o'clock with your brogues on, and forget all about your heritage, and we'll call it quits.
You little crack fiend. Shut your mouth, man. You're starting to piss me off now, man.
No, Raj, you can't have it both ways.
Shut your mouth.
I don't want you to do that.
And all that, you little pussy.
No, come on, you forced me to say that. I didn't. Come on,
man.
Like,
you're an idiot, man. You're freaking talking like you're from Bulgaria or freaking Romania. I don't understand the thing you're saying, man. You're talking crack language. Why don't you make a dictionary for crack language, you little bitch? I'll buy it. Just
but you're living in my country, right? No, you live in the UK, right?
My country. I ain't going nowhere.
We're going to get into all this tonight. You really want to lay it down.
No, it's my country as well.
You're living in my country.
Well, then shave your hair off, take your turban off.
Who are you talking to?
We'll call it quits. And when I come to your country, I'll grow long hair and wear a turban.
Wow.
Feel me?
Are you seriously? Facts, you've been.
Yes.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Man. So you're telling me, so let me ask you this question. Should a Muslim woman wear hijab? Let me ask you this question. Should a Muslim women in the UK wear hijab? If I have to take my turban off, should the Muslim women have to take the hijabs off?
No, but then don't. Like, well, then you can't claim both. Like, you can't be like a United Kingdom citizen and be living the way you're living, because people in the United Kingdom are going to be looking at you going,
"What are you going to do about it, facts, you little crackhead?" Take your freaking benefits away. I'll lock you up and then deport you like a bitch. Shut up. You don't need crackheads in the UK. I'm not a better citizen than you, you little bitch.
Alright, Trilla, are you recording this as well?
Right, Raj, I don't want to fall out over
man. Don't tell me I shouldn't be in the UK. I need to. You're falling out with me, little crackhead. I've been quite polite to you. I've seen you be knocking over tables here, like you're freaking down in that trap.
Fall out over this.
You've been licking freaking cigarette butts on the floor, you little crackhead. Shut up, man.
Can you let me finish what I'm saying?
No, listen here. Listen here. I'm being pretty polite to you here. But you're talking pure disrespect now.
No, I'm not. I'm talking what everyone else doesn't want to say.
I should take my turban off and leave.
No, I'm saying you can't have it both ways. You can't come to me.
Let me tell you something. You may take it both ways from your boyfriend, but I am here having it both ways. Yeah.
All right.
I'm a Sikh with a turban on, and I'm in the UK. What are you going to do about it? 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 What are you going to do about it?
I would just say don't give a certified crackhead.
You, man. I'm literally that old. I don't want no drama.
Certified crackhead. Don't give him that much attention.
I'll get out of jail card. You can call me a certified whatever.
And say you got to shave your turban. You take your turban off and shave it.
You can't have it both ways.
You'll freaking make you into a proper crack fiend. You'll be on the floor with your teeth out. Huh?
Raj, this isn't just inclusive to you.
Do you understand what
this is inclusive to all folk.
All right, so
that are living in the UK, claiming whatever they're claiming.
Is a Muslim woman allowed to wear hijab?
Show some fucking respect.
Is the Muslim woman allowed to wear hijab?
Is it okay if I shave my hair off and wear DM
mate? This is the UK youth package. Ready to get out, mate. I don't want no brownies in it. Is that what you're saying? What are you talking about?
No, I've never said that in my whole life, and that's never what I have said. No,
most of the Muslim women
come on.
Are
I'm just saying, put a bit of respect on it. You can't have it both ways, and nor can any other religion.
Look, are you trying to tell me? I'm going to make it very clear here. Yeah. Fact, are you saying that as a Sikh with a turban on, I should not be in the UK unless I shave my hair off and do not have the outward appearance?
I'm saying, is it okay if I come to your country, shave all my hair off, wear a pair of DM boots and braces, and rock around like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Why can't we go to
Let's see.
Are you sure about that? It wouldn't cost me my life at any point.
If you go to the Punjab, there are people with no turbans on. There's no people with no beards. There's people that are not Sikh. So you can.
Like Triller.
What?
I look like Triller.
All right, all right. Sorry, Raj, I said it the wrong way round. So I went to your country, grew my hair long, wore a turban. Would that make me a Sikh?
Nope.
No. If you, I don't know what your point is. You're talking crack again. You're talking crack again.
You basically you got
at some point we're going to address this.
Whatever language you're talking is not English.
No one's exempt from this. No one's exempt from this.
Actually, that was a good
black
question.
folk, Chinese folk, no one's exempt from this.
You're going to make the Chinese eyes bigger. Are you? You're going to make the Chinese eyes bigger. Like you can't have slitty eyes. Make them bigger. What are you going to do?
Facts. That was a good
question. Are you going to start doing something?
Yeah, it's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, Red Pill, Trill, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when it's time to go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat, like that. What's this? Okay, yeah, that was just a little clip from the Trilluminati Clips show, the Trilluminati Clips channel from a previous Trilluminati live stream. If you like the idea of the clips, of like little bite-sized portions of the trillness, then please head over. Please head over to the channel and subscribe. You'll find the link in the description of this video that you're on right now. So just go down and it will say Trilluminati Clips. Hit that link, subscribe. Let's get the numbers up. Let's get the numbers up, man. Boom, dum, 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 dum. I think I'm gonna play one more of them clips while I eat my peanut butter toast and my coffee, and we can get rolling. Meanwhile, you lot jump on, man. Hit the like button and jump on the panel. Come, let's have a conversation. World War Wednesday. Yeah, man. Let me look for the next clip.
Shave all my hair off, wear a pair of DM boots and braces, and rock around like that.
Yes. Why can't we go to
Let's see.
Are you sure about that? It wouldn't cost me my life at any point.
If you go to the Punjab, there are people with no turbans on. There's no people with no beards. There's people that are not Sikh. So you can.
Like Triller.
What?
I look like Triller.
All right. All right. Sorry, Raj. I said it the wrong way round. So I went to your country, grew my hair long, wore a turban. Would that make me a Sikh?
Nope.
No. If you, I don't know what your point is. You're talking crack again. You're talking crack again.
You basically you got.
At some point we're going to address this.
Whatever language you're talking is not English.
No one's exempt from this. No one's exempt from this.
Actually, that was a good
black
question.
folk, Chinese folk, no one's exempt from this.
You're going to make the Chinese eyes bigger. Are you? You're going to make the Chinese eyes bigger. Like you can't have slitty eyes. Make them bigger. What are you going to do?
Facts. That was a good
question. Are you going to start doing something?
I'm going to tell you, I don't really need to do a lot because we've got the numbers. So when we've had enough, we'll just fuck you off. How about that? All of you. No, seriously, I don't want to get anyone into it, but we do have the numbers, and when we've had enough, like, we get it. Like,
you're recording this.
How would you feel with your country was being invaded and there was nothing left?
Bro, this is a
all we've got
crackhead,
is cabbage and boiled potatoes and a roast fucking dinner. And you want to take that from us? Like,
you on the other hand,
one fucking traditional thing, like some cabbage, potatoes and chicken.
Out of facts. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I've listened to you for a long time. I am shocked. Because I thought you were some lefty freaking weirdo.
Don't be shocked, Raj. This is a long time coming. It's not. I'm not coming at you. This is to everyone that lives in the UK. At some point, we're going to say enough is a fucking enough.
No.
So if it was in Africa, if it was in India, if it was in Pakistan, do you think the fucking vice versa? Are you kidding me?
So why did you not have the right? So let me ask you this question, Facts. As somebody that as somebody that has listened to you for a while, why have you not expressed this view from day one? If you was a man,
white supremacist.
If you was a man, yeah, you little bitch, you would have said your piece here from day one. Why act like a snake with sheep in wolf clothing?
It's my fucking manner.
You're a pussy. That's what you are. That's why you didn't do it.
White
supremacist. Don't you get it? Bleeds every month. Your pudda bleeds every month. You're a woman. You're a bitch. I'm not a guest. I'm not a guest.
In your manner, when
I'm not a guest. This is my country.
Wherever you live.
This is my country.
Speaks. Go on. What do you say?
I said, you're a guest in my manner, the same way I'll be a guest in your
white
manner.
Supremacy.
And that's
White
extended
supremacy.
to anyone that's non-white. The same way if I was in Africa or fucking Pakistan or China, I'm sure I'd get run out of there quicker than we would run you out. So don't you think you should put a little bit of fucking respect on it?
Respect. No, do you know what? Respect.
If you're not talking, I beg you jump off. Because someone else is trying to get on the panel and everyone else is chatting. Big up yourself. Yeah, whoever's trying to jump on. Yeah, carry on.
I'm definitely not.
I just want to say, facts. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying, show the same respect. If it was your country,
we ain't going nowhere.
If it was your country and we just brought out potatoes and cabbage and roast dinner over to your country and that's all you fucking got.
There are a couple of people that you need to talk to. One's called Jupiter, the other one's called Wendy. There are another bunch of white supremacists that you might really get on with.
White supremacists.
And if you get on with them, then you'll get on with Raj.
Don't even put that shit on me.
Raj's best mates.
That's what I'm saying.
Hello.
Yeah, bro, it's me. It shines. It shines, man.
Shine Gardash.
Yes, Gardash. What's up?
Siki.
Shine.
I think he's Muslim.
Shine, did you just hear this bunch of chaiwalas coming on here telling me about I can't tell white women jack shit? Now all of a sudden the white man's telling them get your turbans.
Bro, Shine's one of your boys, bro. Shine's Muslim, bro.
I'm just saying, if it was vice versa and I lived in your country, how would you fucking feel? If it was all cabbage and roast dinners.
You know what it is?
Probably put pepper on it and a bit of chili.
Other than the United Kingdom, based on the amount of tolerance,
put it in a curry,
and the amount of equality that we get here. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying we do respect and we are grateful to Britain. Like all of us here. Like let's be honest.
Back home.
Right? Everyone is.
That is a fact. That is a fact. But that doesn't mean things can't be better. And we should push for it to be better.
No, it has been better. Look, I love it this way, and I love.
I know you do.
Growing up in Lewisham, I love my experiences. I love my life. It's just there's a fucking limit, people. Come on, if it was your own hometown, are you fucking kidding me? Like, there's nothing left. Imagine there was no black folk anymore, no brown folk anymore, no yellow folk anymore. They're all white now or mixed.
And we all agree, we all agree that one group of people that we don't know is crackheads. Like, let's get rid of the crackheads first, and then we'll deal with everything else.
Look. Don't worry about where the information's coming from. It's coming from the source, the heart. I'm not hating on anyone. I'm just saying.
Facts. Let me tell you something. I don't mind what you're saying, but it's shocking that you're such a pussy. It's taking you this long to say it. Like, you've been around for years.
What?
You're not a man. You're not a man. Sorry, you're not a man. Because I've never heard you talk like this.
It's the first time I heard your white supremacy come out today. I have to say.
I've not heard your white supremacy. This is like
white privilege, white supremacy, whatever, man. That was the first time I heard it.
Right, say like Lewisham, right? And I really wanted to get into this the other day, yeah? Lewisham was a predominantly white area in the 70s, yeah?
So was Tottenham.
60s, yeah? So the 60s to 70s.
It was all farmlands. It was all farms, Tottenham.
No, it wasn't. Lewisham was a built-up area. It was like London was thriving. There weren't no farms in Lewisham in the 60s and 70s. It was London. It was proper London. Gritty, smoggy. And about 60-something, like, things started to change and ethnicity started to change.
Facts. Why are you saying 60s? Because the Jews were there before the 60s, but you don't seem to class them as immigrants.
All right.
Their skin is white.
Can you allow me on the timeline?
Count your timer from when the brown people got here.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No,
time is very important. You can't just say something happened.
When did
it was black folk first. Are you happy now, Calm? It was black.
Yes, my brother Kel. What's going on?
We got brother Jay. Nothing, man. Just rise and shining, day off work, man. Just logged in on the show as usual.
I know you're hearing this early unsynchronization.
I mean, some crossfire.
Now this is a clip from earlier on this year when one of the, as you would describe, ice people.
Right.
One of the ice lovers. After a long period of fellowship with us, revealed his he let us see his cards, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? And on his cards were the fact that black people had come and basically destroyed his area of birth, Lewisham.
Okay.
And he was basically describing, as I put in the title, the white flight.
Yeah.
About having white folks leaving inner city, London, urban areas, and heading for pastures further afield, away from what they deemed as the black and brown infection.
Yeah.
It was interesting to hear him speak like that. I can't lie. And
one of them told the truth finally. Flipping out. One of them finally told the truth, man. This was the narrative when I was growing up, cuz.
Right. So he's literally talking about where you grew up, Shiv. And he's saying that you, man, you lot, because he said, I think he said Peckham was alright. No, I swear down, I think he said Peckham was alright. So he's basically saying, you, man, in Lewisham, ruined Lewisham. You ruined it for white.
Now, do you know what? When he says we ruined it for white folk, I'll agree for that.
Oh, is it?
The reason I agree with that, is because the white folk was ruining it for everyone else. Back in the day, my auntie couldn't walk through Lewisham Centre. She would have got her head bust. Them guys with the big boots and the bald heads, they would have chased her down. So what we started doing is firebombing them. Do you understand? I'm just going to use firebomb as the word because I'm not going to go into details of what happened to people in it, but they had to move in it. You have to go Kent, brethren. You better go from your CF because you thought you were going to make us unsafe and we're just going to take it. No. So I'm glad people out there.
The story comes out. Big up, Shift.
Don't know.
You know, I'm not even absorbing what he's saying, you know. I'm just like, bro, this brother's an idiot. Yeah. I'm not even absorbing it. But you're right. It was a no-go zone for black folks. It was dangerous. The Teddy Boys and the rompers and that, the skinheads and the combat aliens and that. They're really trying to take some names. I remember growing up hearing about Chelsea Smilers.
All of that.
Remember that?
All of that. And you see what someone said? Someone said that Lewisham was countryside. In a way, they're kind of right. Depending on what part. If you was in the Lewisham actual centre, then it didn't look so countryside. But when you get down to Catford, back in them days, the 60s, Sydenham and all of them areas, it all looked country, bro. Dirt road.
Yeah. Man said dirt road, you know. But for real, though.
Real talk, Kirkdale used to be a dirt road. The main road coming down Sydenham to the high street, that used to be a dirt road, cuz.
Mad.
It's to be expected, though, you know. It's not just in London, it's everywhere. They're doing it in Birmingham as well. There's places, I don't know if anyone's ever heard of, like, Tamworth.
Yeah,
the Tamworth. Yeah, they're all moving up there now. And I was doing shopping and stuff, right, man, out of the area I am to go IKEA, basically. And, you know, sometimes, you know, I'm very social, I'm friendly, I'll be polite. And I saw, like, you know, a nice man who was having a talk in IKEA, and he was telling me, saying that, you know, he's had to leave Birmingham and go to Tamworth, a lot of them, because of the mountain people, the Asians, you know. And I was saying to him, I was going, oh, okay. And he was saying that if I need to, I could come up there. But I think he was saying that to not appear to be unethical.
Right. He didn't want to, so he left you lot out of it.
Yeah, he's
out of it, but you know he meant us too, right?
Yeah, but I understood it and that. But basically, it's a common thing, Brother J, man. They just want to keep their area white, and I don't have a problem with that as long as they don't attack us, as what Brother Shifty says. Because if they want to have their own thing, fair, but we should have our own thing. But it's something that's been happening for a long time, and America, they do it, gentrification. So it's yeah, man, it's common.
How about this? I'll make it even worse. Not only white people are leaving because of the black and brown invasion, black folks like my brother Schiffer are leaving too.
I don't take the piss. I just listen. I just leave.
Brother J, that was Penchu. That was Brother J. Brother J, that was Penchu. Man done Tenchu on him.
Now, you see what the thing is, yeah? Now, you could say that I left here, but think about it like this. Really, I came to be a soldier for the brothers them out here. There's enough of you down there. And these brothers out here, they're actual family as well. Enough of them were getting bullied and stuff. So I had to come and trample Babylon outside in the countryside. You get me?
Fair enough.
I think there's a savior complex there. You know.
We got MD going.
Like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, PayPal, all that good stuff. Yeah.
MD, I see you got some moisture back in your tongue now. Yeah, properly now.
I'm rehydrated. What can I say?
Rehydrated, yeah.
Rehydrated, yes, man.
So what are you saying? I mean, I think you was present in the chats and that when we was having this conversation with Brother Facts. I think.
Now his facts, whenever facts come on, I just have to go away. His voice is so jarring. See, I was trying to write my likes, and his voice in the background was so irritating. You know how long it took me to actually write my little thing?
Your little buzz.
Yeah. It's just something about it, man. It's just ugh.
I really appreciated Facts for this little moment he had here, though, where he just got it off his chest, man, and he said to the Asian man, "How would you like it if I come to your ends, shave my head, put on braces, and rock the Dr. Martin boots? Would that be cool?" Right? Come on, that's priceless, what he said there. Like, right, okay, so that's what you want to do. Okay. Would I be cool there? Man said, yeah, you could do what you want. Man said, would my life be threatened? You sure I'd be able to live out without being under threat of harm? Right? This is crazy. Why do you, what are you doing? So you're saying that the Asians have come and dominated your area, and I don't think that's true. I think you left it. I think you was that disgusted with being around them, their curry smell and their garlic smell and their languages and their head wraps and their customs. It fucking annoyed you so much. You're like, fuck this, I'm off. I don't want to touch the doors that they touch. I don't want to sit at the bus stop they sit at. So you bounced. You left. You fled. You literally fled in your own country. You fled, right? White flag. You flew away. You can't be mad at those that stayed because they did. And the wickedest thing, the Asian man went and followed you anywhere that any nook and cranny in England you lot went to, the Asian man followed.
That's right. And Sun people as well, Brother Jay. They do it as well.
And who?
And the Sun people and the Sun.
I was going to get to that. I was going to say it's way lower, but there's some people, they get about everywhere too. Every little nook and cranny you find them, they're there. And then when they're there, they start bawling about the way they're being treated.
Yeah.
Right. See, I don't do that though, because there's some people out where I'm like,
yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, Shif.
No, I don't do that.
You were bawling the other day. Listen, Shif, I'm onto you today, you know, bro. I got energy. Yeah, early, right? So check this now, Shif. The other day you was bawling to us, rightly so, but you was bawling to us about the treatment you got in that supermarket. Remember that convo?
Oh, yeah.
Right. You were bawling.
I got militant, though. I didn't bawl about it. I got militant with them, cuz. This is what I'm saying. Like, we have to build sanctuary.
You're really militant, an old lady, though. That ain't militancy.
Listen, I don't business if you're an old lady. From your race, it's a militant with you. Yeah, and I'm saying, like, we have to be more militant and build sanctuary for our people in these racist areas that's outside the city, just in case one day some of us are passing through, or you might have been on bail, or you might be on probation, and they said, you know what, you can't live in London, you have to go live out there, and there's no black people, so we're gonna make sanctuary for you.
You make sanctuary, but who's to say they're gonna come to your part? This is why I say you got a savior complex. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm going to all these racist parts, man. I go to all of them, man. I go to mad places sometimes. I just go for a little trip, go down Cornwall and just hang around with the white people and make sure they know their place.
What's wrong with this you?
Really?
Come on, man. I'm trying to get synchronized like Brother Kel, man. I'm trying to be on that brain wave, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
But you know what though?
No, I hear you want to get synchronized, but even with Brother Kale, there's certain things that I have in a thought process when it comes to Brother Kale too. And big up to the both of you, because you do bring content to the channel. And you know, when it comes to the Pan-Africanism, that right?
No disclaimers, man. Just shoot them. Shoot them.
Shoot.
You know, when I come in for someone, they have to see me coming. So you know, yeah, man. No. But like with you, Kale, don't get it wrong. I got love for you, Kale. You know, as a brother of the diaspora. Do you know what I'm saying? You know. But then how I see you ain't no different to like over this time that I've heard you. I really don't see much difference between a Christian missionary, a dawah man, and yourself in terms of, for me, that's your protocol when it comes to speaking on certain things within the diaspora, and in terms of religion and spirituality for when it comes to Islam and Christianity. You have a specific go-to list. All right, if it's a Christian person, I'm going to hit this point, this point, this point. If it's a Muslim person, I'm going to hit this point, this point, this point. No different from any other missionary or dawah person. Rather than taking stock of the actual person, the individual, although, yeah, they might be a Muslim, they might be a Christian or whatever, rather than going on their individual thought process or speaking to them directly, you will bring a collection. You'll bring it into a generalized rule, which kind of makes me question to a degree the true intention behind why is it that you actually propagating the message that you're propagating. Is it for you, people to say, oh yeah, he's about that life, he's he's or you know, for people to boost your ego like that? Do you see what I'm saying? Rather than actually wanting to connect with people of the diaspora, regardless of their spiritual systems or religions. Do you see what I'm saying? And with Shifa, we talked about it before. I can't lie, you know, I see you at times quite pretentious, and having a savior complex. Like, you're here to save the day. You're here to say, well, I'm here for, you know, I'm out there having arguments with old ladies over a trolley or basket. Yeah, that's really gonna improve them, you know what I'm saying, relations in that. You know what I'm saying? It don't make sense to me. It don't. And if it don't make sense, I can't process it in my mind.
I believe that it's not just the Christians and the Muslim. I also go for the Sikhs as well. And the reason why that is I've said this many times. There's a strategy that African descendants are religiously immature. They don't know how to separate a personal relationship with non-African people and having a political relationship with them. It's very difficult. So when I'm around our people, it's not for ego. It's basically sharing how to politicize yourself. That when you're in a religion, there's nothing wrong with being in your religion. But when it comes to us organizing and producing economics for one another, non-African people should not have a hearsay or controlling it. That's all it's really about. When it comes
that's all fine. When it comes to that part, I have no qualms.
Hold on, sis. If you can let me finish, right? Sis, can you let me finish? Now, unfortunately, you may not want to hear this, but the African descendants who are in the Abrahamic religion, they have not helped us out and been truthful what goes on amongst the non-African Abrahamic followers. Many times I've been on Brother Jedi's show, Snipes, I've been on other people's panels, and I will paint a picture, a real life scenario with tangible proofs and evidence that these people all practice the unethical code of conduct. You're going to get an African descendant that will say, no, I have a personal relationship with this. I went to the mosque, I went to the church and blah, blah. But it has nothing to do with that. They have the ability to separate personal relationship with you and also use political science to control and deny your African human rights. People don't like that, but it's the truth. And that's the problem what they have with me. So I'm not attacking the religions. It's just that I'm helping our people to understand, if you're in those religions, have one foot in your religion and have one foot in the code of conduct to unite with your people. That don't mean attack your religion. But be very careful, because non-African people understand how to trigger our dopamines to get them on their side to control us, so we don't have anything. Simply, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And again, you're going into the same example what I mentioned earlier about generalization. Say, for example, for me, I'm a woman from the diaspora, right? I'm a son's sister, right? And I'm also a Muslimah. So I'm speaking to you on a direct and personal level, but then you bring you keep bringing general things rather than speaking directly. Does that make sense? And the only reason why I'm saying this, I'm specifically speaking with your communication in terms of people from the diaspora. Like when you speak about certain religions and this and that, you'll say, oh, this person, I feel like disregarding the fact that, like, say, for example, Islam as a Muslim, the majority of Muslims ain't even Arabs. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you're going to speak to someone from the diaspora, they might be of a particular faith, like myself. We can discuss political science all day, and it's not going to come into a point where we're going to discommunicate because there's a disrespect there. However, when you come to generalization in terms of spiritual system like Islam, that's where you will find some people who are Muslim now taking a different type of view and a different type of approach. Does that make sense? And
no, it doesn't, sis, and I'll tell you why.
No, you can't say no, it doesn't. I'm saying that for me personally. I'm speaking to you personally, between me and you. Yeah.
Right. You'll never hear Brother Kel attacking any religion. You see, the problem is with non-African people and Sun people, when they are being exposed for not putting in the work and being strategic towards our plight, they'll hide in the religion. Now, what you've done is this: you've hid in the religion as though I'm attacking the religion. I understand the religions about justice and equality. That's not the issue. The problem is that the non-African people, they use their unethical code of conduct in all the things. If I'm in the Islam, I understand I got to pray 5 times a day. But you know what? I'm not going to give equal rights when it comes to married with my daughter, or perhaps owning this shop here. We have a collection of shops here. Hold on, sis, if you can let me finish, sis, if you can let me finish.
Go ahead.
We're not going to be equal with the economics. We're not going to be equal with certain things. You understand? They practice their unethical code of conduct, you see? But in the religion, it doesn't say that. It says to be equal and show justice. So I'm not attacking the religion. I'm simply attacking the unethical code of conduct collectively, which non-African people do. Now, as it pertains to unsynchronized Africans, they do exactly the same thing. They uplift the unethical code of conduct on non-African people. So that means if we're going to talk about let's unite and help each other out, you're going to get an unsynchronized African that's going to say this: we can't do this because this is going to happen. And they will destroy the movement, which they've done historically. And then we're back to square one. Now, what's wrong with Brother Kale and the rest of the Pan-Africanists advising and being carefully calculated when it comes to these strategies by the unsynchronized Africans and non-African people?
No, again, you're going into general things, and in terms of African, non-African. When again, I said this is why I class you I see you in the same light as I would a missionary or a dawah man to that degree. Don't get me wrong, in terms of conversations and this and that, you're cool, yeah, but there's an underlying energy personally that I see, a certain underlying underlying pattern that I see with specific types of people, and it generally tends to do with Riyah, like that. More of the intention is tainted. Do you see what I'm saying? Because again, you keep speaking in general terms, and I'm speaking to you directly, saying to you to speak to me as a son sister, yeah, who is also a Muslim. Do you see what I'm saying? But again, it's general but it is what it is, man. And big up to you, same ways. And Super,
you don't have any collective power in Islam, though. Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Though.
You do not have, hold on, brother Shifa, all due respect to brother. You as a Muslimah, do not have collective power in Islam. If you did, there'd be no racism practiced by the sand people, mountain people, and ice people. You don't have any power. So the fact that you believe I should talk to you individually is a contradiction in our paradigm, that people don't use individual. They always operate in groups, organized groups. This is why they're able to do things like this. Anytime you get a non-African person, hold on, sis, or due respect to beloved.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Anytime you got a non-African person, right, that comes into the our group and they're saying certain types of unethical code of conduct, then it's because of the community that they're from. You see, they cannot be free from it because subconsciously it's been taught to them. You understand? It's like when you go to sleep, right, and you play those breathing exercises, right? While you're sleeping, you hear like close your eyes, breathe in, breathe out, right? While you're sleeping, the brain has stored that information. So when you're like, if you want to get yourself calm, you subconsciously will that remedy or that strategy will come out. So imagine racism now is that they've been taught that. So subconsciously it will come out like facts. So all I'm saying is, because they're going to do that and they're not going to do anything about it, have one foot in your religion and one foot in your code of conduct. That's safe because you have to generalize all non-African people because of the paradigm that we're in.
I mean, to each their own, whatever floats your boat. But like I said, you're saying about power, and realistically, we're honest, power starts with the individual. So to say that me as a singular person has no power is incorrect, because you have to remember I'm also a mother, and a mother is the beginning of a family. The family is the beginning of a village, right? Village is the beginning of a nation. So to underestimate the ability of one person is a mistake. Not trying to big myself up or saying it. Do you know what I'm saying? All the revolutionary people you see started off as one person. Do you see what I mean? So
it started off as a collective or organizations.
No. First of all, it started. No. Hold on, brother. With all due respect, one moment. It starts with one person, because obviously you got to bring about a conversation. So it started with one person sharing the thoughts within themselves, right, of the situation, and then whoever heard them, that resonated, and they're saying, you know what, I had this, although I didn't say it loud, I had the same thought process, and then you combine together. But it all starts with one person. Do you see what I'm saying? Regardless,
I is the plural of we. In order for a message to be put forward, you need a collective organized. Islam was operated by a collective, Christianity, etc.
Hold on, but Islam started with one person. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Here's what you got to understand, right? You're saying that Islam started with one person, right? Here's the thing, though. When you look at it carefully, right, that one person needed a collective to get the movement to be more.
We're not talking about the same person, just to put it out there. I'm talking about Adam alayhi salam.
Right? For example, in your religion, right, in the Quran, it says that Allah is pleased with them and they are pleased with Allah, referring to who? The companions, right, of Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him. You see?
But when I said one person, I specifically said I'm talking about the Prophet Adam, not the Prophet Muhammad, just for clarity, because you're jumping to the wrong person. I'm saying.
Prophet Adam still needed a collective to pass on his knowledge.
Exactly, but it doesn't to pass on the knowledge. But it started with one person first, right? And then he gained a wife, and they what he learned from the Most High about the names and things of all the animals and the things upon the land, he then taught his wife, right? And they collectively had children, and they taught their children, and from that too came many, right, nations, correct? But either way, it's not a debate about religion or this or that. It's a point I was making in terms of how I see you personally.
Because what you're saying is, what you're saying is, I do believe as a son sister, right, especially the son women and that, their thought process and their historical achievements and that is phenomenal. However, they couldn't have done it without a collective of son men. You see, so with you, sis, you cannot defeat the government on your own. You need a collective to do that. Just like Winston Churchill, hold on, sis, all those figures, George Washington, Winston Churchill, all of them needed a collective to help them with their campaign of we want to control things. All I'm saying is, unfortunately, not the religion, some people in the Abrahamic faiths and in the non-Abrahamic faiths, they don't have collective power because they're disorganized. Your religion is your culture, and you don't have a code of conduct with your people. Non-African people, they have a code of conduct, which is why there's racism being practiced in Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Sikhism, Buddhism. Not the religion, but the collective of the people, because the collective of the people, understand this. Although Guru, or although the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or the Black Messiah, peace be upon him, says justice and equality, I'm going to bring my code of conduct in everything I do: economics, in justice, in the media. I'm gonna be. You saw what happened in Birmingham, where there was a thing called the Lady of Heaven. You saw what the mountain Muslims did. They protested on Broad Street, Birmingham, and says none of the companions were black, but we have tons of proof that the companions were black.
Of course, there were black companions.
You see, Umar ibn Khattab was 3/4 Ethiopian and a quarter black Qurayshi. But they're not going to do that. But when people are doing portrays of the Black Messiah as white and Moses, they're not going to do these things. They only do it when black people are in certain types of power. And what the Sun Muslims people do in that, they do nothing about it collectively. What they do is they make excuses. If you're supposed to
some do, I want to know that some do.
If you're supposed to order good, forbade the bad, don't you realize that because non-African people are spiritually deficient and lack humanity morals, they can do whatever they want? So if you say, well, they're not really doing that, they're going to keep on doing it. You see? Oh, that's not that racism. It's okay. He's only joking. They're going to keep on doing it like the N-word. If you don't pull them up on it, they're going to keep on doing it because they don't believe the religion supposed to tell them not to practice unethical code of conduct. And that's what I'm saying, sis, or due respect.
But and each person has the power within themselves whether or not they choose to adhere to the protocols and guidelines. You know, me for one personally, I can tell you it makes no difference to me. If you're a Muslim and you're in the wrong, I'm going to tell you you're in the wrong. If you're from the diaspora and you're in the wrong, I'm going to tell you you're in the wrong. If you're in my bloodline and you're in the wrong, I have no issue to say that you're in the wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying to you again, don't come with generalization. If you want to direct certain things, you can directly speak to me, because I'm not, like, again, from the beginning, I keep saying, when you speak, you always speak in general. So it's like that dawah, that missionary kind of process, rather than just speaking directly to a son sister that is speaking directly to you. Do you know what I'm saying? But again, look, it's not a debate. Literally, the whole start of the conversation was just to say my opinion, my thought process.
But we all generalize those, sis. Whether you are dark skin, light skin,
you can choose. No. You can choose to generalize certain things, but amongst two people, we're speaking specifically.
Right. All due respect, beloved, right? Non-African people generalize all African people, whether you're dark skin, light skin, whether you are in a hierarchy position or below, they generalize.
But not all generalizations are bad generalizations, though, right?
You can allow me to finish, all due respect to they generalize all of us. They don't see that you're a Muslim. They see black. They don't see that you're a Christian. They see black. They don't see that you're a Labour representative of the party. They see black. They see black. Black to them is this. These people are genetically dominant. They taught us historical achievements, and they have created inventions historically and now which we benefit of. We cannot allow them to be in charge because they have the ability to control everything like it was before. So they cannot afford to see you as the label of Muslim, Christian, or they got to see you as black. Let's defranchise, let's make a caricature, a joke, and things like that. This is why we're always in this situation. So because we get generalized, it's smart for some people to generalize all non-African people with political science, to suspect that because they have the power collectively, because we're disorganized, you have to suspect and generalize them that they have that ability to do that, which we have seen all the time. This is nothing new. So when I'm generalizing all of them, some people should say to themselves, you know what? Because of what we're going through, we do need to have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I'll give you examples. In France, there was a little ice baby hanging from the flat, right? Sadly, and that, right? Now, the creator allowed the sun man to climb up the flats. This is nothing for the sun man because we climb trees, rescued the baby and stuff, right? You said this is in France. What did the French president do? Gave him citizenship, but it didn't tell the French president to do this. You know what? We're taking 500 billion from the Franco West African countries. Let's relinquish it because a sun man, African man, rescued one of our little baby. It didn't do nothing at all. And this is what I'm trying to explain to you, in that it doesn't matter what you do for them. They understand we're going to use our code of conduct in all things to control and deny African human rights. All due respect to you, beloved. I'm not attacking you, but I'm just saying.
I didn't say you was, and I don't feel, if I felt attacked, believe me, I would say, why are you coming at me in this particular manner? But it is what it is, man, and big up to you same ways. In terms of Schiffer, we had a conversation a while ago, a couple of months back. We did speak.
Schiffer, you didn't think you was getting away with it, did you, Schiff? Hi, Schiffer.
No, bro, I can take criticism, man.
Alright, let's go.
I can take criticism. I'm here, man.
Shoot him.
And like, comment, subscribe, people. Don't forget to hit the Cash App, PayPal, and all that good stuff. Side note, yeah. But with Schiffer, you already know that I dislike you as a person. But in terms of conversation, why? Look, this man's laughing in the back. Zimbel, put yourself on mute, yeah. But yeah, because like I said, for the most part, I do see you as quite pretentious. Do you know what I'm saying? And with a bit of a savior complex. You see, it's the same thing when you're talking about.
I am definitely pretentious. I wouldn't say I wouldn't say I have a savior complex, but I'd say you get a different me online to the me you would get in person. So I think you're not supposed to like me online. It's like I tried to allude to this the other day. Yeah, like not to say that it's not by accident, innit? And not to say that I've really got something against the sisters or something like that. But like I said to someone the other day, do you know what? I got a female in it, so I don't really try to cater to the females online like that. Even in the conversations.
You're breaking up, Schiffer. Can you go somewhere with better network?
I can apologize, but it's not gonna make a difference.
Sorry, Schiffer, you was cutting. You know, when you were speaking, you was cut. Yeah, could you repeat what you just said? Sorry, there was it was cutting out.
Yeah, like I may be a bit abrasive with the sisters for my own personal reasons, and you know, I may sometimes seem a bit offish, but it's not because I hate you. It's just because of my personal situation.
Okay, I mean, big up. To me personally, like, sorry, just for clarity, to me personally, I don't think there's been an occasion where we've come to like disagreement where you be cursing me or anything like that. I don't think we've actually had that between us. But in terms of how I see you interact with other people, it's not to say that you have to be flirty or friendly, flirty with females or whatever. You know, there's a certain type of etiquette, certain type of cordial manner. Do you know what I mean? But with you, I see you, kind of like, yeah, you're not as bad as Khan. That would be too much. You're definitely not as bad as Khan. Khan is just, he's up there with facts. So you're definitely not up there.
Sorry, I didn't want to get involved, but the audience want clarification. By personal reasons, what are you saying, Shiv?
Who, me?
Nah, Shiv said.
Oh, Schiffer.
He may be a bit harsh or whatever to the gal for personal reasons, or
maybe his missus is the jealous type, so she don't like him.
I didn't really understand that, so I thought Schiffer could maybe elaborate without us putting no words in his mouth.
Okay, yes, my bad. Big up. Go ahead. Schiffer, you there? Schiffer. Hello?
Have I done it again? Huh? Have I broken another contestant with my amazing questions? Have I broken you, Shift? You're on mute and that. Bruck up. Like, rah. What am I going to say now? Mush up. Muted and that.
And don't forget to subscribe to Trilluminati Clips, people. Come on. Is he gone? Maybe it was the network because he was cutting out when he was speaking earlier.
Well,
and Silverback said Schiffer always had beef towards Gal. He defo got underlying issue. It just slipped out.
Who said that? Silverside.
Silverback, yeah.
Silverside.
Silverside, pause. Yeah. Brother, you have no name now, man. I'm sorry. It's not me who give it to you.
Schiffer always had beef towards Gal. He definitely got underlying issues. It just slipped out. Is that what you think about Schiff? Man. Schiff, do you hear what they're trying to say?
I know. I'm hearing it still. Do you know what? I'm going to be honest with you guys, yeah? Like, I've got a lot of sisters, innit? I don't really have a lot of brothers. You know, I've got like two stepbrothers, sorry, yeah. But I've got more sisters and more females in the family. And what I find is collectively among the females, I have an issue with the way you lot deal with each other. I don't think you're straight to the point enough with each other. I don't think you pull each other up on your personal issues enough. I don't think.
Are you talking about the sisters on the particular panel or women in general?
In general, I mean women in general. I don't think you pull each other enough on certain issues. Like, you know, I hear females, they will have these conversations about men and, you know, this man did that and they're going to call the police and they're going to do that. And this is what you should do. And this is what you shouldn't do. I don't really hear them advising each other in the same way. And it's like, even when we're on the panels, I find that the sisters, a lot of the times, I think you find it difficult to, you know, to pull each other up on certain things. So this is why I may, you know, sometimes be seen in a bad light by you lot, because I'll call it out and I don't find it upsetting, but I find it to be what's the word? To be it's like, it's almost like it's stopping the learning process. It gets in the way of people learning and being able to change their behaviors. And I think that, you know, a lot of the sisters, I hear sisters all the time point out man them's behaviors, a man them do this, a man them do that. But if we point out the sisters' behaviors, they get extremely upset and then they want to throw all the toys out the pram. So I think there's a point there to be made where it's like, I don't hate the sisters, but sometimes I do get onto you because I don't feel like no one else will. I feel like some of the rest of the man there might even be scared to say something because the sisters are going to attack them the way I get attacked.
So that's how you feel specifically about the sisters on the panel, yeah? You feel like the men on the panel.
Not just in the panel.
I mean, you said in general, and you said also on the panel. So because obviously I don't know general, but I know the sisters on the panel. So in terms of the sisters on the panel, what is it what you would like to say? And do you have specific sisters to say it to?
I think all of the sisters. I'm not saying any specific sister. Every female I've seen on these panels, yeah, I think when it comes to the sisters, and I'm not talking about the
myself included, right?
Women. I'm not talking about black ladies here. Yeah, we're talking about sisters now. Yeah,
on the panel,
on the panel, and in real life. Yeah, like
no. Let's stick to the ones on the panel because in real life it's too general, too thing.
All right, if we speak to the panel, you guys don't pull each other up enough. Yeah, and when you guys say certain things or speak on certain things, like, I think sometimes you might say something controversial, and I would expect that the sisters have heard this controversial statement and, you know, they should be speaking on it, but they won't speak on it because you've got some kind of secret sister code. I don't know, man. That's how I honestly see it.
Well, maybe is it because maybe the sisters might have a similar opinion, therefore no one's pulling someone up about a particular subject that they're speaking on. Because, do you know what I'm saying? They have the same thought process. But what would be nice though, because obviously you gave an example. Do you have like a specific example, like a particular occasion where you saw 2 of the sisters or 3 of the sisters on the panel, 4 of the sisters or however many sisters on the panel discussing a thing and you're like, oh, see that was controversial, or I didn't like that and this is how they do it. Or this is how they did it.
I've seen it bare times. Yeah.
Okay. You've seen it bare times. Just give me one time. Just give me one time.
When I say bare times, when I say bare times, I can't think of the exact example right now, but I think the best example I can give you is So I was speaking with Sister Shani, and me and her almost got into a big argument because I wanted to talk to her about Islam. She didn't like the questions I posed. She didn't like the things I wanted to ask. I get that, and as a person, you know, of a faith, If someone asks questions, you know, about your faith that, you know, maybe you don't know the answer to, or, you know, it could, the implications of the answer could be detrimental to your faith, X, Y, Z. I understand you not wanting to answer, but if you're just going to be rude and start arguing with me, or, you know, start poking fun, or, you know, making insults, whatever you want to call it, and then I make insults back, and then you start telling me, oh, well, you know, you're a man, you shouldn't be talking to women like this, oh, you're always talking to women like this, and now I just see you as a hypocrite. And I know it's not, I can't say you personally, but I noticed this is a tactic used by sisters very often, until the point where man them have started using it. I see them, they're in the chat to go, Shifa's always arguing with women, but they got that from the women. Even Jupiter learned it from them and tried to use it against me till I pulled her up and made her know it's not a woman-man thing. Like that, if we're arguing about a specific subject, it's about the subject. And every time you lot pull the woman card, you're showing, you're relinquishing your authority. And I respect you, but if you're going to relinquish your authority, that's not my doing, is it? That's you relinquishing your authority and demeaning yourself.
When it comes to Shani, personally, I know she don't like you. Obviously, she's made that clear. So I feel like, because even you yourself admitted that you can be pretentious, I feel like maybe it's the insincerity with the questions that would make her react that way. That's not to say that, so I forgot another part, but either way, that's that point there. Secondly, do you not think that men and women communicate differently? So rather than it's a case of you saying, I dislike how the women correct each other, or this and this and that, you never thought about it. Maybe it's just a different thought process. Because at the end of the day, men communicate differently to how women communicate, whether you like it or not. Yes, there's a middle ground for all of us collectively to interact with each other. But in reality, we're going to communicate, for the most part, in different frequencies, in different mannerisms, in different tones of voices. Right?
I agree with that, and I believe that that's the reason. In my opinion, women put themselves beneath us. We didn't put them there; they're putting themselves there. Because I tell you this is something that a woman would do. Yeah, a woman would be in a situation, something's happened. Yeah, so past tense, it's happened, it's done. Yeah, and it was upsetting. Yeah, and it's been dealt with now to whatever extent it's been dealt with. Yeah, now let's say, for instance, now, you know, a woman's looking after the kids. She's at home looking after the kids. They're making up noise. They're moaning, whatever. One of them's crying. It's got on her nerves. She's upset. So now, whoever comes to relinquish her from that, maybe a man or dad or sister, whoever's turned up now. Now, at this point, you know, the kids are still, you know, one of them's very young. You know, they're still a bit upset, still making up a bit of noise. Now that person who's just turned up is prioritizing the child, and that's all their feelings, and wants to vent and get it all off their chest right now at the same time as the child is going. And it's like, not only that, like there's other tactics where I see it used on the panel. Like, for instance, we'll be having a conversation about something very specific, like you said, and as you pointed out, Sister Shani is using her emotional standpoint with me, oh, I don't like you, as a reason to just not have the conversation, to be evasive, and, you know, to then relinquish your authority. And it's like, if you're going to relinquish your authority so easily like that, go on.
Yeah, sorry to cut you. No, I only said that because you mentioned Shani's name, and obviously she will blatantly admit that she dislikes you. Like myself, you know, certain things when I hear you asking on the panel, I'm not in, like,
that's cool,
certain things. I do see it as it's more of you're just doing it for a trigger rather than the actual search for truth, or the search to actually understand. And that's going to irate most people in general. Do you know what I mean? But so we don't get off topic completely. Big up MJ. I hope you're good, have there. And like, comment, subscribe, hit the Cash App, PayPal, all that good stuff, people. But just anyway, to cut it short, that was just my view of you. Yeah, that how I think personally. You know, that's me personally why I dislike you. Yeah, that's it. I
totally,
you know, like I did my thought process.
But yeah. I think honestly, yeah, you know, I think it's going to be difficult for females to understand the concept that I'm putting across, even by your standard, because you're a very intelligent female and you're struggling to get it. What I mean by relinquishing your authority is putting aside your emotion. Because every time you allow that emotion to take control of you, you become no better than the child. Yeah? If we're having a conversation about something, we can have the conversation without the emotion, or we can insert our emotions and, you know, not deal with whatever situation it is like an adult, and be childish about it. You can't have it both ways.
There's no issue with emotion. Everyone should have a understanding how to balance their emotions. And then emotions are part of life. Emotion means that you are in motion, right? So most things that are in motion are living. Things which have no motions are dead. So there's no issue in terms of emotions. But in any case, like I said, me personally, just let me bring it back to the thing. Me personally, yeah, that's my issue in terms. That's not, I wouldn't say issue. That's my viewpoint of KL, what I was saying earlier. And in terms of you, it's not impersonal. It's just the way that I hear you speak on the panel, how you interact. Like you said, you're different.
Can I ask you one quick question? You know, real quick question, sis.
But just me personally, yeah.
Just a real quick one, because this will kind of give people a bit of a more of an understanding. Yeah. If I ask you what is 2 + 2, are you gonna say I'm not answering you because I don't like you, or show any emotion in answering that question?
Do you know what? It depends on who's asking. Like, if Caleb was on the panel, he tried to speak to me about something. Depending on how I'm feeling at that particular moment in time, I might just tell him, just like, you know, I might curse him in certain bad words. And it's not to think about being, because but it's a case of I just like you. If I don't want to communicate with you, I don't want to communicate with you. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't like facts. I don't want to communicate with him.
If you was in,
I don't like him. But sometimes I can converse with you. It's the same. I dislike you, but there's no issue with me conversing with you. If you're not creating a thing, we can have a conversation. It's not a problem, you know?
But check this one out, sis. If you was in a professional environment and there's someone within that professional environment that you really don't like, you really hate this person, but your manager, your boss has said that you and this person have to work together. Do you think your feelings are important in this situation?
Look, I'm professional. There have been in my work life career, I have worked with people that I highly dislike. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, just because I dislike
you have to be adult.
Look, me disliking you is not going to affect my paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Just because I dislike you is not going to create an issue.
Thank you. And
now, if it goes to a certain degree where the dislike is to a point where
levels.
No, but I'm saying at the same time, if there is a point
you see the levels
where the dislike, but at the same time, if there's a point, because if I was in a place and the manager said to me to work with someone that I dislike, no problem. I'll make it clear, look, I'm not going to create no issues, this and this and this. I'm very professional. But it will be known that if that person chooses to escalate things, I won't hold myself back. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the difference.
And I hear what you're saying, but even that would suggest, like I said, you know, that's a childish mentality to me, sis. You see me, I'm like this.
It's not a childish mentality.
For the sake of the conversation,
let me give you an example.
For the sake of
let me give you an example and I'll answer it, yeah? If you're in a workplace, right, and that particular person you dislike, right? Now, you said, no problem. This is your portion of whatever workspace, and this is my portion. You stick to your part. I do my part. That's it. We're all good. But this person continuously oversteps the boundaries that you have set in place that will actually give an equilibrium in your workspace. You've contacted your man, told your manual several times. You personally, who's argued with a woman over a basket in Sainsbury's, you're telling me you know that situation ain't gonna escalate once you have put all the parameters around, saying this is what thing, this person don't want to cooperate, cool. Spoken to the manager again, this person still da-da-da-da. Even though it escalates into something physical, then you're perfectly within your means. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, and this is why I think it's childish, sis, for this reason. When I was arguing about the basket in Sainsbury's, there's a situation that's happening right now that's resolvable right now. Me arguing with that woman the next day after the basket situation happened, I wouldn't do something like that. Because to me,
so did you only argue with her because you wouldn't see her again? Is that the real reality of it?
No, this is the reality is this. I'm arguing because there's a situation that can be resolved right now. You can do, my argument could cause you to do something that resolves the situation right now. If that's not possible, if we're talking about something that happened in hindsight, there's no point, because all I'm doing now is upsetting other people, upsetting myself, drawing myself into an argument that's unresolvable. And that's childish, in my opinion. But obviously, like I said, I think you said it yourself. The man, them and the sisters have a different way of speaking, approaching things, X, Y, Z. Hence why I noticed JEDI. You know what? There may be people he doesn't like, or maybe he hasn't liked that for a period of time, or, you know, me and him maybe have had words at certain times. And do you know what? He still let me back on the panel. Still let other people back on the panel, because he's not going to be a child about it. Do you know what? sometimes let sleeping dogs lie. Leave that in the past, move on. And I think that the sisters struggle with this. And it's not to take a shot at you, it's just to,
yeah, but then let's put it some sisters rather than just saying the sisters, because then you include everyone.
No, sis, I honestly think
can I jump in for a second?
There's one sister that doesn't.
Shifa, you've made it very clear that you don't respect women's opinion. You said it on Sniper's show a couple of weeks ago. You're like, this is why women should not be on the panels having these conversations, because they don't have the same mindset as men or some bullshit like that. You're basically saying we shouldn't, you devalued any opinion that we had on the conversation, and you made it clear that women shouldn't be having these conversations with men. No, it's very clear to me, it's very, very clear to me that you have a problem with women, full stop.
No, I have a problem with the way you guys concentrated on that day on the panel, you and Lady Divine in particular. And I think that it was very difficult. It was very difficult to get a point across to you guys that everyone else seemed to get, because you was inserting your emotion.
We disagreed. And do you know what?
You see, by inserting your emotion, one second, sis. By inserting your emotion, you're going to believe that gives you the right to disagree with something that is correct. And that to me is a sign of mental health or, childish behavior.
Okay, thank you.
It's got to be one or the other. It's got to be one or the other.
I'm going to flip that round, and I'm going to say your obsessive behavior and your need for everyone to agree with you and your viewpoint, I think that is some sort of mental disorder. You have an obsessive. Okay. I've pointed this out to you a couple of times. Like, you stick on certain subjects for sometimes weeks on end. And like, if someone doesn't agree with you or doesn't come around to your way of thinking, then you will continuously argue with them. And it's a problem for you because they don't agree with you.
Okay, can I just say, if I told someone that 2 and 2 is 4 and they said, I don't believe you, this is what I would do. I'd keep reinforcing to that person that 2 and 2 is 4. If they can't get it, sorry, one second. If they can't get the concept and they don't appreciate the fact that I'm only reinforcing it with them and that upsets them, then I'm going to have to treat them like they are beneath me. That's not my fault. They're
because they don't agree with your thinking.
That's right, because you don't agree that 2 and 2 is 4.
Yeah, but it's not always as simple as that.
It is a simple.
But it's not a 2 and 2 is 4 situation. Sometimes you will have your opinion and people will disagree with your opinion or your behavior. If we take the basket example in the supermarket, like, not everyone agreed with how you behaved or handled that situation, but you believe you were right, and you have the right to believe that you're right, but just understand that not everyone is going to agree with you. And then if it's a female, that makes it even more of an issue for you. Because you speak to the men differently to how you speak to the females on here.
Yeah, I'm going to explain this to you. For one, you as females, are you telling me you don't want equal rights? Because if you're telling me you don't want equal rights and you're telling me that you are below me and beneath me, then do you know what? I will afford you that argument.
But nobody said that.
You know what? Sorry, one second. You're not hearing me. Let me finish. I will afford you that argument and say, do you know what? I was wrong for even addressing the woman about the basket. Yeah. But if you do want equal rights and you do want it to be treated as an equal member of society who has equal opportunities to what I have, then I am right. And you don't need to learn how to behave yourselves better. And there's no way I'm letting no woman disrespect me in the name of nothing, not chivalry, not nothing. Because guess what? You have equal status in this world to me. In fact, as a white woman, you have a higher status in this world to me. So there's no way I'm going to let you walk all over me as well as have all of this status over me. No hell motherfucking no. And I'll go mute for you to reply.
You're a bullshit artist, to be honest with you. And Christ said that, all have become one in God. When Jesus reconciled all things, he made us all just the same. That's why when Jesus rose from the dead, it was to the women that he actually revealed himself to. And then, women weren't considered to be a witness back then. And they went back to the apostles and they said, Jesus rose from the dead. God, Jesus, that's why there's no difference in heaven. There's no male and female. We are all one. Now, this argument that you're having, it's mundane. It's pointless. It's basically you just trying to reassert your dominance and telling this woman that, you know what, you're a woman. I don't need to hear from you. You're the same person who looks at the verse and he says, like, oh, women aren't allowed to talk in church. But in all reality,
No, brother, that's not what's happened here, though. And I'm gonna explain to you why that's not what's happening here. Because
why not?
What I'm saying to the women is, I'm perfectly fine with them having their say. What I'm unhappy
so
with
long
is
as we agree with you.
disingenuousness when
Right.
you're insulted, when you insert your emotions. Sorry, brother. When you insert your emotions into a logical conversation.
Right.
So if logic says 2 and 2 equals 4, one second, brother. One second. Let me finish. If logic says 2 and 2 if logic says 2 and 2 equals 4, and we can't get the women to agree, now there's a discrepancy. There's a problem here where this person is unable to learn.
Right. So, sir, but though your doctrine, it's full of hypocrisy, because you make decisions based off of emotion sometimes, and you're just trying to make, say, oh, well, women, you're based off of emotion, but you catch road rage, you have people at your work that piss you off, you all of a sudden different.
No, I do not. No, I don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. Listen, you telling me I'm full of shit and I'm a liar is based on your. Sorry. No, brother. Listen to you. I listen to you. I'm not being disrespectful. Listen, it's based on. It's based on your behavior.
Let me just.
No, you're in the same flesh bag that I deal with. This flesh bag, it gets angry. It gets horny. Sometimes it.
Give me a second, please. Yeah.
No, he was speaking. I'm replying. I'm just saying that
but
he lives for him to take a moral high ground and say he does not experience emotion. He's full of shit.
Truth. I'm the moderator. It's my channel. So what I'm trying to
forgive me. I found you via StreamYard.
Hold up. You're good. I like the energy you came in with. It's more than welcome here. But let's just try and separate you two's speech so that we can hear what both of you are saying. So I'm going to give the mic back to him, and then I'm going to hand you the mic, right?
All right, man.
I'm going to regulate.
Cheerio.
All right, go on, Shifra. Do you want to finish up? Or do
yeah,
you
so brother, I'll be real quick. What the brother's saying is based on his own personal experience, and he's trying to overlap that with my life. Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I can be emotional. I can be emotive. If you put me in a very emotive situation and you started screaming at me, for instance, and screaming some emotional abuse at me, I might scream some abuse back at you.
Agreed.
Yes, that's a fact, brother. But I'm talking about in a logical situation where when there's an argument between two people, they're both my friends. Now, both of them have got their argument. I'm not just going to take a side or start getting emotional and listen to one argument over the other. I'm going to say, listen, you're both my friends. I prefer you go your separate ways. And I'm not emotionally attaching myself to the situation. I'm finding a logical resolution to this situation. Now, what I'm going to say is I find that with the females, they find it very difficult to deal with logic sometimes. I.e., for instance, Brother Kel has said some stuff that I may disagree with, in regards to relationships. But everything else Brother Kel says, I agree with for the fact that I can see his sound reasoning. Now, when I realize that people can't agree with sound reasoning, I realize there's something wrong with that person, and they need to be reschooled. They need to be re-educated. I'm not saying it's just women that do it.
You're breaking up, mate. I'm sorry. Is it me? Am I breaking up or is he breaking up?
No, it's him. All right, just respond anyway, because who knows?
Well, what he's saying, he's saying that it's all situational, and it's always based off of, what a man goes through and what a woman goes through, but in all reality, they are very much the same exact things. Like, granted, women, they might be more emotionally based and men might be more physically based, but there's a reason why, Jesus, out of his, disciples, they he chose Mary Magdalene, and also why he revealed himself to the women. And it's something that was oppressed for a long time by the old law, just that women are supposed to keep their mouth shut. And, and I granted, I see what he was saying, whenever he said that, sometimes I, am given over to my own emotion. Well, granted, that's the point, is that we all are, and we can't trust emotions because emotions are fickle. They're fickle. They can change.
So if you think we're all subject to our emotions, because you make like the opening statement that, granted, maybe women are more emotional, men are more physical. What is that based on then? If we
that's based on the alpha and omega. It's part of the grand design and construct of everything. You know, women are made for a reason. It's just the reason why women hate men so much this day and age is because the world's full of sin and oppression, and women feel like it's more so a job, when in all reality, it's something they naturally love to do. They love to, you know, make babies. They love to make a house. They love to, but we've made it a job. It's something that's expected.
Brother,
you live in a fallen world.
You're a follower of Christ, I'm imagining.
Right. So, like, well, let's just bring up scripture, but it says in 1 John 3.
No, wait. That was just a quick question. You are a Christian.
Well, I wouldn't see. The thing is, whenever you say Christian, you think people who they still claim they sin and they're still trying to go to a building once a week and trying to earn their salvation. I don't go to a building. I don't sin either. Now, I do smoke cigarettes. I drink whiskey. I am a man who's heterosexual. I think women are pretty.
You just said you don't sin.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So you know, that's crazy. Here we go. Here's the concept that everybody freaks out about, mate. So in all reality, sin is unbelief. You know, like we can go ahead and say, oh, wow, murder is a sin. Well, what if somebody's trying to break into your house?
Right.
You know, and they're trying to hurt your family. No, I love my family more than this dipshit loves my flat screen TV, you know, and I'm going to do it in full faith, protecting my family, and I will feel no shame, no guilt in it. You know,
we've spoken before. Is that right? Truth. We've spoken before.
I doubt it, bro. Because actually, I've been faking this accent the whole time. I'm from America, bro. I'm from Arkansas, America. No, we've never talked before. Who knows? Maybe you know, it sounds familiar because you met me at the beginning of the foundation of the world. But
so what possessed you to use a different accent, just out of interest?
Becoming all things to save all men. You know, if I came on here, I think that people would have automatically be like, oh, this is an American dumbass, yada yada yada. Well, I mean, it's whatever, dude. I mean, I'm perfect. You know, the way I am. But
if you can just take some breaths in between when you speak and let others speak, I think we're gonna have a great conversation.
Okay. I thought I was just answering. Forgive me. I thought I was.
You're passionate. We love that. I know Brother Kel is itching to get out the style. So go on, Kel.
I do believe men and women have different logical. I do believe women are logical. It's not the same as us. But my question for you is true. And this is very controversial for the ladies. Get prepared. Why didn't the Creator create women prophets and messengers?
Why didn't he create women prophets and women messengers?
Yeah.
Why are they all angels, right?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, Mary Magdalene, she was bringing the message of truth, and she sold it all, and she was a disciple. So, like, there are women who are chosen.
Hold on, truth. I said prophet and messengers, right?
Right, now, and I'm telling you that women have been chosen.
If you can let me clarify, right? A prophet, from what I know, they inform of future things to come, right?
Yeah.
And like a messenger brings like a criteria. So, for example, the Black Messiah brought the gospel. Moses brought the 10 Commandments. Muhammad brought the Quran. This is like a criteria, right? So why didn't the Creator allow the women to be prophets and messengers based upon that what he gave to the men?
Okay. Well, in Acts it says that in heaven that there's no difference between male and female, for we are all one, you know, and everybody assumes that all angels are male, but in all reality, like, they're unisex. There's no need to have procreate in the heavenly realm. And whenever you come to faith and you become sanctified and justified in God, you're looked at as a virgin in God's eyes. And also, well, you're the bride of Christ. You're looked at as a female. And well, in all reality, like, the spiritual aspect of the female is the person who's never been listened to since the beginning of the foundation. Well, at the same time, there's an aspect where you look at Eve and Adam, he did listen to her. And guess what happened? He sinned. And it says right there in scripture that, you know, Eve was the one in the transgression. Adam was not. So there is an order when it comes to, you know, a spiritual man lording over a spiritual woman. But in the current world we're in right now, they don't know what that means. They just think it's a dude born with a wiener lording over it. But
the thing is, truth, all due respect to you, right? And, you know, I appreciate you sharing bits and pieces of the Bible, but you haven't really clarified why he didn't send women as prophets and messengers. Here's the thing, right? There's
No, I
something
told you
in the
that he
Bible.
did.
Hold on.
Like, look at Ruth.
Hold on. All due respect.
Ezra.
Truth. You got to let me respond.
Well,
right?
the whole book of Ruth, the Old Testament. I'm just telling you, like he did.
Yeah.
Like, he actually did choose women.
So women have chosen to be prophets and messengers. Women.
Yes, because in God's eyes, there is no male or female. It's just whatever vessel he chooses, just like Ruth.
I have to disagree with that.
Well, right? I mean, you're just going based off of opinion, but the Bible proves otherwise.
No, because the thing is, right, here's the thing. You've got all the names in it, because you're a Christian, right? You've got all the names of laws that was given to the biblical prophets, right? And none of them are women. David, Solomon, Joseph, Joel, Adam, Lot, all of them are men, and so I don't see women there. So my question to you is that do you believe that Noah had patience? Was it for 900 years before the great flood? Do you believe that?
I mean, doesn't the Bible say that? So yeah, I don't know. I can't remember if it was like 900 years, but I know that he preached for a while. But yeah, he was long suffering. I believe in that.
Okay, so the thing is that what questions me a lot is why didn't the Creator allow a woman to do that?
Why didn't the Creator allow the woman? Well, this is like one of those doubtful disputation situations, but in all reality, I don't know, man. I just know that he chose, Noah. Noah was perfect in his generations, and he was part of the seed of faith. He just trusted God, and he lived in a whole time of unbelief, just a bunch of people who don't believe, in idolatry. You know what I mean? A bunch of people who they probably went to church buildings and had their own gods they worshiped and everything, but they never knew the true God, which the true God of knowing him is by faith. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. Once you come to him, you are sanctified, you're justified, and you're made equal amongst everybody. Like the Old Testament was, I mean, even the Mosaic law, it was a curse that everybody was under. That's what Galatians 3:10 says, that he who is under the law, he's under the curse. But the curse is James 2:10, whosoever shall keep the whole law and offend in one point is guilty of all. So like we can go ahead and try to do that, like law, in a sense of like women aren't allowed to speak in church. But God, he came here in the flesh and he changed that himself. He revealed himself to women. So now we as men, we can sit there and not do that, like, the whole by the letter and stuff, and like, women, you shut your mouth, and we can even go that to the New Testament where it says like women are not allowed to talk in the church, but that's still.
Can I ask a question, please?
Okay.
Can I ask a question, please? Am I allowed to say, women, don't bring your emotions to a logical conversation? Am I allowed to say that?
Right, but you bring your emotions into a logical conversation.
No,
and
I don't.
You don't. You're full of shit. You're so full of shit, dude. Stop it.
How?
You get angry from time to time because you're living in the same flesh bag that I live in.
No, that's not what I mean, though, bro. That's not what I mean. When I say don't bring your emotions to a... Sorry, can I explain what I mean? When I say don't bring your emotions to a logical conversation, you see, like I said, Brother Kel may have certain opinions on relationships that I disagree with. And I show him my logical reasoning for disagreeing with it. I don't just say, well, I feel like you're wrong, or I just feel like this, or I just feel like that. I don't do that. I give him a logical explanation as to why I may disagree with what he's saying. I don't just say, well, I just don't like you, or I just think you're being a dickhead, or I just think you're just acting like this or acting like anything. Now, the problem is, one second.
All are one in Christ Jesus. That means all. It means everybody. It means females too.
I don't believe, right, that men and women are equal.
Well, the Bible says that. Hold on.
Right.
The problem is, you could sit here and say,
hold on. The reason why I don't believe that they're equal, because we have a different logical mindset. Our bodies are completely different.
Right. I agree.
So here's the thing, right? This is what I was trying to ask you. There must be a reason why the Creator didn't allow women to be prophets and messengers. There has to be a reason. And it could be the logic of that type of mission may not be able to suit the logic of a woman.
Right.
You see? Now that doesn't mean that women are not
the thing is, though, bro.
Hold on. That doesn't mean
Come on,
yeah, if you can allow me to finish, that doesn't mean women are not intelligent, because it's proven that there's women builders. I mean, especially in our community, and historically, women have contributed 50% of civilization globally, and that. So, and we know that the European and Asian women, they also have that ability as well. But the point is, there's got to be a reason why they can't have that particular type of role. And when I listen to Brother Schiffer, is that I've said, meaning we've gone backwards and forwards, is that when a woman's gonna conversate, right, because their logic is different to ours, there's certain types of languages which is not going to be easy for us to always use, that will trigger for them to use their political science to dominate her, because the feminine energy is very powerful. So we as men, we have to learn the language and certain words that instead of them sensing we're going to attack, it's more of, I'm going to reassure you that we are having an equilibrium connection, but at the same time, I'm going to disagree with her. Now, that's, I believe, how we should deal with our women. But that doesn't mean, right, that they can have certain types of mindsets and they're justified to behave a certain way. I don't believe a woman could be a prophet or a messenger with those books, given what those men went through, and that's the genius of the creator. But you seem to think that we're all the same, and you keep saying that the Christ made us all one, but that is a contradiction in the creator, because the creator made women logical in their gender and made us men logical in our gender.
And I think emotions being inserted into logical situations is the reason why society is built by men. Civilization is built by men. It's not built by women. Because once a woman don't like you, you know, she don't want to help you no more, regardless. And then even certain times
that some women have helped out, you know, but as I said, the African women's helped out. So you know, brother Shiv, no disrespect, when it comes to building stuff, we have tons of proof that the females have done that, especially the African woman, that the European and the Asian woman, they have shown capability.
Oh my God, you're one of those types. All right.
But I do agree with you, brother Shifa, that if there is a type of language that we're not using and the women don't agree with that type of language to connect with them, that they will use their political science. And this is what we want to try and limit.
All right, mate, you talk too long. Yeah. All right, listen, I am the bride of Christ. All right, I'm the bride of Christ. I am the bride. I'm looked at as a woman in God's eyes. Read the Song of Solomon. That's how much God loves me. Okay. Now, in the same concept, now there used to be a legal aspect of women need to keep their mouth shut. The reason being is because it says in the Bible that Adam was not in the transgression; it was Eve. Now that's two spiritual states of people. And I've met the spiritual state of Eve. It's actually been somebody who was like a Judas in my life, and he's worldly, you know, and that's something that the spiritual state of women, they have to do. They have to think about worldly things, worry about worldly things, because they have babies and kids that are out there playing and stuff. So they always have to worry. It's like this, but in all reality, whenever you come to Christ, you come to a spiritual state of manhood where you don't have to worry. You just trust that your Father is always in control. And so, like, you know, they used to go just line upon line, precept upon precept, you know, letter upon letter when it came to the law of the Old Testament. But they didn't realize spiritually what it was talking about. They didn't know who spiritually Eve was. You know, the person that took the deception. There is a spiritual aspect to somebody who didn't take it, but it has nothing to do with you having a vagina or a penis between your legs. It all has to do with believing. And that's why Mary Magdalene was accepted as a disciple. And Martha, her sister, actually complained. She was like, well, how come Mary gets to go out there and preach and I got to stay home? And then Jesus was like, well, Martha, Martha, you know what you've chosen. And Mary chose a good thing. My point in saying, though, all that, you know, all your worldly, you know, even your what you consider wisdom and as to, oh, women are this way. No, I get it, dude. Women are genetically predispositioned for emotional stress. Men are genetically predispositioned for physical stress. That's why we freak out with the head games that women give us sometimes. I love women and it's totally worth it. But, dude, we live in a world full of men who they don't know.
Like a simp.
We live
very simply, innit? Very
don't know God. Let me finish.
You're not
Whatever
understanding
the fuck you're talking about with your simp bullshit. Dude, go watch an Andrew Tate video. I'm not playing with you. But I'm saying we live in a world full of men who don't know God. 1 John 3:6 says, whosoever abideth in him sinneth not. Whosoever sinneth hath not seen God, neither known him. So
let me ask you a question.
They sin, they don't know God.
We don't need a Bible lesson. Let me ask you a quick question, but like, let's keep it snappy.
Well, you spoke for forever. Go ahead. It's your turn again.
Was Eve? Hold on, brother.
Go ahead.
Was Eve created as an afterthought?
Was she created as an afterthought? What'd you say? As a what?
Afterthought, yes.
Afterthought.
It seems to me that Adam in the
she was created because it wasn't good for Adam to be alone. He needed
right,
to
but
Eve.
she wasn't.
That's why in the Quran, even in the Quran, it says that the unbelievers they will go to hell.
If you don't mind,
shut up, dude. Stop it.
No, you're taking me to the Quran.
They help. You're asking questions. I'm giving you an answer. You don't even care about the truth. You just want to be right.
No. See, the thing is.
The thing is that Adam wasn't good for him to be alone.
I know, but you can't win this competition.
This dude's like a woman as well. He's like a woman.
Chill. 1 second.
What do you do? What? He's like a woman.
Yo.
Relax, you're not going to emasculate me, bud.
Let me finish my point. Motor mouthing and that, yeah? The thing is, there was another brother speaking, and you railroaded him and told him he was boring. So I thought to myself, oh shit, that's the game we're playing. Well, being that I'm the host of the channel, when I get bored of a motherfucker, I'm going to tell them that too. And you just happen to be the motherfucker that was boring me with the Bible preaching. I don't want to hear about every different book of the Bible in Thessalonians, in Colossians, in Ephesians. I don't give a fuck. So anyway, I was trying to ask you about the Bible. You can't shut up for a minute for whatever reason. You hyped up and that. So anyway, the question I was trying to ask you is, if Eve was created as an afterthought in the Bible, it wasn't like, hey, let me create man and woman. It was, hey, let me create a man. Yeah, oh, my work is good. This is amazing. Then the man's out there working and, looking down at his fucking schlong like, yo, what the fuck is this for? What am I here for? I'm lonely. So he says to God, yo, God, I'm lonely. Then God says, you know what? Cool. I'm going to hook you up with a bitch. I'm going to take you out. I'm going to take out a rib and create a companion for you. That means that the woman's existence in the Bible is clearly to be a companion, because before that, no female was mentioned. No femininity.
Man being there.
No female, nothing. It was money. Manchester
United. She's your companion. Just abuse her and use her. Go ahead. Just tell her to
I'm just saying that this is how this is the biblical context. This is how the Bible introduces us to the concept of a feminine or a female existing as a companion to the masculine. So any other description of her seems to me like you lot are now.
To be honest, man, to be honest with you, your whole argument is basically just keeps on leading to the fact that men are superior and that women just need to shut their mouths and listen.
I don't believe that. I don't believe men are superior.
Then what are you arguing? What are we arguing about then?
Well,
what are we even arguing about then?
Stop listening with the emotion and hear what I'm saying.
Stop listening with the emotion, dude.
That's how I talk.
Quit your surmising bullshit.
And you're really good at accents.
It doesn't work on me, man.
Hold on. You're really good at accents. You're really good at accents.
For once.
You're really good at accents, but you're not that good at communicating, brother.
Thanks, man.
Slow it down.
I thought I had a shitty accent.
I ain't arguing with you.
Thanks.
So the point I made was biblically, it seems that a female is created for companionship.
Oh, wow.
Bro, if you're just going to be a douchebag, you can get off the channel. I'm not going to lie. If you're just going to be a douchebag, I ain't got no time for it. I've let you on the channel. I want you to speak, but you're not going to regulate how I speak, bro. Like you trying to regulate how others speak. I'm not feeling it. So if you ain't gonna like comply and have a good convo, you can fuck off. We're doing so great without you. We can carry on without you, please, because you sound like all frustrated and all tired. That I'm trying to tell you, like, yo, can you answer this point? I don't even get how you're gonna go around this point. The Bible says a woman is a companion to a man. End of. End of. Right, that's what I thought. Pussy. Sorry, man. I ain't gonna have no one trying to dictate with his little "I'm smarter than everyone" attitude. You know, that's the attitude that fucking really jars me.
Yeah, big up everybody. Oh,
yeah, sorry, I just couldn't have you and him on the chat at the same time because I thought he was gonna be a fruitful conversation.
Yeah,
so I can't let Cage on to ruin it.
Yeah, no, I know, but I don't understand how people so blindly believe in shit that's been written by human beings that are known to lie about everything.
I'm sorry, but he was funny though. He got really emotional though, man. And this is the whole point. We're having a logical conversation. You can't bring your emotions to a logical conversation.
Right. This is great, and I felt like he was definitely simping. Sorry, sisters. Like, remember, I'm not saying that men are superior to women. I'm not saying I believe that. But what I am saying clearly is I had a sister on here that I respected yesterday, and none of you lot challenged her when she said, the man will lead, the woman will follow. No one was like, nah, Sarah, you can't say that. Nah, fuckery, nah. It's not that. We all knew it was true. We know it's true.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that either.
Women support.
If you're an adult.
Right, we know this is it. This is, I don't know what. Any of you.
But Jeds, that's okay. I agree with that. That's within a household or within a relationship, you know, between like a father and daughter, husband and wife. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Within society.
But how has society become like this?
What do you mean?
No. You know what? Society should have been like this and should have stayed like this because of natural. All right. You know what it's like, MJ? Let's go up to the lions. To the pride. I love, you know me, I love my animal analogies. Let's go to the pride and say, oh, so you mean to say that the women hunt and the men do this and there and we're why is it like this? We don't question it. We just allow it to be. It's nature. Men lead naturally.
And think about
me and you in a scenario, we're fighting for our life. You are going to let me lead.
Exactly.
You will let me lead.
Okay, like Jeds, I can agree to that. But going back to like the original conversation about when we're having conversations here on the panel, like, is it then an issue for women to be involved? Because Schiffer seems to have an issue that we're too emotional. We're just about our feelings. We shouldn't be involved in logical conversations. So how I take that is he sees these panels for men only and women just shouldn't be involved.
Well, let's be real.
Can I reply?
A lot of men have this worldview. I don't share it. See, now I definitely believe in the wisdom, the infinite wisdom of a balanced female. I think the wisdom coming from grandma is unbelievable. But the wisdom that comes from granddad is unbelievable too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that women should be excluded from conversations. I'm always trying to include more women but when they come into conversations, I think they need training, just like us men do, to try and put the emotions to the side. We both need that. We both need that. It may sometimes become more apparent in some women, not all, but some women. Yeah, I get it, you know. But we've had way more men crying on panel than women, you know.
No, it's true, Jedi. You need strong women to create strong men. You know what I mean?
Can I just say one thing quickly here? Because I agree with what you said, Jedi, and I think that my problem is not having the women on the panels. My problem is having women involved in logical conversations, inserting emotion, or using their emotion as a reason to not answer a question, or using emotion as a reason to escape logic in any sense of the word. And I think, to me, that's a tragedy. And that's when you relinquish your authority as a human being. Now you're putting yourself in the child realm. If I did it, I'd be doing the same thing. So I'm not taking a shot at the women, but I just think you don't realize what you're doing sometimes.
But if you accept that women are emotional, then why is that a problem for just acting in our natural state?
Because you want to be equal, and if you're equal, then you got to be an equal adult.
Okay,
and if your emotions are putting you into a childlike state where you're inserting emotions in logical situations, then we're no longer equal. You're creating the dynamic of us not being equal.
But Schiffer, for me, I don't see men and women as equal, and I'm not trying to make us equal. Like, we both have our roles in life. This is why men and women were created, and that, even Motion alluded to it earlier on, that's what brings the balance.
Why isn't it okay for a man to say no, your place there?
Let me quickly deal with this. Sorry, you lot, man. It always happens at the wrong time. Yo, battered donkey. What's good?
Not much. It's Randall again. The guy who was perfect earlier. But like, no, seriously, you put the standard on women that they are led by emotion, but you yourself, from time to time, you freak out and you get angry off your own emotion. What makes you any different?
Brother, I don't know if you're just not listening on purpose.
Are you sincerely trying to have a proper conversation because you've left and you've come back with a
just
whole
because I asked a question that exposes your hypocrisy does not mean that I'm not trying to have a real conversation.
Nah,
I'm having a real conversation.
I feel like you abandoned having a
you're a hypocrite, and that's why I'm asking you, because you have a standard
brother,
that you don't keep.
You just spoke. I'm trying to speak.
Say that women are led by emotion, but you yourself are led by emotion.
Bro, one time. Speak once. Let him speak, and then you speak, man.
He don't want to. He doesn't want anyone else to speak because he's got a superior intellect. No one else can express himself.
Everybody's like,
listen, man. Listen, your Arizona accent is boring. Your white privilege is boring. Get the fuck away from me, man. Boo. You're a drag. You promising a great conversation, but then you argue like a little bitch. Yeah? Talk about feminine. This is the side that we're talking about. That side there. You sound all calm and logical, but you got bitch energy behind it. Like, oh my God, you challenged me, so now I'm gonna be a complete douchebag and not let the conversation flow and shut the fuck up, man.
Well, remember, he's Christ's bride. You know what I mean? He's a bitch.
Yeah, you're a bitch, man. You're Christ's bride. You're a bitch. Any man call himself a bride is a bitch.
I have to kind of agree with that one. Sorry, but I have to agree.
Sorry, man. Because this is what I'm saying. This simping is so crazy. You're so hard. You're trying to simp so hard that I'm saying to you, you're a Christian, brother, and your book says that women are companions to men. How can you argue via the Bible if this is the introduction to women? It was an afterthought. It wasn't like God said, "Yo, let me create man and woman." He created day and night, up and down, wet and dry. But when it comes to man, it was just man. God, in his infinite wisdom, in your book said, I'm going to just create a man. And then wait for the man to say, yo, I would love something to fuck on and cuddle and talk to at night. And God would be like, all right, bet, I got you. Why you didn't think about that in the first place? How can this infinite being with infinite wisdom and that not consider that in the first place? Furthermore, when he created all these animals, did he not create male and female animals?
It's all
why would he create male and female animals, but not a male and female human? Does that make sense?
It's all bullshit, bro. Santa Claus exists. The Easter Bunny, I sold them weed.
It don't make sense to me. That's what I just wanted to add that. So I'm saying I think men and women are different. They are not equal. They're equal in creation, but not equal in attributes. And they're different. They are complementary pieces to a puzzle and should be treated as such. Simple. Kicks are good.
You can't have one without the other. You know what I mean?
Kicks are good. Kicks can knock someone out. They can sweep someone down. They can keep a long range of distance between you and an attacker. But you can't use kicks in a boxing ring. Simple.
Can I ask one question, please, Jedi? Can you see my logic in saying, if MJ is specified, that she doesn't see herself on the same as a man or equal to a man, then it's kind of a non-argument. If a man says to you to know your place, then why would you argue with that? Because you're saying you know your place already.
Place he's telling her to know?
Well, the place I'm saying to know is in a sense of, if you're bringing emotional concepts to a logical argument, and I'm saying, at that point, I think this is why sometimes it's difficult to involve women in the conversation, because we're trying to talk about something logical and you start bringing emotions. I don't think all women
do you think all men are more logical than women?
No, because we've got an emotional man. Listen, we've got an emotional man here right now, but remember, we've got a different code of conduct as men. Our code of conduct as men says, if you start talking emotional stuff when we're having a logical conversation, you've now become a bitch, and we're going to treat you like a bitch. And we're gonna deal with you as such. Do you know what I'm trying to say? In fact, you're gonna feel that your manhood is no longer with you. You're gonna feel beneath us. And I think that the women struggle to deal with that concept.
These lot are going in on you, bro. Like, tell them to jump up. Shree's talking lots.
You know what, bro? They're not going to jump on and talk because they know. You see me, Jedi, this is the thing. The things I'm talking about now, I know it's too powerful. I know they can't refute it. I know it's hurting feelings. But listen, I have got 11 sisters. Me and my sisters had this conversation all the time.
So you know, I'll give you an example. For sure.
I'll give you an example, yeah? I'll give you an example. My sister called me up. She said, do you know what? I feel away because, you know what? You haven't done X, Y, and Z, and you're supposed to be my brother, yeah? So I had to then repattern this conversation for her and say, okay, do you know what? I appreciate you feeling that way. Can I explain to you the reason why you're not going to get what you want out of me right now? Because you've done or said something that has hurt my feelings. You knew it hurt my feelings. I spoke to you about it and you brushed it off like it was nothing. So now when you want to talk to me about your feelings, you expect me to take them into consideration. Hell no. You need to learn that if you want people to consider your feelings, you have to be able to consider others' feelings in the same regard. And outside of that box, I'm not dealing with you, innit? And I think that this is, you know, this is another issue where, you know, like the women, they struggle in this area of, you know what, your feelings are just as important as theirs.
Yeah, like a child. But most people have a child mentality. You know what I mean? Men and women nowadays. And nowadays, the women are becoming more masculine and the men are becoming more feminine. You know what I mean? So it's almost like reversing it in a way.
I disagree. I think that people, because
like not for everybody,
we're known as equals now. Because we're known as equals now, you can adopt any behavior you want to adopt. You can be
I don't know,
masculine.
It was God. It was God that was there in the beginning, and He said, "Let us make man in our image." Beforehand, there was no man.
Same with a female,
and they were all there.
So with the masculine female, you know, I'm not going to put any other denomination to it other than that. But with the masculine female, I find them easier to talk to for that reason, because I don't find them inserting their emotion. I don't find we're having a logical conversation about something, and you've done something, had some kind of discrepancy. We had to pull you up, and now there's.
Well, hey, real quick. So like Philip, he found a guy who was like a eunuch, you know, and he was somebody who, you know, he had his, you know, genitalia cut off at a young age for like palace service. But like he didn't even have
autobiography.
Let me make a point. This guy didn't have the idea of dating or, you know what I mean, anything like that in his mind. All he did is he wanted to know God. Bro, it didn't matter if he was a male or female.
Yeah, I don't think Johnny's gonna deliver us where we want to go, bro. Like, do you not feel the energy? He's just off rambling about biblical people and I don't think he wants to get with the conversation anymore. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he's not engaging. He's not engaging.
Yeah, you know what I don't understand?
You were promising, bro, but I don't know what it is with you.
Yeah, Jedi. You know what I don't get though? Like, how come
1 second, Cage? We can just tell that you're not really trying to have the conversation with us. You're trying to talk to us.
No, I am. You're just having a witch hunt, and I'm trying to sprinkle some truth because you're trying to put all these differences between man and their brothers and saying like this is why we should, you know, view X, Y, and Z different than, you know, ourselves. When in all reality, you're no different. You're a hypocrite. You're just basically trying to take these moral high grounds on a bunch of subjects that are vague and tragic and acting like you're some sort of a good person. When in all reality, you're just a fraud. You're a fucking hypocrite. That's what
I'm not trying to act like I'm any kind of good person or take any moral high ground.
This whole argument's like why we shouldn't listen to women. What are you talking
one time, one person speak at once, man.
Yeah, all right, cool. So I hear where you're coming from, Matt, and you know, no one here is trying to be.
You don't hear shit, dude. Go ahead, next subject. Let's go.
You know, you're out of it, man. It's cool. Don't worry.
Block this one too, then. Just shut off the truth. That's all you want to do, man. You just want to block me.
Your ego
you're having
won't allow
a little witch hunt, and I'm here to basically just tell you.
Now you want to just keep chatting. Your ego won't allow you to do the input and output kind of thing that a conversation needs. So for some reason, when I tried to speak, you instantly interrupted with a little sly comment that was pointless and was never going to further the efficiency of this convo. It was never going to assist it. All you're going to do is piss off the host of the channel, who's already blocked 2 of your profiles, and he's going to keep blocking you. If you wanted to have a normal conversation, you at least let the motherfucker finish saying what he's got to say. I'm not playing this game with you. Go play in traffic. Goodbye. Thank you. Sorry, family. We back. Queen Sanity's here. Tree's here. The ladies are come to challenge you. They ain't scared.
I'm glad.
Scared of you.
I'm glad. Listen, you should be scared though, because you know, really and truthfully, you might have to change your behavior today.
All right, but I'm saying that's needed though, because look, every men and women have different chemicals going on, different chemical makeup in their brain. You know what I mean? So everyone reacts to different environmental stress.
Do you know what? I just realized what's going on.
You know what I mean?
The ladies have come, they're on mute, and they're sitting quietly because they're not trying to get accused of being emotional. You see what they're doing now?
No, we're just kicking back and watching the emotional conversation that's happening, isn't it?
They're playing chess, not checkers out here, you know?
Yeah, they're playing chess. They're playing chess
right now.
It's a good strategy. Good strategy.
Let me calm it right down. Hi, Cherie. Hi, Queen Sanity. Hi, MJ. How are you? How are you? You guys all right? You ladies all right?
Yeah, we're good. I think Schiffer's obviously doing a great job of speaking for us. You know.
All right, go for him, man. He's there. He's there. Get him. I ain't standing in the way.
Can I start first? I don't want to argue with Schiffer. I really don't. And it's like every time you tell Schiffer that he's acting emotional, he gets even more emotional. And you especially do it with women. And I see you do it a lot on the panel. I don't know if you have a problem with MJ in particular or any women. You don't do it with me anymore. But when I first came on the panel with you, you tried to act what I feel was emotional with me, because most logical men, if they feel a certain way about something, they'll keep quiet. They don't have to press the issue all the time. Women are this is this is this. They don't have to push an agenda. They just say what they say and that's it. Men hold power in their silence, and so do women. So if you want to come off really logical, sometimes it's best to just let it go. You know, I guess in my female emotion, I'm not going to give Schiffer all this power. It doesn't make sense. If he's emotional, he's emotional. He likes to project. He likes to project. That's going to be what it's going to be. I'm not going to try to change this guy, but I'm not going to allow him to try to change me either. That's it.
Can I ask you a question, please, sis? A sincere question. Did you actually listen to what the conversation was about?
But you can ask me another one.
Sorry. Okay, well, but from what you said, I don't think you actually understood what the conversation was about and what the point I was actually making was. So maybe if you could understand, in a logical conversation, I don't think there's place for emotion. And for the females who insert emotion into a logical conversation, like the one we're having now, and unfortunately you didn't tackle that, you started speaking about something else, which is kind of an emotional response. It kind of puts you in that category of relinquishing your authority, because it seems like you don't know how to deal with an issue. It seems like you only know how to avoid one. So I'm going to give you another chance to deal with the actual point that was made.
And that is exactly first of all, I'm actually waiting for your question, because you never asked me a question. You told me about myself. So I'm waiting for the question. Logically, I'm going to wait for the question now. Go ahead and ask the question, Schiff. I'm waiting for it.
But you see, though, that's why we're quiet, because anything that we say, he's going to say that.
Exactly, Queen Sanity. It's like, he's like, oh, let me ask you a question, but he asked me no question at all. So I'm going to mute.
Did you not hear the question? Did you not hear the question? The question was, yeah, can you deal with the actual point that was being made, rather than just giving us your emotional response?
Actually, I am dealing with it, and I'm dealing with it pretty logically. I will say this, that in your emotional status, Schiffer, comes off as very childish. That's how your emotion comes off. So that's why it's like when you ask a question, you include all these other unnecessary things that really come off as emotional and childish for a man. So that's why I'm waiting for you to ask the pure question and not insert your little digs in there, because that's emotion. That's how women react. If you don't realize that, sir.
All right. Exactly. Brother Jedi, as you're the moderator, I want to ask you this question. Can you understand my question when I say, why is it women insert their emotions into a logical conversation? Can you understand that question, Jedi?
Yeah.
Now, I've asked the women, to deal with that situation specifically. Why they do. Now, I'm asking all of you to deal with it, in fact, and you've decided to speak up. So I'm saying, if you could deal with that, that would be appreciated. If you're not going to deal with that and you're just going to tell me about myself, then you're proving me right because you're just giving an emotional response to a logical question.
Right, but you're answering to us based on generalization. Sorry, MJ, go ahead.
Maybe it would help the conversation if Schiffer could define what he means by logical conversation.
What he means by dealing with it, like,
and what he means by emotional.
Right.
Like, because I suppose for me, it's like, is every conversation that's had on these panels considered a logical conversation in that sense? Like, can we define what's a logical conversation?
Logical means the difference.
No, I'm asking you, Schiffer. I'm asking you because you're the one that's making the statement.
No. Hello? Can you hear me still? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, just making sure you can hear me. So, yeah.
How would you like for us to deal with it?
A logical conversation is one that is based on some type of fact, something that can be proven, something that can be resolved right now, where we can have an actual answer that is correct.
So to you, logical
now, an emotional situation is based on opinion, X, Y, Z. Yeah, when we're dealing with facts, I think there's a point where you have to negate your emotions. Like, for instance, 2 + 2 = 4. That's a fact. If you asked me, does 2 and 2 equal 4? If you said to me 2 and 2 = 4, and I said, no, I disagree with you. I don't feel.
You gotta fix up your internet, bro.
Yeah, I think your Wi-Fi is feeling emotional.
For real, it's not acting very logical right now.
You are in a lot of
That's
trouble
probably right, because I'm driving. I'm driving, isn't it? I'm driving, innit? So listen, my thing, my signal's going to be in and out. Unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with it. But I know Brother Kel understands my concept. So if I do cut out, maybe he could take over and explain to you guys a bit from his perspective.
Don't bring him into this.
Yeah,
exactly. Let him stay quiet. Let him
you're all here. There's only me one. Go on, man.
No, I understand where he's coming from. But the thing is with Brother Schiffer, which we disagree with, is that women's logic is not the same as our logic. For example, when you say 2 + 2, right? If you say, so what's 2 + 2? Or so what's 2 + 2? So what if you do it in a way, right? They're gonna process that in an intelligent way of that don't seem to sound right. And that's what I think us men don't seem to understand. It's not that they can't engage.
Wait.
No, you said let him talk, Schiffer.
That don't seem to. No, wait, let me ask him a question. Wait a second. One second.
Kel.
I want him to elaborate something. I want him to elaborate something.
One at a time, bro.
Relax.
That's emotional,
Relax,
sir.
That's
You're
emotional.
disrupting the conversation. I'm trying to get him to elaborate something. Now, Kel, when you said,
Kel, when you said, hold on,
Kel, one second, Kel. Kel. Obviously, the sisters are over emotive right now. They don't want me to ask you a question.
That's not logical. That's woman-like.
Your brother, they're practicing this unethical code of conduct against us again.
Yes,
so brother, when you said, when you basically said, if you say something a particular way to a female, they may take it the wrong way. Is that correct?
Now, Kel can't have his own mind. Stop leading the witness.
I'm asking him a question.
It can be perceived, because the thing is, brother, right? I agree with you that all women are not free from being critiqued when they do something wrong. You do supposed to pull them up, right? At the same time, if you say certain things that is not synchronized towards their feminine logical language, right? Then they have to process that. And they have to say to themselves, does this add up? And hold on, brother, hold on. And this is where us men seem to get it wrong. Like, for example, right, you see you, Brother Schiffer, right? And there's nothing wrong with it. The kind of character you are and stuff, right? You alliterate positive and negative emotion. I do as well. You see, because when you're very kind of controversial, then that's going to happen. The problem is because you have had certain types of warfare and crossfire. Whenever you speak, it doesn't mean what you're saying is not intelligent. The sisters are going to be on guard, you see, automatically, and that. Right?
Emotional on guard, yeah.
Yeah, because because right,
you're very emotional right now, sir.
You have that kind of you know how to you know how to bring out
he's a lot he's very feminine, I see,
and negative emotions, stuff, right? Which is what I was saying, is that if we can have a language, right, where we can speak with the women and with their language in a synchronized way, because the thing is, what the ladies got to understand, sometimes us men lose our patience. It's very difficult for us to kind of all the time to, you know, be reassuring and explain at the same time. Because
Kel, are you therefore in that sense saying that, you know, if we don't pander to their emotions, they're going to give the wrong response, in which case you're actually agreeing with me?
Shifter, can I say something? If he's agreeing with you, right? And he's saying the same thing he is, right? Maybe we're seeing him in a more masculine light. And we're seeing you as a feminine, and we can't understand why a man is acting like that.
No, you're entitled to that, sis. You're entitled to see, sis. You're entitled to see me as feminine. You're entitled to see me in any way you want. You're entitled to have an opinion of Shipper, just like I'm entitled to have an opinion of you personally, I'd imagine. And if you can't accept that, one second, sis. You see the fact that I can accept your opinion, yeah, and just leave it there. That's called being a grown up. You see, if I share my opinion with you and then you have to do a million responses, then that's where you've now become the child again. And the fact that I have to pander to your emotions to get the right response from you, and you agree with Kel, you're literally putting yourself in the child box.
Because are you saying that he's pandering to our emotions? Because
yeah,
I don't
he's
think
basically saying he treats you like he treats his daughter or his
he's
son.
Acting like
if it was your son or if it's your son or your daughter, you're going to pander to their emotions a little bit, but still give them the logic, still reinforce the statement that you need to enforce to make them change the behavior. But with a woman, you can't even enforce nothing because she got equal rights to you, remember? So you ain't the boss of her. So to that degree, you're putting yourself in the child box. I'm not making you childish. You're making yourself childish.
So he said the same thing you said without calling us childish.
He doesn't.
Without calling us
he's
names,
not me.
without having a fit.
Listen, he's not me, innit? You see, Brother Kel is pandering to your emotions. Yeah, he's pandering to your emotions. You see me, I'm a straight talker. I believe you're my equal. So I'm going to talk to you like you're an equal.
But I think Kel's just being logical about the situation, like a man should be, right?
No, Kel is being himself and I'm being myself, and I'm talking to you like you're an equal. Kel don't see you as his equal.
Why would you speak to us like we're an equal? You don't see us as equal.
I'm speaking to you like you are equal. I do see you as equal, and that's why I tried to get you to stop doing things that make you not equal.
But Shifa, the thing is, brother, I agree with you that women are not they're not free from being critiqued and that, right? But at the same time, remember, brother, our logic and their logic are completely different ways of communicating, right? I don't believe men and women are equal because we've been created differently, right? But at the same time,
you never met my mum. This is the problem. You see, if you'd ever met my mum, you'd understand my logic. You'd understand
can you let Kel
my
finish,
mindset. Oh, sorry, I thought you was. My bad.
The thing is, brother, right? I'm being honest with you. There is nothing. The way how you are, brother, right? You need to be that way. But what I'm saying is that with women, brother, they're going to, because they are very intelligent emotions of that, right? It's the way how it sounds. I say a lot of controversial things. There's women on the panel that don't like me. You understand? But at the same time, regardless of what they think of me, they know deep down, right, that I'm coming with respect. You know what I mean? I don't want to dominate them. I'm not there to, you know, you must bow down to me and that, because I had my mom and dad in my life. I don't believe in all them things. Do you understand? But at the same time, when there's a certain type of history where like men dominating women, right, and not understanding how to convey with them, they're going to use their political science. MJ uses her feminine political science. MD, they all do. And they have to, just in case, brother, there's no equal opportunities in dialogue. That's why it seems so intense.
Sorry. Can I say one quick thing to you, Kelly? Yeah, I appreciate what you said, and you know, like I said, I see the sisters as equal, and I think that, you know, if I take your stance, nothing changes. I'm about affecting change. I'm about not just affecting change. I'm about people may perceive that the women don't like me, but really they love me. Look how many of them turned up to have this conversation. And really and truthfully, I am changing your lives. Because you see the women in my actual life, in my day-to-day, when I tell them these things, when I pull them up on their behaviors, it changes their life for the better. Every last one of them. And not one of the women in my life that actually know me would speak a bad word about me. Because they know, you see me, I'm sincere, you know, I'm absolutely sincere. And if I see something that I see as defective or wrong, I'm going to pull it up, because otherwise it's not just going to affect me, it's going to affect everyone else, you know, around my situation. But
I'm sorry, can I say something real quick, Shifa? I mean, for all that you're saying, I really do find it ironic that you tend to have conversations about women with other men when there are women on the panel, and when the women are talking to you, you cannot conversate with us at all. You have to jump over us back to Kale just to prove your point. And that is where the issue is. If you want to be logical, there should be no, oh, let me press my point and I have to be right. Logic is logic. That's it. Whether you're right or whether you're wrong, that's what it should be, shouldn't it? Shouldn't logic be neutral? Hold on a second. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. The way that men show me logic is that it's supposed to be neutral. And when you're on emotion, that means you're going towards the more feminine side or whatever. Yeah. So I'm thinking that this is very ironic that in order for you, Shifa, to have a neutral conversation about women, you can't talk to women. You have to talk to another man so he can validate your point of view. That's all I want to say.
Can I reply to you, sis? So I'd like to say to you, sis, yeah, logic has to go one way or the other. Yeah. So 2 + 2 either equals 4 or it doesn't equal 4. It does have to go one way or the other. And I think that, you know, you making that statement itself is a tragedy. Not engaging with you sisters, I'm waiting for you to give me a good reason to insert emotion into a logical conversation like you did, because I can't see a good reason for it. I don't think anyone else can. You haven't explained one to us. So it's not that I'm not engaging with you. I'm still waiting for you guys to address that issue. And I think either you don't have the ability to, or you realize that you've been found out. That's why you don't want to.
I came up here to talk about you.
Exactly, emotional. Thank you. So
hold on. Let me interject on this.
I was that emotional.
Just because I'm talking about you, that's not emotional.
That makes her emotional.
But yeah. Think about this.
Makes me pretty logical.
That's your opinion.
Let me give you an example of logic.
I'm standing up for you, brothers, you know, and you man are going silent, really.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Hold on. Let me finish.
What is going on, shit?
Quiet for a minute, guys. Okay, think about this though. Here's logic. This is what logic tells me. Look at how we evolved as a species. You know, hunter-gatherers and shit. So women, they have maternity, right? They have to like raise, like take care of the babies and children. So therefore, they're my structure to have more emotion. You know what I mean? The men have to go there and fucking like fight wild animals and other tribes and shit. You know what I mean? So you need less emotion to do that. You know what I mean?
Don't do this bitch shit as well, though, brother. Can you answer the question? And if you're gonna deal with it, deal with the actual question. No, brother.
Why is it,
brother? We have different.
You started calling names now.
No, brother. I'm saying, brother. Brother, no, I'm asking. I'm trying to just give the brother some direction, brother. The question is, women inserting emotions into logical conversations. Why is that practical? Is it practical? Is it not practical? Should it be done? Shouldn't it be done?
Well, maybe in some situations it could be done. Like for example,
why? Can you explain why? Thank you.
Okay, for example, like look, you see the queen and the king and all that, like the fucking shit you guys have over there. I'm thinking like, all right, like okay, men, like okay, logic will tell you we should go invade this place, take all their resources, we're gonna make a lot of money. You know what I mean? But then sometimes emotional make you stop being like, okay, how are these people gonna be affected and what's gonna happen in the future? You know what I mean?
No, but that wasn't logic though. Like logic is not based on, do you know what I want? I want is not based on logic. That's based on want. Hold on, one second, brother. One second, brother.
You're acting like a child. You're acting like a child. You're acting. Calm down.
Now you're acting emotional,
brother.
You're very emotional right now.
Brother, 1 second. 1 second. There's 10 voices. 1 second, guys. Come on, people. Children, please calm down. Listen. Look, logic is not based on want. Want is an emotion. If you want something, that's an emotional. Brother, you can't, brother. Oh my God. You know what? I can't even get a word in edgeways. You don't have the floor. Have the floor.
Look at him. Did he just have a fit?
Hands, baby.
Did you just have a fit?
Windmilling, baby. Keep windmilling.
He just had a whole tantrum up here calling women emotional.
4-year-old. Chill out, man. Jeez.
Wow.
But yeah, emotions
because
there
he
for
made a mistake.
Emotions are very
one
powerful.
is actually emotion, brother.
Bro, you need emotions. Emotions
is an emotion, brother.
They teach you.
Did you hear what I said?
All right, you do something and it makes you feel bad. It makes you hurt.
No, did you hear what I said? I said want is an emotion.
Learn not to do it.
Brother, listen. I said want is an emotion. Can you understand that? So you can't use that example.
Okay, like emotion, like you're happy, right? So that's gonna automatically program your brain dopamine feeds to go after that happiness. You know what I mean?
All right, brother, you clearly don't understand the question. I said, why and when would it be appropriate to insert emotion into a logical conversation?
Most of the time, not. But there's a few instances where it could help. You know what I mean?
What? When are those times? Tell us, please. We're waiting to hear it.
Well, if you use logic, you have to think about how it's going to affect other people. That's an emotion. That's sympathy or empathy, right? Like your actions.
Okay, but even in thinking about how something is going to affect other people, is that not still losing? Is that not? Hold on 1 second. Is that not still using logic? Because people are a commodity. So at the end of the day, like I said, all of the things the examples you're using, you seem to have an emotive reason for your argument. You seem to literally. I'm not even arguing with you, but being honest.
No, but I'm saying like we're not robots and shit. Like I'm not like, a robot's gonna just get like the best answer without.
Can I give you
as logical as possible? It still has emotion in it.
Can I give you an example of a logical argument? Can I give you an example of a logical argument?
No, you can't.
I'll give him an example. I'm asking him, not you. Sorry, so brother. The example I want to give you, brother, is how long does it take to drive from where you in Toronto? From Toronto to what's the next city along? Yeah, what is the distance and how long does it take to travel there? This can be worked out by maths. Yeah. Now, if I want to disagree with the maths based on my feelings, how can that make sense?
What if I felt like taking a plane or a train or something, or I rode the bike?
All right, but obviously, whatever mode of transport you're taking would still denote a distance and a speed and a time of arrival. So, if you want to now negate those factors based on your emotion, how can that make sense?
Wait a minute, you asked.
I'm not arguing this. Like I'm saying.
Quick. So you asked.
Thank you, brother. So, brother, let the women speak for themselves, please.
Toronto and something. Are you saying that a woman can't answer that? Like she can't give you the mileage?
No. I'm saying to the brother. I'm saying to the brother. When is it okay to insert your emotions into a logical? When is it practical? Sorry, to insert your emotions into a logical conversation. Now, I gave him an example of a logical conversation and how someone could insert their emotions and why it wouldn't make sense.
Here. I was waiting
for him to show us why it would make sense.
I came up with a good example.
I personally would let the women make their own argument.
Well, you're asking me, and here I came up with a good one.
You're making them seem like they're not capable by arguing for them.
No. I'm answering your question. That you have your mom on life support. The doctors, they're saying there's no chance she's living. The logical thing is pull the plug. You know what I mean? But emotionally, you're like, I don't want to let go of my mom. I'm going to give it some time, and you do, and miraculously, she comes back to life.
But that could still be logic, because can doctors be wrong? Have doctors been wrong in the past? Have doctors made mistakes? So therefore, one second, brother, I heard you. You don't need to rebuttal your own self. I'm talking back to what you said. All right. Now, that could still be based on logic, because doctors make mistakes. I, for one, don't trust doctors. Yeah. I, for one, lost a parent due to the mistakes made by doctors. So I ain't dealing with what the doctor says. I'm going to hear what they say. I'm going to do my due diligence and do my research too. And then I'm going to make a decision based on that, not just based on what the doctor said. So I get where you're coming from, but I think it's like you're trying to find an example that doesn't exist, unfortunately. Now, I'd like you to pass the mic back to the sisters and let them make their argument, because so far they've jumped on just to railroad me or to, you know, take shots at me or to talk about my personality.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
I'm waiting for them to address the actual issue.
Why do you feel, Shifter, that we're here to railroad you? Why do you feel like that?
Why are you speaking extra calm?
I don't feel like that. I honestly, I'm observing the fact that you're not dealing with the issue that I raised. You came on specifically to talk about me. One of you said that. One of the sisters said that previously. So I didn't say it. I didn't, sis. I didn't. Sorry, sis. I didn't say it. I can't make this stuff up. If she said she only arrived here to talk about me, then one of the sisters definitely has come here to talk about me. She hasn't come to talk about the issue that I raised, which is an emotional response. No, it is a fact. It is a fact that it is.
That's not a fact that all the women said that on this panel to mess with you. It's okay. Calm down.
This is a fact that
came on here to mess
no,
with
sis.
you.
It's a fact that that woman spoke on behalf of the other women.
We're not here to belittle you.
I'm calm. No, I am calm, but that sister spoke on behalf of the rest of you women.
We're not here to belittle you. We're here to have a logical conversation with you.
No, but sis, can we have a bit of can we actually have a conversation? I'm trying to talk back with you so you can hear me and I've heard you. And I'm saying to you, sis, that particular sister spoke on behalf of all the sisters when she spoke. None of you addressed her about it. Yes, you did.
No, she did not. No, she did not.
You were speaking on behalf of the sisters.
She used the word I.
Queen Sanity. I never would.
Are you sure?
I know you didn't because I heard what you said.
My bad. You know what?
She said I came up to have a conversation.
I got that wrong.
Thank you. And that's your issue, Shifa.
Powers Network come with what about Lilith? Random. What are you not chatting about in the chat? Yo, Shifa, what you broken up?
Now we're saying apologies for making that mistake, innit? So can the rest of the sisters explain what they're here for then? And if they're actually going to deal with it?
Well, you already beat MJ, so forget about MJ. She ran. She fled.
No, she said she's having internet issues in the private.
Oh, yeah. Internet issues, is it?
Yeah, that's what she said.
She's in the chats, all right. So, boy, I don't know about that. She fled. But yeah, Queen Sanity's come to kill you with the calm down, Shifa. Just relax.
Can I say something real quick?
Share the
This is the crux of the problem here, because I don't come on here to talk for any of you guys. I can't talk for anybody because I'm not any of you. I talk for me. I don't come here to talk for JEDI and talk for Queen Sanity. For what? Me and Queen Sanity is two different.
You guys can hear me. I just want to reiterate my question one more time. Is any of
Nah, it's not. Nah, you're breaking up, brother.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
I know my reception.
Yeah, Shifa, I do agree with you. Emotion and logic are two different things, but they're tied within each other, I think, in some weird way. You know what I mean? Because logic comes from your experiences, like that. Like, you know what you said about losing your parent, and you don't trust doctors now and all that. You know, if that never happened to you, then you would probably logically believe doctors, or you know, like some people just believe whatever they're told.
No, I never believed doctors to begin with, and I told my mum that. I told her that, you know, I've told people this, you know, like that. So, you know, they felt to listen to me and adhere to the fact that, you know, what I'm saying might be true, but you know, by the time we found out it is true, it's too late.
Like, you know, it's called consistency. So you need consistency to have logic, right?
Yeah, but emotion in a logical situation can lead to disaster and tragedy.
I agree with you.
If we only use logic, if we only use logic in that situation, we can have a better chance of coming up with an actual answer, or at least prepare ourselves for the tragedy better.
Oh yeah, exactly. A meteor is about to strike the Earth. What do you do? You're gonna freak out, or you're gonna use logic?
Use our logic when it comes to women, because remember, we were speaking about this before. Women's logic is different to our logic. This is why
we got that. No, we got that. Yeah, we got that.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's a physiological thing. You know, like it's a thing that's built into people because of like hunter-gatherer times. You know, the women need more emotion and empathy to take care of children. Men need less so they can go kill motherfuckers
But brother, this is why they can't answer my question, brother. Have you noticed
You never
that not one of
asked the
these women
question yet, Schiffer. I'm
You
still waiting
never
for the
asked a
question.
question.
brother, I've
You
asked the
never
question
asked
about
the
7 times.
question. Never.
I have.
Why are you
I
talking
have.
to
The only
them?
question
We're
that
talking
you
to you.
asked was, can I ask you a question? I'm still waiting for the question.
No,
That's
I asked the question, sis. I asked the question before you jumped on the panel. I've asked the question several times since you've been here. If you have a problem with listening, I do apologize.
See
but
what I'm saying? The little digs are unnecessary.
do you know what? Do you know what? Sorry,
exactly.
sorry.
That's emotional. The little
Yo,
digs are
Jedi,
emotional.
yo, Jedi, yo, Kel,
Yeah.
yo, Jedi, Kel. Did you hear me ask the question?
Why are you talking to them?
I'm asking Jedi because you guys are
you
being
did ask the
disingenuous
question.
now.
You did ask the question, but perhaps the ladies didn't hear it. That just ask it again.
But they're busy. They were busy being too
Right.
emotional.
Can I ask the question again?
I need a translator.
Go on, Shift. Go on.
This conversation isn't logical at all. What the fuck?
That's right.
Thank you,
so I want
Cage.
to ask the question again.
It's just
Now,
this
the question is
conversation.
this: when, Brubs, the exact same question, and Cage was here to ask you, when and why is it okay for you to insert your emotions into a logical conversation?
I'm waiting for the logical conversation to happen. I still haven't included any emotion yet. So
All right. So you don't. If you don't understand the question, I'm gonna ask it one more time because it seems to be you seem to be having. I don't know. I don't know if I don't. Sorry, sis. I don't know if you don't understand English. I don't know if it's an American language barrier. But brother, Jedi. Let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question, and then you can answer it in your own way, and then explain to them if they don't understand the question.
Because I'm gonna tell you something.
So Jedi, when and why Jedi? When and why Jedi? When and why?
Hold on,
no,
Shifter,
no,
hold on.
no, no.
Hold
Behave yourself, woman. Behave yourself, woman. Woman, behave yourself.
Before you ask it again, I want to ask. I want to tell you something.
Come on, woman.
Hold on, before you ask it again, I want to say something.
It sounds a little emotional damage. Emotional damage.
Sir, hold on. Hold on. You're gonna make me forget my question.
Can you please hold on, Shifter?
No, let me ask. No,
when you laugh at something, when you laugh,
it's
not
an answer.
Sir,
no
sir,
means
calm down
no,
for like
sis.
2 seconds.
Stop trying this. If
Really
you don't know that no
emotional,
means
sir.
no, you're gonna end up abusing somebody.
Sir,
no means no, sis.
sir, can you hold on for a
means
second?
no.
Can you hold on for a
means
second?
no.
Please
Please don't try
stop
and
having
abuse
a
me.
fit for like
Please
2
don't abuse me.
seconds.
Look, no means no. I'm talking to Jedi.
Sir,
I'm asking you again.
what's a man to do?
I don't have good reception. You're gonna not listen. I'm not gonna be able to get the question out. Jedi, can you please moderate, please? Jedi, please can you moderate? Jedi, please can you moderate? Because my reception's gonna be in and out. Please moderate, my Jedi. Please moderate.
To the left, everything you own in a box. To the left, in the closet, that's my stuff. Yes, if I bought it, say, don't touch. Don't touch. Keep getting it, miss, that's fine.
Don't make me laugh. That was good though, but Jedi.
You can't laugh, bro. You're being emotional.
We good. Ask me your question, Schiffer. Go on, man.
When and why is it okay for someone to insert their emotions in a logical conversation?
Okay. When the conversation is about human beings and the human experience,
thank you.
Then emotion must be included.
Okay, and outside of that, no, that's a good answer. No, that was a brilliant answer. Thank you, Jedi. I really appreciate your answer because Jedi, what you've done is you've now put me in the driving seat. You've now put me in a situation where I'm definitely gonna win. All I can do is win now. From this point onwards, the women don't realize. Sorry, brother. Yo, Jedi, you see when I'm talking, every time I'm talking, they're talking over the top of me, brother. Can we please stop this, brother?
I'm noting these interruptions down, my brother. I'm writing it down.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
So, brother, you see, unfortunately, yeah, you see the fact that you've given us a stipulation now, yeah. Unless your emotional argument is within certain boundaries, then unfortunately you are putting yourself in the child box, and it's make me 100% right. So what we're going to do is we're going to see what boundaries their emotions are kept within, and if they can keep them in check, if they're able, do they have the
so now you want
do they
us
have
to
the
have
ability? And
so now you want us to have emotions, which are logical conversations. See, because it's not logical, Lee. It's not logical.
This is logical, Queen Sandy. None of this is logical, but he wants to win. So let him win. He could be strong, emotional, and illogical and logical at the same time. All he want to do is win. So let him win. I actually want to say something to Kale real quick.
But Brother Shiva, when you're using the word logic, right, isn't it like, for example, a particular way of thinking when information has been brought forth in order for you to assess it, right? Okay, so if information has been brought and we as men have a different logic than women, then they're going to assess it in their gender way. There's nothing you can do about it. All you can do is, brother, as what Brother JEDI said before, is that men are there to lead and the women follow according to an equilibrium. So if you lead the conversation, and this is a reminder for myself as well, then it will channel for them to synchronize with their logic and ours. It all depends on how we approach the conversation, brother, unfortunately, but you can't change the women's logic. That's how the creators create them. There's nothing you can do about it. Honestly, brother, truly.
Brother Kel, I agree with you. Brother Kel, I actually agree with you. And Brother Kel, the reason I said to you is, I said to you before, I said, you didn't know my mother. And this is where my standpoint comes from. You see, my mother.
Yeah.
You sound like
your emotions into a conversation that's about you're relinquishing.
This sounds like an emotional mother story. No. Let me interrupt.
No, it does. But let me finish. When you're finished, I'll finish. Yeah. So like I was saying, my mother would tell me, as a young male child, certain times I might have wanted to do something and I wasn't allowed to do it, and I got upset. I got emotional as a child. My mom would tell me, "You're a man. You should know better." Yeah. You see, my sister, my mom would tell my sister straight, you bring your emotions into a logical conversation. Like, I'm trying to teach you how to do something. You're telling me it's too hard, but I know you can do it. I know your physical capabilities. What you're doing is making excuses and bringing your emotions in to make an excuse because you don't want to do it. You don't want to learn. Yeah. No, and she would set brother, let me finish. She would set her ass straight. Yeah. And now this is the problem that these women have. Too many of them never had that treatment. Their dads and their mums mollycoddled them. So the problem is, one second, I'm not finished. Not finished. So JEDI, the issue is, my brother is here. The issue is this. The issue is this, my brother. The issue is this, my brother. I'm not emotional at all. I'm trying to be logical, and people keep bringing their emotional interruptions. Now, I'm saying this to you, brother. Yeah. The fact is, I see these women as being on a level, and they can be on a level when they can operate and talk on a level. They are refusing to and not choosing to on purpose. This is not by accident. Yeah, they're inserting their emotions in logical situations and conversations on purpose. It's not by accident. So at the end of the day, do you know what? If you don't pull them up on it, if we don't pull them up on it, more fool us and more fool you who don't pull them up. If you're going to sit there and say, one second, sis, not finished. I'll be done in one more sentence. One more sentence. And I want to just let you know. One more sentence and you have the floor. One more sentence and you can have the floor. Learn self-control. Yeah? Like I was saying. No, you didn't. At the end of the day, I asked the question. None of the women answered my question. 2 of the brothers have answered my question. In fact, 3 brothers have answered my question, which should highlight an issue to start off with straight away. Yeah. Secondly to that, the sisters did not argue with JEDI's answer. They was willing to accept it. The sisters didn't argue with Kel's answer. They was willing to accept it. But guess what, sisters? That puts you beneath me. That means that you need to follow my lead. That means that I have to molly.
I thought you said you was done with that.
I thought he said I'm going to go on mute and let you have your say. You behave yourself. I'm not yelling, but you keep talking.
Okay, so
I'm talking passionately. I'm not yelling. I'm talking passionately like black people do. You have now made yourself into children of the man.
It's an emotion. It's an emotion. Go on mute, baby. You know your Wi-Fi is emotional.
It's way too much emotion.
It's just giving.
That's the problem, Queen Sammy. What he's saying is, it's not like what Schiffer is saying.
Me
wrong,
over.
but you're saying it, and you need to apply it to yourself, because everything that you're saying, you need to apply to yourself, Schiffer. That's why I'm up here. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but you sound like a hypocrite because you're saying it, but you do the exact opposite. And I'm sorry, Queen Sandy, because I gotta jump off real quick, and then you could go on. I just wanted to say something.
Let's stay on the point. Let's say what Schiffer said.
Let the woman finish speaking.
Tell me one time I used my emotions.
Go ahead.
Y'all gonna let her speak or no? Y'all gonna let her speak?
Schiffer, shut your mouth and let the woman finish speaking.
Why didn't you tell her to shut her mouth when she was talking over me, MJ? Is that favoritism?
Because I'm going to use my phone.
I'm asking her about what.
Entertained. Is this not why you are here?
Yeah.
I'm asking her about what she's saying.
She needs to get off.
Shut up and let her finish. You might actually hear what she's saying. You have to listen. You have to listen.
That's what you're gonna do, or you're not
gonna
do
the change you want to see, lady.
Let her speak.
One at a time, man. Intimidation. Fight on a mason. Remember that's a petrol I'm at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth of a nation. You're not in my gang if you're working with Satan. Bye for conversing with bacon. With no hesitation. The man I go to bed, but my sleep is amazing.
All right. No one come off mute quickly. One second. The
Jedi. I think people are allowed to just say things and we're not allowed to assess them. Is that what's going on here?
Jedi.
Who's being emotional now?
Brother, listen.
Apologies, brother. Go on.
Now, hear what I'm saying to you, Schiff. You gotta be very careful, because the whole aim of this, my opinion, is the whole aim of the sisters is to prove you are more emotional than them. You cannot lose this assignment. Schiffer.
He's been losing, bro. This guy's yelling.
He's losing.
Brother, I can't lose.
I wouldn't say he's
Jedi.
Calm down, Schiffer. You're talking fast.
The question you've been asking, you've been answering it the entire time.
You're talking, but I'm talking loud. All right, whatever, man.
For the question you've been asking everybody, you've been answering it yourself.
All right.
Thank you, Cage.
Thank you, brother Cage.
What's true?
And
can I say something to Kale real quick?
Okay, give me 1 second and definitely.
Sure, Jedi, definitely.
I just want to kind of get everyone an equal chance to breathe, and they don't feel that while they're breathing, someone else is making more points. I know that's what makes people interrupt. Like, I need to breathe right now, but you're going to keep making points, so let me interrupt you. So everyone can breathe. There'll be no points being made for a second, right? So you can collect your thoughts, gather up your shit. Now, I'm saying that it's clear the first person to get emotional loses. Schiffer, you're up against formidable women. This game ain't... Remember, a woman can put all her emotions to the side if it's trying to prove a point. Remember that. That's the scary thing about them. Because they'll cry about it today, and tomorrow, no emotion, no registering, nothing. You're like, what? What's going on? Because to prove a point is a woman's highest enjoyment, right? So you got to know what you're doing right now, Shiv. If you ain't going to stay stony and logical, then back away from this argument. So I tried to get Sniper to help you. He don't want no fucking parts. I think Conscious is here. I think Conscious is here to back you up. Pause. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So maybe you and Porsche, you and Conscious could handle this. I got faith in you. Because I do believe women are more emotional than men. All right, I'm going to give the microphone to Queen Sanity. She going to say a bit.
No, we need to go to Lee because she's been trying to speak this whole time.
I mixed your voices up.
Yeah, let her speak. I'm saying let her speak. I'm saying to let her speak. So, I'm not going to make any point.
Schiffer, we don't need to hear
Look at him. Do you see this Jedi? That's your homeboy?
I'm asking him to let your sister speak. What's the problem?
I don't get it. Shree, please chat to me.
I wanted to say something to Kale real quick, and I guess this could go to everybody, right? Kale, I wanted to say, you said that there's women on the panel that don't like you. I'm going to speak for me. it's not that I don't like you. I don't know you, right? And there's certain things that you say that I definitely don't agree with. But I respect you as a person. I respect you as a human being. And for me, these conversations about men talking about women bother me because as a Black woman, all I want to do is be treated as a human being. Human beings have logic and emotion. All human beings have logic and emotion. Real exceptional human beings know how to balance the two. Know when to use one when it's necessary and use the other when it's necessary. And like Jedi said, I just want to be treated as a human being. You guys have these conversations about Black people and the plight of Black people because you know that Black people are not being treated as human beings on the general spectrum of the world. So women only want the same exact thing and need that. But when you got people like Schiffer, who just want to be right and take everything personal and all that, you defeat that whole conversation right there. And it becomes a, let these men talk about women, even though women are sitting right here and can give you a way better perspective because we actually got tits and boom, boom, and period coming out of us, and we're actually women and y'all are not.
So let's be real, yeah. Let's be real for a moment, yeah. Let's be real for a moment. Let's be real for a moment. Let's not act like there's women out there that aren't gold diggers.
Let the lady finish speaking.
Right?
Close your mouth, Schiffer. Close your mouth.
I wasn't finished, but
no, it's hard. Close your mouth.
Okay.
But don't be acting like women are squeaky clean, man. You got some nasty ass women out there.
We're not talking about how nasty women are pure.
And
we're
their
not
mothers.
talking about that.
And
We're
their
not
mothers,
talking about that though, conscious. We're talking about women being emotional. We're not talking about how nasty women are. So keep on the subject.
Exactly. I want to stay on topic. I talked about human beings, not about women being nasty or men being nasty or anything like
Conscious,
that.
come on. Don't come up here trying to save a hoe.
Emotional and you're taking things personal. See, that's the problem with men today. They take things way too personal, and that's how you men look emotional.
Is the first sign of mental illness.
Okay. I got mental illness. I don't have any problem saying I have mental illness, but we all do. All Black people have mental illness. Don't you know what PTSD is?
But the first sign of you being healthy, you not being in the
Why are you shaking your head like that, Schiffer?
He can't.
That's mental illness. No one can hear you.
But using psychology is what women do. So a lot of women that go to university to study psychology and they play these games, these mind games.
I definitely went and studied psychology, but
there you go.
So did I.
I disagree that all Black people have got mental health issues.
What does that got to do with about being emotional, though?
Big up.
Big up.
Women lose their emotion all the time, man.
So do men. Did you not see Schiffer just lose a fucking gasket just a second ago?
He just had a whole tantrum.
He just had two whole tantrums on the panel, though. Two whole tantrums. And if you want to be logical, my brother, yeah, you want to be logical. 80% of our decision making is made by emotions. 20% of it is logical. So what are you saying? Instead of sitting there slagging off the women, actually have a conversation.
Okay, and I'm having a conversation, and sorry, conscious.
Not you, Schiffer, not you. I wasn't directing that at you, my brother. I was directing that at the other one.
Help.
Yeah, conscious. I think there's a point where conscious, you're trying to help, but you're not actually
helping. Why do you always need help?
Doing the most.
It's okay. Stop calling the men. I don't do that. You don't see that one lady on this panel calling another woman for help.
Every time I'm talking,
it's like
you talk right over the top of me, and you don't. You act like you know what I'm saying, but you've not allowed me to speak.
You, baby. It's okay.
No, but sis, you're not allowing me to. Why aren't you allowing me to speak? Sis, why aren't you allowing me to speak?
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and speak, honey.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm not having a go at you. I'm saying conscious may believe that he's being helpful, but he's actually doing more damage than help at this point in time. So I'd say, conscious, please relinquish the conversation. I've asked the ladies a question. As to now, I've still not had an answer. I'm not upset with the ladies at all, in no way, shape, or form. I'm not upset at all. I'm quite happy, to be honest, because I've realized now that 100% they can't prove me wrong. Because one second. If any of them could have proved me wrong, yeah, I wouldn't have had to help them by asking Jedi the question, who I knew would be able to give me a logical reasoning answer. But unfortunately, none of the ladies was capable of this. And, it took a man to guide them. Now, secondly to this, I want to say, even now, yeah, we're getting these emotional responses and no adherence to what Jedi said, or adherence to the fact that emotions have no place in a logical conversation unless certain stipulations are in place.
But that's going to be difficult. Right. It's going to be difficult.
Can I say that you've asked 4 different questions?
Wait, wasn't Kel saying something? Wait, let Kel say something real quick. Kel, say what you're saying real quick.
I was going to say.
Cut me off.
Yeah, go on, go on, sis.
I just wanted him to understand because he keeps telling us that we're not answering the question, but he's asked the question 4 different ways that the answer would be different.
No,
so that's why we keep asking you, what is the question that you're asking?
Sis, do I really have to ask it again? Because if I have to ask the question again, unfortunately,
did you not understand or comprehend what I just said to you?
Can I be honest, sis? No, I do. I really appreciate what you said, and respectfully, sis, if I have to answer the question again, I mentioned it before. I repeated the question, and I said, do you know what? I've already said the question several times, and if you lot have a problem with hearing, then that's not my fault.
But clearly, you have a problem with hearing. Obviously, because I just said to you,
if I repeat the question again,
I just said to you,
no, 1 second, sis. 1 second, sis.
Asked the question
we're not talking at the same time, sis. 1 second,
that
sis.
will give you 4 different answers.
Listen, though.
Sis, I heard what you said. So please allow me to just respond to you so you can understand where I'm coming from. Now, I asked 1 question. I haven't asked 1 question 4 different ways. The question is this, sis. When and why is it okay to apply your emotions to a logical conversation? Now, one brother has said, I think Cage said, do you know what? In most cases, majority of the time, it's not okay. Yeah. JEDI gave a stipulation to as a situation where it could apply that it might be okay to insert some emotions into that conversation that's logical. Yeah. But outside of those boundaries, he hasn't agreed that logic and emotion should be mixed. So I'm saying to you guys, can you answer the question? Because JEDI answering it is not you answering it, is it? Cage answering it is not you answering it. Brother Kel,
but if we agree with them, why
saying
should we
that
have
women
to say
have
it
a different type of brother Kel answering and saying women have a different way of a different type of logic, which means we have.
Your shit's going crazy right now.
I thought it was me. It's actually his.
No one can hear a word you're saying right now.
We have to babysit their emotions. In other words, the brothers have said.
Brother Schiffer, King. He's the thinking. Right?
Hello. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, Schiffer.
You can hear me now. So basically, what I was saying is, 1 second, quickly. Let me just finish before the section goes again. If you agree with what Brother Kel said, and you agree with what JEDI said, and you agree with what Brother Cage said, then that makes me 100% right in what I was saying. So I'm gonna go back on mute.
Yeah, Brother Schiffer. Here's the thing, right? Let's say, for example, you've got like an introverted person and an extroverted person, and that, right? You cannot use the logic of the introverted to the extrovert. It's not going to work out. You see, that don't mean that you can't have an argument, or that doesn't mean that you can have a disagreement, but there has to be an understanding of, right, that I know you are extroverted, right, but at the same time we can connect in that way, and that's all we're saying, brother. It doesn't mean you have to babysit women. I said before, if you remove all these things, they have contributed 50% of civilization, the African woman, and the non-African women. They can, hold on, brother, if you let me finish, beloved, right? The non-African women, they can also show ability of building. But the problem is, brother, is that you cannot use a logic that's not going to work with their logic, particular way of how you assess the information, right? If you're going to come at them in a way where they don't believe that they are human beings, as what the sister said, or that you're coming from a place of, I'm not attacking you, but we can have then they're going to have their political science, which has been demonstrated. So as long as we don't demonstrate that I'm here to hurt you, but I'm going to say some things that you may not like, I'm going to say things controversial, but as long as they know at the back of their mind that I'm not here to hurt you or to dominate you, I'm here to conversate, then you can have a dialogue in anything that you want.
Brother, I'm sorry to interrupt you if I did as well, but I just want to say to you, brother, what you're saying right now and what you're doing right now by defending the sisters is actually to their detriment. because it's showing that they have no logical basis for their argument. Brother Kel has to step in. Brother Kel has to babysit you, or Brother Jedi has to babysit you. Either way, a man has to babysit your emotional standpoints and then reinforce your position in the world. So it puts you beneath us. So it means really, if I tell you to know your place, you should just know your place, innit? But if you don't want to know your place, tell Brother Kel, stop speaking on your behalf and speak for yourself, sisters. That's what I'm going to say.
I've been speaking. When you, no disrespect, beloved, when you asked them, they was asking you, what do you mean by logic? They were saying that many a times, and I was listening, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you, brother. As a Hebrew Israelite, as yourself, you should know, right, that the Creator has created different type of logic for the man and the woman. So if they're asking what type of logic, what I'm getting from that is, brother, right, and you can shoot me 5 times, is that, are you referring for us to use a man's logic because we are not men? That's what I'm getting from them, brother. And that's what I was saying, is their logic is not the same as our logic. So you're going to have to understand that language in order to dialogue with them.
All right, brother. If I accept that, yeah, what you're saying is, if a woman builds the car, it's not going to work because it's not going to be the same as the car that men built, is it? Because their logic is different. Their logic is different. Their logic is different. Brother, listen, brother, let me finish. Yeah. Now, a woman's logic is different to a man. So if she does maths, her maths ain't going to be worked out the same as a man's, is it? Because she's got different logic. And once we understand the nonsense in that statement, we can now understand that, brother, it's not that they have different logic. It's that you're babysitting their emotions and you're still speaking on their behalf. I implore you, brother, please let the women speak for themselves. And if they can't defend themselves and if they can't speak on their own behalf and show logical reasons for their behaviors, then, you know, unfortunately, they are exactly putting themselves in a position I said they were, which is they are relinquishing their, not only their responsibility, but also their authority, brother.
Well, brother Shifa, you know, right, that psychologically, mentally, and physically, women are different to us than that. So that's why
you let them speak for themselves, though, brother?
You got to let me finish, brother. All due respect to you, right? When you're saying where they look at maths different than us, right? That doesn't mean anything to do with how they assess dialogue with one another, bro. That's got nothing to do with that, brother. As I said to you, it's been proven that women can build things. It's been proven that they can also carry out certain tasks, right? But that has nothing to do with they're more logical. No, brother. Their mindset and our mindset are completely different when it comes to dialogue. And we have to accept that. I accept. I don't.
No, I've accepted that, brother. You're explaining. You're reiterating.
Hold on, brother.
Now let him finish. Let him finish.
Brother, hold on, brother. Here's the thing with Brother Kale, your son, brother. I don't want to change women's logic. I'm not interested. I take it for what it is. What I need to do is have a dialogue with them by trying my best to reassure and try my best to have a synchronized conversation. They don't have to like me. And hold on, brother. They don't have to like me. But as long as they know I'm not here to attack you, whether it's sun, ice, or mountain. But the things that we've got to understand as men, brother, you cannot change their logic, brother. They are women and we are men, and we got to accept that. Don't try and bring them to a logical man's mindset, brother. It ain't gonna work, brother. You're changing the creation. Don't try and get women to find them. It ain't gonna work. We are artificially changing the creation, brother. And you know what happens when we change a man and a woman, brother? You see what happens?
Now, I agree with you, brother, but I'm going to say this to you, brother. In that case, it's one of two things for me, because I don't have to accept anything. When you say we have to accept, you've chosen to accept. I can choose to accept or choose not to. We don't have to do anything. So I just want to make that clear. And I also want to say that, you know what, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm going to accept it in the way you're saying it, then I have to accept that the woman is beneath me. And you know what? If I tell her to know her place, she should know her place. If I'm not going to accept what you said, and I'm going to accept it in the way I said it, and I'm going to say women are equal, and they should have to adhere just as much as men have to adhere to logic, then I'm going to say that they're equal. And she should never have to just listen to what I say, because she should be able to make a logical decision, a balanced logical decision in the same way I can. Yeah, without inserting emotions in a logical situation. Now, outside of that, brother, I've made my decision. You've made your decision. Let's not try to change each other, because we're not here to change each other. We're just here to have a conversation about this one thing, which is inserting emotions into a logical conversation. Now, I appreciate your take on it, and I've heard what you got to say on it, and I don't disagree with your take on it. I just like to hear from the ladies because it doesn't seem like they're able to speak on their own behalf, which is a tragedy.
All right.
All right, if no one's gonna say anything now, but yeah, it boils down to the left and the right
Brother,
hemisphere.
you're not a lady, are you? Where's the ladies gone? I thought they had
They don't
something
want
to
to
say.
speak though. We're gonna continue
I
the
thought they
conversation.
could, but I thought they listen. I thought these ladies were smart. They're logical too, ain't they? They're equal members of society. Don't they have the right to speak on their own behalf?
But Shifa,
Of course they do. But either way, it's the left and the right hemisphere of the brain, right?
Yeah.
So the left brain it deals with logic. The right deals with like emotion and imagination and shit. You know what I mean?
What, women have only got a right brain? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying there people are more dominant in either one, right? So then emotion, you need get emotional intelligence. You need the left and the right brain coming together. You need logic and the emotion. That's how you deal with people and shit. Like, you know, like any person of power has to have some degree of that. You know what I mean? In order to deal with people and shit.
Well,
and like someone said, like emotions is just energy in motion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
exactly,
and then like if you look at these deep esoteric things, like they talk about the two pillars, and then you have like the left and the right pillar, which is the sides of the brain. When these sides of the brain make connections, you actually create reality. You can start fucking.
Brother, what has this got to do with the conversation though? And this is what I mean.
Don't you
Like some of
realize
you brothers,
your mentality
I just should have been
defines
thinking
your
of
emotions. Like that's
something
it.
different.
I
You understand that?
I'm saying
brother,
they're very
I get
powerful
you.
tools.
I get you, but it's got nothing to do with. Can we? This is the thing. You see, the problem that I have here is with some of the brothers as well. You do the same thing that I'm accusing the females of doing. We're having a conversation.
For an hour.
No,
We're not
brother,
getting anywhere.
brother. Yo, Cage, hear me out. We're having a conversation about a specific issue which we are trying to resolve. So why would we talk? Sorry, my brother, I'm not finished. Why would we talk about anything else if that has not been resolved? That wouldn't make sense now, would it? We're supposed to resolve one issue first, then move on to another. And this is why I'm saying to you right now, what you're doing. You see, Kel engaged the actual conversation. Everything he said was engaged in the actual conversation and the issue that's been raised. So I can't argue with what he's saying. Jedi, same. Me, same. You at one point you did engage, but right now you're not engaging. You're going off onto another topic, which then deflates the conversation. It stops us from coming to resolution.
Asking obvious questions and expecting like answers. You know what I mean? This is all.
Yeah,
obvious.
I want obvious because if you're not able to give an obvious direct answer, then you're not genuine. And this is why I asked direct, genuine. I asked direct questions.
Biologically, we're wired this way, and yes, in most situations, like you said, except certain stipulations, whatever the fuck you said, then yeah, get the emotion out of there. Use logic. Simple. That's
all right. So I'm right then. So I'm right. Thank you.
But let's be honest.
No, but I'm saying to you,
like
basically, right. Yeah, when it comes to emotions, to back up Cage real quick, Cage, 1 sec, to back up Cage, you see emotion. Certain white people use emotion to their own benefit to control other races. Like, look, they'll put out all these slavery movies, Black people get emotional. White people don't get emotional. They don't care.
They do get emotional. That's not true.
How do you know? Did you ask a white person? Have you asked a white person if we get emotional? Do you ask? Have you asked us?
No,
that's not true.
Have you asked average English person? They're not gonna care.
Nah, you can't.
Have you
asked
us? Have you asked us?
I don't think that's true.
Have you asked if we get emotional over that?
I'm sure plenty of white people.
Answer the question.
You're asking the brother something. Be quiet. Have you asked us that question? Have you asked us that question?
Who's talking?
Did you ask us that question? Don't you think we
who's
get
talking?
emotional
I don't know who's talking. I don't know.
I'm right next to you, bro. The white girl with the hijab on, me over here. Did you ask us that question? Have you asked us that question?
That's Empress, you're white.
Yeah, obviously I'm white. Look at me.
I don't know you. Like, I don't know if you're white.
Bro, she asked you a question, man.
You can explain where you're from. No, but you can explain where I don't know you.
Lara, please, don't make us look bad. Answer the question.
Hold on. 1 second.
I don't know you. I've said something completely separate from you.
The logic speaking.
Yeah, Europeans make the movies. It's not black people.
Empress Becca, you getting emotional. Yeah.
Secondly, I'm allowed to get emotional. I'm a fucking woman, remember?
Hold on.
Damn, man. Shit, she's like a killer.
No. See, she's frustrated. I get it. I understand. I empathize with Empress Becca's emotion. I'm saying don't let your emotion... Like, this is what I'm trying to encourage you lot to
on this occasion.
You got to learn to be killers. Sometimes taking away the emotion from what you're saying and just sticking to the point is the best way to be a killer in a conversation. When you're just trying to drive home that point, you don't want nothing to get in the way. Don't let your emotion cloud what you're saying, because people feed into your emotion. It makes the whole temperature rise and you don't get to finish what you're saying. Trust me, try and be a little bit more ruthless, right? At the end of the day, Conscious, she asked you a question directly. Your answer was, who's this speaking? Becca, are you white? Yeah, obviously. Oh, bare distractions. Can you answer the question she asked?
No, she's asking with emotion. She's talking about herself. Nothing to do with what I said.
Brother, you're making us look bad. Brother, you're making us look bad.
See what I mean? This is what I'm saying. You don't want women to be emotion, but then when we ask you a question because you've made us be in our feelings about something, we're the one being unreasonable, but you don't want to answer the question. This is why you will never.
No, could you emphasize with the black struggle as a white person, really, though?
Because a man like
you can't.
No, but it's conscious.
You haven't been discriminated against.
You're conscious.
You haven't been through problems in the black
Stop.
community.
You lost already.
And being in the wrong area.
Sis, I'm talking to
Let
conscious.
him handle his own conversation.
You're
He don't
conscious.
need
You see
you
the
to back
problem
him
here,
up.
brother.
He's a
Yeah?
man.
I'm not backing him up.
He's
Conscious.
a man.
Conscious.
He
I'm not
don't
backing
need
him
you.
up. I'm not
He's
backing him up. Why
strong and
you? Sis, what is wrong?
intelligent.
Hey, Jedi.
He got it.
Sorry,
He
Jedi.
got
What's wrong
it.
with this
Stay
sister?
over there.
What's wrong with her? Yo, conscious.
got
I
it.
disagree with what you're saying for this
He
reason,
got
conscious.
it, though. He got it. He don't need you
I'm
to
not backing
answer
him up.
for
I'm
him.
disagreeing with him. All right.
It doesn't matter. We're not on
Shut
team,
up.
Shifter.
Shut up.
It does not matter.
Stop yelling over each
I'm
other, man. One at a
talking.
time, bro.
Please, let me finish
It's
my
not your
sentence.
conversation. You shouldn't be.
Come on, I'm talking to someone else, not you. Fuck's sake.
You weren't
even
the one
say a
who's talking
sentence
to
without
you.
this woman screaming down the mic. So conscious, I
No,
disagree
man.
with you for this. Conscious, I
normal.
disagree. Conscious, I disagree with you for this
God.
reason. At the end
How
of the
did
day,
you
when you
take
make
on?
when you make the statement that is specifically white people, yeah, not only is she a woman, she's also white.
She's
So
like a
there
little
can be an
lady.
emotive. Sorry, I believe that is a time, like Jedi said, you know, there's a time for an emotive response because it is directly an attack on her personality. Yeah, and she may not adhere to what you're saying, and it may be hurtful.
Right, Shifter, the other day,
it may be
you had
hurtful.
Khan on
So
here,
on this,
right?
on this occasion, I would say yes, it is okay to use an emotional response because we're not talking about something that's just logical no more. Now we're directing this at people, and we're saying things about people
to you,
when we
Shifter,
don't know
real
that.
quick, is that the other day Khan was on here, right?
To
And
be
he was trying to compare. He was trying to compare.
That's Khan. We're talking about Khan. We're talking about
No, but
what
I'm
you
not
just said.
talking to
We're
you.
not talking
You're
about Khan.
interrupting me,
You're
slave
talking.
master.
So what? I'm
Chill,
allowed.
bro.
I'm not a part of the panel. I'm not a part of the
Slave
panel.
master needs to chill, bro, man.
You're not
Man's not
talking
a
about
slave.
Khan. We're
I know you're
talking about a
Arab.
statement
I'm not
you
a part of the
made.
slave
Why
trade
are
of
you
the
bringing
Arabs.
next
Allow
man
it, man.
into the
Don't
conversation?
talk over me, bro.
Why are you bringing
Be
next man
a
into the
civil
conversation?
woman and calm and
Answer the
relax yourself,
question.
bro.
Have you asked white people that?
Relax yourself as a
Have
woman,
you
man.
asked
Chill.
white people
You're
the
talking like you're a
dumb
man,
question
fam. Like you
that
got something
you
between your
just
legs.
said?
Chill, brother. Chill. I'm talking
Chill,
to Shifter
you
real
chill,
quick,
bruv.
yeah?
You're the one dissing women on the panel since you come
You
up
are
here,
a
yeah?
white woman,
Then you
slave
want to insult
master.
white
Chill,
people,
bro. I'm a black man, fam. You shouldn't be chatting to me a
You're
type of way,
racist,
bro.
and what?
You shouldn't even be
And
chatting to
fucking
me a type
what?
of way, bro. You got that white
fucking
privilege in your head, fam. You need to chill, bro.
And what?
You need to,
And
I'm
what?
not talking to
And what?
you.
All right.
I don't.
See what I'm saying, Jed?
She's just
Control
fully
your
distracted.
brother.
She's annoying, bro, man.
Control
She's
your brother,
mad
Jed
jarring,
Andros.
bro.
Yo, can you guys shut the fuck up with this shit, man? Dude.
Wait.
This woman going crazy, fam, man.
Wait.
Man, talking about Kanye,
Lana
like I was saying,
Cloud
let me get to my
Mercy.
point, because I ain't get distracted by this idiot, fam.
Go
I
on.
was saying about Kanye,
Jedi.
Kanye the other day.
You know what? Let me. Can I just reset it again one more time? I'll try, innit? I just want to reset it. Can we get the answer to your question? Can we get the answer to the question Empress Becca, Empress Sakina asked you, please, consciously?
Yeah, I will answer. Don't worry about that. But like I was saying, yeah, to go and talk to Schiffer real quick.
No. Answer it right now.
Oh my God.
You said something about movie slavery.
Do you know what I mean? Like I was saying about Khan having no emotion to do with the Jews Holocaust and him not caring about the African Holocaust. So I'm saying to you overall, Europeans don't connect with our shit.
Stop what you're doing, bro. Stop what you're doing. Please. Empress Becca, Empress Sakina asked you a question. Are you able to answer it? It was nothing to do with Schiffer. Can you answer it then, bro?
Let her talk. Go on, talk.
You don't remember the question?
I wasn't even focused on her, bro. She was talking about herself. I didn't care.
He doesn't even know the question.
She said, "Have you asked white people?"
My emotion says, I don't care.
Lot. I beg all of you lot, just fall back. I'm talking to Conscious Eye. I got this. Don't worry, man. Just take a breather. Right, Conscious Eye, you made a statement, yeah? And she asked you, have you asked white people about this? Your statement was, white people don't feel any emotion when they watch slavery films, namely 12 Years a Slave. She said, have you spoken to white people? Have you asked them this?
What's wrong with the white people? I've heard a lot of shit from white people, man.
Okay.
They don't even feel like we should be watching them type of things. But they will be like uncomfortable. It's not something they want to see because it don't fit their narrative today. And you'll hear a lot of white people be saying, oh, that's the past. We shouldn't really be talking about this. Do you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it's the type of thing where it's like, I know black people emphasize with the black struggle and white people emphasize with their own culture. That's just natural because that's where they come from. I'm not expecting them to care for me. But I was just saying to you overall, when it comes to the black emotions, they can't really emphasize with our struggles because they don't go through that on a day-to-day basis. So they don't know. Do you understand where I'm coming from? As like discrimination, she won't understand that shit. She's white.
Okay.
But if you get a black woman, she can talk about discrimination because as a black person, she has been discriminated against because of her color. But her being a white woman, she was so quick to jump on me and say, how can you say this? How can you say that? You don't know because you're not in our culture.
She just asked you if you basically, have you asked anyone that you were talking about? You referenced white people. So she wanted to know if you've asked them how they felt emotionally about these slavery films. It did take you a while to get to an answer. Even the answer you gave us just now, like, boy.
It's a yes or no.
I wouldn't say personally I was satisfied with it, but it wasn't me that asked the question. So, Sakina, how do you feel about his answer?
It's a crap answer. Didn't answer the question.
You speak crap, man. Your whole form of language and shit.
Let's do this
what
now.
I'm saying, the whole form of language.
Yes
Do you
or
know
no?
what
vocabulary
children conscious?
The way you
Did you
talk
know
and
what baby
articulate
fathers in
yourself
Hebrew
is
is like?
stupid.
Did you know that? Did you
The
know
way you
that?
articulate
Did you know
yourself
that
as a woman, fucking stupid, bro.
Did you know that, Conscious? Did you know I've got half black kids? Did you know that?
I don't
Did you know what baby
you.
fathers
Like
in
I
Hebrew
told
is
you, I
like?
don't
Did you
know
know that?
you.
Did you know that?
I don't
Exactly.
know
So
you.
think before
So
you
watch
fucking
her tongue,
speak.
blood. Watch how you chat to a man,
Before
fam.
you
You're a
fucking
woman, bro.
speak.
You're a woman. Chill out.
So what? And what? So what? So because I'm a woman, I'm
So you're
listening.
masculine, yeah?
See what
You're
I'm saying?
masculine, yeah?
Shifter,
You're masculine, yeah?
this is why you have problems, bro. Because
Bro,
of your
you
brothers like
got a
this.
devil mind, you
Shifter,
know?
do you see it? Do you see why
You
women
got a
get
devil
emotional?
mind as a
Do
white
you
man.
understand why women get emotional now? Because of brothers like this.
At this point, I agree with you. At this point, I agree with you, sis. And you notice my argument was based on us being equal. As much as I'm saying that women in general may do certain things in certain emotions into logical situations, I'm asking them not to do it on the pretenses that we are equals. And if I'm not allowed to do it, you shouldn't be allowed to do it. That's my argument.
To a woman,
I'm not calling, but I think we are equal.
About?
I think we are equal, but
We're
that's
both
my
different.
opinion.
Our functions are different. That's what my point was. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Just like a
I
white
think
woman
we're equal,
won't
brother.
understand a black man's struggles, we're different.
Conscious.
get
This
you.
is not a white and black thing, though. We're not talking about that right now.
Yeah, we're not. We're really
It's
not.
it's a psychological problem, right? So it's emotions. They won't emphasize with us. They won't care.
Why are you turning this into a white and black situation?
Kids and I have to see my children.
God damn, let it go.
Do you know a lot of white women get with black men for their own personal reasons?
Stop it.
It's not because they care for the Africa. They don't care for African
that she's not
culture. They get
fucking
with them
black
for
enough
personal
because of the
reasons,
colour
like
of her
sex
fucking skin. I
and their
see it
lightness.
every day with my daughter, Conscious. So what the fuck are you
But that's
talking
great
about?
for you.
What the
That's
fuck
great
are
for
you
you.
doing?
What do you contribute in the black community? What do you
me,
contribute in the black community with black people? What do you do? Do you educate black people?
Oh, bro, you got people that just like you don't all know what my voice sounds like. I swear to God, I could be the rudest motherfucker on this platform, and none of you lot would come back because I would start telling man, shut your fucking mouth, rare, because it's like you lot are determined to finish your sentence rather than stop when you hear me trying to interject or you realize you're speaking over me. Rather than stop, you're just gonna bulldoze. I don't want to be rude to you lot. I love you lot, but I will be rude, innit, if you lot continue this behavior. Let's just do this thing of when you hear Jedi's golden voice, we respond to it because he doesn't want to talk over me. He just wants to moderate. He ain't trying to score a point over me. He just wants to moderate. He's not even strictly part of this conversation. Let's try that. Conscious, can we try that? Right.
Bro, I've been hearing a lot. And I'm saying, that. Man.
I'm saying Empress Becca, Empress Sakina, from my observation, yeah, you're fully invested in your emotions right now. Right. I don't know what's triggered that, but you're coming from like a personal perspective of, do you know what it's like to be this and that, this and that? I'm just pointing that out to you. Do what you want with that info.
Saying, you know what it is,
conscious, hold on. Conscious, yeah, you're making this about black and white, which was never the topic either. We could move into that further down the line. Right now, we kind of just dealing with gender, right? So we're saying, well, Schiffer is saying that he thinks some women are way too emotional to be involved in logical conversations, and he wants to understand under what circumstances is it permissible to insert emotion into a logical conversation. This is basically what we're discussing. This ain't about the slave master. Are you white? Are you black? Are you rare? I wonder if you can stay within the parameters of what we're discussing to be part of the discussion fruitfully, rather than taking it to places that we're not trying to go right now.
And this is a good.
No, but it's really simple though, Jedi. Yeah, because like if we're talking on a level of information and how the mind works, because the emotions is all it's all defined by your mentality. So whatever your mentality state is, it affects everything, man. It affects the whole society, like literally you're in.
Yeah, but we're talking about genders right now. Can we?
Yeah.
Can you think in terms of gender rather than race? That's all we're asking you.
Oh, that's fine, bro, man. If you're talking about just like male and female on a universal level, not including a black woman or a white woman, fair enough.
I mean, you can point out where you see the difference between a black woman and a white woman. I can't tell you if you think that black women and white women psychologically handle emotion and logic differently, then by all means put that case forward, brother. By all means, but
it has to be based on a gender thing. It can't be brought nowhere else.
Did you just hear what I said?
Yeah, loud and clear, bro.
Right. So what's the issue? Nadia, big up yourself.
That sounds feasible. That's fair.
Nadia, big up yourself. Nadia.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you? Welcome to the show.
I speak little English.
Yeah.
That's a man. That's a man.
Bro, that's a voice changer.
Yo, I don't care, bro. Just let them talk.
I'm from Afghanistan.
Okay, yeah, go on.
What's your topic?
But what the fuck kind of a voice is this?
Seriously. I know, it's funny. It's jokes. You gotta let them like feel like they're getting a little bit successful, though, man. And then
I said I'm from Afghanistan.
Yeah. Okay.
My English is not good.
No, your English
Shut
is
the
perfect.
fuck up, pussy.
Your English is perfect. My English is not good. That's perfect English.
Get better at your.
That's better than me English.
That's fucking great English.
What the hell? What was that?
Fuck.
That's definitely a man. That's definitely a man.
All right. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Yeah. The thing
can
is,
can I speak, please? Sorry. I've been quiet.
After Kel.
Yeah, go on, brother Kel. Sorry.
This is what I was gonna ask brother Schiffer and the other guy is that these laws in it were sent to men first, right? So how did these prophets and messengers convey these laws to women when it was sent to men? That's my question for you, brother Schiffer.
Now, I'd say this to you, brother Kel. I'd say that as far as you talking about prophets, the messengers and stuff, I'm not making that inclusive of the conversation. I think at the end of the day, at some point in time, humanity has, progressed and came to certain understandings and created laws and systems of its own outside of religion, outside of, the stuff that may have preceded it. Yeah. Now, once we can all understand these laws, these regulations, we can understand mathematics, we can understand logic, we can understand progression, X, Y, Z. It's for us to adhere to, not necessarily the positive, but the methods that work. You know, because if something doesn't work, why am I going to use something that doesn't work? It's useless. If something's broken, then, you know, I'm going to need to fix it. If I don't fix it and it stays broken, it's useless. Now, what I'm saying is, if I use my emotion to fix a car and I just start screaming at the car and crying about the car, that's not fixing the car, is it? I need to use something logical. Yeah. So whether that means I go away and I assess my funds and I find the funding to get someone else to fix the car, or I get the right training and get the right knowledge to know how to fix the car. And then when I go to college to learn how to fix a car, and they say to me, do you know what? You put the exhaust on in this way, in this procedure. You don't do it any other way, or you're going to mess something up. I don't stand there and argue with them saying, oh, I feel like if I do it my way, it will still work. Because I'm not inserting my emotions into logical situations. And I think that this is something that all human beings need to be able to do. But I'm going to...
Hello.
Yeah, I agree. Big up, Snipes.
Big up, family. So one thing I wanted to address is, do you think that when we say emotion, can we be misconstruing it sometimes with passion? Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, because a lot of our leaders, supposed leaders that have been put in front of us, you know, Martin Luther King, Malcolm. Thank you. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm saying that they did passionate, you would say passionate speeches. You understand? They had to put emotion 100. In there, because I think 100. When you put emotion in there, it shows connection to the thing you're talking about. It shows.
I think what it is though, Snipes, is what are you leading with? Are you leading with emotion? Right. Or are you leading with a logical conclusion? Well, if you're leading with emotion, it's dangerous. You get me, brother?
I hear you.
Right?
I hear you. And I think that women definitely do that more, but not in the circumstances that he's saying. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm saying if they're working, their thing, you can be passionate about your work. You can be passionate about doing a task successfully. Do you get what I'm saying? You can say it's emotion, and that's why you see. That's why you see. It is the same, because like when you see them at their desk crying, you know, like some people at their desk. Yeah, you're passionate, of course.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Yeah, right. There was a video the other day of I think it was like a, let's say like a Taco Bell or something in America, right?
Right.
And this chick was at the cashier. This white chick was at the cashier, and the man basically had made a complaint like, "Yo, you didn't give me my change, right?" This chick went off. She ripped her badge off her chest. She went in the office, she went in the cashier, in the till. She took out like $20 and she took the rest threw the money at him, said, "Just have it, cool. You're right. You're the reason I'm quitting my job. Are you happy now? Yeah? I don't even want to live no more. I'm gonna kill myself right now." And she gets up and walks out and says, "I'm gonna go kill myself. I'm gonna go throw myself in front of traffic right now." Right? So I'm saying that is what I see when we're dealing with emotion. When we say the word emotional, we're not saying whether there's emotions involved. We're saying whether it's being led by logic, by rationale, or by irrational emotional response, which is basically you're going off the way you feel, regardless of whether it's true, whether it's right, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I feel like when you're dealing with these speeches, yeah, you're going to put emotion in, but you're also... So you're going to speak to their heart, but you're going to speak to their mind. Hearts and minds.
That's right.
That's what. Synchronized.
Okay.
Right?
So then passion.
It can't just be, are you not sick of being black and just being, let's go. And then everyone's like, yeah, let's go. What did he say? He just said something about being black and everyone got hyped and, right? But if I say to you, yo, this is the 5th time consecutively that the Metropolitan Police has covered up a murder of one of ours in custody, right? The last one being last September. We already made an appeal to and we were assured by the IPCC that things would change. 6 months later, nothing has changed. We can't have this no more. Now that's emotion, but it's based on logic, though.
Yeah, there's an illogical approach to your emotion. You're right, 100.
I don't mind you being emotional, but we're emotional because we thought about it.
Thank you. My God, Jedi. Thank you, brother. This is what I mean, brother. Stand united. Stand united.
So then we understand that we are all emotional then. And it depends how you control it and how you use it. Because I'm definitely passionate and I'm definitely emotional about what I say. So it's just about control. It's just about the ability to say, okay, you know, like I might seem passionate about something when I'm saying something, but yeah, and it's just to show that I have emotion or I believe what I'm saying, right? To that extent, right? It's definitely, hold on, it's definitely controlled. Do you get what I'm saying?
The argument is that the sisters, this is the argument, I'm not saying it's true, but the argument is the sisters don't have that same mechanism. It's not as finely tuned.
Of course they do.
And this is what man's really trying to discuss. When it's time to chat to your emotions, they don't do that. Now, I'm gonna chat to my emotions, right? And say, you know what, Jed? If you don't fucking calm down, you're gonna dance someone's right?
But Jedi, look in the army.
You know, that's me chatting to my own emotions. I'm mad, you know, just puffing. But as I'm looking around, I'm like, right, Jeds, you get me? If you're gonna go with emotion, you're gonna bug out for 2.5 minutes max. But you're gonna pay for this for 20 years, bro.
But as I said,
and it's like some women, they don't seem to have that thing.
Well, my thing
maybe
is,
it's the argument. Maybe it's the argument. Anyway.
No, maybe it's the argument because, as I said, you can't beat a woman in an argument, right? As far as I know, you can't. I can't beat an argument. I can't win an argument with my mom or my sister.
Why?
Why? Because they come out of the they come away from the realms of rational and logic, and you can't argue against.
You can't argue that
irrationalness. You
That's
can't
right.
argue against madness. So that's why you can't beat a woman. You are personally, whether you're right or wrong, is can you win the debate?
That's right. That's right.
No, do you know what?
In reality, you can't.
I can. No, I can. No, Maku.
Nah, you can plant the seed. Hold on, my brother. Hold on. You see, the funny thing is, this is being led by an emotional man.
Why
you are an emotional man. Hold on 1 second. What? Sorry.
Go on. Carry on.
What, is it too powerful? Nah, because I knew when I was going to speak, these lot were just going so loud, and I was like trying to speak before. I said, nah, let me put on my headphones. I take bad man for football.
Yo, snipe.
Yeah. No, so what I'm saying
is, martial arts, how you can't have a
whoa. Yeah.
What do you think about that in martial arts, though? Like, men, we have to use logics. You know what I mean?
Well, women have to use logic as well in martial arts.
Of course, 100%.
Right. And that's where sometimes passion and emotion comes in handy. It can't be blind. It can't be blind emotion. Yeah. This is why you learn the ability to control it.
Exactly. Like boxers, like Muhammad Ali, he would say certain things in his.
There's women boxers now, right? They're not the best. They're not as good as men. Obviously, we're better at most things, right? But they're there. Do you get what I'm saying? There's women footballers. They're not as good as man, but they're there. Do you get what I'm saying? So
women UFC fighters,
my brother, they can use logic over emotion. Yes, they can. You know what I mean? It's just a balance. Like you have a balance. Well, maybe not. You see, you've got to understand that we also have men who grow up around a lot of women and don't realize that their own traits reflect what they're saying. This is my point. Do you get me? I'm like,
do you feel like women are supposed to be as feminine?
At which point am I going to be allowed to speak here or conscious? Are you going to assume that you're me and speak on my behalf, or what we're doing here?
No, go ahead, Shiva. Go ahead, Shiva, man.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speak on my own behalf, and I'm going to say to brother Maku. Unfortunately, you wasn't here for the earlier part of the conversation because we already dealt with the fact that logic can actually be a crucial. Emotion can be a crucial part to, and as an addition to your logic to reinforce your argument. We already did that earlier, and Jedi outlined the stipulations of when it would be acceptable to use emotions in a logical argument. Yeah, but outside of those boundaries, none of us have agreed. that motion should be inserted. And you said you can't win an argument with your mum or your sister. I disagree. You see me, I can win an argument with them. I can listen, I can win an argument with them, but in me winning the argument with them, I may lose their support, or I may lose their affection, because now they're in their feelings. They're going to use that as a reason to chastise me, which is a tragedy. But unfortunately, if I want to live in a world that's consistent, I have to be willing to allow for that situation and deal with it. And if you don't chat to me, don't chat to me. But I'm not allowing you to do, I'm not allowing you to do stupidness to get away with it. I'm going to be the one that pulls you up every time. And I'll happily be the outcast. I don't care. So all the, in one sense, I get where you're coming from. But I think in another sense, you saying, you know what, me coming from a family surrounded by women makes me take on certain traits. No, I disagree. I'd say that it doesn't make me take on certain traits. It makes me more aware of certain traits. And even certain times myself, you know, if I've been emotive, I can identify it and I can adhere to it and I can point it out and say, you know what, I was wrong there and I've changed my behavior. But for the women, I can't say the same thing. So it still makes my argument 100% effective. And I'm going to let you guys go.
Let me let a sister in, please.
Oh, go on.
Like, any of them, if any of them want to speak, please.
Yes, please.
The point we're only going to be accused of being emotional.
No, go to, man. Zakina. You know, we got you, man. We got you, man. Come on, man. Real men on the panel. Come on, man. Let's go. Let's go. That one, you know. I don't know why you like that. Come on. You know what it is, man.
All right, guys. So, listen. Sorry, I have missed a lot of the conversation. I do apologize, but this whole like logical and emotional argument, I think, like using both as a combination, like that's possible as well. Like sometimes it is a combination of the two that can like persuade an argument or something, depending on who you're talking to. So if we, for example, if I use me and Shani's debate, right, we were having a logical debate about sex versus marriage, right? And then the last round, Shani came in with the oxytocin thing, and that was her emotional side of the argument, right? That was the emotional side that made people vote for Shani, because they could understand what she was saying, because they felt the emotions of what she was putting across. You know what I mean? But like this whole thing of, oh, why can't women bring emotions, or why do women bring emotions into logical arguments? Maybe because the discussion that's been had at the time, we may have a personal experience, which may be an emotional experience, and maybe that can add to the conversation that is happening. Like, I think if you're going to go, it has to be either logical or emotional, then it's going to be it's going to have a short-term effect, you know what I mean? Because not everyone is going to think logically, not everyone is going to think emotionally. So if you bring that balance, you can reach a wider audience.
Now, I appreciate you haven't been here for some of the conversation, MJ, so let me bring you up to speed a little bit. Everything you just said has already been discussed, and we've all agreed that there are times when emotions have to be used with alongside logic. We've all agreed that already, so we don't need to go down that road anymore. What we're talking about is when there is an absolutely logical situation. It's not directed at any one personal or any personal group or anything like that. It's just a logical situation where something needs to be resolved or needs to be sorted out now. Yeah.
Can you give me an example of what
I'll give you an example again, the same example I gave before. If I say to someone,
you change the parameters, though, bro.
Sorry. If I say to someone that 2 and 2 equals 4, yeah, and they don't like the tone of my voice or whatever their reasoning is, they say to me, no, I don't feel like 2 and 2 equals 4. I feel like you're wrong. For whatever reason they give, they are wrong. And
right,
unfortunately, what they've done is they've inserted their emotions into a logical conversation. I'll give you a better example, just in case some of you didn't get it. So I had a conversation about King Nama uniting Kemet, yeah? Some people romanticize Kemet, so they couldn't understand the logic in the conversation. If this guy had to unify Kemet, he had to murder and massacre people who already lived in the lands that he conquered, yeah? Then that makes him a conqueror, that makes him the aggressor, that makes him the colonizer, yeah? It doesn't make the other people the colonizer. Some people didn't get it. Some people were still like, you know what? No, but these Hittites and these people, you know what? They're invaders. Hold on. How can you be invading if the guy, your king, your progenitor, has specified that they were there long before he decided to conquer it?
Okay.
and then you're trying to bring your emotional standpoint to the argument because you don't want to accept information. That's a perfect example. Go on it.
Can I respond? So in terms of that argument about conquering and all of that, I feel like that's a matter of opinion. Like, I don't know what emotion and logic has to do with that. You're talking about something that's historical, not necessarily like scientific, logical, or factual. If we go back to the 2 + 2 example, as a person who absolutely loves maths as well, I can tell you 2 + 2, using the units equals 4. So why would I need to bring any emotion into a logical argument like that? That is like, we can use maths and science to figure that out. That's simple. Like, as much as women can be over emotional, and sometimes their emotions can override the logic, we do have the ability to be logical about things as well. So I don't think that's a fair example.
And I believe that too. I agree with you. I agree that women do have the ability to be logical. I don't think you're one of them because of your answer. Now, if you check what I just said to you, the Nama palette specifies.
Yeah, bro.
Sorry, sis. I'm not trying to upset you. Let me finish my sentence as well, please. Yeah, please. Look, the Nama palette, which was created by King Nama himself, specifies the conquering of Upper Egypt, the murder of the Asiatics. It specifies, the wars.
Bro, would you say that was real? Yeah.
Sorry. The wars between the Commetans and the Nubians. These are all specified. So any scholar that anyone's listening to, whether they be black or white, they all know this to be true. There's no refuting it because the actual king himself wrote down and depicted what he was doing. So then for you to then say that me analyzing the information as what it is emotional, and you think that you can have your own opinion on it, shows that you're taking an emotional standpoint because you don't want to accept it. Sorry, brother. You don't want to accept the information. You want to show us your own. No, sorry, brothers, please. Come on, man. You don't want to accept the information. You just want to tell me your opinion on it, which means you have an emotional disposition.
And let me ask you this,
can I respond?
Of normal.
Again, the theological fallacy.
Let her respond, brother. Come on, brother. Let her respond, please, brother.
How the fuck do you know that's true? You know what I mean?
So Shifa, in terms of that whole thing that you spoke about, I take it as something in history, which is what I was trying to say is like, if we're talking about history and stuff, I'm completely lost in it. If I was to have the actual discussion with you, I would need to see the text that you are referring to in order for me to read it, understand it, and break it down. And then I could have a logical conversation with you. When you're telling me something, the way I learn things is I like to read as well as hear what people are saying, right? So I would have to, as I said, read it to understand what you're talking about. Then I could have a conversation. I'm not saying you are wrong. I didn't even say that you were emotional. I'm just saying in terms of that conversation that you had with other people, not me, I reckon there could be a difference of opinions. That's what I said.
And what I'm trying to say, I
don't have a personal opinion on that thing because I don't know about it. And what I would say is it's not logical for me to make an opinion on it if I don't actually know what it is you're talking about.
No, I understood what you said. And what I'm saying to you is when deciphering information, if we read in the Bible, and the Bible says, don't judge others because you'll be judged in the same way. And it specifically says that in the Bible. Then I say to certain people on the panel, we're having a discussion, and I say, the Bible says this, so why would you be pointing fingers and judging people? Then you guys challenge it and say, no, it doesn't say that. And then I say, let's go to the Bible passage, and we read it, and it says in exact wording what I said. Then you say, no, but that's your opinion on what it's saying. My opinion on what it's saying is this. Now we can see that you're showing us an emotional response. You're unable, you're unable to adhere to and accept information. You want to make your own analysis of it because you want it to cater to you, which is an emotional response. I'm not saying you personally, so don't take it personally, please.
All right. So I think if something is there in text, we can't deny it's there. However, we know that people can interpret things differently.
Have I cut out, or is it? I don't know. Is it just me?
I think it's just you. I'm saying if the text is there, we can't deny what is in the text, but obviously people can interpret things differently.
There's some things you can interpret differently. But if I said, for instance, I wrote down in text, do you know what? I went to the shop at 6:30 p.m. Yeah. If you're interpreting it different to in any way different to what I said, if you say I went to the gym at 6 p.m., you're incorrect, aren't you?
Well, okay, so I'm struggling
please
to find
answer the question. Please answer the question. If
I'm trying to.
It's a series of questions I'm trying to give you so you can understand the logic. So if you can answer the first one, then no. But if you can give me the first answer to the first question, then I can move on to the next one. Then you'll be able to understand logic. So, like I said, if I wrote down in text, I went to the shop at 6:30 p.m. Yeah. When you
then
read
why
that
would I
text,
argue that?
All right, you would argue it. You wouldn't. All right, but if you did argue it, then you'd be given an emotional response, wouldn't you?
But I'd have to have a reason to argue that to begin with.
Well, if you have a reason to argue with it, whatever it is, it's based on your emotions. Because I've specified, I've told you, I went to the shop at 6:30. If you interpret that right, if you interpret what I've written as anything other than I went to the shop at 6:30, if you say I went to the gym at 6:30, you're wrong. If you say I went to the gym at 6 o'clock, you're wrong. If you say I went to the shop at 6 o'clock, you're wrong, because I went there at 6:30. So what you're doing is you're misinterpreting, and then you're expecting people to accept your interpretation as right. Is now is where your emotions have overrid common sense and logic.
I'm failing to see the logic in your arguments right here, because if you're giving me your account of something, you've written it down. I went to the shop at 6:30. Cool, you've went to the shop at 6:30. The only way I'm going to argue with that is, let's say, for example, your hours are watched behind, the clocks have gone back yesterday or something. Then I'm going to say, actually, Shifa, it's quite possible you went to the shop at 5:30, 7:30. Like, it's possible that the time was wrong. I could use a logical argument to refute what you have said, right? But I don't see the logic in me bringing emotion into that argument, unless, right, where emotion could be brought into that argument is, let's say that's your missus or something, and I don't know, she's feeling insecure, and I'm not saying this specifically about your missus, I'm just using it as a hypothetical situation, right? Like, your missus could be feeling insecure, might feel like you're cheating or something, might go, no, I don't believe you, you always lied to me, you didn't go to the shop at 6:30, you went to the shop at 6 o'clock, where have you been for that half an hour? That is emotional, right? But I'm saying, like, me and you having a conversation about something, I don't always need to bring my emotions into things. Like, we can be logical. So again, I'm trying to find the logic in your arguments right here.
I'm not saying, I never said that you always have to bring, this is what I mean. You're making misconceptions of the conversation now. It's like you're not following properly. Now, I need you to really understand this. Yeah. Not all women, but there are times when we're having a logical conversation about something specific, i.e., we go through the Nama palette. Nama palette, in reading it, says that Nama, in order to unite Upper and Lower Egypt, had to murder and massacre people. There's even pictures of mutilated people on the tablet. Yeah. Now, once we've had it deciphered and we know what the text is reading and saying back to us, do we just accept what the text says, or do we make up our own version? Because if we're going to make up our own version and start, romanticizing and say, well, no, those people were invaders. But Nama said they wasn't invaders. He said they was there. Now you're being disingenuous and you're using your emotions to override logic, is what I'm saying. Now, obviously, I've been speaking for long enough. I'm pretty sure there's more people that want to speak, but I think there's no way anyone could refute what I was saying. And it's been proven. The only thing you could do was, make a point of what JEDI did was to say, you know what, there are times when emotion can be a necessary component, but in certain logical conversations, it definitely is not. And I hear too many times females on this panel, and in the real world, using emotions in those type of conversations where it's not applicable.
I hear you. So you made a statement earlier on about you see women as beneath you.
Hold that for a second, because I got to go to the toilet quickly. But when I come back, I'll let you know, and then you can ask.
All right, cool. I'll stick a pin in that one.
Yeah, man. Deep breath. Conscious, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Shifa about the tablets and the mythological
Queen
animals
Sanity,
on it.
yeah.
That's
So
it.
It's Queen Sanity. But we talking about emotion and logic. If you got nothing to add on emotion and logic, you want to talk about white and black and holy tablets and that, then you might want to jump back on another time, Conscious. It don't seem like you can keep up with the convo.
No, he mentioned the tablets, bro.
Yeah, but he was only at a point, and we've moved back to the main point.
No, but
you
want to
talk
talk about the tablets. If
Queen Sanity, she probably wants to talk about logic and emotion, where you want to talk about white and black and holy tablets. So we should probably hear from Queen Sanity.
Well, I can't. It seems like it just seems like every time a woman says something, we're emotional right off the bat. And I'm one of the least emotional people you'll ever meet. So
are you broken?
I kind of feel like I can't talk.
You're broken, that's why. That's why you're one of the you're least emotional women, because you're broken. That's the argument. A woman that's not consumed by emotions is broken.
Stop trying to trigger me.
Well, ain't that what they say?
No, I don't know who says that to you. I don't know how the heck I'm broken, but
a woman.
You're trying to trigger me.
Man, I'm saying I'm playing the advocate. Listen, triggering you ain't a thing. Like it's not gonna put any money in my bank account. So please don't think I'm waking up trying to trigger you. No, what I'm saying, I'm trying to trigger everybody into a conversation, which is you saying that you're the least emotional person you know, and I'm saying the only way you can be that.
No,
as a woman
I'm kind of not like as a woman, because I was raised by my dad. I wasn't raised by a woman, so it's harder for me to be emotional about certain things. And so what I'm saying to you,
because you would have needed feminine, because you would have needed a woman to kind of show you how to have these emotional responses. Is that what you're saying?
Right. You see how Shifter's really emotional about stuff, and he says he was around all these different women.
11 sisters, yeah.
So we perceive him as feminine, and we perceive the things that he says. You know what I'm saying? As feminine, whereas the other guy that was up here, what?
I wasn't there humming. I didn't say that. I just said.
Sorry. I'm just listening. Let her finish, please. Let her finish. Talk, sister. Talk, sister. Talk that talk.
I was just saying, he doesn't see it, but we do. It's different from Shifter talking and Kale talking and Jedi talking. We can feel the difference. We can feel the masculine. We can feel that, they men. But when he talks like one of us. So we don't see it so much.
Yeah, we got to reply to that.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, so in response to that, hold on. I don't feel like going back and forth with you, Shifter. I can't. Because like I said, I was raised by my daddy, wasn't no woman around, so I don't do the back and forth. I'm just telling you what I see. And so you can go back and forth with them, not me.
No, I get you. You're going to say what you want to say, but you're not going to allow anyone to respond to you because
so you believe you believe you forth. I'm gonna shut up. I don't want to go back and forth.
I don't know. I don't want to go back and forth with you.
You want to
made it very clear.
You want to take a little dig.
Just pretty much saying you're a bitch.
And I wasn't even talking.
I got you, man.
But all right, go ahead. You have the floor. No, we're gonna let him be the queen today.
No.
Because it's about him.
I wanted to make sure, because it would, to be fair, it would be hard to determine when you are finished and when Shifter can respond.
Go ahead, Shifter. Respond.
Yeah, Shifter, go on.
Well, obviously, she doesn't want a back and forth, but she does want a response. So I'll respond and I'll say, unfortunately, the digs she takes, and the fact that she chose to address me personally rather than address the actual topic, the actual situation that I put forward, it shows her level of intelligence, for one.
The fact that she doesn't want to go back and forth shows that she wants to be heard, but she doesn't want to hear what other people have got to say. She maybe finds it hard to decipher and deal with information, or maybe she's been mollycoddled in some way. And thirdly, I'd like to say, if men and women are equal, yeah, if you see yourself as equal, the moment you say to me, do you know what? You seem like you're giving emotional responses and you act like one of us, Shipper, you act like one of the women. The moment you've got a problem with that, what you're doing is you're destroying the very equality that you asked for. So let me just break this down for you. As a person who was
born a male. Are you talking to me personally, or are you talking to everybody?
Let me finish.
No, are you talking to me? Because if you're talking to me, I need to pay attention.
Sorry, we can't. The interruptions is no.
Well, then I just won't pay attention.
Fair enough, but that's another emotional response. You're now making me even more right. So what I'm going to say is this, brother. Now, brother, the issue is this, yeah? Me as a man, yeah, in an equal opportunities world, if I chose to, I could identify as a woman and a lesbian woman at that. And I only like women. And guess what? I could be a feminist too. And I could say that, you know what? I think women and men should be on an equal standing. And you know what? Chivalry is an insult to the woman. And you know what? If I give a woman allowances for her emotions, that's an insult to the woman. That puts her beneath the man. So I'm going to stand up for female rights and feminist movement. Yeah. And say, you lot are right. You're supposed to be equal. Know yourself. Know your place. Your place is no different to mine. Yeah. You have no more rights than what I have. Yeah, you have no more right to express your emotion than I have right to express mine. Now, at the end of the day, your emotions are no more important than mine neither. So, especially in the parameters of very specific logical situations, there are some, like we said, where emotion would be acceptable. But the ones where it's not acceptable, if you're expressing your emotions within the dynamics of those conversations, you are now relinquishing your authority as an adult, and you are putting yourself beneath the other adults of the world.
But
whether
bro,
that be
Shifter,
men,
you've
women,
been responding with
whatever.
emotion the entire
Now, brother, you're now talking over me for what reason I don't know, but that is emotional. Please allow me to finish. Now, brother,
can we talk now?
please,
He's talked for like 15 minutes.
allow me to finish.
No, I'm not going to be able to speak unless I...
Cage.
I had one more sentence, but you cut me off.
Honestly, Cage, yeah? You've had some really...
going to be a paragraph.
Cage, you've had some really great input, and I think you've been regulating yourself a lot better. So I don't want to get on your case, bro. But right about now, it does feel like Shifter and... It does feel like Shifter and Queen Sanity are kind of having
a
little, you know what I mean, a little back and forth. So let them kind of go, because I was looking forward to hear Queen Sanity's response. You know what I mean? But I'm not shutting you up. I just want to hear from these two at the second, please, if you don't mind. Yeah, Queen.
I guess what I'm saying is, when I was just talking to you, Jedi, I wasn't specifically calling Shifter out. That was his emotions talking to him. But I was using him as an example. I wasn't calling him out. I was just using him as an example as to see how a man that's been around a whole bunch of women is feminine. And I was saying, because I haven't been around a whole bunch of women, I'm not as feminine as the rest of the women on this panel. That's all I was saying. But he went into a whole tangent and he wanted to insult my intelligence. Either he was slow, deaf, or both of them. I didn't really understand that part. But when it comes to having a conversation, I thought we were going to leave our emotions out of it. Right, Shifter? We weren't going to do all that.
Can I respond? So, long story short, Shiz, when you challenge a man's masculinity, that is very personal, for one, just to point that out to you. For two, when you make a dumbfounded statement, like because you've been raised around a lot of women, when you make a dumbfounded statement, like because you've been around a lot of women, that makes you more feminine. Yeah, there's no logic behind that statement. You haven't proven anything. You've just said something. And this is what I'm trying to... Sorry, sis. 1 second, sis. What I'm trying to get away from is people just saying things. If you say something, back up your statement with some type of
You do
truth,
realize I wasn't the first person to say that on this panel, right? One of your guy friends said it first, right?
Back it up with some. Sorry. Back it up with some type of contemporary example where you can prove your example works. You can prove that the example you're using or the statement you're making is true. But because you can't prove the statement is true, what it actually does is it makes it personal. The same way you laughing right now and talking over me while I'm talking is personal, because you now realize the position that you're in. Sis, you now realize the position that you're in. The position that you're in is this. You have to show that there is another reason to use emotion within a conversation externally to the ones that has already been agreed by the man them, not by the girls them, by the man them. Now, unless you're going to deal with that subject and address that actual issue, then what you're doing is personal. And unfortunately, what you're doing is you're dragging the sisters through the mud.
Right. So, like I said, I wasn't talking about anybody. I was talking about myself and then giving an example. I wasn't saying that you were a girly girl. I was just saying we can see the feminine in your actions. And I think you think the more that you talk, the more sense you make. But the more that you talk, the more idiot you sound like.
So it's just the
kind of like, it's not okay for you to do that. That you think you have to talk for 3 hours to make one small point. Like, that's not all right. That's not all right. And then you think by calling somebody sis, that softens the blow of whatever the hell you're talking about. Because to be quite honest, the more you talk, you have 50 different points. And you don't say, well, this is my point to this. Let somebody come back at it. No, you say this point, this point, this point, this point, this point, and then you think somebody's going to pick one of the points out of the whole conversation that you're talking about. No, that's not how that happens.
Sis, I don't think
that's
that.
That's not a conversation.
Sis, I think that's the logical thing to do.
And then you see what you just did?
Oh, sorry.
You see how you just did that? But then you just complained about me doing that. Did you understand that I just repeated the same thing that many of the men up here have said that you did not have a problem with until I said it?
No, I did have a problem. I did.
Okay, but you never said it. You did not vocalize it at all. You didn't vocalize the fact that you did not like that they said, I know, sweetie, I got ADHD, sweetie. I notice things like this.
Let me know when you're finished.
I notice things like this. And the same way that you're talking over me and you didn't like the fact that I was talking over you and I was ignorant and stupid for doing it to you, what the fuck do you think you are? Like, what do you think you're doing? And then you ask us why we're not speaking to you. Then you ask us why we're quiet and we're not answering your question. Because no matter what we say, it's going to be emotional. It's going to be not realistic. You're just going to downgrade all of us. And then you're going to end it by saying you're beneath me, as if that matters. So that's why we're quiet. And that's why we're on mute. Because it don't matter. It don't matter to you.
Exactly.
You finished now? You finished now? So in response
and now am I finished now? So then you come in with that little snotty little comment, and then you act like I'm not supposed to see that as feminine. But all right, sir, go ahead and tell us how bad we are because we're quiet and we don't want to answer your questions.
All right, so if you're finished now, let me just point out the fact that you're unable to address what the actual conversation that was being spoken about.
Sir, please stop saying what I am.
Sorry, sis.
No,
sorry,
sis.
You're not.
Sis.
You're not.
Let me get back on it. Yeah, sorry. I stepped away, right? Sniper's just doing up memes, so you know that this is Snipes, right? So what I'm noticing, Queen Sanity, is you're constantly interrupting him now.
Did you just not see him interrupt me?
I must have missed that.
That's one of the points I just made.
So, okay, when I left, you was interrupting him. When I came back, he
no, it was my turn to talk. And then he was interrupting
me. He definitely was interrupting her, and she made the point of showing him that he was interrupting her. So now he's on mute.
Okay, cool. When I left, she was definitely interrupting him.
Hey,
and I just heard her interrupt. But
he's getting analyzed right now.
Right.
Can I say one thing? But I'm just saying, I'm a logical person. While he's sitting here talking about how unlogical women are, I'm the most logical person you'll ever see. So while you're telling me I'm wrong and you're telling me about myself that you don't know, and you're telling me how I feel about women and men and their roles in life, but you don't know how I feel because I've never told you. Stop it.
I wasn't doing that, but it's just okay for me to speak now. Oh, okay. Sorry, Ron, you go again. Ron.
No, go ahead, baby. Because ain't nothing gonna change. Just wasting our breath, and that's why we're on mute. But okay, I'm going back on mute.
Thank you, sis. So long story short, like she said, nothing's going to change because she's not going to change. The problem here is that the females are failing to see the error of their ways. Now it's been highlighted to them. They're giving an emotional response in a sense of trying to attack the messenger rather than dealing with the message. And unfortunately, sis, when you were speaking, many times you asked questions within what you were saying. And I did try to respond to your questions, but I don't actually remember what they are now because you decided to ask 5 questions before allowing a person to answer 1, which is another telltale sign that you don't know what on earth you're talking about. And you don't want people to respond to what you're saying because you don't want to be, seen as the person that you are, one that is unable to control their emotions in a logical conversation and stick to the conversation where it's at. You want to take it to, well, Shifa, I think you're this, or Shifa, someone else said they think you're this too, and this, that about Shifa. It's not about me. This is about, in general, the female members of the panel seem to have an emotional disposition when it comes to answering logical questions or dealing with logical information that is not directed at anyone emotively. It's not directed at any specific group. It's not directed at even the person specifically. They find it very difficult to just give a logical response and stick to the logical side of the conversation, which is, because you said this yourself. You said, Shifa, you said you're all beneath me. Now, I didn't say actually that you're all beneath me. I said by the agreement of the sisters with what Kel said and with what was said by JEDI earlier, that emotions should only be inserted into a logical conversation in a particular way within particular parameters. Because you adhere to that, but you was unable to come up with any response of your own, what you're doing is you're letting the guys babysit you, for 1. For 2, you're showing that you don't have the mental or the logical capacity to be able to deal with the question. Someone else has to answer it for you. You're also showing that by not engaging with the question and talking about my personality and talking about what I'm doing, that you have no intention of engaging with the question. You have every intention of continuing down the treacherous road of inserting your emotions into logical conversations. And, you don't care what the repercussions of that are, unfortunately, for the rest of the world.
Jeff, can I ask you a question quickly?
Yes, sis, you can.
Don't you think, though, most conversations are based on emotions? Most discussions are based on emotion, isn't it? Don't you think?
To an extent, I'd say if it's an interpersonal conversation, yes, because most conversations are interpersonal. But once we get out of the interpersonal realm, like I was explaining to Mary Jen, when we were speaking about Kemet specifically, and we was talking about Nama uniting Kemet and what he had to do to unite Kemet. It wasn't even a sister at this point that was giving the emotional response. This wasn't directed at a sister, by the way. It was a brother who gave the emotional response and tried to romanticize Kemet and act like it had never done nothing wrong. It was perfect. Everything about it was perfect. So as much as, you may think that this is an attack on the sisters, some of you, not all of you, but some of you may feel like it's an attack on the sisters. It's not. It's just an attack on this ideology that it's okay to bring your emotions into a logical conversation which is outside of certain parameters which have already been disclosed.
I do hear you. When it comes to factual arguments, we should keep to the facts, and emotions should technically be kept out of the conversation. But unfortunately, people are a human shift. Do you get what I mean? Like, if it's close to our heart, if it's a subject that affects us, then it's unfortunately emotions is going to be up. Doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Do you get what I mean? Right now, me and 100. You are having a logical discussion. I'm not being emotional with you. Obviously, earlier with the other brother, yes, I was emotional because he made it an emotional discussion. Right now, I'm having a logical conversation with you, my brother. So, like, women, we can have logical discussions, but if it's something close to home or something that we're passionate about, like, for instance, domestic abuse. I studied domestic abuse. I can have a logical discussion with you, brother, but I make it passionate. I make it emotional at some point during this conversation because it's close to my heart. Do you get what I mean? Like,
and I'll say one thing to you, Empress Becca, real quickly.
Yeah.
You see the fact that you have said this sentence to me. You said you can see the sense and the necessity in not including your emotions into a factual based conversation. I can say that you have demonstrated that you are leagues above the generalization of the women who I'm talking about. And if you can do that consistently and maintain that, if you can do that consistently and maintain that, then that puts you outside of that category. And like I said, I'm not talking about all women.
No, I'm just saying I'm not perfect. I may become emotional in certain conversations.
Sounds like backtracking to me, but anyway.
Do you get what I mean?
What he's doing is he's very catty. He's very catty, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, the cattiness of it all is like, dude, calm down. Stop talking so much. Like you have female attributes. Like, and that's just where I see it. You have female attributes. You're catty, and you backbite like a girl. Calm down. Right, and because someone calls that out, that makes them emotional to you. Because I've explained more than once that I was not going at you personally, but you kept trying to make it personal.
No,
and so what you just did with no, I'm not finished speaking. Remember? So not only did you take words out of my own argument and try to turn them against me, like literally, you took a sentence out of my own mouth and try to, make it your own and think that you can speak for 30 minutes and make some sense of it. You just tried to do like this little catty thing with me and her. That's weird to me. It's weird to me that you move like that. I don't see no man doing that. I don't see no man. And this is what I'm saying, as far as you can tell that you hung around a whole bunch of women. Because that does not bother me, but because I am a woman, I see it.
Okay, sis, we heard you. Empress Becca, if I said to you, Empress Becca, if I said to you, Empress Becca,
don't say, okay, sis, we heard you, and try to cut me off, and then try to have your own conversation, try to shut me up. Because that's not okay.
No, please finish. Apologies.
That's not okay what you just did. You do know that, right?
Apologies, sis. Please finish.
And don't give me that because it's fake. Don't call me that because I'm not your sis, and you don't consider me your
heavy flow tampons, no? Fuck off. Bro.
Right.
All right. So, Empress Becca, can I ask you a question, sis? If I said to you, Empress Becca, that you act like a crackhead, is that a personal judgment of you?
Yeah, of course it is.
So if someone says, Shifa, you act like a female, is that a personal judgment of Shifa?
Are you asking her about something that has nothing to do with her? I'm asking her a question.
Please, sis, you didn't want to be interrupted. Please let her answer.
I'm not your sis. Stop calling me.
Please let her answer.
I have a name.
Empress Becca, is that a personal judgment of Shifa?
Yeah, I mean, it would be. Yeah, I mean.
So if I took it personally, is that illogical?
And get emotional about it.
No, I don't think. I mean, I got emotional earlier when the brother called me a slave master. I got emotional. You're in your.
So he got emotional, right?
For one sis.
Yeah, he got emotional.
For one sis, let me point this out to you, Sister Empress Becca. Yeah, I didn't get emotional. I'm a man. I don't deal with emotion. I deal with logic. What I done was I adhered to the fact that this person was trying to attack my personality. I adhered to that fact. And what I did was I rebutted what she said quite eloquently. And I don't need to attack her, but I needed to point out the mistakes that she's making. And then, you know, she's now upset to a point where, you know, she just can't stop talking because unfortunately she realizes how
Sir, while you're
ridiculous what she
saying I
said
can't
sounded.
stop talking, you
Now,
talk for 5 to 10 minutes
Empress
at a
Becca,
time.
you've made it very
Stop
clear.
it. Stop
You've made
saying
it
I'm
very
upset when
clear.
I'm not.
You've made it very clear,
Stop
Empress
doing
Becca.
that.
You've made it very clear, Empress Becca, that
Like,
if I
stop.
said to you, you act like a crackhead, you take it personally. But she seems to
Wow.
think by telling me I act like a female
Wow.
that I'm not allowed to take it personally.
That you
Which
wouldn't
shows
take it
that she's not only
personally
a
and you wouldn't
hypocrite,
get
it
so
shows that she's not
emotional that
only a
you...
hypocrite, it shows she's not
Oh,
only a
now it's a
hypocrite, it
hypocrite.
shows that she's not only a hypocrite,
So you
but
think you
she's
use a whole bunch of long words?
she's unable to
Okay.
engage in a logical conversation because she's unable to
Yeah, we're
listen
having a
properly
logical
and
conversation.
unable to ask a question and receive an answer. She just wants to ask questions and run away
What
from the
question
answer
did you
because the
ask
answers,
me?
you asked questions, and the questions you asked, you didn't allow answers
What
for
question did
because
you
you want to
ask
run away.
me?
She wants to run away from the answers to her questions because she
What are
knows she's
you
being
talking about,
disingenuous.
man?
She knows she's being
Are
disingenuous,
you
and now,
slow?
not being funny, she's lost the respect of most of the listeners of this panel by just not engaging with the actual conversation
Speak
and
for
trying to
yourself,
attack someone
Shifra.
personally. Now,
Are you slow?
you can say whatever you
Are
want
you
to say, but
slow?
the truth is still the truth. I'm gonna go on mute. Thank you.
Are you slow? Can we get you on mute here?
Logically, it's time to change the tampon, bro. Enough.
All right, Shifra, can I ask you a question?
He even left. Like, that's how you're not giving him back the points that you won. You not had him on ropes. I don't know what's going on with the outbursts and the interruptions and what's this? You not won. You're not losing now. Yeah, don't kiss your teeth. You're not losing now.
Why don't we change the topic to something?
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my flipping mind,
If you
Jedi.
don't like
Yeah.
the subject, get off the panel, bro. We're having a conversation. You don't like it, go away.
Go away, man. I hate when it feels like there's someone constantly waiting for the conversation to go to some other shit where these women are not going to be involved in the conversation you want to have, Cage. Read the room, man.
I've been here trying to form logical arguments.
Go on, MJ.
Make your point, MJ.
No. I need to wait till Shifra's back.
Yeah, maybe he's
listening. You can't pretend he ain't listening. He's listening, man.
Maybe
No. I need to wait till he's here. I'm not trying to repeat myself 10,000 times to have a conversation with him.
Fair enough. Whoa.
Tactics,
now you know how the man them feel.
Right.
No, seriously.
Yeah,
How the man them feel.
How long I've been here? I've been on mute. Matting.
And there's times like we're just like, yo, what? We gotta explain it, re-explain it again. Yeah, just tell me one more time. What do you mean? Yeah.
Crazy.
What? That's because I think some women's minds have the ability to just wipe what you've said and insert what they think you said.
Yeah. No, I do see that a lot. But I think that can happen in general with stuff like people can just, like, I don't know, people perceive things in their own way sometimes. They don't necessarily perceive it in the way that it was intended.
Facts. That's a fact, MJ. And anytime you come up with that argument, I won't be able to argue against that, right? That's a fact. Men and women.
God, I want an argument against Chess.
No, but you know what it is? You know what it is?
But what I will say is women have a higher tendency to do that from my experience. And if a man does it, I kind of feel like it's a feminine trait when I see a man doing it. I could be wrong in calculating it like that, but I kind of feel like in my head I say, "Oh man, you're moving like a gyal." I will say that.
No, it's true though.
You know?
What the fuck?
I was trying to read between the lines and things and that. No, I think I would agree. I've definitely observed more women doing it than I have men.
And can I tell you another female trait that I've not? And I feel like this is mainly a female trait.
Go on.
Yeah, but men do it too. See that trait there?
Oh, yeah. No, that's what aboutism, and I don't like that from anyone, innit?
Right. When a man does that to me, I think, no, that's mad girly. I do think that. Yeah, but what about you? Yeah, but what you act like you like, rah, brother. You know, that's my genuine response. Like, I'm like, what? This is mad girly. You know,
I've generally tried to teach, that we don't get emotional about information. So I think people will get that energy from me, you know what I mean? All the sisters around me, the brothers, everyone. Don't get emotional about information. What is that your standpoint? Yeah, no, it's just information I'm relaying. We don't get emotional.
Well, nah, bro. You know what? I like to say that, honestly, most people just go off emotion. Both genders, if you think about it.
No, but when you're emotional, sometimes you lose brain cells, man. You get heated, you're hot, you're feeling.
No, because everyone's all it's all me.
You're not in your right mind. Hold on, my brother.
Can I ask you a question? Is there any documented facts to say, okay, if your hormones and your chemicals are set up in a certain way, the likelihood is these are the parameters you're gonna think in?
Yeah, there is.
Is there anything like that out there?
There is.
Well,
why do you take testosterone?
Sociology,
estrogen and shit. You know,
that's what sociology is it not?
Yeah,
I don't know.
There's studies to say that because of the hormonal differences between men and women, that it can sometimes affect the way that emotions are expressed.
Yeah, for sure. Think about it. Testosterone.
Yeah. When you lot are pregnant, mad thing.
Yeah, well, come on. We have monthly hormonal changes.
I do agree that you're more emotional. I never steered from the point that women are more emotional than men. Yeah. And even in their roles in certain jobs, they can bring emotion in there. It doesn't mean they can't do their job, but it's going to affect their mood. Do you get it? So if a woman ain't getting no D and she comes to work day after day, it's going to affect her colleagues because of her mood and her attitude. She's going to be horrible bitch.
So what about
in marketing and advertising? You need emotion. You have to play on people's emotions.
What about the dude that's sexually frustrated? Ain't he gonna affect his workplace? Just asking that.
Not really, no, because we can kind of even neeks can contain their emotions, and maybe find other outlets, so like have liquid lunches and alcohol.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good example. I don't know how not getting D affects women's emotions.
It definitely does, man.
It might make them a bit miserable.
Are you mad?
No. All right, look.
I haven't had sex in years. I don't know what you lot are talking about.
Sorry.
Frustrating in any way, shape, or
sorry, I was just, I'm explaining it in a more. Sorry. Should I explain the environment?
You just went nuclear. First seconds you was on it.
Yeah, but no, did the man not call me a slave master? But if I called him a slave, it would have been a different situation.
If woman is getting, hold on, Jets. You see, if woman is getting the D, they're more calmer. They're just like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about.
I beg you lot.
Right.
If we're gonna trust you lot, I beg you lot, don't deny that, please.
Yeah, come on, man.
Don't deny that.
But also, right. Points, isn't it?
Yeah, but imagine that scenario, as in you're the woman who's getting D, right? You're at work, you're cool, but the supervisor woman she's just a bitter woman anyway. Like you could
go get some dick.
Right.
Like this,
but she's coming to work and being picky and critiquing your work and all of that. You're thinking, what's wrong with you?
They call it ironically. They call it anal. Pause.
Yeah. You're so. Yeah, no, you're right though. You got to say,
moving all anal and shit.
You're moving all anal and shit. Like pause. Like fuckery. So there's those scenarios happen. MJ.
But you want to know why though? Because having like regular sex and shit reduces cortisol levels, which is what.
Right. So you're tense. Some people tense at work. You get me? And then they can't hold it in. Man or woman, you're right. You know what I mean? It's not all men who's like not getting pum pum is going to be okay. After a while, it's going to affect his work and shit.
Getting regular pum pum reduces heart disease by 80% and shit.
See, Lana mercy.
Crazy shit. It's good for health, bro.
Yeah, so does everything. So does alcohol, so does weed, so does video games, so does this, that, blah. They say that for everything. Chocolate. I don't know about these. Everything reduces heart disease and causes heart disease at the same time.
Yeah. Because bear man is dying
and causes it, and I don't know what they. I don't know.
Bear man are dying during it. You know what I mean? During sex with heart attack.
Whoever's doing that study is having a lot lot of fun researching. That's what I'm saying.
So, what I was saying was more
It's just
about
research
hormones,
purposes only,
right? So I'm saying, like, does not getting D affect the woman's hormones? I don't know about that.
Yes,
It may
cortisol, the
it
stress.
may make up. Look, if the woman is lonely, you know, maybe insecure about not having a man, then obviously that can change her mood, bring her down, make her feel miserable. She can act miserable. But I'm saying my thing was more about, like, putting aside whether we're getting D or not. We have hormones that we have to changes in hormones that we have to deal with on almost a weekly basis, not even a monthly basis, and that obviously affects us.
Oh, that happens now and again. Yeah, of course. Obviously, now and again I say, but it's like once a month.
First and foremost,
Oh my God. Hey, yo, I'm at the age where I don't even bleed anymore. Okay. Now, why is it when men get ready for boxing and a certain type of sports that they are unable to have sex, but that make them stronger? But when a woman don't have sex, we all weak in the mind and all this shit. What kind of shit is that?
It's not every woman. It's not every woman. As I said,
no one said that. First and foremost,
it's Jane from work.
Hold on. The study on the effects of sex before sport is varied. Some say, some recommend go home with your wife and go do the damn thing. Get all the system, right?
What sport is that then?
Yeah, I was just watching someone Mike Tyson.
Hold on. And then some say, remember, Tyson would fuck.
Yeah, Tyson said he fucked before. He doesn't care.
Fuck, smoke cocaine, smoke weed, and no one was touching that brother.
No one was touching him.
Get that right? No one. And the next man's going on camp where they're away from the wifey for a month and that before the big match because the manager or the coach don't want no distractions. Right, so
and they're losing.
It's not proven. I'm just saying that
about Tyson. No, Tyson is fucked in the head.
Tyson's awesome. I love that.
He was fucked in the head. But I'm just saying he would have sex right before his matchups. So the argument about that is kind of what they call that? What they call it when they anecdotal or whatever. Like it's not necessarily set in stone. Yeah, I don't think. Sorry.
Anecdotal evidence, yeah.
Yeah, it's anecdotal evidence. It's not been certified. You know, some football. I know from football, right? Some managers actually encourage the wives to come down to the village that they stay in, as in the players' village. You know, and come and stay in the hotel and boom, 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 and lotion down your man and make him feel good and chill. And some encourage that, and others like Ferguson and that was like, yo, I don't want to see you within 2 miles of a hot gal, like not before this match. Oh no, I don't know.
No, yeah, but he also encouraged them to get married.
Okay, now
get married. But I'm saying before match, he was with her, telling them to have
yeah. You're right.
Now getting off of sports, I'm talking to McCool and you, Jets. Now,
shit.
When you do get a D,
what did I do?
When you get D and the D is real good. How do the woman act?
Oh shit, like a crackhead.
Thank you. So what is y'all trying to prove here?
No, there's got to be balance in the enforcement. There's got to be balance in the enforcement.
I missed what she said. Say that again, please.
I'm saying when a woman get too much or it's too good, would we be on emotionally and we get jealous and we like, who you fucking? You fucking her?
You know, you get the crazies. I know. Yeah.
When she don't
like a goddamn crackhead.
Hey, you better not lie.
Like a proper nitty boy, nitty for the dick. Mad. Anyway,
women are crazy, bro. I didn't actually got pissed at me.
No, I've understood that from the earliest.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'll fuck Cage up today, man. I ain't going. Sorry, let me go. Let me change.
It's true. Cage, you came in with your vibe. You get me?
No,
Gematria. All right, bro. All right. Calm down. Ari, yeah, you make a good point. What does that prove, though? I think what's that proving, that you lot are volatile anyway?
No.
Emotionally?
Okay, because I'm an older woman, Jeds, okay? all that sex shit is out for me right now, right? To me, I like
you say that, but we don't
say that, man.
I like a man that know how to control me mind wise.
You be getting your Crisco on.
She wants me brainwashed.
You got my? Can you fuck my mind?
Yeah, thank you.
Deep stroke my mind, fool.
These are all lies. These are all lies. Come on.
This all lies, isn't it? What mind sex and what mind sex, and then the real penis is involved, and you forget about all that mind sex.
Yeah, exactly. Just making up stuff. Like, whatever, man.
Fuck me metaphysically.
Trying to get. No, what they're trying to do is gain some dominance in the bedroom. It's like it's not. That's why we call bedroom bullies and these type of, words.
You know, you had a woman that gave it to you, and you was like, "Oh, baby," and fixing her sandwiches and shit. Yeah. Get out of here. You ain't not that much.
No. I'm saying. Listen.
You get into a whole nother direction. Don't get drawn out, lads.
Nah, no. I know. I'm just saying. No, the D got you doing that.
Yeah.
The D got you hoovering, doing that, making nigga breakfast, grits and eggs, blah blah blah.
The same job you was crying about yesterday.
Yeah.
Nah.
Because old Negro spirituals.
Little bluebirds flying in through the window.
Yes, it
Get me? Why you fan the blueberry pie?
Yeah.
Sure do.
It could be the case though.
Shit. Don't play this game with us.
That's gonna turn.
What's going on?
If the person, he might give it to you good, or the woman might give it good to you, but if the woman say some dumb shit to you, then how you are gonna act? Be like, damn.
Yeah. Like paradise has just been smashed. Like,
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Niggas don't tolerate that shit, man.
Okay.
I don't anyway. Like, that's the worst thing you could do is make me happy, please me in all these ways, then fuck it up. You might as well just give me that half. You know what I mean? Give me something shit kind of thing, and then fuck it up. Cool. Don't give me paradise, then fuck it up. That really hurts me. It takes me days to get over that shit. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, let me give you an example. You go away for the weekend with your missus. Yeah, you go away on a Friday nights, amazing. Saturday daytime, Saturday evening, all fun. Sunday's great. You make your way home, and before you get to your home, some big drama kicks off, and you think, shit, I just wasted from Friday till now. It was pointless. That's how I am. I'm like that, If we're gonna do something good, don't punctuate it with something that's gonna spoil the memory. I take that shit personally. You gonna beef me on Tuesday or something? You know what I mean? You have to beef me right when this thing's going on. Yeah, man. Don't fuck up the equilibrium when things are going good. And I think this is where women, they can't help themselves. They seem to.
I've experienced the exact same shit.
They just can't help themselves.
Yeah, that's weird.
Nothing's getting well. They're like, yo, how can I fuck this up? Yeah. How can I piss him off? Oh, look at him, all sweet, all happy and that. Let me say something dumb. Let me say something stupid. Let me say something about, oh, is that what you said? Is that what you said to that bitch? Let me say something dumb shit under my breath for no reason. I just fuck up the whole vibe.
Yeah, let's start fighting over a fucking dream the girl had. Like, oh, it's
women are crazy,
shit,
man. Yeah,
stupid, crazy shit.
Yeah, she gonna wake up on the Sunday and tell you she had a dream that you was cheating on her.
That's what the girl did to me. She was pissed off at me for like weeks. I'm like, what the fuck, bro?
Now a whole dream. You can't fight a dream.
What the fuck?
Right.
No logic at all. Zero logic.
Yeah, women are crazy, man. Women are crazy. We love them.
I love you. Yeah, you can't live with them. You can't live without them either. It's fucked.
So Schiffer really left. Yeah, he scored such a point. Yeah, he was nervous. The sisters had him under some pressure, man. There was a point where it was MJ, Shree, and Queen Sanity. No man can withstand that. What? And then Becca jumped on.
No, but he said he can win an argument with a woman. He can do it. He's the one. So I said, okay, safe.
He convinces himself that he wins.
His tactic was quite what he must use in his in his environment when he was growing up.
Honest, though, like, even though we say it for joke, do you actually think you can't win an argument against a woman?
No, I think you can, but you just have to back down in the end, because, like, you know what I mean? That's the point. Remember, they use far more words than we do. We're not really into the exactly. So, like, how are you gonna win if you use less words in a day? You know what I mean?
In a day, yeah.
Right.
And you know what? She's gonna save all her words. This is what I notice women do. They stay silent throughout the day, saving up their fucking words, right?
Storing
For the
it out.
time when you've lit that last spliff in the evening, you're trying to kick back. Now she wants to talk. Can we talk quickly?
Oh fuck!
Can we just and like you're just like, no, I don't want to. No, it's the end of the day. The afternoon is the best time to talk to me. Don't talk to me in the morning when I've just woken up and I'm trying to plan my day and I've got everything in front of me. And don't talk to me last thing at night where I have to go to sleep with your bad mind vibes on my mind. No. Do it in the afternoon. I can get over your bullshit. It's true though, right?
Yeah, you're right though. They hold it in, and then
right, in the afternoon you can be so focused, and when she tries to distract you with the bullshit, you're like, yeah, not today. Palm on face, American football style. Not today. Move, get out of the way. Yeah, get off of me, right? And but in the evening now, it's just there's nowhere to run. She waits for that time when you're tired, worn down. You know, you had a long day. Mentally, you're worn down. She gotta try to score points on you then, man. Big up the sisters, man. Yeah, there's never. I realize it's never a good time to talk. When a girl says, "Oh, can we talk?" I say, "Yeah, we talk later." And then later comes, and she's like, "Right, you said we could talk later." And I'm like, "Ah." Yeah,
now,
I just didn't mean now. Shit. How about later?
Hey, hello, everyone.
Big up. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the cash out, PayPal, all that good stuff. Sorry, just a side note to say, when a woman says to you, this is just game for everyone, yeah. When more time, I would say roughly 9% of the time, if a woman says she had a dream that you cheated on her, she didn't have no dream. She went through your phone, and the only way for her to now explain herself is to say that she had a dream that you're cheating on her. So she's got her own evidence, but even she can't reveal how she sourced out that belief.
Unfortunately,
that's one thing.
I never cheated.
We know these already. Thank you, MD, and that's a fact.
And then for the other 10% who say they see in a dream, I'll tell for the sisters out there, if you see,
yeah, we can both talk. Carry on. Keep talking. We're both talking.
See, they just don't respect us, MD. They don't want to hear what you're saying.
I was like,
remember, remember, MJ, we're just women. We're emotional.
No. She made one point. I was agreeing,
women.
and I was gonna. She made a point. I agreed. I was trying to add a point to that. She went on to the next one. Didn't give a fuck whether we even agreed.
Oh no, my bad. I never actually finished the point. I'm a volume slow, but go ahead.
No, I just wanted to agree. I want to say you're right. The only thing I would say is some women are actually plugged in to the source. They be dreaming that shit.
No, but that's what I was just about to say. The other 10% are actually seeing it, and one of the ways that you can see in your dreams, sisters. So put it out. I'm putting it out there. If you see yourself pregnant in a dream, yeah, understand pregnancy means problems. The further along in that pregnancy you are, the greater the problem. If you give birth in the dream, then you're releasing that whatever problem issue is happening. If you're dream and you're pregnant with your man or your partner or your spouse or whoever it is, that's when I'd say, right, you got a certain type of particular problem. Go check that out. Yeah.
See, the female psychology is scary.
All that good stuff, family. Sorry, I got to jump off. Got school run, but yeah. Big up.
No way, man. You think
big up, sis. Okay, so let me ask you a question, Jed. Can dreams ever be true?
Yeah, of course they can.
Okay, there we go.
But not all the time, though, because she's saying
meaning that a girl can have a dream that you cheated, and it might have happened.
No. But my girl had a dream like that.
What was that? Yeah,
she had that, so that could just happen either way. It could be through insecurity. Sometimes sometimes you have to, it's just insecurity manifesting in your dream.
You trying to understand what point was MJ making about the dream? Because she just scared me just then. What? He's like, can dreams be true? He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, exactly. What happened?
Exactly. There? So if your girl dreams that you've cheated, it's possible then.
Everything's always possible. That's always a possibility.
This woman's scary,
it's possible that the dream is true.
We're not empowering this shit. Nah, we're not. Man, then we can't empower
I
them.
said possible. I never said definitely.
I've dealt with women that had dreams like that, and it's not true, and they just had, and then they think it's true.
Fucked up dreams.
And then they think it's true, and then they're all suspicious of you over a dream. You know, it's annoying.
But
dream.
It's cheap. Concrete. He ain't messing with you. He don't want no time with you. He don't want no sex with you. It's not. He's a totally different type of male on you. It ain't like how it used to be with both of y'all. You know if a man's cheating, you will know. First of all, we got women intuition too. You know, what I'm saying?
You're not gonna need a fucking dream to tell you that. It'll be pretty.
I don't base it off no damn dream. No.
Yeah, you look. Be careful, man.
Yeah, don't perpetuate this shit in people's mind.
And if all I gotta do to start problem between you and your king is to implant some kind of suggestion that allows you to have a dream.
Exactly.
Then you're in problems, right?
Exactly.
You're in problems.
Yeah, you might want to come home and do something differently. After all,
I'm just saying, I don't have to have a dream to know if you're cheating on me, and I'm not gonna use the dream excuse to tell you that I've gone through your shit to find out that you're cheating on me. I will confront you same fucking way with the evidence. Go, is this you? Obviously, it's on your phone, so it's you. So I don't need no dream to prove that you're cheating.
Or hold on, Empress. How have you seen it on his phone though?
I don't care. I'll tell you straight. I've gone down your phone. What?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
You don't think if they had the opportunity they would go down your shit?
I know that's right.
And what? Yeah, so what? I ain't got nothing to hide.
Hold on. Last
what?
I was in,
hold on.
None of our phone had locks on it.
Even if he does,
Any man that goes searching through your phone, any man that goes searching through your phone is a actual batty boy. I'm telling you. What searching on your phone for? For what?
Without reason.
And any woman that goes through your phone doesn't trust you.
Yeah. They don't trust no one.
But then you can't have a healthy relationship if you're not going to trust the person that you're with.
That's fine.
You're right. I did it before.
And I don't care nothing about all that psychological. I don't care nothing about it. I'm going through it because I'm nosy. If nothing but because I'm nosy,
we talking about cheating now. Now, MJ, I want you to battle these women's emotions using logic and see how
here we go
the
back.
instinct this is. Yeah, you don't know. You can't be rational and logical when it comes to this subject, right? Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
You're not going to get no logical conversation in this conversation. It will be full of emotions. You are totally right, Jedi.
Right.
Mary is right.
At least we know there's certain subjects where you're not going to expect a woman not to lead with emotion when it comes to it. When it comes to her kids, she's leading with emotion. Yeah. And as your man, as the man, as the father, it's your job to try and counteract with some logic. Yeah.
Can I say something though? Like the last woman I lived with for a few years, like, her phone had no lock on it. She just leave it around and do her shit. Like, like there's nothing to hide right there. So you don't have to go through it, but it's there if you want. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
I would never. Right. I would feel less. I would feel less if I would feel less, man.
See, the problem is,
there's one time I borrowed my ex-girl's phone, right? Well, she was my girl at the time or whatever, but I borrowed her phone because something happened to my phone, and all her old messages were in the phone. I didn't even go through reading them. I didn't even go. Once I realized, okay, these are her messages, I said, you know what, cool. I'm not even trying to read about some booty call that you had a year before you got with me, or I'm not trying to know that. What do you not want to do? You're not trying to own people. That's why you're doing these weird things. What you said?
I think you're right. It's the ownership that women feel like they have over men, and if you're in a relationship with me, you've got to be with me, and I have the right to go through your phone and be up in your business
and look at everything you do.
Yeah. And the problem is, like we were saying earlier on, sometimes people can see something and perceive it as something else. So you might be going through your man's phone. Right. He could have. This actually happened to me before, right? Oh my! There was a guy in my job, and he used to do the early shift. So he messaged me one day saying, do you want me to switch the henny penny on? The henny penny is a piece of equipment that's used to keep food warm. His missus read that message, phoned me up, started screaming down the phone, Ray, you been with my man? Yeah, I seen your messages about the henny penny. Bro, what are you talking about?
What did she think the henny penny was?
She thought it was some sexual innuendo. Right? And I'm like, you're so fucking dumb. I'm his manager. What are you doing? Like, you're phoning up your man's manager, asking about a question about a fucking henny penny. Do you know what the henny penny is, you dumb bitch? Like, and that's the problem. And you go through your man's phone and see something, not understanding what it is, and then we're not accuse him of cheating with his flipping manager.
Right. I've had similar things before like that in the past. Like, for instance, you might just leave a love heart. I got in trouble for a love heart on my Facebook wall one time. You know, like, yo, who's this chick giving a love heart on the thing? I'm like, what do you mean, who's this chick? So someone I know.
Oh, why is this woman always liking your pictures?
Who is she to you? Like, well, I don't know. Oh well, how would you feel if some man was liking my thing? I'm like, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't care. I didn't look at your page. I don't even follow you. Like, I don't care. Like, what? I have to draw the line when your day consists of looking at what's happening on a page to do with me, and then thinking that I'm gonna owe you the explanation, that I'm gonna go through bit by bit and explain everything. No, it doesn't work like that. There's parts of my life that you're not privy to for good reason. For good reason. And for me, I might have even saw it and thought, why is MJ begging it about love heart? It's not even like that. Or it might have been like, oh yeah, we all of us, the whole group, we put love hearts on each other's posts because it just shows that we love. Whatever. Me explaining to you is the thing that actually fucks me up. Me having to say the words and say, oh well, babe, you know what had happened was, that's where I start feeling emasculated, and that's why I don't do it very often. I don't do it. I won't explain myself. Be like, whatever, man. Think what you want. I'm that kind of guy. Let's like, whatever, man. Because if I have to break it down, and then it will get to that one like, well, phone MJ then. Phone MJ and prove. You know, that or something like that. Oh, phone her on loudspeaker. Let me hear how she. Nah, I can't ever be drawn into things like that. And I would never put someone else through that, regardless. And if I thought you was doing a thing, I'm just gone in it or whatever.
Do you know what? See, if you was to ever do that, Jeds, let's say I left that love heart on your page, right? And then you was to phone me. Like, I'm going to rinse you and your girl for phoning me. And then I'm going to hang up the phone.
Exactly.
I'm going to tell you, get away from that girl.
Don't do it with me, because the time when we're friends and nothing, it's all platonic, and you phone me, I might be like, yo, what, baby? You know? Yo, sexy. Yo, big breast. I might just chat some shit because I'm stupid and childish and playful and fuck you up. So don't ever feel like, yeah, well, phone Jed, isn't it? See what he says, because I might just...
Right. What I used to hate, Jed, and you guys, when I used to always text someone and have a long text, you know, and be serious about this text, and all they text back to me is K. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, that's me.
Now call me. What's this K shit
I
about?
love doing that. I do that on purpose.
Guess what? When did you text him? On the way to the club? He was on the way to the club, or on the way to link his boys, on the way to do some fun shit that didn't involve your miserable ass. Yeah?
No.
No, exactly. Yeah.
That's
You know it's true. These are the times he be texting them.
Oh, he tripping.
Wait till he come home because he been gone too long before the food is getting cold. What you doing, K? Are you on your way, K? What the fuck you mean, K?
Ari, in that circumstance, he's read your message and he's acknowledged that he's read your message by responding. See, if he didn't respond, then I'd be like, why didn't you respond?
Go sit with the boys. Go sit with the boys.
No.
Go sit with the boys.
I'm here to teach the women to do better.
You cannot hang with us. Go sit with the boys.
Now you lot need to start being more realistic, right? And stop checking your man's phone. Stop checking their social medias. Because what about 20 years ago when we didn't have mobile phones and social media?
I'm gonna check it twice. I'm going over there, and I'm gonna put a little tracker on your car.
And that's why you're gonna die lonely.
MJ, did you hear her? Talk to this woman. She said she's gonna put a tracker on my car.
Wow.
It's mine. It's mine. It's mine.
Empress
It's mine.
It's mine. The boy is mine.
It's mine.
Empress Tokina, boy.
It's mine.
This is why.
No,
This is
I
why.
told you I was a psycho bitch when I was 20, 21 years old.
But this is why he's going to leave your ass and find himself another woman.
Everybody leaving me.
Actually, the thing is,
You know what?
Wild emotions.
To the curb, to the curb.
Everybody leaving me, baby.
I suspected one of my exes
Ass
was
on the curb.
cheating.
Yeah. Go on, Becca.
So I did what I had to do. I was with him for a whole year before I actually got my evidence. Because I'm not going to accuse you straight away. I'm going to make sure I've got my evidence.
So he's fucking someone else for a whole year.
No, I beg you.
I suspected. Now, so I'm saying I suspected doesn't mean I actually had evidence.
What the
right?
fuck?
Yeah.
I suspected.
What are you, the fence?
Waited outside my man's house at 3 o'clock in the morning when he's coming home from work to make sure he weren't bringing no girls back from the club, all this, that, and the other. And guess what? It turns out the man was married the whole entire time. So I was proven right that I had my suspicions.
Oh,
so yes, I am going to continue to do. If I suspect my partner is cheating on me, best believe I'm going to find out.
You put a tracker? A GPS tracker?
No,
But what if you suspect him?
What are you doing?
What if you suspect him, but you're wrong?
Ooh.
Then you apologize and you say, I love you. You give him some good pussy and keep it pussy.
And that's it.
No. What happens is
It's not gonna work that way.
Carry on being suspicious and acting like a psycho bitch until you push him away.
Hold on. Let me say something. If you have
I'm gonna give you the
you have
last
to put a
beat.
GPS tracker.
That's cute.
What are you wasting your time for if you think it's
the last
Say it again. No, hold on. You know what I noticed here? Cage. When it comes to relationship conversations, Cage is on point. You know, I don't know if you like noticed. Big up yourself, Cage. Because you done really well in this convo today, right? Yeah. I know the impulses and that. So, can you ask the sisters that question again?
What I'm asking is this: why would you let it get to that point if you have that much suspicion and going through all that trouble to put a GPS fucking tracker on someone's car? It's a write-off. If you don't trust them, you stop being in a relationship with them.
Right.
Exactly.
What's the emotion now? What's the emotion?
In a perfect world, that's cute. All of this. This is
what are you doing?
Y'all, it's a made-up, beautiful world.
You're gonna have
we're not gonna. If I don't trust you, I'm gonna break up with you.
No,
No, realistically, if I don't trust you,
cute, you know. No, disrespect.
Don't mean I don't love you. And if I love you, I'm gonna make sure before I go the hell off that it is what it is. So,
by stalking
I'm
him?
gonna become an investigator.
All right.
You know, stalking is illegal now.
All right. Miss Sanity. Sorry, Queen Sanity. Imagine it was me and you now, and you got it wrong, right? So what you're telling me is what? How are you convincing me that this relationship will go any further?
She's gonna fuck you.
What you doing?
Fuck you and say sorry.
What you done?
No, I didn't do anything.
You suspected him.
No. There's only I don't just do this for no reason. So I need to know what you did.
I'm just saying, you got one eye twitching, one eye bigger than the other. You get what I'm saying? Because you thought I was cheating, and then it turns out I wasn't, and you confess. Right,
but why did I think you were cheating?
Hold on, you're an honest woman.
Why did I think you were cheating? I just didn't. I don't know. Pop the thought in my head.
I don't know.
Why did I think you were cheating?
No.
What did you do?
No.
She's saying to you, listen. She's saying to you, this is a hypothetical discussion.
Right, hypothetical.
You're telling her hypothetically, she thought you was cheating and she was wrong. She's telling you. Well, what did you do to make you think you was cheating?
It's crazy.
Okay. So
listen, if I'm gonna get into the role, I need to know what the
logic
role
is going on here. Come on.
If I'm gonna get into a role, I need to know why did I think you was cheating?
I don't know. How am I supposed to know that? Come on, man. I'm just a man. I'm just a man doing my thing, right? No, I didn't do anything. I'm just doing me. Yeah, I go work. I come back. You're telling me. Hold on. Come on, man.
On your phone, hiding conversations from me. That's suspicious.
Right. Okay. Hold on. Right there. Is that what you're going with, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear what said.
That was your reasonings, right? And that was your reasoning, right? And everything to do with that, you were wrong at the end of the day. So now, how do you approach me now when you're confessing? Hold on. When one's confessing, yeah, and saying, listen, I did this, I went through your phone, I followed you, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, babes, I was wrong. Right?
Yeah, I would apologize if I was wrong. If I was wrong, I would admit to you. I said, do you know what?
I was wrong. Like, why? That's the problem. As an adult, I can admit when I'm wrong.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody got a problem with admitting they was wrong.
Sorry, what's my reward for this?
What you want?
What you want? What you want?
Right. This is my point. Now, if I say to you that this is the goodbye session, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, because after this point, yeah,
then it wasn't meant. Then it wasn't meant.
Right,
then it wasn't meant.
Right. I'm gonna get some poo time. Hold on. I'm gonna get some good, honest, guilty pum pum. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, baby. Yeah. And then afterwards, I'm gonna decide whether we're going forward or you
Is
going.
that sniper talking?
You going out the door? Come on, man.
Yes, that's sniper talking.
And during that sex, that's the sex where she's gonna cry because she's gonna.
I know.
She'll be like, "Oh, he's mine.
Sorry.
With me. Oh, I love you so much.
So you're dead. So wait a minute. I'm not talking to you no more.
And I'm a cold-blooded motherfucker. I'm telling you, cold-blooded.
I'm not messing with you no more. And then guess what that's gonna do? It's gonna activate crazy bitch. That's what it's gonna do.
That's right.
It's gonna activate crazy bitch now.
Look, you see, Jet. You see, yeah. Right. The Jekyll and Hyde.
Crazy bitch when you
you ain't even me, nigga.
Hold on.
That shit.
The noise.
You have now activated crazy bitch. Now you did that trying to be smart, but now I'm gonna make your life a living hell.
Why?
I'm gonna make your life a living hell because all you had to say was
crazy.
You could have been
I was right.
But you wanted to be smart about it.
But I'm wrong. I'm not wrong in this situation. I'm the one aggrieved. I'm the one aggrieved in the situation.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You don't act two wrongs. Don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Are you listening, cuz? What's going on?
Baby, your body banging like a shot.
I ain't trying to compete against you lot's fucking World War fucking fresh garments. Matching your body. I don't know what you lot do to your mic.
Catch it.
Yeah. I ain't trying to compete against all of this. You lot are scaring me now. Yeah?
Bro, I'm trying to eat breakfast.
Sniper. I can't believe you. I thought that was coming from one of them other people. I can't believe you.
Nah,
I really can't.
Oh, sorry. Imagine I
Becca,
released the crazy in you, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit with RE and MJ, but even though they're both as nuts as you two, they're good at pretending they're not. So I'm gonna stay with these two.
Wow.
Queen Kanye and Becca, you lot are scary. Sniper's scary. Yeah, let's just get that right. And Schiffer as well. I'll be scared for my gal Pitney if they got with Schiffer as well. You know, are just all scary. I don't know what's going on.
What I'm hearing is this. Everything that was seen on the phone, she thought he was cheating. Turned out that he wasn't. Okay? Right. He said, what is the reward? The reward is, what do you want? He said, okay. Right. What if he reject that? She said that will bring the crazy out of her.
Right.
Why? Because the man was right. He wasn't the one that cheated. You was wrong. So you think I'm gonna give you the word of my penis after you done accused me and found out you was wrong?
Pause. When a woman,
you know what? Go bye.
Listen, from a man, let me say
something.
Let me say something. When a woman's always accusing you of something, you think they're doing the same shit because you know that's what I think.
Yeah, exactly.
if a woman's always like, "Oh, you cheating," doing all, I'm like, what the fuck is she doing? Why is she? Is she? You know what I mean?
Yeah, makes me wonder.
Yeah, it makes me wonder a little.
Forget the wondering. I'm just gonna get that last session. A good honest session.
That's what I said.
Remember,
that was gonna make me
wrong.
There's cold-blooded.
That's what I said. that was gonna make me crazy.
That's right.
That
exactly.
Okay, you gonna be
and then if you're always like, if I'm getting, I've done this in the past.
I'm gonna do the freakiest shit you
I'm getting
ever.
accused of this all the time.
I never even showed you before.
Other bitches, bro. Like, I'm getting accused of it. You might as well do it.
Yeah.
Now that's cold.
Yeah, cold-blooded.
That's what I said.
I'm not even gonna cuddle up with you. I'm gonna cuddle up with you after. Pretend, and then at some point in the night, while you knocked out. I'm saying knocked out, deep REM sleep.
Oh, I ain't going to sleep.
I'm out. Yeah, grab my clothes.
I ain't going to sleep. Sniper.
Put them on, and I'm out.
Sniper.
You know what I'm saying?
You know, Becky shouldn't even do that. Just tease her.
You ain't gonna do nothing.
Block her number.
Let that be what it is, because I know you.
Man.
No, you
that's
not
old now.
Now
he waiting to do that to somebody.
I might find you in a couple of months for a little slice, but more than that, you fucked up, man.
Yeah, but this is what happened with me. Out of the 15 years I was with my dude, I went to his phone, through his phone one time. Out of 15 years, one. Okay.
Yep.
Now, the reason why it's just one. First of all, I was wrong. It was a family members. They were family members. Those women. Okay. I ain't gonna go through details, but I was addictless for a good.
You're crazy. You're nuts. God damn.
Almost a month, but I was wrong. I accepted that. Okay, and I didn't do it no more. But if he would have just did me real good, somebody had, and then left. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go crazy on your ass for real. I got Queen that one. Okay. Yeah. Don't fuck me. Don't do it. You put me on punishment.
They can't even be in the wrong. You get me, Jed? They can't even be in the wrong. But one eye is gonna be bigger than the other, twitching. All of that. Oh, you ain't giving me no D. You goddamn nigga. Your father ain't shit. You ain't shit. Your sons ain't gonna be shit.
I'm banging pots and pans in the kitchen.
Another thing too that happens. Another thing that happens.
You ain't gonna be able to find your socks.
A lot of women and men, for that matter, they get cheated on in the first relationship, and then they just say "fuck it." You know what I mean? They're never actually loyal from there on.
Well, when a woman cheats,
I just said before, there's things you can do in a relationship.
They get that They get that one heartbreak or whatever, and they just go off. They don't even care. They're not the same anymore.
Who does that?
A lot of people do that.
I cheated before, Cage.
I cheated. I'm not from Canada.
You cheat?
I was with my dude. Okay. I cheated, but I was worse.
Yeah.
I was worse because of guilt. Just because I cheated, I was accusing him of being a cheater when I was the one that cheated. He couldn't look at no female unless I thought he wanted.
Exactly. You just proved my point.
Yes.
You just proved my point.
Right.
The women that are always accusing of cheating
are making them know stuff.
Family.
Stop.
Can you do me a favor?
Like what you just said.
Yo, do me a favor, please, family. We're having a good convo, but like
you just proved me right. You know what I mean? Because what I originally said.
Gage.
Sorry, my bad.
You know what you're doing as well, brother.
My bad.
You know. Even when you said that last sentence, you know that was too much. I'm just like, I want to hear everybody, and we're starting to crowd each other again. So let's give each other the space to finish the sentences. Right about now, Ari was gonna give us a classic story, and we're talking over her. I want to hear this. She accused her man of cheating, and he was innocent.
And she was cheating.
But guess what? She was doing her thing. We need to. We don't get sisters to tell us this stuff often. Can we hear the full story? Right. Ari, can you tell us what happened, please?
Okay. When I was younger, okay, I cheated on my baby daddy. We was living together, things like that, because I wasn't getting no kind of love from him after I had a baby by him.
No.
It's like feeling
you're not using the Jerry Springer
excuse. I know.
Jerry.
You was out at work. What was that supposed to be?
Being real, what happened? I just didn't feel like he cared or didn't give me the time of day and shit like that. So I cheated on him. Okay, I cheated on him one time, and the guilt was just I couldn't. I should have confessed, but I was afraid to lose him. But I had this guilt on me because I know I cheated on this man, and I'm still living with him. He taking care of me and my kids and all this shit. But it was the guilt. The guilt is every time he was around a female, I'm thinking he cheating. When he looking at a female, he couldn't even look. I'm thinking he fucking around because of my guilt.
Exactly. This is proving my point originally.
I was younger then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I knew this is how people operate.
So wait, so did you end up telling him? How did it?
Years later.
after you wasn't with him. After you guys were separated, you told him years later.
Yeah. And he told me about shit too that I knew he was doing. First of all,
why did you tell him? Why did you tell him years later?
Because they're not with each other. She doesn't have to worry about losing them.
Say that again, Jed. Why did I tell him? Because we was having
tell him years later.
We was having conversations of how we used to be when we was younger and together. You know what I'm saying? And he told me, you remember the time that you used to thought I was doing this and that and the other? I said, yeah, the time you used to wear cologne going to what you call it? A janitorial type of job. You know what I'm saying? Right. He was telling me, yeah, he was picking up his co-worker and taking her to work. And then they went out a couple of times and shit. I said, I knew it. And when I was young, I'm like, I knew it. I said, you remember so-and-so, so-and-so? So, yeah, I still was, having sex with him. He was like shocked.
Oh,
but
no man wants to hear that shit.
I know.
Crazy, Ari. You could have left him, Ari, and made him think that you never did that. He didn't need that. He didn't need to know that, man.
No, because I was a wild child, and once I had kids, I was like a homebody. I was always home, and that, this, and that, and the other. When I got pregnant, after the pregnancy, it takes so long for me, myself, get my weight back. So I still was overweight. I had the baby fat on me. He was all, and then it's the summer too, and that's when the booty shorts was all, you know what I'm saying? And these videos and all this kind of shit in vogue, with a man, and he I wanted to fuck that. Okay. I was during that time, so when we got older, we were able to talk, why did we break up? We could have been married and all this old bullshit if I wasn't so crazy and things like that. Yeah, he put the blame on me because I was the cheater. Me.
Well, you cheated on him and then started fucking accusing him and fucking GPS tracking him.
Because of the guilt. Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. That's women.
It's not cheat. I don't know how y'all can be giving up pussy to people other than y'all loved ones.
Whatever.
I don't do that.
Here we go. This one. You. Huh? Queen Freaky Sanity. We ain't trying to hear all of that from you.
How am I freaky?
Queen Freaky Sanity. After you finish with her.
Yeah. You can have her right now. You can have her right now. Just send her back.
Okay.
Oh my God. Wow.
This is all lack of communication.
You said you're married, right? You said you don't cheat, right? But you like females, right? Is that a form of cheating or not?
It's not cheating.
Oh, God. Okay.
There you go. So for those that didn't hear, because that was a bit chopped up, Ari asked Queen Sanity, so you say you don't cheat, right? She said, yeah. Then Ari asked her, what about with women? You class that as cheating, and Queen Sanity said that is not cheating. So you're all the way out of pocket, Queen Sanity, man. I knew this from the moment.
How out of pocket?
You just are. How is that not cheating?
How are you making up your own rules?
What?
You out of pocket.
It's not cheating.
Listen to the high pitches.
It's not cheating. Isn't it? Like you don't even believe what you're saying.
Like a female Zulu or something. That was going on.
You're for the
okay. When you interact with your female, is your husband able to participate with you too?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, you're saying wait, what?
It's not cheat. So if you cheat with a woman, catch a STI, give that to your husband. Then is that still not cheating?
I'm not cheating with a woman. Why do y'all think that's what that is?
All right, well, I'm not gonna lie. I had a girl, and I told her like, okay, yeah, you can fuck around with other. She's bisexual. I'm like, you fuck around with other girls as long as I'm involved.
What?
That was.
And why did you get so dark and heavy with that?
That wasn't considered cheating in our relationship. I'm saying it still technically could be considered, but that's more of like an open relationship than.
Yeah, that's like an open relationship. That's not
no door in that
like,
relationship.
If she's not getting penetrated by another man, it's not.
Nah. We're not gonna bring it down to penetration. Cheating ain't got nothing to do with penetration, man.
That's where she's coming from, though.
Yeah, but we know as men, cheating ain't got nothing to do with penetration.
Yeah.
No woman sucked another man's dick but never fucked him. That don't make it better.
Yeah, but it makes it worse. Dick's still penetrating her mouth.
In fact, it probably makes it worse, right or wrong?
That's still penetration. The dick's in the mouth.
Brother. Bro, did you not heard me? I didn't stutter. Sniper, you heard me, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I know I'm right. Yeah. You find out your woman did something with another man. On one scenario, she fucked him. They had sex. The other scenario, she just sucked his dick. Which one hurts you more?
Both. They're both equally worse.
No, man.
Sucking dick.
It's just sucking dick that's gonna hurt you more, man.
Yeah, sucking dick's even worse, bro. You're supposed to kiss that mouth.
and the fact that he didn't even want to have sex with her, he just used her. He just got head. That's worse. Because some women was out there saying, well, I'll give you head, but I can't fuck you for my pussy just for my man. And that to me is ridiculous.
I know. That's so disgusting.
I know it's ridiculous, right?
Where the fuck is Jerry at when you need him, bro? Jerry. Spawn that motherfucker, bro. That's disgusting. That's even worse.
It's ridiculous because getting head from a woman, getting head from a woman, your woman giving another man head is a way more intimate thing than them having sex. In my imagination.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I'm for real. If you was my woman,
it's a lot more personal.
If you was my woman and you met somebody and you had sex with them, like you knew each other from wherever, and you end up having sex. Yeah, that's a bad story, and I'm gonna be hurt. I ain't gonna be feeling it. Whatever. I'm gonna make my decision. But if you said I didn't fuck him, I just gave him head in the backseat. That's even worse, because it's like a lower. Why? Why? Because like you're not even worth getting fucked. Like you.
Wow.
You know what I mean? You just like, he saw you and said,
wow.
He saw you and said, you know what?
You're not even worth the effort, bro. You know what I mean?
My dick. I didn't even have to. He didn't have to perform. He didn't have to do nothing. He just sat there or whatever while you just
sit there. You don't have to do shit.
That's why, ladies, you don't.
And you're gonna use that same mouth to kiss and confess.
Even if you just had oral sex, like he ate my pussy, I sucked his dick. I feel like it's gonna hit me worse.
Because maybe I don't want your dick.
No, that's not what I'm saying though. What I'm saying is, I think as being the other guy, the husband or the boyfriend, it's gonna hit me worse. You lot just doing oral than you lot having sex, because it feels like a freakier thing. Feels like a more intimate thing in a way, right? I know some dudes just be getting head and keep it moving and blah blah blah. I get that, but for me personally, that's gonna make me. It's gonna be harder to forgive. Like for instance, right? Let me give it another example. If you're walking down the road and you're with your missus holding hands, and some tall dude comes out the crowd and says, "Hey, Alice, what? Fancy seeing you? I haven't seen you for years. Yeah, it's been like 4 years, 5 years. Yeah, I know. Oh, this is my man, Jedi. This is Jason." I'm like, "Yeah, what's up, Jason? Yeah. What's up? All right, take care. See you soon. See you later. Whatever." We walk in. I'm obviously gonna say, "Yo, who's this Jason dude? Who is he?" She's gonna say, "Oh, I used to. Well, I fooled with him back in the day. We had a thing back in the day." I'm like, "Okay, well, you lot had sex?" "Nah, he just ate me out and I just sucked his dick." "Nah, sex is good, yeah." You not hear? Can you not hear it? Like, do you not hear it? Like, bro, the day's ruined. No. No. I can't explain it to you, lot, but I thought you lot would feel it too. But nah, I'm gonna have to go on mute and just take a minute to compose myself. That story was traumatizing. I was just holding her hand. She took me like, yeah, nah, we ain't fuck. I just gave him head. What?
You know when the hand starts to feel clammy now, like let me,
And now I'm holding your hand. Like
First of all, it's none of your business what I did with somebody else.
How's that? Before that's supposed to be like less bad. That's way worse, bro. In my opinion, you know what I mean? Way worse.
Just let you know.
That means if I go to America, I'm not even asking.
And that's supposed to be like a lesser act.
No, they're both bad, yeah. But obviously, if your partner had sex with somebody else before you, if your partner had given head before you, but to hear it, you know what I mean? But to hear it, first of all, foremost, we normalize.
I did not. I'm just telling you.
First and foremost, we normalizing your partner having had oral sex with other people. When I was growing up, that wasn't the norm. I'll be honest with you. I had plenty of opportunity to be with women that hadn't had a penis in their mouth before, right? And so therefore, I felt like I was putting down a flag when my penis eventually did end up in all their mouths, all their throats. Right?
Well, yeah, that's a red flag. If a bitch knows too much,
it felt like I was achieving something, right? Now you walking around with your wifey,
you're a bitch. You gotta teach.
You meeting 6'7" Jason, and he's like, "Hey, little man." He pats you on the top of your head. You walking up saying, "How'd you know him?" She's talking about, "I just sucked his dick." What you mean? You mean you was in a relationship with him? No. I just sucked his dick. You mean like you you lot was doing you lot had a sexual relationship? No. I just sucked his dick one time. I met him in the club. I just met him in the club. He asked for some head. I gave him some. Woo! And Ari's laughing. She knows, man. That's horrible. That's horrible.
Yeah, because he's gonna ask.
And I've been in that situation before. Where the girl that I'm with has been with men that I know. I've been in that situation before, right? Where my girl has been with other men before me, right? Cool. And like a G, because I was a G, I handled it. But you know what I don't think I would have been able to handle is a dude coming to me and saying, "Yo, I'm coming to you as a brother, man. Just want to let you know, like, yeah, like, you know, yeah, she just sucked my dick." I'm like, "What do you mean? You went out with
she was only
your girl for a while, right? You was going out with her." No, I wasn't going out with her. Oh, you mean you guys was having sex? No, we never had sex. I don't even know what a pussy looks like. So what? So what are you saying? You mean nah? Sorry, man. I sorry to keep going on about it, but the fact it's traumatizing.
Violation,
emotional violation, cuz. It's a violation. Ladies, if you just gave a man just head, strictly just head, don't tell your current
emotional
partner
damage.
Don't tell your current partner does not want to know that another man literally strictly just got fellatio from you and kept it moving. That's gonna crush his world. No.
That's a major L, bro.
No one wants to hear that. Even a girl. All right, that's ladies. Even a girl. If you hear that about your man, oh, how do you know Tyrone? Oh, we used to fuck around, you know, back in school or back in, you know what, sexually, yeah, we used to have sex or whatever, yeah, we used to link. That's one thing. Next thing is, how do you know Tyrone? You know, he used to call me up, come around and just eat my pussy. and then you guys have sex. No. He just eat my pussy and then I keep moving.
It's guys that do that though, really.
I know, truly. But you don't want that guy to be your guy, do you?
Literally just come to eat.
You don't want that guy to be your
go
guy.
Home.
Eat him.
I'm sorry.
There's a guy in my city, like he'll go to this girl's house, he'll eat her pussy, and he'll just leave after. Like
that's
which one? Hold on, let me ask you. Which one would you prefer to be your man? The one that turned up and had sex, or the one that just wanted to just do that and leave?
The one that just did that and left.
You prefer that to be your man?
Yeah, because I mean, he eat good pussy.
Man, that is
you all the way different. You prefer your man to be Barry Bocap.
He said I'm all the way different.
You're all the way difficult, man. I prefer my man to be the man that just turns up and eats pussy and goes. Yeah, I like that.
Just eat the pussy.
And then comes home to you and kisses you. Nice.
You got turned to a real life munch.
This is madness. So you rate a man for doing what a woman can do? Like, this is crazy.
Wait.
Huh?
What you just say?
I didn't start.
Okay.
You heard me. You gonna rate a man for eating your pussy?
So he gonna say it again?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it again. If you didn't get it.
You gonna say it again? Oh.
You gonna rate a man for eating your pussy, but
I didn't say that. I
woman
said
can
I
eat your
would like for him to eat my pussy.
Oh, okay.
What's wrong with that?
You prefer.
I prefer that.
Yeah, but you would prefer what? No, it don't make no sense.
I prefer them both.
How do you prefer them both? You say you got this guy who's running around eating.
Wait,
pussy.
Can we just get this straight though?
Be your boyfriend.
Cover your ears, Queen Sanity. Yeah, let's get this straight, Sniper. Yeah, she don't mind her dude being bisexual, bro. We still ain't even got over that.
Who said that?
Let's move on.
Well, obviously, it is
Who
that.
said that?
You said that.
I know you lying to me.
Nah, you didn't say that, Queen Sanity.
She wants a man to be, a man to have that ability. Yeah, exactly. It makes sense.
Queen Sanity. Correct me. What did you say? Then?
So what did your sister going to do?
I never said that. I don't know what I said. I ain't say that though.
Hold on. So you didn't say you don't mind if your partner is bisexual?
No.
Okay, what did you say? Correct us.
I don't know, but not that. But not that. I don't know what the hell I said, but not that.
I didn't hear Are you being hold on, wait, 1 second, guys. Are you being serious with us? You don't remember saying this?
No.
Mad.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go do some notes. I'll be back.
Research time.
Oh, he's gonna go get it. Oh shit. I don't think I care. Yeah. I hate hearing myself. I never listen to myself play back.
I think she said something about her being bisexual, but
yeah, I said I am.
Bro, yo, Zilla, shut up. If you don't remember it, shoot.
I was listening, man. I've been listening, man.
No. This woman told us that she does not care if her dude has.
Can you stop saying it and go get the playback? Because I don't remember saying that.
1 second, man. Have been fucking dudes. We had a whole big thing about it.
I don't like the rhetoric that you're coming out of, and I don't remember saying that.
Okay, I might mess that part out.
Well, you did. Well, you did. You
go
said
get the playback.
So you want your boyfriend to be on the Bobby Valentino?
You're not going to go get it?
I can't believe that no one else is going to.
I didn't even take that in. I didn't take that in.
No, I remember.
Hold on, wait, 1 second.
That's not what I said. I don't mind if a man is bisexual. I don't care. It's a man, not my man.
No.
A man and my man are two different things. Because I think that's what y'all were doing. Y'all were doing this same exact thing. Y'all were trying to play like I would date a bisexual man. No.
What?
Why aren't you on?
Oh, whatever. Cool. Anyway, it's cool. I can't even believe that we actually. This is you are strange on YouTube, you know. This is such a big subject that we kept bringing it up. We kept saying, yo. Where's Schiffer now? Let me phone Schiffer. Where's Schiffer?
Enough of this degeneracy, bro. Stick to the
conversation was like this. It was like if a woman messed with two men, she said, I wouldn't have sex with two men.
Right.
Okay, I remember that part.
Right.
You remember that, Sanity? We were talking about threesomes. We had a conversation about threesomes.
I wouldn't have sex
and you said if a man had sex with another man and a woman, that made him partly gay.
I wouldn't have sex with two men. I wouldn't have sex with two men.
You say that would make him partly gay.
That's gay. I think that's gay.
So then we were like, all right,
that is gay.
People running trains and shit. That's gay.
Okay, all right.
That's gay as hell.
Okay, man. Okay. You just shouting at random stuff. Okay, so we established
that's not random. It is gay.
Anyway,
That's
anyway.
Oh,
you said
oh,
that you
oh,
said that
okay.
you didn't mind if your man was bisexual. So
I did not say that.
I don't know why you say that.
Nah,
But that's
everyone
what
in the
you
chat saying they remember it. What the hell?
said. But yeah,
You
I
didn't
don't
mind
care
if
what
your
the
man
people
has been with
remember.
another man.
Mad.
You and me can lie, but the chat don't lie.
I don't care, to be honest.
Nah, I was joking. I was joking.
Well,
Don't care.
from experience, having sex with 2 men is not gay. Okay, when I was younger, I did have experience like that with 2 men and just me. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
No,
Oh
let's
my
say
God.
I had a threesome with 2 women. I think that's still
for the
gay.
win.
Because 2 women are doing a
We don't
homosexual
want to hear
act.
about
I'm
you
involved.
into 2 women.
That's gay.
With your baby
Technically.
teeth sex. We don't want to hear about that,
That's a
man.
baby chop.
You know what I mean?
You said-
I see it both ways.
I was like, wait.
Just
Cage,
off a baby shot.
Cage, are
I
you
am
saying you
sick
had
of
gay
you.
sex?
I am so sick of you.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying,
so
I'm saying if
confusing,
you,
Ari.
let's say you have 2 women, right?
Ari was telling us the
That's
story we
technically
wanted to
a gay
hear.
act, technically.
No.
True.
Why are
Cage,
dudes interrupting women?
Cage.
Why are
They want to
dudes
hear how
interrupting women?
RV fucked 2 guys at the
Telling
same
stories
time.
about their
Let them hear
threesome.
it.
Before I had kids.
But that's acceptable and shit. You know what I mean?
The
2 women's
Diaries.
acceptable.
Come on, man. Shush.
Whatever, anyway,
You
man.
know,
You look.
Crystal Diaries, because the Crystal Diaries was with my first baby daddy, you dumb nigga.
No, it's cool, man. Don't worry about it, Ari. I just feel like dudes don't want to hear women being sexually explicit.
I'm an older woman. I'm almost 60 years old. I'm trying to share my experience.
Ari, who you shouting at? That's not to shout about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you still talking?
No, man, I'm saying like there's an art to being involved in a conversation to the sister feels uncomfortable to share, and then when she shares, giving her the space to share what she needs to share. I'm not trying to make her feel like a douchebag after she shared it. These are things that I think points that the man them need to learn. This is how you do end up getting 2 faces around your fucking dick, because you don't make no one feel like it's going to be a problem after. But you just don't know these things. So it's evident that they can't trust you, so they don't share, they don't open up. The sister's trying to tell us about the time where the 2 brothers run the train. I mean, she had a threesome.
Say a train, if you think it's that way.
Now, I don't know. I think you might need 2. You might need more than 2 to call it a train, right? I would say. No?
What I'm saying is get the story right, because when the Crisco was involved with my baby daddy. Thank you.
No, I'm joking. I was joking, Ari, man. I was playing.
Let's keep that to the side.
Come on, y'all. I've been on this panel a long time, and I get it. But let me just let you know.
Tell us the story, man. Please.
Said it was a train or whatever. Our act wasn't train-like. It wasn't train-like, okay? Now,
you got pig roasted or something?
We drinking, we watching the movie,
There's
right?
fucking dick and
We
getting
both.
fucked or something. You're nasty.
Man, fuck it. I ain't, man, fuck it.
Man, Cage, man.
You know what, Cage? You know what? For that, I'm kicking you off.
You have to chat.
No, I'm actually kicking you off. Because there's no way, Cage. There's no way, Cage, you're going to bring more value to a live stream internationally than Auntie Murder is. She's telling us some trill shit. Everything you say sounds made up. Anything you say about women or whatever sounds made up. Auntie Murder's got kids, so I know she'd be fucking at some point when she was younger. You got nothing. You got baby teeth and weed. And you're interrupting her to the point where she don't want to tell her freaky story. I want to hear her freaky story.
Well, I'm used to age acting crazy, but the idea is, when I was younger, we was chilling, me and a couple of friends of mine, we watching a movie, we smoking weed, we had a little drink, right? A little handout. So we watching the movie, I start getting the pants unzipped, okay? Because I was there for that purpose, right? Okay, so
you unzipping pants?
Ratio on one man while the other man.
Wait, you unzipping pants, or they start unzipping your pants?
I'm the aggressor on both of these niggas. Trust me. Look, I was raised around pimps, players, and all of this other type of street shit. All right. Now, if we do street shit type of sex, that's street shit type of sex. If my homies call me over and say, look, we're going to smoke, you know, this, that, and the other, and I want to get down, look, I'm finna do both of you niggas, get ready. Okay, what's wrong with that? If you want to call it a train, call it a motherfucking train. Right. This before I even became a mother, okay? Now, I'm just gonna let you know. I came over there, kicked it with my motherfucking homies, right? We drinking, we smoking, we watching the fucking movie. Got gangster movie at that, right? I've been over and told the nigga, lay down, let me do you, right? Right? So the other nigga just wanted to get involved in the motherfucking shit and start pulling my damn pants down. So I'm like, cool. So while I'm giving fellatio and getting banged in the motherfucking back, right? I switch positions on the motherfucker. You feel me? So everybody's satisfied. So where the train at?
No. It's not. I mean, it's not a train. I would have said that's a threesome. It's not a train now.
You was the conductor.
I don't even know if there's rules to what a train is. You know, I'm not experienced in that.
A train is when a woman get jumped in some kind of game, right? She don't want. Either she want to fight her way in the game, or she want to fuck her way in the game. That's a train.
Right. I hear you.
Now you put the R word in it with all these perverted motherfuckers coming in with the perversion and this and that and the other. You know what I'm saying? That's some type of weird type of what you call it? Shit you can get locked up for. Okay. Now if you want to go beyond that, yeah. My shit was kicking with my motherfucking homies and doing my boys. That's it. And I'm still their homies to this day. You feel me?
How did the relationship? Ari, how did the relationship progress after that was done? Honestly, because we
were still homies. That's it. That was my nigga. They wasn't my nigga. I wasn't they bitch. We was homies. Period.
Homies. Like, okay, there's a different type of homies though, right? Like
friends that went to school with.
In me.
Okay, but would they hit you up for that again after?
No.
What they didn't answer it, and maybe you didn't give it to them, but one of them must have came back and said, "Oh, if you're not busy, can we meet up on the weekend or something?" No.
Nah.
None of them wanted to run it back.
No.
I don't even want to ask why not.
That was my first and only experience with two men. That was in the 80s or 90s or something like that. No, that was in the 80s before I had kids. My first child I had.
Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy it?
It was cool. I wasn't in love. I didn't want to be with these niggas. Nah. It was just something we had fun. We did the lover homely.
Homie love a friend.
Homie to homie.
No, I'm reading bitch ass Cage. You can kiss my ass, bitch.
Nah, he's gone, man. He's not here. Don't worry.
No, he's hiding in the goddamn private chat. Put him on so I can cuss his ass out. But the idea,
we don't want to hear no cussing.
I'm just saying, it's the difference between a sexual act and being what y'all call or what you call it, a train.
A train, yeah.
A train.
The difference between a train and a conductor.
A train, that means them motherfuckers. Yeah, I'm banging this bitch right now, and you after her.
Right.
How's that? One that initiated and you know.
No,
did
you're right.
this.
You're right. You know
what I'm saying?
You're right. These are enjoying it, man.
I don't give a fuck. I got my own platform that I've been telling these ghetto stories for since I've been going live. I got all kinds of trolls to this day going in on me on some Crisco shit. On some Crisco shit. The Crisco shit don't mean shit to me. Just get the story right. The Crisco shit with me and my baby daddy.
What is a Crisco? I don't even want to know the story, but I just want to know what Crisco. No, I promise you.
I don't want to know. What is the Crisco?
Wait. I promise you. I don't know what. I don't want to know the story. I just want to know because I've heard Crisco.
Let him tell the story.
No, I don't want to know the story. I just want to know what is a Crisco.
I said, ask Cage. He the one brought that shit up.
Nah, do you know what? It wasn't Chris. It wasn't. Well, yeah. Cage. Yeah, Cage.
Yeah, it was Cage, man. Yeah, fucked up, man. That nigga was fucked up, man.
Bring your ass up here, Cage, and tell the Crisco story, nigga.
Allah, this is oil. This is just American oil. Say less. I don't need to know more.
Well, look, what is that? I can go get the fucking live when I told that fucking story and put it in the back chat. Okay? And then tell you the timestamp of that shit, and you can hear all about the goddamn Crisco story, because to this day, that shit is motherfucking pending. Feel me?
See.
Do RE give a fuck? No.
and personally, I don't think you should. I don't think you should give a fuck. I respect it. And you know what? That you know that you got nephews like me, that I need to have these conversations with real people. It reminds me that there's people that can actually just keep it real, like, because these are too soft and too airy fairy. This is why I feel that I would have done so well in America, right? Because there would have been more people I could have had real combos with. Like, they're just not afraid to just say what they did, not watching no one's face. You know, on our side, Snipes, we got all these girls. They don't want to admit that they just. They got 4 kids trying to admit to having sex.
They got them over there as well, though. I don't know what Queen Sanity was doing. You get me? She's in some denial or something.
Yeah, she's in some denial today. I don't know
what was going on there, man. Yeah.
Big lie, bro.
I didn't say that. Show talking about she likes it in the ass. She don't like nobody sucking her teeth. But she wants somebody.
Yeah.
Her
it was just me and Jake. Yeah, in the morning.
I do rate her.
Too early. It was too early.
I like her.
But she did have the opportunity to be quite graphic. She did, but she always make you pay for it afterwards. So
Thank you.
She always make you pay for it in some kind of, like, she gave you this and now I'm gonna terrorize you for 10 months.
Yeah,
it's just not worth it. Her freaky tails, she can keep them. She started giving man information nobody wanted. Nobody wanted that info. Yeah, she did, man. She had enough things no one else.
She battled me. She battled me, Jez, with my Crisco story, and I told her story. You know what she told me? Don't worry about my sexual capades, bitch. What?
Beast. She's out there in your. Ain't she in your place? She's in your town, man. She's in your town now, yeah. Go deal with her, man.
Go story, bitch.
Run up on her with a 4-5 or something.
Let's deal with her. She's in your ends. Deal with her.
She's in your ends, man.
She's in Houston.
It's
in America. She out here.
Yeah. Deal with that, man. Or am I gonna have to give you a new name instead of Auntie Murder? Yeah. Is it gonna be Auntie Murder sometime-ish? Right, what are we doing?
Go ahead, Cage.
What do you mean, go ahead? What do you want me to say?
You said I got pig roasted, and this old bird got pig roasted.
You got pig roasted, and you got battery.
Tell them the Crisco story.
It's a battery.
Bro, whatever it's called. But either way, what do you mean Crisco? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking
about.
You
said it.
No, I didn't. I don't even know what that is.
Run that. You want me to run it back?
What is that? I don't even know.
You fucking, it came out of your mouth.
No, I didn't. You're hearing shit.
Nigga, don't tell me I ain't hearing shit. Now, we had a civilized conversation until your motherfucking ass got mad because you got checked. Okay? You got checked when I'm trying to say a story. You talk about nobody want to hear the Crisco Chronicles or some shit like that.
Play it back, Ari.
What the fuck is the Crisco Chronicles?
Ari, he definitely said it. Play it back so we can heir his voice.
All right, run it back. Run it back. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that means. What the fuck? Jeez, you guys are... anyways, tell us more about how you got fucking battery by your 2 gay friends or something.
Hey, won't you tell me how when you was
wait
tell me that.
Ari, wait a minute, sister, please. Cage.
Yeah.
Are you angry by Sister Ari's story?
I'm not angry. I think I love her openness.
Why you? All right, wait 1 second. 1 second. Why does it feel like you banging on her? Like, what's going on? You banging on her because she's telling her story, or what? What is it? Because she said she had a threesome in the 80s. You seem angry or something. What's the problem, bro?
No, that's fine. It's someone's grandma though. That's kind of crazy.
Okay, but yeah, trust me, you don't want to know what the grandmas have been up to, man. Trust me, yeah. Especially the grandmas that went through like the 60s and 70s. They did some shit.
They're on acid and shit, no?
They did some shit.
Acid was in the 70s, you dumb fuck.
I tell you what it is funny about us younger generation, and I think we use it as a coping mechanism psychologically. We always think that we on some worse shit than our parents could ever be on.
That's true.
Right? And you have no idea.
It's probably even worse.
I don't want to know.
You know what? I'll tell you this for free. I'll tell you this for
worse
free.
back then.
Stop, Zilla. I'll tell you just for free.
Yeah.
Girls my age, I've seen them reinvent themselves 3 times, bro.
That's true. That is so
true.
No,
to be honest, though, I think it's something subconscious and shit.
We had to hear 2 women stuck on your micro penis, sucker.
No. What it is, it's like I see women like.
Yo, chill out, man.
Fucking hell, what's wrong with both of you, man? Anyway, I was saying stops, yeah? Each time this chick reinvents herself, less people remember what her original form was. If that makes
it's like she's like a skin, like a
skin, cuz. And the final form is in church or social work or some other shit. Right, exactly. You know?
Oh, all the aunties that are religious. Oh
right.
my
Right. Pious like a motherfucker right now, right? And guess who the judge is? The preacher's wife, the imam's daughter, whoever you know what I mean? That's who's the judge now. Because they didn't get their chance, so they did it later in life, innit? And all the judgmental ones that rushed the girls for sucking dick, they sucking 4 dicks at a time. Nah, I'm not even joking, bro.
Oh shit! Nah, it's just making sense in it right now, man.
Sense, man.
I'm just deep in shit right now.
You got a sister like Ari, who's in her 60s now, and she let you know she's not even interested in dick like that.
Yeah.
So she could tell you about when she was young and done a crazy thing with her homies.
Mission complete.
I don't mind some jokes in that, but you're not gonna sit here and just try and gun her down, bro.
Try and roast, for no reason, bro. Come on, man.
Laura, she's a big woman telling us some shit we want to hear.
Right.
We want to know about. She got experience, and I respect you for it, Ari. I ain't just saying it. I respect you for it.
I rated Ari. You've been.
No, you don't, man, because you don't even get pussy. Show me an example that you actually get real physical pussy.
Oh shit!
I guarantee I got more pussy than 95% of people.
Prove it.
9% of people.
Prove it. You're just like Triller. Prove it. Give me
how do I prove it for you?
I don't know.
Call a girl.
Show us any evidence.
How would I do that? I'm on my phone.
Bro, forget it then, innit? You forget it then. In 2022, you have no way to prove that you even get gal.
How much you want to bet?
I don't want to bet you, bro. I'm just making a point. You must obviously still get women or whatever. I'm not trying to bet you and say you've never been with a woman, bro, or you ain't gonna have a girlfriend, right? All sorts of dudes can get gal. But what I'm trying to say is the behavior is that of a non-pussy getter, bro. You pressuring the woman for telling her story, almost like you don't want no one else to be able to come forward and talk their shit. I don't like that environment. I don't thrive well in an environment where we're just being judged for being real.
No, I rate it. I rate the realness. You know what I mean?
But you trying to run her down, bro. You keep going. Battery. I'm
not trying to come off like that.
But the idea, Jed, that's what he just said. Did you hear him earlier, Jed? He was talking about 2 women's he been with. He had a threesome. He had 2 women's, right? Okay, didn't you tell?
You did say that.
Oh shit, yeah.
Because your women's had to get a motherfucking tweezer to pull your shit out to try to.
Oh shit!
No, but he said his situation, if by somebody's standards, is gay, basically.
Right.
So, like, what are you saying, Cage?
No, I'm saying for a man.
Give us
like I
a
think
man with 2 women.
Doing what happened to her with the next man is weird. But yeah.
No, you said something about lesbian something about lesbian. You engaged with lesbians, so that makes you.
I mean, I technically did participate in a homosexual act there.
Right.
Because there's two women.
Right. That's what you said. Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm out.
Oh yeah, he did say like
And
his
the men
girl,
thing is even
she's
weirder.
bi, innit?
The men thing's even weirder. The two-man thing is weird because that's, That's,
so the two women thing with you is not. It's what you're telling
me. Socially, yeah.
I agree with him. I mean, it's less gay with, with another guy and a girl and two girls and
Yeah,
by
that's
yourself.
that's the only time I'm engaging.
No, he said the girl one. He said him and two girls is gay.
No. I get his part when he was saying his girl
It is
bi.
gay, but it's
He said
normal.
his girl's bi.
How is
your
it
girl was
gay?
Ain't nothing normal about that.
I don't understand what you mean, bro.
I'm saying it's socially. It doesn't make you gay as a man. But I'm saying if you do something with another.
But you said it was gay. You said you done a homosexual act with two lesbians.
But that's the two women doing that. I'm a heterosexual man, so it's just.
You was involved though, right?
You was involved though, right?
You was involved in that homosexual act.
Yeah, involved in it.
Right.
That's still a homosexual act.
Let me go mute.
Was you assisting? Yeah. You was assisting in the homeowners.
Yeah. So it is.
Exactly.
So it is. Either way, no matter what, it's always like
is.
that.
Yes, I agree.
So use the flag in the rainbow.
You said whatever it is, but you're trying to knock me, and you did the same shit.
Right.
No, I'm not trying to knock you. For you, that's normal. But I'm saying for the men, it's not. It's like the opposite.
I mean, you got the L in the LGBT.
No, but how can you say for you it's normal? It's not
because that's two men that she's doing a.
That's not normal for her. That's not normal.
It's not normal.
No, she's doing a heterosexual act with just two men. There's no other woman.
Yeah,
and then it's normal.
Yeah, and then
it's not normal, but it's not.
So you and
the other people are doing some gay shit.
So you and two women. Hold on, you and two women was doing a heterosexual act.
I am. They're not.
Right. So okay, let me ask you this: if the two dudes, hold on, Ari. If the two dudes have no contact with each other, are they doing a homosexual act in your opinion?
Naked with another man doing a sexual act. That's weird. You know what I mean?
I can't deny that still, but do you think it's a homosexual act though?
Yeah, because you're naked with another man doing a sexual act. That's gay.
There's men doing sex.
But if there were two women, that's not gay. It's gay
a gray area, isn't it?
Not for you.
It is a bit of a gray area.
Because they're not doing a sexual act to each other. The woman's like in the mediator in that sense.
It's the environment
in the same vicinity. You
Yeah.
You see another man fucking sword out. What do you mean? That's weird.
You can potentially whip out strong and
definitely
with the two women she was with, was they kissing on each other?
Yeah, they're kissing and eating each other.
Okay, that's not a sexual act. Being a homo.
Come on, man. He's the L. He's got to say the L. I heard it way back in the conversation. I was like, right, it's the L, man.
It's the L and LGBT.
Like, what?
It is gay.
He's like, yeah, man, that was gay, man. That was a gay situation I was in. I was like,
if you're dealing with two women, it's a lot different than you and another dude dealing with a woman.
No, but you said it wasn't.
I hear
You said it
both.
wasn't.
Fucking suspect. Nah.
But you said it wasn't, Cage. You said it wasn't different. It's still gay, right?
No.
It's still gay. It's still
gay, right?
Technically,
you was involved in the gayness. You was involved. They were doing lesbian stuff, and then you was, the intervener at some point, and you kissed both of them, so you basically tasted.
Yeah, there's a difference, bro.
You know what? It's more accepted. It's more accepted in society with two women and the men.
So hold on. They ran a train on you, Kate. Oh no.
Nah, it's different.
Where you go?
He's here.
No.
He's up in the corner.
No. But either way, it's a weird way to look.
Were they strapped up?
Hold on. We got two types of lesbians. We got lesbian and we got that motherfucking stud. So what you was with? Two studs?
Bro, I'm saying you guys okay.
But they have strap-ons too. You understand? They use strap-ons. So what they used on you?
Calm it down. No one's angry here, Ari. What are you still shouting for?
No. Ari, I'm saying this. All right, I'm saying this. Like, let's say it said there was another woman there, and then you're doing some then that would be a act that you're doing technically. But since you're getting fucked by two guys, whatever, that's.
I'm saying lesbians, they use dildos.
You know what I mean? That's different because
it's different. Really?
No, I'm not saying the fucking dildo thing. I'm saying that if you're
I'm saying lesbian acts, sexual acts, they use dildos.
Oh my god, what are we talking about? Right
Did they use it on you?
No, they never had any of that. The fuck?
Okay, so they were kissing each other. Was they licking each other's box, or they was licking on you?
No, okay. My girl has certain rules. Like my girl didn't want me, like wanted the girl there.
So your woman was the man of the situation. Is what you're telling me?
I deal with them both. She gets jealous and shit. You have to give her more attention.
Nah, boy.
I mean,
so you was the bitch in the situation. Is what you're telling us?
Nah, I fucking dealt with them. I just told them to shut the fuck up, and you deal with it properly. But I'm saying either way, this is a long time ago. You know what I mean?
It's a long time ago for me. We just having a discussion.
Yeah. But I would never engage.
You want to back out of this shit, right?
Let him do his disclaimer. Let him do his disclaimer. Okay. He's past that now. If there was two bad women in front of him, he wouldn't touch them.
No. I'm saying I would never deal with a woman with a next.
With another what?
I'm saying what happened to her. Your friends are weird. You know what I mean? You said you're still friends with them today.
Oh, the dudes are weird. Cool.
Yeah, they're weird because I think that's weird as fuck. You know, what I mean? It's not weird like that. It's not weird for you because you're a woman. That's fine. But for them, it's fucking weird. You know what I mean? In my opinion, because that's two guys doing it. No, that's weird, bro. You know what I mean? I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that shit. I want.
Yeah, I would have run it. I would have run it, but I just didn't feel comfortable. Like I would have run it. I wasn't thinking. I don't give a fuck. And it was my cousin. I wouldn't give a fuck, man. I would have run it, but I just didn't feel comfortable.
I want to be able
not feeling comfortable in that kind of scenario means that you're not going to perform, right?
I want to be able to do it.
Right. So that's why I never run. But had I been like, okay, cool, I would have just done it, and then I would have been listening to this conversation like, oh shit, yeah, man, that was a bit booky. But I just never done that in booky. So I'm blessed like that. On the other side of things, though, with the women, I'm fully guilty, many times, holding hair out the way. So you know what I mean. So I would say, yeah, man. Like if we're gonna call it a homosexual act, I'm gonna have to take the L and say, yeah, man, yeah. It definitely.
But that's on their end, though. That's not on your end.
Nah, but if you're involved, though, in it, bro, you're involved.
Define it, Jed. Homosexual acts with two women. You need to define it.
We know what we're talking about. I don't need to define.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that, man. Listen, man, people will chat shit if they want to chat shit. Anyone that chats shit about me, they will be holding up a mirror against themselves. I'm confident in that. So I don't really need to be saying, yeah, I wouldn't. We don't even consider them things there. But what I will say is I was very much encouraging the lifestyle of like 2 women and 1 man, right? I was definitely thought that was a flex for a long time, for a while anyway. So I have to say that I've looked on it now and I don't necessarily feel as intensely turned on or whatever by the scenario, but I know in my heart of hearts, on a cold night, I probably would still entertain it if it was right in front of me, which is something that I will have to either work on or admit that I'm just a hypocrite when it comes to 2 women being with a 1 man. Do you know what I mean? Because yeah, you know, like I feel like we were groomed. My generation was groomed to not see that in any way as bad.
But that's most men fantasy. That's most men fantasy.
But let me just ask you this, Unks, yeah? Did we wake up and it was our fantasy? Or was it given to us as our fantasy?
I think it depends on the community that you grow up in, the household that you come up in. I think you because for me, I grew up in a community where the elder men used to talk about, I have 2 and 3 things here, and and I look at it as a youth growing up, hey, I want to be like that.
Right.
So I follow in their footsteps.
Scott, what's up?
See what I'm saying?
It's Chris.
So I think you have a lot to do sometimes too with how you grow up.
So but when did it go from having couple things to having a couple things at the same time. This is where
the plenty things.
No, yeah, we went from
talking
plenty
about?
things. No, forget that. You can still, it's still plenty things. It's gone from that to having them at the same time, Unks, I'm saying.
But you have to look at it. You have to look at it this way. Yeah? For men, we operate by sight, yeah, and it's easy for a man to bang 3, 4, 5 women and don't even feel no remorse. Whereby a woman takes it more seriously. Now, men love to experience and experiment, yeah. So the 2 chick and 1 dude, most guys would run for that. Somehow it stroked the ego. It will stroke his ego. See what I'm
He's
saying?
like, I can control 2 women. I can please 2 women. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a ego thing. It's more ego driven something where you because the first time I had sex with a big woman when I was like 15, 16, I felt like a big man. You know what I'm saying? It gives you that kind of
boost.
They can't chat to me now.
It makes that testosterone start flowing and shit.
Exactly. But it's
taking
but you get old and you look back at like, boy, you were stupid. How could an elder woman pum make you a big grown man? It makes no sense, but it's just the ego of it, because men, we get stripes who hit more than 2, 3, 5 women. They give us stripes for that.
Older women can teach us a thing as well, man.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, bro, it's just a fact. Like, it's a basic fact of it all. You know what I mean? Like you're entering something. You're invading something, taking over something in a way.
I've learned more from older women than women
it's like
my
a primal.
age.
That's why women take it more serious than men. Could you enter into them?
What was the cold part about it was his story was years ago, but my story was also years ago, but he tried to make it like his present and want to smash me for it. Come on now, both of our stories are years ago. You understand? Just because I'm a female with a man at the time,
But the female always get the bashing. The female always get the bashing along that line.
And you learn from an old female, you understand? Just learn.
Well, since the beginning of time, I'll tell you why. Well, think
we
about
with you, Ari, man. We hip to that, man. We with you, man.
But Ari, it breaks down. Ari, it breaks down to this. Pregnancy and shit. Obviously, you guys can get pregnant. Think about it. And a hole is a lot harder to clean than someone that's.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, man. You
want
I'm saying,
just think about it. It's a lot harder to be clean as a woman and go fuck around and shit. And also, you have
what are you talking about?
You're able to get pregnant. You know what I mean? So
wait a minute, hold on.
The reason why
you're going off base. What are you talking about? Like you said, like
hygiene.
I'm 60 years old. You got to
a lot harder for a woman
delivering to me. What are you talking about?
Okay, but listen. The reason why it's been set up like this is because back then, women didn't have maternity tests and shit, or condoms, or any of this Plan B, or any of that shit. You know what I mean? So how are you gonna know if that's your child then? You know what I mean?
Okay, with your situation, right? With your situation, you with 2 women's, right? You banging on 2 women's, and they get pregnant, right?
Oh shit! Yeah, it's facts. You could have 2 kids, man. You could have had 2 kids, man. And that's more. I mean, it's both unhygienic anyway. So I don't know why.
No, but you use protection.
You get women that say,
pill. There's no getting.
You get women that say, I'm not going to perform oral if you don't do it on me. And I'm thinking, like, you can't compare the two. They're 2 different things, man. Like,
No, but my example there is just showing why people have these thoughts about, and it's true though, because think about it. It's like a hole. A hole is harder to clean than a fucking cylinder. You know what I mean?
So you're telling me, obviously a key is easier to clean than a keyhole.
Yeah.
But both of them can catch diseases.
I know, yeah, both of them can, yeah.
Both of them can catch diseases. Yeah. So what?
Out of wedlock. That's a sin.
Well, where do these diseases really come from? You know what I mean? Like, when do they actually? Because all these new diseases are popping up in modern times.
Well, that tells us you don't use protection. That's your bad, not mine.
What are you talking
need
about?
protection, and I don't like it.
Worried about shit like that, you is not protecting yourself.
For new women I'm dealing with, I'm saying for new women I'm dealing with, I'm always using fucking protection all the time.
So what you saying is you're using dental dam, you're using dental
really
dam on your female, right?
What?
Dental dam.
Everybody on and looking, right?
I never got no fucking. I never got no disease.
Listen, yeah, I wouldn't deal with
Oh my.
disease, bro.
A dental dam.
Say that again. Say that again. CFC. We didn't hear you.
I said, yeah, I wouldn't deal with a chick, yeah, if I thought she had any STD.
How you know?
Yeah, but how do you know?
How can you think someone that have STDs?
Obviously, you don't know, but I mean, like, if she's a homo.
Okay, so it's a risk you're taking, bro.
But bro, you know, 80% of people have HPV. So most of the people on here, let's say there's like 150 or 100 people watching or whatever. You know what I mean? Like 80. Most of the people on here have that, and probably don't even know.
I swear that's when you get like spots on your mouth and stuff.
I don't get tested. I don't got. Women get pap smears for it or some shit. Like women always get.
The man say you have a disease, JEDI.
Cold sores on the lips and that. What's a mouth herpes?
But yeah, most people actually have that shit and don't even know it. I don't. Fuck.
That's people who don't go get checkup.
Cage, are you sticking or just a licking?
Oh shit.
I'm telling you facts. This is just facts. You probably have it.
Diving.
It's going in.
Hey, wait. Hey, Cage. Oh, question though. You see when you was with the two girls, did you eat both of them out or just your girlfriend? Now be real.
I don't eat pussy.
Yeah,
bro.
we know if you're like.
But you're Canadian, man. Still don't like us.
People from Toronto don't eat pussy. If you eat pussy and eat tamon, you're written off as a pussy. You cannot be eating. You are what you eat.
Eat tamon.
You are what you eat. So eat pussy.
Eat tamon. Okay.
Whatever, man. I bust my mouth all of them, man. Well, don't listen to
Cage, was you able to bang both of them?
That boy ate everything with his baby shark teeth.
Yeah, well, it's like my girl's bitch. You know what I mean? It's like my girl's bitch, and it's my bitch. So it's like
so your girl is the man of the situation. You the bitch,
brother. She's come out the shower.
She likes that shit. I'm like, okay, I'll try it. Two bitches, why not? She's not gonna do it.
She bitched you.
I got my brother head from two girls, and they didn't do shit and left. Two of them at once. You know what I mean? You've been bossing up like that since a kid, sir. Easy.
You got bitch situation. Allow it.
Yeah, would you?
Emotional damage when they told their mans about that after. That's crazy.
Your girl bitched you, nigga. That's what happened. You got a bitch.
Something ain't adding up. Something in this story isn't adding up.
You heard that one, right? I had to think about it for 1 second.
True, I'm just thinking twice. So it's like,
yeah, he got girls for his brother.
Something is.
Yeah, he went on. Yeah, he got his brother on his first.
I'm saying even my little brother, we got him that shit.
All right, man. All right.
What's going on?
Little brother, you got him head and rare. Great, man. Cool. Let's
two of them are dimes. It was perfect. I was like the fucking boss over there. I'm like, yeah, just deal with them. They just listen to me. I'm like, all right, there you go.
This is so cringe. I didn't think I'd be this big age and hear other men with this teenage vibe. Like it's so. I don't know. It's weird.
So this is what World War.
It's entertaining.
I am a lot younger than you guys, remember that.
You are what?
A lot younger than you guys, remember that.
How old are you, Cage?
I'm in my 20s, young 20s, bro.
I'm fucking 20s, bro.
I'm
How old are you, bro?
You got bitched into a situation by a girl. You got bitched into a lesbian situation.
You got bitched
into
Those two lesbian play tag team on you, boy.
Yeah.
Lesbian tag team. Bitch,
I'd rather be that guy than the guys who did that shit to you. So that's fine.
No, I did it to them. Get it right.
This piece, holy fuck.
Get it right,
bro. She's She's owning up to her action. She's owning up to her action, owning up to yours.
I think you're the one with the strap.
He said he's situational gay though. I just don't understand how you can say you're.
Yeah, which one of the girls use a strap on you?
He's not owning up to hers.
Huh? This guy.
Tell the truth.
This is descending. This is descending, man. Abort mission. This is descending. I don't know where
his ass.
He's being very reluctant.
I don't even want to know what's in their closet and shit. God damn.
My girl, it was my girl's girlfriend. Yeah, she bitched you in a damn lesbian situation.
Just one of her fucking friends. I knew both of them from high school.
It doesn't matter. You got bitched in a lesbian situation.
Okay. Like they bend you over,
she roped her over, and then I fucking dealt with them. It's not hard.
Wow. Yeah, you got bitched.
Nah.
Good for you. You got bitched.
Nah.
Just take that L. Okay?
Nah.
Sound like you got a train run on you, bro.
I'll let the bitches run a train on me. That's fine.
What's wrong with Dev, man?
Dev, you better know how to deal with it properly.
You elders need to set a better example, you know. I'm telling you, both you and Ari, you lot are too stupid, man. Too much crap. They give me too much joke. Sounds like you got a chain run on you.
If the man got a train run on me, get a train, so what's up?
You guys are fucking awesome. That's funny as fuck.
That's funny as fuck, bro. Sounds like you got a chain run on you.
Boom, man,
I'm just sitting there laughing. We got Cage. We got the elders. We got the youngers. It's great, man. It's great. So, what message are we gonna give out there? So, what final conclusion have we got? I would like to say that I personally, I'm trying to reflect on my past, reflect on, encouraging girls to be bisexual, reflect on taking part in, 2 female, 1 male threesomes and stuff like that. And I feel like as I get older, as my children obviously mature, reach the ages of flowering, I want to make sure that what I put out into the universe is fair and balanced. So my number one thing, if my daughter or my son are partaking in any of these activities, I don't want to know. That's the number one. I don't want to know. Don't want to be privy. I don't want to be your friend where you feel you can, oh, dad, yeah, me and this girl. Man, I don't want to hear about it. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't want to hear about it. 2, I want to make sure that anytime we have these conversations, we are fair and honest. 2 women sleeping together is homosexual. Right?
Agreed.
You have to agree. Right. So if you're involved in that, then unfortunately you're gonna be involved in what is deemed as homosexual acts.
That's what I said.
You're not into men, you're not looking at no man, very rare. I respect that, I get that. But either way, we still have to accept it for what it is, to be honest, so we can move forward. A good point was made when it came to porn. How many times you watch porn and you didn't see another man's dick? And you have to think about it, like, raw, for real. Like, personally, I tried to watch lesbian porn. They're dildoing each other and that. That's even worse. That's even worse. It's worse. It's worse. It's worse. It's worse, man.
Oh, man.
Oh,
you know
my
you trying to convince me you love gal so much, you just want to see gal just... It's just worse. That energy, the spirit on that scene, on that set is gay, bro.
Yeah,
them girls are gay. And when you're around lesbian girls for long enough, you realize they're not that cool. That's one thing I discovered.
The
I really
demonic
don't
energy.
fuck with you lot. Yeah, I don't fuck with you lot. I don't really like you lot. You lot don't like me as a man or an alpha or whatever. You don't like me. You're in competition with me.
True.
Right? So we can't really chill and flex. And most of you lot stories about man, apart from the sex, you don't like men. Like, as people, you don't like men. So this is why the lesbian fantasy is just a fantasy, bro. And it's a buffer thing to bring in all kinds of other things. So I just wanted to say that, man, them are hypocrites. But I think some of us are waking up and realizing, okay, some of the things some of the demons we liked do need killing. Same way. So
shit, man. That's all about growing up, you know.
Excellent
what I mean?
point. Excellent point. Can I just say, yeah, apologies to Queen Insanity and the rest of the sisters if they had any questions, the more they went to ask. But I had to flee because I had a very important engagement with my daughter that I had to attend to.
Okay.
So I do apologize, but I am back.
Okay. I just thought you took the little quick victory and ran because you was winning at that point, and I thought you said, yeah,
I know.
It's good time for me to leave. You got all emotional, answering back. But did MJ run? I swear MJ was around. You could have killed her, but she's run.
Do you know what I did? Do you know what, Jedi, though? I felt like my point had been made the moment they didn't engage with the question, and you had to answer it for them. Kel had to answer it for them. Cage has to answer for them. And the moment they couldn't answer for themselves, but they was willing to accept your answers, they didn't realize that it puts them in the realm of, you know, not being able to deal with sometimes logical situations. Yeah, I know, but obviously, I just wanted to reiterate that. But ladies, if you do have any more questions or any more points to make, I am here. I wasn't fleeing because I didn't want to have the conversation. It's because I literally had something important to attend to. So apologies.
They're gone.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
They're fled. I don't even know what we're talking about now, bro. Where are we? We are madness. All right, yo, Shifa, let's find out from you. What's your thoughts on two girls, one guy?
Two girls, one guy. My honest opinion is this: year, if we're going to talk about multiple partners within a relationship, I do think there is. The same way we said there's a time to insert emotions into a conversation, there may be a time to insert another woman into a relationship. And I believe that is entirely, in my opinion anyway, from my standpoint is, it would be entirely and based on, you know, a woman at some point in her life, she's not going to be able to have no more children. Now, if at that point the couple want more children, that might be a good reason to involve another woman, not necessarily the two women sleeping together, but you know, in order
but you're saying
have
not necessarily. I want to know: is that on the table? Is that on the cards or not?
I'll be honest with you, yeah. I personally have been in one of these predicaments, and the two women were not sleeping with each other.
Right, but obviously, yeah, okay. I don't even know what question can I answer after that.
I don't know, but you see the sleeping with each other. I agree with you. That's gay. That's lesbian. And unless the woman's gay, she's not gonna want to take part in that. And you know, I don't necessarily promote or agree with homosexuality in the sense of taking part in it. But for those who do, that's down to them. I'm not trying to take a shot at them. It's just not something I want to partake in or be a part of. So I wouldn't promote my woman sleeping with another woman. No.
So Shifa, what about you with two other women?
Say that again.
Would you have it in one of your music videos, since a lot of these artists do use that type of activity in their videos? It's a form of specific art. With two women.
I'm very clear on this, Ari. Just to be very clear on this, you can go online and look at my music videos. You'll notice the type of person I am. When I do videos, 9 times out of 10, it's just going to be me in the video. There might be one of the man them or two of them, or a couple of the man them. If I've got close friends that want to be part of it. If there's a female, there's not. If it's going to be a female, it's going to be one. Like that, or one in my scene, X, Y, Z. Because I'm one man to one girl, and that's what I'm really dealing with. I've tried the one man with two girls. It didn't work for me. I found it too stressful. I think women, they're very difficult to deal with just dealing with one woman. So having two women, I think it's too much personally. But for some men, they may be able.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, I know.
To cope with that situation, so I can't.
Bro, you're breaking up.
Sorry, I didn't hear you there, Stopzilla.
You're gonna have to.
Yeah,
rejoin.
no, I was saying. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
you still driving or something, bro?
You're lagging or something.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is that any better now?
It's better. It's better.
Yeah, so I was just saying, for some men, they may be able to. Some men may be able to handle a situation where they've got two women, and I'm not going to say that it's impossible to make a situation that people can be happy with. But me personally, it doesn't work for.
Okay, so I'm guessing like you need to be an athlete or something to handle 2 women, or you know,
No, I
experienced.
think it's a mindset. I think it's all to do with mindset.
Mindset. Okay.
It's all to do with mindset. You know, like that. Because you see me, yeah. Like the time in my life where I had 2 women, yeah. I found that I had to deal with a lot of emotional distress. You know, double the amount of emotional distress because women get very emotionally distressed at time. I had to deal with double the controversy, double the jealousy, double the whatever it is, double the bills, X, Y, Z. For a man who's rich, the bills ain't really going to be a problem for him. The problem may come in, you know, the peace of mind, the sanity, you know, the finding time for 2 women. If there's children involved in that, you've got to find time for them too. So I think that, you know, as a person who also is not just I don't just have a regular job, I'm also an artist, I'm also into my music. I need to have time for these things, and having 2 women I don't think that would be very good for that situation.
I hear that.
I'm not a selfish person by nature as well, so it's like, you know what, I won't want to feel like I'm doing more for one than I am for the other. Same with my kids. It's like the other day, my son said to me, "Dad, I want a new pair of trainers." I was like, "You can get a new pair of trainers." So you know what I did? I got him his new pair of trainers. I rang up his other siblings. I said, "Listen, your brother just got some trainers. Tell me what one you want."
Facts. If one gets it, they all get it.
You see it? So, you know, I believe in fairness as well. And I think if a woman is dedicating her life to me and giving me 100% of herself and no one else gets to share, then I believe it's, you know, it's my duty to reciprocate that. And if I can't reciprocate that, then, you know, at least be open and honest with her and make sure she's happy with the situation also.
So what I'm getting is that basically, like, the reason why you don't really fuck with threesome is because, like, you don't really got the time for it because you're a busy man, and B, it's like if you put 100% on her, you're gonna have to put also 100% on the other thing.
There's that side, but also, like I said, I'm not really about the homosexuality neither. So, you know, if I had 2 women, they couldn't be sleeping together. If they had all these gay fantasies together, then, you know, maybe they need to be.
Yeah, real
Any
talk.
more questions?
I think that's fine when you're like, maybe when you're younger, everybody. Nowadays, I would not do that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I say to the girls, it's haram, man. I don't want to do this.
Can I give you my emotional response?
Back then, I did it because it's like every
my
guy's
emotional response is different to my logical one.
Go on.
Like I have 2 girls.
If I gave you my emotional response, yeah, I'd say to you, brother, do you know what? Realistically, yeah, I think every man has fantasized about having more than one woman. I think every man has fantasized about it. I think, do you know what? If there was 2 or more women, yeah, that was willing to do the dirty right now, and you know what, I wasn't in a relationship, and you know they all look good as well. Listen, I ain't gonna say I'm not gonna be tempted, bro, and I probably would end up doing it as long as I'm not in a relationship and obliged to someone else. I probably would, but I couldn't see myself being in a relationship with them for the simple fact that I'm not really, like I said, into homosexuality and stuff.
Oh no, it's not a relationship.
Maybe I just had a moment of, you know, I wanted to live out a fantasy and, you know, do my nastiness at the time. And I think all men are guilty of that, of having these fantasies. And, you know, if they can have their cake and eat it, I don't see most men turning it down. Do you think I was telling the truth, or do you think there's any questions?
Nah, you was definitely capping still.
Where was I capping?
No, I'm doing.
Bro, if the opportunity presented itself to you, you do it in a heartbeat, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
As long as I'm not in a relationship, yeah. Okay. If I'm in a relationship, then no. Because I'll be honest with you, since being in a relationship,
what if it's your girl and she's like, I'm gonna bring my friend over? You know,
if my girl,
Imagine you're in the studio, yeah. You're in the studio, you just got there, you know, whatever, shaking the mandom's hand and that, and then like, yo, do you know who's in the studio today? Who? KK, what's her name? KKVS or whatever, the thing with the long tongue and Ice Spice.
Ooh.
And then asking for you in the studio.
Yeah, you know what? You see, the thing is, yeah, I'm able to be around females, even if I know that they like me, even if they're asking for me, whatever.
They're on the thing though.
Bro.
But they're on the thing. Forget, they're not there to record, man.
Yeah, they're on the thing or whatever. I'm able to still have a conversation with a female that likes me.
They don't want to conversate with you. They want.
No, she don't. She don't have to want a conversation.
They're on the RE shit.
Listen.
You pull up on that studio, they're taking your trousers off.
I got you. She could listen. I could pull up on the studio, yeah, and you know what? A female's there that likes me, that wants to take my trousers off, whatever. She looks good, X, Y, Z. But I have the ability to resist. I have the ability to say no. And unfortunately, like we discovered earlier, sometimes when you tell a woman no, they don't know how to take no for an answer. They don't know that no means no. But
So
I'm also able. Now I'm also able to enforce the no. So if a woman then tries to put her hands on me, I'm gonna make you know, listen, I got a woman, don't touch me. If you do any type of sexual violation to me, then really and truthfully, I'm gonna make sure she knows and she's gonna deal with it.
You know what? All
right, the bitch talk is coming out again, bro.
No, wait. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Wait. If cough once if you're at home. Cough once if you're at home, Shiffer, and cough twice if your wife's next to you.
Brother, look.
No, I'm joking. Okay, I'm just a joke, man. I'm just.
Oh my God, there's no one there. Yeah, what? What?
I just
but
like
listen,
the
not being funny.
Answer you gave, man, didn't it? Like...
Not being funny, yeah. Not being funny. My partner don't really listen to the online chat shows and that neither. So do you know what? I have no fear of that. You know, she's gonna hear me say something that's gonna be a backlash in it. But same time, you know, I do have integrity, and I think that when anyone challenges your integrity or mine, it's on us to to stand up for what we believe in.
True.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate the honesty. I'm guessing you wouldn't cheat with the two Badinas or anything. So I'm guessing if you're saying no to them, it'll be a no to anyone else, and unless you're single. Is he gone?
I think his Wi-Fi out again.
Yeah, I know this guy cheated before, man. But big up Schiffer, man.
Who, me? Have I cheated in my lifetime? I'm gonna be honest. This is the thing. You asked me a question, yeah. That I try to be a little bit different because I know people like to, paint perfect pictures of themselves sometimes. But I try to just be real. And you know what? Yeah, I have cheated before, and I've seen the effects, the devastation.
Hold on. Have you cheated on the woman that you're with at the moment?
No.
Okay.
I have cheated in the past, though.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know the devastation it can cause. I know the problems that can overlap, not into just my life, into other people's lives, and how the knock-on effects.
Can you say the same for her?
What, for my partner that I'm with now?
Huh?
What, my partner that I'm with now?
Yeah, can you say the same for her?
I can say that from my knowledge, she hasn't cheated on me, but I'm not with her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She's not with me right now. If she wanted to, she could go and cheat. I ain't gonna know about it, but I'll tell you one thing: if she did go and cheat, now it's gonna affect her. It's gonna affect her mental because she's gonna have to be worrying and looking over her shoulder every minute. Is he gonna find out? And it's gonna be something that's gonna be detrimental to her. If I ever do find out, then now, do you know what? I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna say goodbye, and you're gonna lose a good thing. And
what if she don't care if you find out or not? It's something that you want on something and.
But brother, if she doesn't care, if I find out or not, and she went in and cheated on me, then we're gonna split up. I'm gonna find me a new woman, and I'm gonna go and live in my life. One day, she's gonna realize that she lost a good man.
But wait.
You gave her 100%.
But you see, when you said obviously with the other partner you cheated, right? And obviously when you cheat, you get caught. Like you just want to fix shit and get back together. So
I'll
let's
be honest,
just say,
I never got caught. You see, the thing is, yeah, I felt bad. So I ended up telling the truth. I ended up coming out and saying it and saying, you know what? I done X, Y, and Z. And you know what? This is why I done it. I feel like our relationship is whatever situation I thought it was in. And I felt like we was coming to the end of the road, like the boys to men would say. And, in me being honest and open and honest and explaining that situation, what actually happened was the female that I cheated on decided that she didn't want to go anywhere. And then at some point I realized that, what?
Was it a one-time thing, Schiffer, or was it a continuous thing?
I'll be honest with you, yeah. I'll break it down to you like this. The female that I cheated with, I really liked, innit? So I ended up
it wasn't a one-time thing.
No, it wasn't a one-time thing. The female that I cheated on that partner with, I ended up seeing on a regular basis, and I let that person know that I didn't want to really be in a relationship with them no more because I'd found someone new. I let them know that I cheated on them, but in me doing that, I discovered that she's not the person I wanted to be with, and she just didn't want to go, unfortunately for her.
Okay, nah, that's fair. That's fair. But let me throw you a question. Obviously, you know, inshallah, this doesn't happen. Hopefully, let's just say your wife cheats on you now, yeah. Would you be more into like leaving everything, or if she says let's fix things, would you give that a chance? And
What
if
do you
you
mean?
wouldn't fix things,
Sorry, I didn't hear that properly because my phone rang. So
yeah.
start from the beginning.
If your girl was to cheat on you, would you A, leave her, or B, try and fix things?
I'll be honest with you, yeah. You see, if me and my partner was married, like, and had some kind of a contract in place, I would be it would be advisable, you know, by whatever religion we got married under, and
If you speak to the position that you're in at the moment,
and also, well, for this position that I'm in at the moment,
yeah,
no.
that's
If we're
what
not
he's speaking
married,
about.
I'm not married, innit? So if you cheat on me,
Okay, so he
goodbye,
wasn't
have a
talking
nice
about
life.
marriage.
Yeah, I know, but I was just giving him some context. But obviously, if you don't want the context, no. If I would not be trying to fix nothing. If a woman I'm not married to cheats on me, like my woman now, who's not married to me, you cheat on me, goodbye, have a nice life. Do you know how much gal are out there in the world? Do you know how much girls approaching me?
So there's
Do you
no
know how much
reconcile.
messages? Do you know how much messages I got in my DMs?
So
And
there's
do you know
no
what? I ignore all
reconcile.
of them.
Wait.
There's no reconcile.
I just want to ask
all
one
that
question.
all that you're investing in her for
Yep.
so long, you're gonna just walk away from that.
That's right.
Wait. So would you reconcile with her if you was married with her?
If I was married with her by, you know, some, like I said, like a proper contract, a marriage, then at some point I have to realize that, you know what, I've agreed to do this for the rest of my life. So whatever circumstances, the good, the bad, the ugly,
So better or worse.
For better or worse, I
you're gonna
agreed
stick with
to that contract. That's right. So I agreed to the better for worse. So at that point,
And
I would
feel
say
you
I
there.
would adhere to my agreement. But
Yep,
I
you
don't
made
have that agreement in place right now. So no, I would not be accepting none of that behavior. I'd say goodbye, have a nice life. There's plenty of girls out there. There's plenty of men out there. If you want to cheat, you can go and cheat every day. Do you know, I have a different man every day if you want. It won't be me though.
Okay. Now I was just thinking because like, isn't it worse like if she's cheating when you're married instead of like cheating when you're not married? Don't you think it will be easier to reconcile if you're not married?
No, I think if you are married, yeah, and you've made a contract, it's like, for instance, if
You have
you
a
take out
covenant with a woman.
yeah, you've made a covenant. You've made a covenant in it. So, you know, this isn't just about you and her no more. This is now to do with the Most High, because your covenant is being made in and witnessed by the Most High. So, do you know what? I'm not going against the Most High just for the sake of my ego. I'm not going to do that. But at the end of the day, if we're not married, yeah, and she's cheated and she's some adulterous woman, then why does she deserve to have
But
someone
Shifra, there is a covenant as well too, eh? But
to
it's
an
not a
extent?
covenant to the Most High because you all agree to be together. So that's a covenant.
Verbal agreement, right?
To an extent, yes, and I totally adhere to that. But like I said, if we're not married, yeah, officially on paper, as far as I'm concerned,
You're talking
you
about
know,
going before the Most High.
what would be the point in me taking the next step and putting my name into a contract which is legally binding, whether that be man's law or God's law? Why would I put myself in a legally binding contract with someone I know is not going to adhere to it? They're going to cheat. They've done it already.
Yeah, but Shifra, even the person that you married to, who put their name on the same paper, they get messed up as well too.
And that's very true. That's very true. And at that point, I would adhere to the fact that I've made a contract with that person and the Most High
So you
to
abide
work the
by that
situation out.
contract.
I'll abide by my contract. Yeah, the same way if I take out a contract for a car or for a phone, do you know what? I'm going to keep paying until the term is over, regardless of what the situation is, regardless of whether I feel like, you know, they put the rates up. It's unfair. I've still
So
got
if
to
she
pay.
keep on doing it, Shifra, would you still try to reconcile?
If she kept on doing it, yeah,
Yeah, and
I'd adhere to the,
and you're married to her.
I would adhere to the fact that I'm married, but I would seek a divorce because I think there'd be relevant grounds for a divorce. And, you know, I would still adhere to the fact that I'm married to that person. So I wouldn't be trying to marry someone else while I'm married to that person. No.
Got you. You're going by the book.
100%. We have to. If you don't, like, for me, you're going against yourself because you agreed to it. And you said the book was good enough for you then. So why ain't it good enough now?
Got you.
Last question is when you get married.
I'll be honest with you. You see, like right now, brother, I'm gonna be honest with you. Right now, marriage isn't I wouldn't see it as a necessity because as brother Dev pointed out, you know, to some extent, before you even married, once you've got with a person and you're having relations with that person, you may even have kids with that person, you're already in that arrangement, you're already in some kind of agreement. So, you know, I don't see it as the pinnacle of my relationship to be married to a person, but at the same time, I think that a woman and a man have to put themselves in a position to be deserving of that marriage. Now, every situation, every relationship, not situation, every relationship has its ups and downs. There's no perfect relationship. Maybe there is, but I just haven't witnessed it yet. So I'm going to say that I've never witnessed a person that's in a perfect relationship. So for that reason, I think that, you know, people take time to come to terms with things, to work out their differences, to be the what is it called? To be the power couple, then, if you want to call it that, or the couple that can now see eye to eye and have worked out all of their differences. And once we've come to that stage, I think now it's time to get married. But I think, you know, me and my personal situation, I'd say that I believe you need to know a person for at least maybe
15 years.
I'd say at least 5. I'd say at least 5. I would have said at least 5.
Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie numbers.
I'd say 3 to 5 years of being with a person and being in a relationship here is enough time to have got to get to know them, to get to know some of their family and extended family, to get to know some of their history.
You could know that person for 5 years, and still don't understand that person, huh?
Exactly. And that's the whole point I'm making. So if I know you after 5 years and I still don't know your people, don't know your extended family, don't know where you're really coming from, don't know your history. No, hold on, let me finish. I don't know your person. One second. What your history is part of the person. I don't know your history, and I'm not really that well versed in you personally neither. We don't seem to see eye to eye on much. If at that point we're still not seeing eye to eye much, I think that's the point where it's like, you know what? Maybe we've tried and we failed.
You will never see eye to eye, Schiffer.
But if she doesn't see eye to eye with her family, what's that business with you? Because that's her family beef. Like,
no, I'm not saying eye to eye with
something that occurred like 10, 20 years ago that has got, you know.
No. That's the you're not understanding what I'm saying. So please listen. It's because Dev kept interrupting. And what I'm saying is, to know a person, you can't just know the person. That's ridiculous. I can't just meet a person and only know them of all the people that they know and say that I truly know that person.
Pause. But of course, that's if she says like, what's the word? But that's if she's stopping you from letting her know your family.
Exactly, but that's the point I was going with this. So I'm saying
that's different. That's weird.
Obviously,
that's weird.
The only way in my opinion, you're going to fully know a person is not by just knowing them. You need to know them. You need to know their family. You need to know their friends. You need to know how and where they grew up and the situations they've been in previously, i.e. relationships, X, Y, Z. If that person's not ready to and willing to share that information and be open with you, then I don't think that's the right person for you. Now, me and my partner are very open about our previous relationships, about our family, X, Y, Z. So I don't see a problem with that in my current partner.
To an extent.
And I totally agree with you, Schiffer, because it gives you an understanding of who you're dealing with.
Definitely.
Because you collect data of that person that give you that confidence to say, okay, I have an understanding of who I'm dealing with based on all these, information that you collected.
That's
right.
You're
absolutely right.
But obviously, I'm not going to use everything that other people say about a person as a reason to chastise them. You know, when you get into a relationship with a person, you're growing with that person. So they may have made mistakes in the past. They may have done things in the past that you don't necessarily agree with. But you see, if me and that person can come to a determination of what actions we agree with and don't agree with, and what ones we've done in the past that we say, do you know what, I'd never do something like that again, X, Y, Z, and we both can come to some kind of agreement on that, I don't see it as a problem no more. It's when people are hiding things. It's when, you know, you're with a partner. You know, I've seen this. I'll be honest with you. I've seen this happen to a guy. Yeah, I don't want to call out no names, but long story short, this guy was seeing this girl, and she was the best thing in the world since sliced bread that he'd ever met. And he talk about her nonstop all the time. And one day he decides to bring his girl around people, the man, them, his brethrens and family and extended family, X, Y, Z. And it turns out that this same girl has been with a few cousins, couple brethrens, and the stories ain't sounding good.
Yeah, because she told false stories, innit? She
So
only
it
told
ain't
the
sounding
story
good.
she could say, you know what I
Keeping
mean?
it in the family, chef. What is wrong with that? She's
And the
keeping it in
whole
family.
fucking neighborhood.
Yeah, she's the neighborhood watch, like.
She's
Hitting the whole
keeping it in the
neighborhood.
family.
God
See, at
damn,
that
what?
point now, yeah, at that point
She's
now,
not
what's
stepping
happened
out.
is,
She's not stepping out the family, bro.
I get you, but you see, at that point there, yeah, the person had a different image of her and a different
Yeah, I
understanding of
know.
her
I see
personality
what
and
you're
her
saying.
actions to what was presented to them, innit? Like,
Yeah.
so once he's found out the realness and found out, hold on, I thought this girl, you know, she was some kind of sweet, innocent girl. She's only been with 2 men in her life. Now I find that she's been with 50 man. In fact, I found out she'd been with a couple of the man them, and you know what? She was sleeping with all 2, 3 men at the same time and doing all sorts of weird behaviors. And it's like, hold up, brother, we
What
told
was
you.
that name? Jubilee Line.
Brother, we
Was
told
it
him, innit?
Victoria?
You know what the funny thing is, yeah, the person who it was, yeah, when they decided to get with this female, yeah, I knew who the female was. I said, brother, that one ain't got a good reputation. Blah, blah, blah. He's like, you're just chatting shit. You're just a hater. Rare, 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 rare. It took for them to hear it from other people and to get the truth from people who, you know, they got evidence as well. There's videos of the
Tried to
girl.
warn him
Where's
and
Ted
shit.
there?
You
So
try
it's
to
like,
warn
you know, some people when you tell them, oh, what, you're with that girl, they're like, yeah. I'm like, but you know about her, right? They're like, but so she's pink. Like, some people don't care. Some people
and
want
you're
it.
right. The brother who we're talking about in this discussion, he
Yeah.
decided, you know what? He's gonna stay with the girl. Do you know what? She's
See,
changed now.
man,
Although
it's
she
always
does,
that one guy, man, that
brother,
thinks he can
listen.
change it,
He
man.
got in an argument with the girl over what he heard, and then decided he's gonna stay with the girl and said, you know what? I forgive her, and she's not gonna do this to me. X,
But
Y,
you
Z.
can't make a hole to a housewife.
Brother, you see when you say that, I totally agree. Because guess what happened, brother? Guess what happened?
What?
Yeah, he stayed with the girl. He had pitney with the girl. Got more than one child with the girl. The whole time he's with this girl is running down next man's cock. Yeah, and you know what? Like I said, we'd already told him, I'd already given him the information. So after that point, now you've been ignorant, I'm leaving you to it. Even if I find out she did something, I'm not telling you, brother. You need to go find out for yourself now. You're going to find out the hard way. And he did. And when he did find out, when he realized, you know what, one of them kids might not be his. When he realized, you know what, all of this time, certain man that he thought was his friends was digging at his girl behind his back. When he realized all of these things, it turned him a bit mad. But
Turned into a psycho.
Brother, I felt like I didn't feel sorry for a minute. So I had a conversation with dude, and I said to dude, you know what? This is on you. It's your fault. You can't go around blaming everyone else. Want to fight this man, that man over a gal that you was told about. You can't even want to fight down the gal because you knew from day one what she was like, and she lied to you in the beginning. What made you think she was going to be truthful further down the line? She lied right from the start. So the onus lies with you, brother. You see, once we had that conversation, he's moved on. You know, he doesn't make that mistake again. You feel where I'm coming from? But ultimately, you know, sometimes we have to learn the hard way in life, innit? Like, all that glitters ain't gold.
Having
like
kids
that.
with a person like that, I don't think that's called learning. It's called having a hard life. That's a
Yeah.
hard life right there, bro.
It was a hard learning curve, I can tell you that much. But brother, this is what I was saying to you. Like, you see me, like, I'm like this. I think that, you see, me as a man, you see, if I cheat on a woman, yeah, I feel like I'm the one who's losing here. Yeah, because now I'm going to have to hide this from her for the rest of her life. On top of that, if she ever finds out, then there's a chance that I'm going to lose what I really want in life, which is my woman who I'm supposedly love, right? And then the next thing is, do you know what? I wouldn't want to be, you know, the one who everyone's looking at as, you know, the bad guy. You're the one responsible. You're the one who can't be trusted. I wouldn't want other people to have that opinion of me and tarnish my reputation. So I think if a woman done the same thing, it's the same rules apply to her. not only could this tarnish your reputation, but you know what? You could end up losing out on the best thing you ever had in your life.
True.
Do you know, like that? As well as, do you know what? You're going to have to live with the fact that you're the one who's responsible, and people are now going to look at you a certain way.
No, I've been in a situation like that. I've been in a situation like that where it was a girl. I mean, boy, I was head and heels over that girl. And I go and make a stupid mistake, and there was a hot girl around the neighborhood. She dressed wild, bro. Anyway, I do
he
something.
still loves it.
I knock it a couple times. I end up have to leave the girl that I'm truly in love with. I had to leave her. And she wanted to be with me, but it just wasn't feeling right, because somehow I have not dealt with the cheating part of me. And somehow I believe I would have done it again and even hurt her more. I had to walk away with tears, with shame. It's like grinding my teeth. It's like, oh, what did I do? But she forgave me and wanted to take me back. But I know I wasn't in that place to be taken back, because I felt in myself,
you're gonna
I'm
do it
gonna
all over again.
Yes. So I had to leave her. And when I did, I think it was the best thing I did.
I totally agree, because in my situation, like I said, I told the person and I told them that I had feelings for this new person and I wanted to leave, but they was still adamant they didn't want me to leave. They was like, you know what? I don't even care. Do you know what? I'll be the second. I'll be the side chick. I don't care. Do you know what? They didn't care in it. So I think that sometimes it was better. It would have been better.
She was ready to debauch herself like that for no reason.
I think, honestly, in my situation, I think it would have been better for me to take Dev's approach, because I think that's a lot more grown up, rather than talking too much. Do you know what?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to cheat on you again. Goodbye, because I don't want to hurt you no more, and just leave. Don't give her that opportunity, because now you know you're putting yourself in another predicament where you can end up hurting someone else.
And you know, we are good friends all today. Today we are. She's married and have a family, and we cool. And she's like, "You could have had me." Yeah, she's like, "You could have had me." You know, it's like, girl, I wasn't ready at that time. I wasn't ready.
No, I respect that though. I respect
She's
your
teasing
honesty.
you with it, man. Oh, but that's the word.
I know. Look at my beautiful family. Like, oh, shut
You
up.
could have been our family, like.
No, but you see, when you're young though, Dev, when you're young, I think when I was younger, I was more inclined to this simping stuff and to just, you know, tailor into my emotional fix or whatever it is I wanted in life, innit? And I think, you know, the first time I met a girl like that I really liked, I must have been like, I went into girls growing up like that as a young child. I didn't really have girlfriends in primary school or none of them things. So when it was secondary school now is when I started looking at girls, when they started developing and stuff, and oh, she's got breasts now, she's got this, that it was like, it was very intriguing. So the first girl that I really liked, I'll be honest with you, brother, the first girl that I really liked, I was head over heels. And you know what? I would write this girl little notes and rare tear, and the girl didn't even like me. And it kind of like, I don't know, it dampened my confidence. So, you know, by the time I was 14, I remember I met a girl. I was in Woolwich one day. I was at Woolwich train station waiting for a train to go somewhere. And a girl in the train station comes over to me and asks me for the time. So I'm looking up at the, you know, the thing where the trains come in, where you can see the time on it. I'm saying, look, the time's up there. Why are you asking me for that? What are you doing?
You did give her the time, didn't you?
But whoa, I said to her, the time's up there. You don't need to ask me for that. And like, she was like, well, I didn't really want the time. I want your number, kind of thing. So I was like, all right, cool. Do you know what? Take my number then. But at this point, I'm not really that well versed in dealing with women and stuff like that, innit? So I'm just kind of like, you know, a bit shy. You know, I've given her my number. Bam, she calls me up.
Come from?
All right. So I end up linking up this girl, whatever, doing a thing with her. Like, I was only 14, turning 15 or whatever.
Shit, I can hear that ring from here.
Man got his first little piece that tasted little, like, got a little called nookie, whatever you want to call it. Bam, bam, bam. So I'm head over heels now. Brother, I've never been in this situation before. So it's like, you know what? This is dope. And like, I'm telling all my friends about it. Bam, 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 bam. Then I find out the same girl who I'm head over heels for, do you know what? One of my brethrens, he was digging it out. One next shoot was digging it out.
She was
one guy that owned the corner shop was digging it out. But brother, You see, the thing is though, yeah, I can't really be that hurt in that situation because
Yeah,
she's
you
not
gotta
my.
pass it around, man.
It's not like she's my girlfriend, is it? It's a girl who met me in the train station. She asked for my number.
She's like the
I
collection
beat,
plate.
and yeah, I just thought me beating meant that she was mine, innit? But it don't work like that, innit? So I think like,
Yeah, Shifa, is this your story or one of your sisters, bro? Enough.
no, this is my story, man.
What do you mean, sister, bro? Where did it go?
Man got picked up in the train station.
Brother, I'm being deadly serious. Listen. Not being funny, yeah, brother. Not being funny, yeah. I could tell you the girl's name, and people could verify it. Like for instance, the other day, Jedi saw me wearing a hooded top here with the cap, and he said, "Who made that? Is that Minnie's thing? Yeah, that's Minnie's thing." Minnie was there, brother. When this went down, when this girl approached me in the train, Minnie was there. Minnie could confirm it. There are many people who could confirm
you and
it.
Minnie got kidnapped. That is crazy now.
No, we never got kidnapped, but I'm just saying, I've got witness. He was there to witness this, innit? And I've had many other occasions where, you know, like maybe that's why people may perceive me as being a bit vain or a bit full of myself, but cool, brother. That's not my fault that women will approach me. That's not my fault. I can't stop them from doing what they're gonna do. I can only reciprocate.
That takes a certain type of fucking crazy bitch. Most women won't do that. You know what I mean?
Not with you, they won't, but with me, they will.
Most women, no, like that takes a certain type of.
Good shot, Shifa.
That bitch is crazy. You could tell right away. No wonder everyone was digging her out then.
No one, she was collecting dicks at the platforms, bro. She's
brother, no. Do you know why I can't accept that as a statement? Yeah, I'll tell you this now. Yeah.
Well, you said you
my
found
children's,
figured her out.
You see, one of my children's mothers, yeah, one of my baby mothers approached me. I didn't approach her. She approached me. She liked me. In fact, do you know what? I met her through. I was talking with one of her friends. I liked one of her friends, and we was meeting up, linking or whatever. Nothing ever happened between me and this friend, but it just so happened that she liked me more than a friend and made that known. So do you know what? I ended up with her. She ended up becoming my baby mother. Blair, whatever. Long story short. So bam. What I'm saying to you is this is something that, you know, it's not unusual in my life, being me, being the person that I am, having my looks and having my personality. I've had several females, you know, that have approached me. You know, I think only in even in the current relationship that I'm in, my current partner approached me, you know, like that. So, you know, when I look back in the days and I look at all the girls I've been around, there are a few who I've approached. There's a very small number that I've approached, you know, that I've been in relationships with. I can think of, 2 baby mothers. And that's it. The rest of the girls that I've been around, 9 times out of 10, I didn't approach them, bro. Be honest with you.
I think for me, what it is that that caused my sexual rampage with women is that because I was playing basketball and football for Grenada national team.
Oh, game over.
And them girls was rushing, and none of them knew I was shy.
Yeah.
I was shy to the opposite sex. I and a girl would be in a room, and if she don't touch me, I don't touch her. But because they're coming one after the other.
Goddamn.
Like, damn, boy, man, it was a
man was playing for the national team.
But the problem with that is that you had some there that truly, truly love you and want to have a future with you. But my mind was like, okay, now I gotta hit that one here. That one here, I gotta get hit too. That gotta go. So it's like you look at them as just, you know, next one, you know, because they keep rushing.
Hey, yeah, I mean, yeah, you are like in the highest sports.
Oh man, they are rushing.
Of course, bro. And
over here, once you play for the national team or so,
nah, that's it, man. That's just that's the highest echelon of where you can get. You basically got that in your country, and you basically got the best girls in your country. I'm guessing. National team, come on, man.
It was crazy, but it was fun.
Shooting threes.
It was fun, especially when you travel to the Caribbean. Hey, St. Lucian, Dominican, Vincentian, Antillean, Kittian, just name it.
Well, I didn't even know the last 3 names. I didn't even know they existed, man. No.
Yeah, man. St. Kitts, yeah, man.
Shit.
Yeah,
You was playing. You was a professional basketball player,
yeah? Yeah.
Okay,
And
okay. You ever
football.
had dreams of making it to the NBA or any other thing like that?
I got a scholarship, but I got injured.
Ooh.
I ended up twisting my ankle out of place completely.
Oh man.
And they had to give it to somebody else.
Yeah.
But I started off playing football first. I started off with football.
Football, or
You all call it soccer.
okay, yeah. I just had to make sure.
Yeah, football. So we call it football here.
Yeah.
Started off playing that first, because my whole family run through the national team.
Yeah.
My uncles, my aunts, and my grandfather did play the national. So I
Okay, so
come
it's a
from that
household name.
Yes, come from that family background. My
Mm.
brother plays for the basketball national. He retired now.
Yeah.
So we come from that thing. So we used to love the traveling, man.
Yeah.
Used to love the traveling throughout the Caribbean. It was fun.
Every year, just traveling, just playing.
Every year you just traveling, because the fun thing about it, you get beer girls when you travel.
You must have got bored of it at one point, man. You know
No,
when you get things of too much things at one time.
I think I started to get skeptical. I started to
Trust
get
issues and that.
Yeah, not because they come so easy, bro.
Of
And
course, bro. You don't need to drop game. They have to drop game on you.
Yeah, and the thing that used to frighten me is like a lot of them didn't know that if the girl give me sex easy, I started panic, I started sweat, I started get frightened, and the only thing that come into my mind is run, run,
Yeah.
run. You know how many girls
You go.
you know how many girls I stood up? You know how many girls I stood up?
Oh yeah.
But when I look back, I say, but that's a blessing, because
Yeah.
you don't
You
know what
don't know
these
what
girls
you was
carry.
gonna.
Yeah, what these girls carrying.
Yeah.
I look back and I said, they call you all kind of soft man, all kind of stupid man, all kind of this man, because you set them up and you didn't go and do what you're
Yeah.
supposed to do with them. So they come on the blocks and call you names. Yeah, in front of your friend, no,
Oh, he wasn't on nothing. He's this, he's that.
No, they know, yeah. We old puff, man. But you want man, you don't want to man. Like, yeah.
So if when you was traveling around and that, just touring, haven't you ever met a girl outside of your country and you thought, right, I really want to bring this one back home?
I met quite a few. Some of them we still in touch today.
Yeah.
Some of them came and visit, come and visit, because we always invite them to come visit Grenada.
Yeah.
But it's just that back in the days, you never used to make money.
Yeah.
When you're on the national team.
Yeah.
You play for the pleasure of it and
Just
so
it's
forth.
prestige of it.
Yeah. There was, a ranking in the Caribbean and, but they didn't used to pay you, big money. So the most you might get is maybe $1,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
So there was no financial benefit, but it's just because you love the sports.
Yeah, it's the name and the creed that comes along with it.
Yeah, and you get opportunity to travel.
Yeah.
So that kind of kept a lot of guys
In
going.
check.
Yeah. But to say you make a life out of it, nope. Even today, same shit going on.
They get paid a bit more now, innit? A bit more than they used to before.
They're trying to put a structure in place now.
Yeah.
Because many national players just fall by the sideway.
Yeah.
They don't have nothing to fall back on. Some of them are vagrant, some of them just on the street, not working, not doing nothing.
You see where man's at, yeah? Man's on the block, boy. Man's on the block.
Say? Meth Park Road.
What does it say?
What does that say?
What do your sign say, Sheffer?
S28, H26.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
On the block, you get me?
Okay, doing our block settings.
Go on, Sheffer, man. Show off.
Come on, you're too old to be in the blocks, man. Get out of there, man. Get back in the car.
I didn't mug you. Yeah, so it's not fun. they're trying to put things in play. They just passing government up sports policy. So I guess there's some of the players that coming up now. You could look forward for either getting some money, some good money, or maybe sponsorship or scholarship or something they can fall back on. But we didn't have that opportunity, and I think it was a shame. But it was fun. It was fun,
man. You had girls waiting every year. You're gonna see them, man. Fuck it, no, man.
It was fun. It was fun.
Every year you come back. Oh, what? You're right. Yeah, what? You're married now. Yeah. Oh, I'll see you next year. All right, bye, bye. Aye.
Every time you go back to a country that you've been before, there's always 2, 3 girls eyeing you down. I don't know if it's the way we talk, because what I realize is that they like the way you speak.
Okay.
And I realize that when we just the same way, if a Jamaican or English come here, first
You're
thing we are
foreigner,
drawn to,
straight,
the first thing we are drawn to is the way you speak.
Mm.
You know? So I think the first we start speaking is everybody stop and listening.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, you know.
Yeah, everybody stop and they're like, okay. So so a lot of these girls just waiting to, and some of them just want to get to know you in.
Yeah.
But we know we not much time over there, so because you may go for 2 weeks. You may go for 2 weeks because of the tournament, right? Or you may go there for 1 day because you had to go to another country and play
Oh yeah.
the following day. So sometimes it's just a quick put them and move out.
You got 2 hours and I gotta go. I gotta go.
Yeah. Sometimes you come off on the court and ain't even bathe. And you gotta run and blast a thing and bathe and rush back quick to the hotel to bathe. But them time it wasn't hotel, it was schools.
Okay, so they'll come to the dorms.
They put you in the schools or the community to stay.
Okay.
They didn't used to put you in like hotels, and they put you up in a community or in a school.
That's a nice conversation start. What, you used to go to this school? Like, yeah, this was my
No,
no,
it's
the
like
girls, you ask the girls.
Yeah, they put you up to the schools and they'll have people come in and cook and wash for you.
Oh
there.
shit.
So they'll have a group of people.
So they turn into a mini hotel type of thing for you lot.
So then put you in an actual hotel. They put you up in schools or university. University. I mean, those
high school.
Again? High school, primary school, secondary school, community centers. That's where we used to stay. We had never
Whatever's
stayed
in the community.
Yeah, never
Whatever
stayed
can accommodate you lot, yeah.
But they are closed because those things are situated in the community.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Go on.
Do you think the conversation we was having earlier by the things I said, do you think I ran the women off the panel? Does anyone feel that way? I don't want to feel like I was running them, you know.
But Shifa, sometimes the way you speak and maybe the way you articulate sometimes scares some people. Eh? If
you think I scared them?
When I say scared in the sense of not scared, but scared in the sense that okay, I can't match up with that.
Okay, you think you think it was too powerful.
So let me take my leave. So I can't match up with that, and you know.
But the thing is, though, yeah, Empress Sakina, I felt like she was very receptive, and that kind of makes me have
that
the
conversation.
But I felt like Empress Sakina was very receptive to what I was saying within certain parameters, and that's that kind of gives me hope. That
I missed that all the thing with you and Empress Sakina, but I thought you called what do you call that? A slave owners.
No, that wasn't me.
That wasn't you.
That wasn't me.
No, that wasn't me. Just one thing I wanted to say, Shifa, you didn't run anyone off the panel. The ladies that was on the panel having a conversation with you were still on the panel when you left the panel. You're the one that disappeared for an hour or two and then came back expecting that everyone's going to be on your time. So you didn't run anyone off the panel. Get it right?
Now you go, Shifa. Now you got straight.
I'm guessing MJ was part of the panel.
Yes,
she was. I missed that part, and she cut.
And whoa, She just come and blaze you and left.
Yeah, and she kissed her teeth and then she cut. Oh, wow.
Schiffer was beating his chest.
Well, hopefully no one feels like I'm interrupting them, but can I just say, yeah? Obviously, the ladies, I understand the ladies were still here when I left. Like I said, I had an important engagement, but I thought maybe, you know, there may be some more questions, or they may have wanted to clarify their stance on, you know, the question that I posed to them. But as till now, all I've heard is the man them stance on it. And I think, unfortunately, I weren't trying to run them off the panel or trying to instill any fear in them of answering my question, but it just doesn't seem like they're prepared to, or they have the goal, the parameters, the education, the information, whatever it is, something's stopping them from answering the question that I posed.
Or maybe they just don't want to answer it.
Or maybe it exposes them. And that's what I'll be honest with you, yeah?
Not necessarily.
You see, the reason I asked the question, I asked the question for this reason.
What was the question, Schiffer?
The question was, when and where is it appropriate to insert your emotions into a logical conversation or a logical discussion? Now, we came to the conclusion between the man them that there are times where we may be talking about something logical, i.e., for instance, Malcolm X giving a speech on, you know, human rights, black power, you know, equal rights for all people, not just, you know, white people. Yeah, he has to bring you some facts, but at the same time, when he gives you the emotional disposition of black people in the sense of how it affects them, how it affects their lives, and the detrimental effects it's having on black lives and the atrocities that we've suffered, that is an emotional stance that is necessary, because without you understanding,
hold on, Schiffer.
Go on.
You make a general statement about emotion.
Yeah.
And emotion have different factors, yeah? So which one are you talking about specifically?
What I'm talking about specifically is...
There are different emotions.
What I'm talking about specifically is, we're having a conversation about a piece of information. For instance, we're trying to work out a maths equation, yeah? Now, the maths equation is 2 plus 2, and the answer to the question is, so the question is, what does 2 plus 2 equal? The answer is 4, and we all know the answer is 4. Now, in the sense of being a motive, if a person says, well, I feel like you're wrong, and 2 and 2 isn't 4, then at that point, I believe that person is undermining not just the community, but also themselves, by taking that emotional standpoint with a logical scenario. Now, if it was something that was personal, like for instance, if I made a personal attack on someone, I'd expect them to react with some type of emotion as well as logic. Even if I criticize someone, I'd expect there to be some emotion, you know, tied to their answer, because it's directly about them, it's criticizing them. So they're going to have to defend themselves to some extent.
Who says you have to set the yardstick?
I don't set the yardstick. I'm just, what I do is, yeah, this is what I do. This is what I do. I go by general consensus. Yeah. Now I know if I'm speaking to one second. Well, 1 second. It can't be. I'm going to tell you why. If I'm talking to a woman, yeah, we're trying to decipher some information. Yeah. Let's say we walk past the barbershop. Yeah. And the writing on the barbershop says a barbershop. Yeah. It just says BARBER space SHOP. Yeah. And a woman says, look up there, there's a barbershop there. And I'll say to her, that's not a barbershop, that's a snooker club. And then she says to me, no, brother, look, we all learned English at school, we all learned language in school, we all learned the same alphabet, we all learned the same dictionary. That word up there is not snooker. That word there, BARBER, is barber. If I continue to argue with her, if I continue to argue with her that the word is not barber,
you're gonna continue, because you use a word there, yeah. You said we all learn English, yeah. Did we all learn it at the same level? Do we all have the same understanding of English?
Not necessarily, no.
So then you can't make that blanket statement.
I can, because for this reason.
No, you
like
cannot,
I said,
because
no, I'll tell you why.
suppose our understanding of what you read there, give her
No,
that.
I can tell you why I can make the blanket statement.
That is not a barbershop.
I'm going to tell you why I can make the blanket
because
statement.
Because our level
yeah?
of understanding.
No, I'm going to tell you why I can make the blanket statement. Because regardless of your level of understanding, if your level of understanding is beneath mine and you can't decipher the words, but I can, yeah, at that point, I have the authority and you're relinquishing your authority.
No,
and
no,
this
no,
is
no,
what my
no.
sorry.
Remember the person convinced. Snickers is the word. You already written. Remember the person convinced. Snickers is the word. And
no,
it's already rooted in their brain. So
what
even though you try to decipher it because you know barber shop that marks there, the person hasn't come to that conclusion within their thinking. That,
and that's true.
Okay, my understanding of what is written there is wrong. They have not come to that.
So who's the authority in that situation?
No, it's not a matter of authority.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
Of course.
It's a matter of giving the person time to come to the understanding.
All right. Do you know what? I'm going to give you a different example there.
Of, hey,
I'm going to give you a different example because
Snickers,
no,
but barbershop.
I see how you're trying to be tricky there, but I'm going to give you another example, and it's going to literally put you where you're supposed to be. Not trying to put you in your place, but brother, I don't think you're understanding. So watch this. If we're in court, yeah, we're in court.
No, we're going to court from
we're in court. Me and you's in court, yeah. Me and you are both are in court, yeah. You are the police officer. You're a police officer, and I'm a civilian. You say this civilian was speeding, yeah. I say no, I wasn't speeding. The judge says, what evidence do you have to prove that this person was speeding? Yeah. Now you pull out a picture of me driving my car through the speed camera with the speed camera depicting what speed I was going. You also give the judge all the papers of when the speed camera has been serviced to show that it's in working order and there's nothing wrong with the speed camera. Yeah. Now at this point, I could play ignorant like the other person you're talking about who is refusing to adhere to the fact that it says barber on the shop. I could say, you know what? No, that wasn't. I could say, no, it wasn't me that was in that picture. Sorry. I could say it wasn't me in that picture and I wasn't speeding. But unfortunately, once the judge looks in the picture and can ascertain that the person in the picture is me, my argument is no longer plausible. And once the judge can ascertain that the speed was being breached, once the judge can ascertain that the speed was being breached, now I no longer have authority in this situation. Now I'm a downright liar, or I just don't know how to interpret information. One of the
you
two.
Don't bang guns, you're a liar.
One of the two minutes. So regardless of whether it's a mental deficiency, an education deficiency, or the fact that you're just being ignorant, you have relinquished.
That example that you just gave there, Shifra.
Go on.
You didn't make your point, sorry. Because now you're talking about someone running the speed limit. They have evidence, yeah. That they presented. Now let's go back to the barbershop sign.
So barbershop sign, the evidence that would be presented is the dictionary. So once I put out a dictionary and can show you the word barber,
let him go, bro. Let him go. Hear that.
Chineke. Remember, we are dealing with a person level of understanding of a word. Yeah? And if that person level of understanding of the word means to them Snickers that is there and not barbershop, it tells you the level of the person. Or unless that person come to the realization and the understanding that, hey, I've been using that word wrong all this time. It's barbershop that they're not Snickers. Unless that person come to that, you can tell them barber until the cows come home, and they're going to believe what they have in their head. So you bringing up the court have nothing to do with what we're discussing with the barbershop. Because the court, you give them evidence. The judge make a ruling. Now, this one day with the barbershop, the person have to understand and come to the conclusion that, hey, that's not Snickers, that barbershop, that mark there.
Yeah. So we're not arguing here, Dave. And I actually agree with you, but I think you're missing the point here. The point is, yeah, If someone says to me that the letters BARBER spells barber, and I decide to disagree with that person, there's an easy way to resolve the conflict. Yeah. Now we could both pull out a dictionary, or Oxford, or whatever dictionary we both agree is sufficient. Is sufficient. Yeah, and then we. No, but remember. At this point, the person who's looking at the word barber and seeing Snickers or snooker, sorry, not Snickers, I said snooker. The person who's looking at barber and seeing snooker obviously can't read. And if they can read, then they're being ignorant. Now, if the person can't read, if they're sorry.
That's why I
if
said
the
a level of
person,
understanding.
all right, I know I'm agreeing with you. So let me just finish. If the person can't read, then to that extent, they've already relinquished their authority in the situation to be arguing with a person about what a word says, first and foremost. Secondly, if the person can read and they know what they're doing, then they're now being disingenuous, or they're lying, or they're just trying to be controversial in some way. And they already knew it said barber, but they just want to create some kind of controversy, which then puts them in, I get you, but then it puts them into the category of being childish now. Because you knew it didn't say snooker, but you just wanted to say that to be childish, to create some kind of controversy.
They're just having fun. You put a label
like a child, like a child. Thank you. And I don't have to put labels on things, because the thing is, you see the whole label of child. I didn't create the word child. I didn't create the word childish either.
You use it.
I just know what they mean. Exactly. Thank you. I just know what these words mean.
So it mean that you put the label now.
No, I haven't put the label. No, I just understand what the word means. I can go to the dictionary. The dictionary is the one that put the label. I'm just adhering to the labels.
But it didn't stay in the dictionary, didn't it?
Well, if the dictionary, all right, for instance, now, yeah,
it end up in your head, and now you're using it.
I get you, and I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm saying to you, if the dictionary says, for instance, if the dictionary says a square is drawn with straight lines, yeah, then
you're trying very hard, aren't you?
Do you know what? You say I'm trying very hard, but I think you're just being very difficult. There's a difference here. It's not that I'm trying very hard, it's that you're being very difficult. You're making it very difficult to just accept.
Overtime, bro.
No, you're making it very difficult for you to just accept that if a person's wrong, they're wrong. Once you're wrong, once you can prove it. Sorry, brother, 1 second. Hear me out, because you don't know what I'm saying. Let me finish, then rebuttal me. Yeah. If a person is wrong, they are wrong. Once you are wrong, you have relinquished your authority, and you have now put yourself in the category of people who need to be taught, not people who can teach. And adults, yeah, don't get me wrong, some adults are still learning, they still have things they have to learn. But as an adult, once you know something, it's been taught to you. Sorry, once you're an adult and you know something, it's being taught to you, and you are now expected to be able to regurgitate that. And if you can't, then you put yourself back in the realm of child.
Okay. Well, you have some big man child walking around today.
1,000,000,000%. And I pointed out something that a big man did that was childish earlier on in this show today, to point out the fact that I'm not just aiming at this of women, but I find that women do it more often than the men. And the men who do it, what happens is us real men will end up telling them, listen, you're being bitchy now, or you're acting feminine. You're not acting like a man, because you're not adhering to man laws, man rules, which is that we adhere to the logic. If logic says, do you know what? How can I put this now? If logic says that an adult having sexual contact with a child to any extent is wrong, it's dangerous, it's out of order, it's pedophilia, whatever you want to call it, yeah? We're all adhering to it. If someone says they feel like anything other than that, we are going to deal with them appropriately.
What's your point, bro?
My point is that's how we should be dealing with women who insert their emotions into conversations that are not, they don't involve emotions. It's not a motive, it's a logical conversation. We're trying to work out a sequence, we're trying to work out a mathematical equation, we're trying to decipher some information of historical fact or whatever the fact may be.
I get what you're basically trying to say, tell these females, take the emotion out of it.
That's right. Once we're dealing with facts,
that's impossible.
The moment, listen, once we're dealing with facts, yeah, hold on. stop there. Once we're dealing with facts here, say like for instance, we are trying to measure a room. Yeah, we're trying to measure a room because we want to fit flooring, we want to fit a carpet. Yeah. And we say, do you know what? You need to measure the room's length and width to know the actual square measurements of the room to get the right measurement for the carpet that you're going to fit in this room. Now, if your woman says to you, I feel like I only need to do it this way because I kind of know how far how big the other side is, we have to be able to address that woman and say, no, it don't matter what you think you kind of know. What matters is that we get that accurate information. So we'll wind your neck in, you know, tuck your chest in, whatever you got to do.
Get back in the kitchen.
Not tuck your chest in, you know, man up, woman up, whatever it is. Put on your big person hat, put on your adult hat, and realize that to get the actual circumference of the room, we have to measure the length and the width. Yeah, and if she won't adhere to it, at that point she's relinquished her authority. If she will adhere to it, she's never relinquished her authority. She's still in just as much a position of authority as you are, because she knows the right and proper procedure to go through to get the correct result, not to get a result.
She's allowing her emotions to take control.
Sometimes, and on those occasions, you become a child. When you allow your emotions to get into, do you know what? People said to me earlier on, some of the females said to me, you know what? There's times where you've lost your rag, you've got emotional, and you know what? That's childish too. Yes, I'll adhere to it. But the fact that I can address myself about it, the fact that I can address my issue and acknowledge it as childish, and acknowledge that in a logical situation, there's no need to insert my emotions. Do you know what? Sometimes someone may have said something to me, for instance, yeah? And I might have taken it the wrong way. And I might have taken it as a direct attack, but it wasn't necessarily a direct attack. But then later on, after blowing up and, you know, having a go at that person because I felt that they was approaching me in a particular way, once I realized and can acknowledge that that's not what they was doing and they can explain their position, then I will apologize. And I will,
typical example. Typical example, Schiffer. You remember when you said I was only coming at you and I don't like you?
You did?
Was that your emotion? Did you remember that? When you said I'm only coming at you, I don't like you.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the man. Well, yeah,
but you're not a female though. You're not a female.
Maybe I have an emotion too.
Everyone has emotions, but this is the thing. I was talking to Schiffer about this earlier, and the thing is, all conversation have a certain amount of emotion, no matter what you're talking about, bro.
Exactly.
Like I said this to Schiffer earlier, but obviously he had to jump off. But yeah, man, everyone's got emotion. I don't think it's necessarily a problem, depending on how you handle that emotion.
It depends on your maturity.
Yeah, if you're handling like what Dev was saying, I understood what Dev was saying. Dev was saying, look, certain people have been taught differently, which is true. I mean, look at racism, for instance. People are taught that a certain race is bad. That's a lie. That's not a fact. But they honestly believe that in their head. Racism. I was just using racism as a example.
Oh, what my man said earlier, and that's what I mean. Yeah. When my man said that statement earlier, you notice I addressed him on it, sis, because at the end of the day,
who said that? Was it conscious eye open?
Yeah, it was conscious eye open.
Conscious. No, yeah, it wasn't Schiffer that said it. It was conscious that called me. No. Schiffer would. Do you know what? Schiffer would never disrespect me like that, considering he's a black man and I'm a white woman. Schiffer would never actually disrespect me like that. That's one thing I can actually say.
Thank you, sis. But I don't think it's based on you being a white woman. I think it's based on you just being good people and you also having a very good mindset on you and us just having good interactions in general. But when Brother Conscious said what he said, he said that white people don't feel any emotion when they look at slave movies, whatever rhetoric he said. Now,
which was bullshit. Yeah,
that was generalizing. I felt it was quite disrespectful. And like you said, you're a white lady who has children of color. So you are going to be emotional about their plight, just like every woman is protective over their children.
Yeah,
you know?
Also emotional with the drill donation.
I hope you acknowledge the fact that I addressed him on that statement and said to him, brother, like, at the end of the day, That's a dumbfounded statement. That's emotional.
I tried, but because I'm a white woman and he's a black man, he won't speak to me.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, basically, he doesn't know who I am. He won't. So, as far as he's concerned, he's not going to have no conversation with me, which is fine because I don't particularly want a conversation with a racist. But it's all good.
Well, sis, this is the problem we have. That, you know, although I addressed the women earlier, I don't think they was getting the message that this isn't just a problem for women, and it's not all women neither, because you've got many women like yourself who can see sense in logic and can see sense in separating their emotions from a logical situation when it's appropriate. So I got absolutely 1,000,000,000% respect for you. And I see you as no different to me. I see you as on my level, like I see every woman. And the reason I have these conversations with the women is because I want to feel like all of them are on my level. I don't want to feel like they're putting themselves down by saying, you know what, it should be okay for me to just throw my emotions around. Because it shouldn't be okay for nobody to throw their emotions around in an equal society. That shouldn't be okay. It shouldn't, nobody's emotions should take precedent over another's in an equal society.
You're talking about like negative emotion, right?
What do you mean? No, I'm just talking about emotions in general. So say for instance now, yeah, we're all going on a trip. Me, you, Dev, Empress Sakina, Stopzilla and Jedi. We're all going on a trip somewhere, yeah? And we want to go to a theme park, yeah? Now, I want to go to Alton Towers, yeah? Or I want to go to, no, I want to go Legoland because I don't like big rides. I want to go Legoland because I'm not into this big ride thing.
Oh, pause
I'm
on the
not
big
into
ride.
no scary stuff. Yeah, or big flipping fun fair, whatever you want to call them, yeah? Whatever you want to call them, yeah? So, bam, yeah? I don't like those big, high up in the sky things spinning around and it makes me feel sick. I get vertigo.
Okay,
So I'm saying I want to go Legoland. Now, listen, I'm saying I want to go Legoland.
But I want to go
Stopzilla saying he wants to go Fort Park. Yeah?
Gang.
But everyone else wants to go Alton Towers. Do you know what? I'm the type of person, I believe in fairness as well as logic. So I'm going to say, do you know what? Do you know what? We'll go Alton Towers then, because majority of us have voted for that. So technically they won the vote. So I'm going to adhere to that. I'm going to say, do you know what? When we get to Alton Towers, don't expect me to get on none of them high up in the sky things, because I can't do it. I'm not going to be able to manage it. So I'll watch you lot and I'll happily arrive and be there. But logic's going to tell me I cannot get on that ride because I'm not going to be able to handle it. I'm going to end up vomiting.
It's not logic. I mean, it's just your body. I mean, yeah, you can say it's logic.
And also, also, like I was saying, you know, yes, open. Also, what I was saying is, because everyone else, you know, is not me, yeah, I'm going to adhere to the fact that not everyone's scared of going on, you know, things that are high up in the sky. I'm not going to try and reinforce that and say, well, you know, it's too high. No one's going to want to go up there. No one's going to want to do this. No one's going to do that. Because that's just me using my emotions to control and dominate people. And I think a lot of the time when people insert their emotions in conversations, like earlier with Queen Insanity and some of the other females, they use their emotions.
Choices, huh?
No, but what it is they use their emotions. One second, brother. They use their emotions to try and dominate people. So now that they've discovered, now if I was a female that was like that, and I've now discovered no one else wants to go to Legoland, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start crying. I'm gonna say, "Oh, you lot old dickheads," or "You lot old whatever." I'm gonna start making up a song and dance and do whatever it takes to force you lot's hand to go to where I want to go, and that's called emotional blackmail.
So that's like a toddler, basically.
Right now.
That's a toddler.
You're being extreme.
That's very child.
That's so
it is very child.
I like the way you spanned the whole analogy just to say.
Yeah, but listen, I know females who've done that on many occasions, and they've done it on this very panel. So yes, it is childish, and therefore, to that degree, there's no way my argument can be wrong. What we have to do is we have to adhere to the fact that our emotions are not the be all and end all, and there's other people's emotions to take in consideration every time I feel emotive.
That's right.
You sound like Hebrew is a lady.
Yeah, sorry, I just had to ad-lib him, man. Fucking hell, man. I need to rewatch the Queen Sanity and you. I don't know what the hell you lot were talking about.
If I don't understand
it went back and forth for a little while still.
If I don't understand that what he may perceive of emotion, it might just be in somebody just being straightforward.
And in being straightforward, you know, it would make more sense to say, you know what, everyone else wants to go and do an activity that I don't want to do. So rather than trying to force them to do what I want to do, or forcing them to understand the way I understand, I'm going to accept that, you know what, they're going to do what they're going to do. Maybe I just don't take part then. Or maybe I just adhere to the fact that, you know what, everyone else don't want to go where I want to go. I'll go with everyone else, and I'll do what I can do. You know, like that, rather than being so selfish.
Or you could just not don't go.
Yeah, just
exactly.
don't go. Or go by yourself.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's a matter of choice. It doesn't
Why
come
go
down to
around with them?
emotions.
Yeah.
It comes down to choice. Okay, they're going on that ride. I don't want to go on the ride. I'll choose a different ride. No emotion has to come into it.
You see, when it becomes a bit strange here is when we're having a conversation about something like, for instance, like I was trying to explain to MJ earlier, you know, a brother was talking about Kemet, saying that Kemet's perfect. They never did anything wrong. They never set a foot wrong. Everything about them is perfect. So then I highlight to the brother that in the Nama palette, it specifies that these same Kemets went and butchered, murdered people to conquer their lands to create a united Kemet. Yeah. So those lands didn't belong to them. So therefore, they are doing the wrong thing. They're not doing something righteous there. And the brother was unable to adhere to it. So to me, now you're just being emotive and you're trying to paint a romanticized picture of a people group because you can't adhere to the fact of, you know, the things that they actually did.
Okay. You feel like to dramatize a lot of stuff, eh?
I do, because I think, like, you see me, I'm one of those people who, like, I speak in order to change my environment. I'm a master of my environment. Yeah. Blessed is the child that has their own. Yeah. And also blessed is the child that knows how to manipulate and to control their environment. Yeah. Because you need to be able to take control of your environment.
That's what you're trying to do here right now.
No, I'm saying you personally, you need to be able to take control of your environment to make sure that you're protected in it, so that people can't. No, I'm talking about you now. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you now. I'm saying that you need to be able to control your environment to ensure your own safety and to ensure that you're treated fairly and to ensure the fair treatment of others.
Yeah, very slick, bro.
I'm the slickest in the business. Do you know what? There's a few brothers who can be as slick with their wording as me. JEDI is definitely one of them.
I don't realize what you flip your
I'm not going to mention no more names, but JEDI is the owner of the panel, so I can mention his name. I can mention his name, but he's the owner of the panel. I'm not mentioning I ain't mentioning no other names, but you know who you are, brothers. If you are slick with your wording.
What about Sniper?
Yeah. I didn't want to mention no more names, but you mentioned him.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
That sounded like Charleston White.
Yeah, of course.
Charleston Shipper, man. Fuck it up.
It's true though. No, he is. He is actually very slick with his wording, and he knows how to manipulate the conversation to go down the avenue he wants it to go down. The same way I do, same way anyone who is good with their words will know how to do that. But I'm not going to manipulate the conversation to go down the road that I want it to go down without having some type of logic to base that on. And if I've got some type of logic to base it on, then it's going to reinforce my conversation, and it's going to make the people who challenge it have to also challenge themselves.
Right. Big up Axe.
Big up.
Min bror.
Shit. That's my turn.
Brorski.
I'm joking.
Lee. Yeah.
She's come for you, Schiffer. Don't go on mute, Schiffer. She's come for you, brother. She's come for you, brother.
Oh, are you gonna control Schiffer? Or are you gonna
come
control
off.
you?
She come to straighten you out.
Yeah, man. She came to control you all the way.
Shifter.
Yeah, don't go on mute now.
Shifter.
Shifter.
He dip out.
Shifter.
He's so handsome. I'm fleeing.
Shifter run.
Return.
You run. Damn.
Here he is. He's back.
Scared him.
That's true.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Sorry, reception. I'm listening.
Axel is here for you. Don't shuffle around.
I'm listening.
I'm
listening. Yeah, I'm listening. I heard you say this last week again, yeah, about this. Us women should not be discussing certain topics because we are too emotional, right?
That's not what I said, but it's some of what I said. It's some of it. Go on.
I was on the panel, you remember, yeah?
And I was on the panel also, and I remember exactly the word I used, and it was not the words you said. It was a different sequence of words.
Yeah, but exactly the same thing. You meant it.
What I said had different implications. I can repeat what I said if you like.
When you finish, listen.
No, well,
when you're finished. I wasn't here. Yo, Shifa, I wasn't here earlier, yeah? But you keep mentioning this. What's your problem with us discussing some certain topics?
Oh, what are the
okay? Can I answer her? 1 second. Let me answer her. Let me answer her, sis. I do not have any problem whatsoever with any of the sisters discussing any topic. What I have a problem with is when we're having a conversation about something logical or a situation that can be resolved with an actual answer. People inserting their emotions to be evasive and be divisive. I have definitely a problem with that.
Yeah, and
regardless of whether they're female or male.
It's both women and men, yeah? Especially men around here. To be honest, it's a lot of men with a lot of emotions, a lot of ego going on, yeah?
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
A lot. And you be one of them, my brother.
Jeez.
Okay, and I don't see why that is part of the conversation, but like I said, I have a problem with females when they want to insert their emotions into a conversation which is about a logical thing. It's not a personal conversation. It's not directed at any personal group of people or anything like that.
Criticizing.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to ignore that comment because I noticed that people are trying to draw me out, and I'm going to be the non-emotive one, and I'm going to show you the way. I'm going to show you how it's done. I'm going to set the example and be the change that I want to see. So I'm going to address the logical side to this argument. And I'm going to say, I disagree with you that it's something I do. I believe I do use emotions in an argument that is personal. If you're being very personal, I think emotion should be allowed. And I think within certain parameters, like we discussed, if you'd heard earlier in the show, within certain parameters, emotion can be allowed within the parameters of a logical discussion. The example that was given earlier on was Malcolm X.
What is the logical discussion for you, Shifa?
A logical discussion is one that involves, for instance, if we was talking about a specific subject, i.e. geography, where there's specific information that we can actually ascertain to determine the truth or the falseness of something. And once that information's been ascertained, whoever won't adhere to it and wants to put their emotional disposition into the conversation and say, well, I just don't believe it because I don't feel like it's this, or I don't feel like whatever, at that point, we have to treat that person like a child, regardless of male or female.
That's their opinion.
That's an opinion.
100% that's my opinion.
Oh, yes. No, their opinion, not yours opinion. Our opinion.
They can know, but you can listen. You can have an You can have an opinion on things that are not logical. You can have an opinion, but if I say to you 2 plus 2, sorry. If I say to you 2 plus 2 is 4, you don't get the right to an opinion in this. You don't get the right to challenge. Sorry, you don't get the. Sorry. 1 second. You don't get the right to challenge my mathematics without using maths that are accurate.
Oh, come on now.
You don't get the right to do that. And who says it? I say it. And I will enforce it. And unfortunately, do you know what? I'm not the only. Sorry. 1 second. I'm not the only person who says it, because I noticed that's how JEDI tries to run his channel. Some of you go so mad sometimes it gets too much for him. So what he does is he just lets people run with it. But he does try to reinforce, not just making statements without backing them up with some type of truth or some type of evidence or proof. He does do that. And also, once proof or evidence has been put forward that cannot be refuted, he will adhere to it and he will ask others to also, which is why I got a lot of respect for JEDI. Certain brothers don't do that, and I don't have the same respect for them. And I know it's a lot of the sisters, you find it very hard to deal with that concept and enforce it. And if you're not going to enforce it, you're relinquishing your authority. But I won't be relinquishing mine.
You should have been a lawyer, wallah. I would have hired you.
Yeah, he's good at talking.
You know what I mean? I would have bought so many cases, brother. Like,
He would, Zira. He would. Applause for that, yeah. You know how to talk a lot. But your logic and your perception of logic doesn't need to be the one who's right all the time, you know, Shifa. It's subjective.
1,000%. And I absolutely agree, Axum. That was a beautiful statement, and I 1,000% agree with you, because you see, if I make I'm not right all the time. The other day, Axum, the other day I made a statement. I said to someone, when you point a finger, there's 4 pointing back. JEDI corrected me and said, no, you ain't got 5 fingers, you got 4 fingers, so use 3 pointing back. I said, you know what, you're right. My apologies, I made a mistake. I can adhere to when I make a mistake. Some people don't. Some people don't have the mental ability that I have to adhere to when they make a mistake and to change their behavior. They don't have it.
Are you doing it conveniently?
I wouldn't do it conveniently. Listen, there's been more than that occasion. There's been many occasions where I've been wrong on something. I may have made a misstatement, or I may have been absolutely wrong about something where someone has been able to prove to me with information, with truth, with actual evidence that what you're saying is wrong. Okay, you know what? I'm going to give you another example. 1 second, give you another example. Brother Raheem said to me, you know what? I said that I knew someone, but I didn't really know them. I said we knew someone. And when I said we knew the person, I didn't really know the person. Someone else I know knows the person, innit? And he pointed it out and he pulled me up on it. And I said, you know what, Brother Raheem, that's a fair point. Sorry, brother. Sorry,
after many hours of arguing with each other.
Sorry, brother. We don't have a conversation. We don't have a conversation by you cutting me off before I finish, then talking. Let me finish first, yeah? So I adhered to what the brother said. I rectified my statement. I said, you know what? I made a mistake. My bad. And I held my L. So what's the problem?
It wasn't a mistake. You lied deliberately.
It wasn't a lie, actually. It was a mistake. It was a genuine mistake. It was a genuine mistake. Listen, it was a genuine mistake.
Stop it.
Not being funny, brother. Not being funny. You can call me a liar if you want. If that makes you feel better, you know what? I lied. So fucking what? So fucking what? You know what? Lie. As you see when someone lies, yeah, and they could admit that they lied. Sorry. See when someone lied, yeah, and they can admit you see when someone lied. Sorry. You see when someone lied and they can admit that they lied, or when someone made a mistake and they can admit that they've made a mistake. Do you know what? That person. Sorry. That person has. Sorry, brother. Listen, brother. We can't talk like this. Listen. That person has 10 times more potential than yourself now, Dev, who's just being pretentious. What you're doing is you're pointing fingers to try and you're pointing fingers. Sorry, brother, let me finish first. Then tell me. I will listen to you. Please let me finish. You're pointing fingers to try and assassinate the character of a person. I get that, brother. And what you're in your attempt to assassinate my character, what you're doing is you're furthering my plight. Because at the end of the day, really and truthfully, everyone can make a mistake. Everyone's told a lie before. Everyone may have misworded something before, and it may have come across like a lie. If you can't adhere to that and change your behavior, then you're the problem. But for the people that just want to keep bringing that up, when we're having an actual discussion about something and can't engage the actual discussion, those people who can't engage the discussion but want to keep focusing on your personal issues are showing that they have some type of emotional disposition within the conversation, and they either have some type of personal problem with you, or they want to score a point with you, or whatever emotional process you're going through right now. I'd suggest you pull the skirt down and let's just engage the actual situation.
All right, Dev.
Are you done now?
Yeah, he's done. He muted. Alhamdulillah. Go.
Shifa, you glance over and said a mistake. You know you don't know the person, your friend know the person, but you said we know the person. Shifa, that's not a mistake, that's a lie. Because you fully know that it's not you that know the person, it's your friend. How that become a mistake?
Do you want to repeat that again, just in case I didn't hear it the third time you said it? Because I heard you the first time, and I've told you, I've said to you already, if I lied, I apologize. Sorry, if I lied, sorry, brother, if I lied, I apologize, people. I make mistakes too. I'm not perfect.
And you still
if you want to,
brother,
brother, come on, respectfully, I heard you. I didn't interrupt you. If you still want to keep bringing that up, if you still want to, brother, come on, I'm not finished. Listen, if you still want to keep bringing that, brother, if you still want to keep bringing that up, although I've apologized and said, you know what, if I lied, I apologize. Yeah. And I adhere to the fact that, you know what, my wording, no, brother, come on.
If you lie,
brother,
acknowledge that you did.
Brother, I'm not finished my sentence. Can't correlate a sentence without letting a person finish it, brother. Brother, you can't correlate my sentence without letting me finish it, brother. So please, I will do it, brother. I'm going to deal with what you're about to say. Let me finish, because it's going to be a wasted sentence. Like I was saying, if I have said something, and used the wrong wording, and in the implications of my wording, it turns out that I told a lie. I apologize for that. Sorry, brother. I apologize for the lie, because I can adhere to when I've made a mistake or done something wrong. But do you have the gall to stop asking the same question and just accept my answer?
I'm listening to you respond to what I said.
Over me.
Are you going to listen? Oh God, are you just hey, you're a case and a half. You're using word if I tell a lie. So it tells me you have not acknowledged that you did lie when you made the statement. You didn't know the person, your friend did, but you choose to use the word we know the person. That is a blameful lie. And you come and say, if I tell a lie, I am big enough to say I'm sorry. It's not if you tell a lie, you did. Unless you acknowledge it and earn it and sincerely said, okay, I apologize. I did lie.
I disagree. I disagree with you for this reason, Dev. I don't think I told a lie. I think I used the wrong wording. And once I had affirmed the right wording,
word semantics. Stop it.
Once I had affirmed the right wording, I can acknowledge why what I said could come across like a lie. I can also acknowledge that I've made a mistake. Now, unfortunately, if you want to focus on that, brother, if you want to focus on that for half an hour, brother, it's very childish because we've dealt with it now.
Wow. You're good.
We dealt with it now, but we have we not dealt with it? Have you not told me that I lied, and have I not adhered to the fact? Okay, brother, I lied.
No, you have not.
Now what? Yes, I have. I just told you. Yes, okay, brother, I lied. Now what?
Shifa, you're full of it. You know that, huh? You're full of it. You know that,
brother,
right?
I lied. Brother, I lied. Can we move on now?
You do a whole monologue.
Right, brother, can we move on now? I lied. Is that okay, brother? Brother, have I adhered to the fact that I lied? I said I lied. What more do you want from me? What do you want from me, brother? What do you want from me? What would be adherence to the fact that I lied? Can I say, if I say that I lied and that's not good enough, what is it that you're expecting?
Don't you?
If I'm saying that I lied and it's not good enough for you, what is it that you want from me?
Right? This is exhausting.
It is, because he's asking the same question 10 times. I've already adhered to the fact that I lied.
Give thanks for your woman, yeah, that has patience with you.
Too late.
For real, though.
It's too late. Listen, I lied. I lied.
It goes in one with you. You don't take a break. Nada. Breathe, brother, breathe.
I did take a break. I said I lied.
Take a deep breath. Come up for air. Come up, Sheffer.
You're not scoring any points here.
And this is the point I'm trying to make.
You do want to score points. I don't know why, brother. I don't see what's so important about me. I don't see what's so important about me. Why we have to make the conversation about me when we're talking about people in general. I don't understand the fascination.
Don't you see yourself though? Do you ever like play back some streams? Anything? Do you?
I do, but I don't understand the fascination with me. If I'm so uninteresting, if I'm so much of a liar and I chat so much crap, why would you be so interested in what I've got to say? Why would you be so interested in what I'm doing?
No, you're dragging it on.
Being a liar, yeah. But come on, Shifa, just
wow.
Look, I lied. So what, man? Get over it. What more do you want?
The woman have plenty patience, trust me.
I got you, but brother, this is the thing now. You say I lied, yeah, but this is what I say, brother. Because you kept interrupting me, and you're talking about patience, I'm gonna say to you, that's hypocritical, brother. If you're so patient, you'd be patient enough to understand you're not the one understood. Sorry, brother. Your brother. You see, you're doing it again. You're talking about patience, but you're not, brother. You're talking about patience, brother. You're talking about patience, but then you're not exercising that very patience you're talking about. So it's making you sound feminine now. There's a point where if you're going to be patient, brother, you need to understand something. If you was the one being scrutinized, we'd all give you the space to speak because you're the one being scrutinized. So you're the one who needs to defend yourself. If you're in court and someone says that this person is guilty of doing this, they have to give you a chance to defend yourself. If you're not going to give me the due diligence to defend myself and you're going to keep interrupting me and not be patient, then you're against the very change that you want to see.
Brother,
look in the mirror.
All right, so like I was saying anyway, Dev says that I lied. I'm going to say this, people. I'm going to say, I do not believe that I intentionally lied. And for this reason, when I was speaking on the particular subject where people are saying that I lied, first and foremost, all right, brother.
So basically, you didn't lie, you just being ignorant.
You know what? I'm going to go on mute. I'm going to let you lot talk for me.
So wait. So he said he didn't lie, so he was just being ignorant, right?
Childish.
Brother, I tell you what, you make your decision on what I did and what I'm saying, and I'll just go run with.
No. But wait. You said I'm not a liar. Well, like, cool. You're not a liar then. You just being ignorant at that time because it was just a little argument.
Listen, I'm not into time wasting, innit? So if we're gonna have an actual conversation, you either be quiet long enough for me to give my explanation as to why I don't believe what I said was lying, or you tell me what you think and I'll listen to you. And then we don't have to back and forth shouting down the microphone.
I said you wasn't lying though. Are you not hearing? I said you wasn't lying.
Talking to Dev. I'm saying, Dev, if you want to tell me what I'm thinking and what I'm saying, feel free, brother, or allow me to speak for myself uninterrupted and uninhibited.
I know what you think. I'm only addressing a point that you glance over and use specific words that you know deep in your heart that you don't know the brother. Your friend
Brother, what you're talking about,
oh Lord have mercy.
What you're talking about has no implications on the conversation, brother. What you're talking about,
but you saying I'm cutting into you, but you're doing the same bloody thing. I don't understand.
Brother, you know what it is, brother? What you're talking about has no implications on the conversation we were having earlier. So unless you're going back to that conversation, if you want to keep talking about me, brother, then you just tell me what I'm thinking and tell me what I'm saying. Because, brother, I'll be honest with you, brother, I'm not here to have a conversation about me. I'm not here to get personal with you. If you want to get personal, brother, please do that at another time.
Addressing a point that you made,
I don't want to address it with you, brother. I'd like you to get personal at another time if that's possible. If you have the capabilities of being personal at another time, I'd really appreciate it if you did that.
Well, what in the passive aggressiveness is going on?
The passive aggressiveness is that, you know, he's trying to force me to have a conversation that is very personal. And do you know what? I tried to explain myself, but he doesn't want me to explain myself. He wants to explain for me and explain he wants to explain my thought process, but he's not me. So, you know, that is very passive aggressive. I definitely agree.
You were
Okay, so you're saying him even thinking of what you're thinking is passive aggressive.
No, I'm saying speaking on someone's behalf is passive aggressive. If you're going to allow me to answer a question, then you know what, that's fair. But if you're not going to allow me to answer the question and you're going to answer for me, that's definitely passive aggressive, and that's a form of mental health problem. That is definitely. You know, like it's the thing, I'll tell you what it's called. I'll tell you what it's. What you were speaking about a little while ago, because a man said to me that. Sorry, a man said to me a little while ago. He said to me, "You're a narcissist," but that is actually more narcissistic than anything I've ever did.
It's amazing. You know to throw shots. Oh boy. Schiffer, may the Most High be with you.
Oh shit.
No, the Most High is with me. May the Most High actually pay attention to you one day. May him pay attention to you one day. Most High is already with me.
May the Most High be with you, Schiffer, because the way you behaving and the way you throw these word semantics and twist and use words and oh boy, I'm telling you.
But brother, why do you, brother, not being funny, this is why sometimes I find it difficult to deal with black people, because a lot of black people find it hard to be genuine. Unfortunately, a lot of you find it hard to just adhere to the fact that you find it very hard to adhere to the fact that, do you know what, you're very aggressive. And you know what? Schiffer has heard what you said. Sorry. Schiffer has heard what you said. Schiffer has heard what you've said. He's apologized. He's adhered to the fact that, you know what? He's adhered to the fact that he made a mistake. If that mistake be a lie, or if that mistake be just a mistake of wording, whatever it is, Schiffer's adhered to it. But you want to keep reinforcing the point. It's beyond passive aggressive. It's beyond passive aggressive. It's beyond passive aggressive. It's actually at the point of full aggression. Full on aggression.
Schiffer, all right, I'm not really sure what the conversation is right here. So can anyone tell me, Axum, actually, can you tell me, is there a topic right here?
This is no topic.
It's about Schiffer. This is the topic. What do you mean?
Well, the topic is turning into me, although the topic wasn't me to start off with.
This is Schiffer, yeah. So can we just leave it and try something new now? Come on.
We went from SE26 to Schiffer, man. You know
yeah, let's just tone it down and make it more palatable,
brother. You can see the obsession with Schiffer. I don't know why the obsession with me, brother. To me, brother, you see when a man starts an obsession with me, to me, bro, if it wasn't brother Dev acting obsessed right now, I would assume there might be some homosexual, thoughts in the brother. But I know Dev's not a homo. I know Dev's not a homo, but he's showing signs of obsessive behavior right now. He's definitely showing signs of obsessive behavior. Come on, bro. And I'm not saying he's a homosexual, but
we're just speaking about passive aggressiveness. Now you're claiming my man to be a sexual homosexual.
When a man is obsessed with another man and refuses to talk about the actual subject that's being spoken about, and he only wants to talk about another man, that is obsessive, brother.
Okay, now you're shooting threes from another side of the court. Now you're calling him gay.
Wow.
G-A-Y.
I never called him gay. I said specifically, I'm not calling him gay because I know Dev's not gay. I know specifically he is not gay.
I know.
But if it was another man showing this level of obsession where he's asked me a question, I've answered his question, but he can't move on from the answer I've given him, I would say that is definitely showing some high levels of obsession. And keep mentioning my name, keep calling out my name. That shows that I don't call out no one's name like that. I ain't mentioning no one like that. I don't even mention girls' names like that.
Yeah, bro.
It's true though. That's what we doing. What we doing here?
Hey, Rehan, switch it up, man.
Yeah.
Look, I'm a boss with my wording.
Bless up,
I'm a boss with my wording.
Big up.
Bless up the new people that came through.
Yeah, no. What is the debate about? Someone in the chat said the debate is about whether men are more emotional than women. Is that true?
Yeah, that's what it
was. No. M.A. Brown. Let me give you what the debate's about, yeah, because I'm the one who started it. M.A. Brown. The debate is this, M.A. Brown. The debate is this, M.A. Brown.
Schiffer, stop.
You know what? I won't tell you. Let them tell you then. You go.
All right, Schiffer, just relax because you're sounding a little bit too emotional. It's okay. You don't need to speak a bit. Hold on. All right, cool. See you later then. Bye.
No, it's clicking. All right. So what's going on then?
So there was a discussion this morning about when is it okay to bring emotions into a logical argument. And Schiffer's point was that women do it a lot. He did also say that there is times when men do it, but he was alluding to women specifically on the panel that bring emotions into logical conversations. And he was asking, when is it okay to do that? And this conversation's been going on since morning.
Since morning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure sort of who's winning at this point.
Got emotional.
Yeah.
Until he was losing.
Yeah. When he started to, he's told about 3 people that they've got mental health, and he calls everyone emotional.
You keep mentioning my name, that's going to sound like a session too, though, you know.
So MA, I'm not sure if you have an opinion on that particular question or statement.
Jesus, man, that's a risky subject, boy. My wife's not home yet. So
why is it risky, MA? Hold on, wait.
No, Schiffer, fall back. We've heard enough from you, Schiffer. We want to hear from someone else, please.
I asked him why it's risky. I asked him to elaborate. What's wrong with that?
I just said why, but you were talking over me. So yeah, man. Nah, I'm joking. I'm saying, yeah, my wife's not home, so I can speak. No, it's not risky. It's a topical issue, definitely. I mean, as a man, I'll definitely say that I've seen a pattern of behavior amongst women, not only women I've been romantically involved with, but also family members. That's not to say that I don't know logical reason, women that can reason and have the ability to override their emotions and use logic. I've definitely seen that, like, in abundance. But I'll say in my personal life, I don't know whether I piss women off regularly for some reason. Maybe it's just me in it, but I've definitely seen or been involved in conversations that turn emotional, where I do, especially when I didn't expect it, but turn to emotional. Sometimes emotional blackmail, projection, and all these types of things. More often than I have when I've been discussing things with my male friends or family members, right? But I've also seen it amongst the mandem as well. But certainly in my personal interactions with females, again, romantic interests or family members, yeah, man, I'm fucking sick of it. Like it happens far too often for my liking. And I don't know if it's a whatever you call it, a gender thing, or I don't know. You know, they say women are more emotional, whatever. And I'm inclined to reject that notion because I've refused to believe that there's an inherent, you know, I've got like strong emotions myself, innit? Like definitely, like I would never say that I don't. That's one of my strengths, in fact. And I try to seek to channel my emotions and use them rather than them using me. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's a pattern that I see, definitely.
So there's some studies that say that women are more emotional because of the fact that obviously we have our menstrual cycles, etc., etc. So I don't know. There seems to be some scientific evidence to back the fact that we are led by our emotions more sometimes.
As a woman, how do you, when you do kind of when you abandon reason to an extent and it become emotional, like what is there a pattern that you've noticed in yourself or any of the other females on a panel or in the chat? Is there a pattern that you notice yourself?
I can't say I notice a pattern, but I can say, like, I recognize times where emotional completely overrides the logic, and then afterwards on reflection I can see where if I had been able to control that emotion some more, then my thinking may have been better. Do you know what I mean? So in hindsight I can look back and say yeah, but in terms of there being patterns to that, not really, not that I've noticed anyway.
Do you feel like there's a power dynamic that causes you to draw for emotion rather than reason? Like, do you feel like you're fighting a losing battle sometimes? Then again, emotion can come up between females themselves. It's not just, you know, when you're with a male.
Sorry, MJ. There's someone in the back. Pause. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's not.
Let me see.
Yeah, go on.
Prodigal children. Sorry about that.
That's cool. Prodigal children.
All right, let me quickly check this out. Prodigal children, hello.
Yo, hello. Wagwan people. Respect to the
Yo,
panel.
big up.
Salute to that.
Who are we speaking to?
Prodigal children.
Oh, we spoke to you before?
Nah, but I've been a long time viewer and subscriber.
Okay.
I used to follow Jedi, not follow him, but I used to see Jedi in a speaker's corner a couple years ago, 5 years ago. And then I heard about the live, what's going on, and I like what I've been hearing, so I just wanted to jump in real quick.
Okay, pick up yourself, bro. Do you want to add to the conversation?
I was just gonna say, I think like emotions are used in logical arguments when we're arguing about people. So, for instance, say homeless people. Of course, there's many logical points that need to be made about this, but there's an emotional side to it as well. So, I think when we're debating about people, that's when emotions come into play. Whether you know them or not, I believe
Thank
that's
you,
when
brother.
emotions come.
Thank you, brother. Another wise brother who agrees that only in certain parameters can you be using these emotions in logical conversations. And thank you to M.A. Brown for not simping. Thank you, brothers.
I don't know what's going on, but yeah. Well, so what's it? Prodigal children. What you say is only confined to that. What you just said.
Well, not only, but that's the main one that I can point out. As soon as I heard it, that's what comes to my mind. You know, say if we're debating about.
It's wider than that, though. Surely, like it's not people.
Of course.
Yeah, it's people that get mad about. When you say people, you mean like when you're talking about a person, or when it's referring to a person. Well, like, what do you actually mean by people?
So, say if we was having a debate about homelessness or the right to have abortions, people in that sense, generalized.
So social, you're saying social issues bring out the emotion most often. Yeah, humanitarian. Yeah, if you're in pain in some way about a particular issue, then I can probably agree that we're more frequently will find emotional responses there. But even on a more personal level or on a more intimate level, when it's not dealing with them type of subjects,
Generalization.
that's
Yeah.
You're beefing about something, you know what I'm saying? Or you're not even beefing, you're having a conversation about something. And it again, it speaks to the personal, innit? Somebody is getting emotional because they're triggered by some aspect to the conversation that either makes them feel smaller or like their worth is diminished in some way, or do you know what I'm saying? They're feeling some type of harm. But like, again, I'm thinking about these power dynamics, innit? For me, when I see an emotional outburst or I have one myself, there's a power dynamic at play. I feel like there is something to be lost, and maybe the thing that the argument I'm bringing, or the situation I'm in, doesn't appear to be one I can salvage with logic at that particular time. You know what I'm saying? The truth.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah, that's why I'm laughing. That's real. Yeah, I hear you.
You know,
And
and
you know what they say?
it might just be like a split second thing as well. It might not be like I'm an emotional fucking. It might just be like a poor decision that's driven by a feeling of like defensiveness or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you could even regret it, even moments after you've said it or reacted emotionally. You know, you could regret it or wish you never showed your emotions so childishly.
Right, and you see that.
MA, would you say this is more prevalent in males or females?
Well, I was just going to speak on that. I was going to say, again, my experience, and anyone else on the panel or on the chat can relay their experiences from either men or women, right? But to my experience, one of the things that stand out the most, I believe that men and women both choose emotion, or emotion rises for the same reasons in terms of that defensiveness and not being able to cope with the situation at hand and drawing for emotion, as opposed to like logic is insufficient at that point for them. But I feel like with women, the ability to pull themselves away from that emotion and think logically in pursuit of a solution to the problem, or a solution, or some type of positive or at least neutral conclusion to the matter is something that I see less in the women I've had around me in my life. I've seen men able to pull away from that emotion more easily, yeah, whether it's a split-second thing or it's actually more so when it's a split-second thing. I feel like the man them can pull themselves away from that emotion faster or more readily. You know what I'm saying?
I can I just quickly, cause I noticed, Prophet Prodigal Children. Have you not spoken to him? What's happening?
Yeah. You can come.
Yeah, thank you, Jed. I was just trying to figure out a way that I can verify him. He says he knows you from Speaker's Corner and that.
Who?
Well, I don't know the brother. I said I just seen him a couple times at Speaker's Corner.
He don't know him. He said he's seen him. He don't know him.
Who have you seen? Me?
Yeah, brother. You know, I was surprised. You know, you just welcoming a couple years ago. You just held a man up, and in Speaker's Corner when I went to the first time, some people are quite standoffish. Like don't really let you get involved, or so you was quite open. So you know what I mean. I've been fucking with you since then.
Big up yourself, bro, man. Big up, man. Big up.
And then somebody just put, I've been saying, where's Jedi at? Somebody put me onto the lives maybe like last month. So I've just been listening and subscribed and all of that.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome aboard, brother. What do we call you, Prodigal?
Love. Yeah. That one.
All right. Say that. What area are you from, bro?
Man, it's just outside of London.
Okay. Big up the
just outside of London.
AKA big up Kingston.
Kingston.
All right, man. Big up.
Everyone
man.
lives in Kingston.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Keep it moving. Yeah.
Women on the panel. What do you when you're arguing with a man, or you've seen a man arguing with another man or somebody else that's not you? How do you describe the way that we deal with emotion from your perspective?
Aksum. MJ.
How do men deal with emotion? I don't know. That's a difficult question, but I'm thinking sometimes when they get too emotional, that's when it ends up getting physical and ends up being a fight.
Oh, yeah. So does that mean like men are disadvantaged when they're arguing with women?
100%.
Because if they can get you to throw hands, you basically lost.
Yeah, see, that's kind of an interesting point, because the outcome of behavior is what we should be looking at. Yeah, when gender equality means equal opportunity, rights, and treatment, that's all good. However, I feel like it can be taken a bit too far, like denying any biological difference between males and females and insisting that behavior and outcomes be equal in every way. And Emma just said, like, when you're in a street brawl or a fight, there's a big difference in how you deal with those situations. The outcome of behavior is very important here, because male and female will treat the same scenario differently. And the outcome is always different. You can't say that every female is gonna fly kick or knock a man out the way that a male would. Yes, it happens, but those females are trained, or they've had some training or something, but
history or something.
Yeah.
They
So
can't
the
just
outcome of
nowhere.
behavior is very important. The outcome of behavior is very important.
Yeah, but you're talking about violence. I didn't even say nothing about like that's.
I'm just using that as an example. I mean, it's not the only thing, but it could be in relationships. It could be whatever. The outcome behavior.
Emmy's right though. We're going off the topic a bit by talking about violence, because we're not talking about that. We're talking about inserting your emotions into a logical conversation.
Let him land at least. Let him land.
Yeah, I think I landed anyway.
Oh, calm.
But I was gonna say, Shifa, you said that you don't feel. First, you said you feel very comfortable around black males, but now you're saying then you will bring criticism about black males are like this, that. Like, it's a bit.
No. What I said, I didn't say I don't feel comfortable. I said that black people can be very aggressive. So what Uncle Dev was doing is, sorry brother, you asked me a question, didn't you? Can I answer?
Yeah.
So like I said, Uncle Dev asked me a question, yeah. He said to me, why did I lie? I said to him, I don't believe I lied. I made a mistake with my wording. He said, the mistake with my wording would entail what I said being a lie. So I said, okay, do you know what?
I will admit I lied and I moved on. But he wouldn't move on. He kept asking the same thing, which is quite aggressive. So obviously we've moved on now. Let's not go back into that. But you know, that's what I meant when I said sometimes as black people we can be very aggressive because it's like you've got your answer. I've answered you. I've adhered to what you said.
You just went back into it just to come back out of it.
No, I had to explain it because he's brought up a point which refers to it. That's the only reason I'm explaining it.
Please, man. Please,
You're a
bro.
G-shipper, man.
Say what you want to say, but stick to the conversation, please. That's done.
Yeah, but I think my bit on the emotional part is, I believe critical and logical conversation, sometimes certain words are being said in those conversations can trigger emotions, because you might mention a word and that person may have a bad experience based on that word and what that word entails, and they may react a certain way, even in a critical and logical conversation. CMC, make you remember, a lot of people are coming from their past, and that road have a lot of things that they haven't dealt with. They put under the rug and just going on with life, and you may in a what you call a critical and logical conversation, you know, trying to get solution, and one person say one word and it throw you off completely because why you never deal with the things then. So I'm saying,
Your Uncle Dev. Sorry, when you finish.
So I'm saying, leaving out your emotion out of a critical and logical conversation, it can be very difficult because some of us don't even know what triggered us until a word being said.
Now, Uncle Dev, the person who got triggered by that specific word being said within a logical conversation, are they at fault, or the person who said the word that triggered them is at fault?
It is. Remember, you're having a logical and critical conversation, yeah. So you all are throwing ideas back and forth, yeah. Now the person that listening to the person that is speaking maybe don't even know that that word that is coming out now is going to trigger them until it's being said. And when it's being said, the person blow off the handle and start acting differently. Now you can't blame the person for saying that because he is not responsible for how you interpret or understand what he said, or how you feel about what he said. Now the
Dev.
person.
Sorry, Dev. Sorry.
So you're making me right then, Dev. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say that is true, but that's a narrow scenario. I don't want people to think that that's people can.
No, you were just asking me a question. I was just giving my explanation.
Are you guys talking about debates? But are you guys talking?
No, I'm talking about having a discussion, not debate. I'm talking about sitting on a round table, having a discussion, a logical discussion, trying to find solution for a specific problem.
Okay, but the discussion doesn't always begin logical either.
It doesn't. Right. But I'm just saying, in that particular instance, we are having a critical and logical discussion, trying to find a solution.
What specific incidents? Because you're.
Can I give you the incident? Can I give you the incident I gave them earlier? The specific incident was a brother made a statement. He said that Egypt or Kemet, was perfect. The empires were perfect. All the people were perfect. They never set a foot wrong or done anything wrong. So I pointed out to this person the Nama palette. I said the Nama palette would say something different. It would suggest that Nama, in order to unite Upper and Lower Kemet, had to murder and massacre people in their own lands to dominate the entire region. Yeah. So once I pointed this out to the brother, he said, no, those people were invaders, and started making up all sorts of romanticized ideas, but didn't present any information to substantiate what he was saying, which is why I would say now you're giving an emotional response. You're not going to Medunetta and going to pull up any information to refute what I'm saying. You're just refuting it based on the fact that you have a romanticized view on this particular kingdom or empire, whatever you want to call it. And this is what I mean by inserting your emotions into a logical conversation, because you have some type of emotional attachment or disposition, or like you said, Emma, maybe you were just triggered by a specific word. Who knows?
Like I said, this is specific than you guys are talking. I'm talking general, and I feel like the conversation is more expansive if we speaking more in wider terms. If you guys are still talking about some conversation that you had 3 hours ago, then I don't know what to say in it.
Hey, mate, we're
Well,
there
how would
during
you
the
expand it?
conversation.
How
I
would you
swear we were
expand
there.
it?
No.
How would you
I
expand
can
it, MA?
expand it.
I like MA's interpretation. I think MA, could you elaborate on that for us and show us how you would expand the conversation and what type of example you might use?
It was already expanded. I think you guys have narrowed it a bit. MJ said, I asked, was a conversation about, someone in the chat said the conversation was about whether men are more emotional than women or something like that. Anyway, I think that's an expansive conversation. And I feel like the example that Dev and you have just given are a bit more narrow. There may be some truth to it, but it's not the only way we can explore this thing of emotion in conversations. You know what I'm saying?
MA, can I say
So, MA
something?
Brown, if you want to have a different conversation, one second, brother. MA Brown, if you want to change the conversation to if men are more emotive than women or women are more emotive than men, I'm all up for it. But that's not what we was discussing. I'm just trying to give you a background of what we were actually discussing. And the discussion was based on when and why would it be okay for someone to insert their emotions into a logical conversation or a discussion? Now, we gave some parameters. So, sorry, brother. The man them gave some parameters earlier, which me, JEDI, Cage, and Kale all agreed to, where, there are some parameters where emotions would be necessary within a logical conversation. But outside of those parameters, none of us thought that there was a place for an emotion within a logical conversation, especially when we're dealing with formulas, dealing with information that can be proven right or wrong. So obviously, I'd like to hear your take on that.
Okay, go on then, MA.
Or me? Sorry,
I don't mind speaking, but he wants to hear from me.
Go on, Khan.
I was gonna say, like Schiffer's right, but he's using the word emotion instead of idealism. That the kid obviously is an idealist, has his ideas and he's sticking to them. Now, his ideas aren't based on logical reasoning; it's just an ideal that he's upholding. So, as the saying goes, the idealistic youth. When you get older, you realize that these ideals that you've adopted aren't really, representative of your true ideas. They're just like a framework that you've adopted, like you picked up an argument from somewhere and you're running with it. So I don't think he was actually being
based on how you
emotional. I think he's just being an idealist. And idealists don't use logic and reason, or they don't use critical thinking. They avoid critical thinking because it might break the ideal that they're trying to uphold. So Schiffer's got a point on that one.
Is that
Young
childish,
people are
Kanye,
usually idealists anyway.
Kanye,
But
is
anyway,
that
bringing it
childish?
back to 1 minute. Let me make a quick point
That's
about
one question
thing
for
as well,
you.
about emotions. Yeah, women get emotional more than men, right? But when men get emotional, more harm is done. So even if a man gets emotional once a year, right, and a woman gets emotional 10 times in a day, the end result, based of them reactions, when you look at the men's ones, is going to be more dramatic and more tragic.
Yeah, but that's a different conversation to have, Khan. Can I ask you this question, Khan? When someone is being what you're calling an idealist, and they're basing their emotional finds or using their emotional finds as truth. Or when you say I deem it as emotional, you don't. So
why is it? Why?
Do you know why I deem it as emotional? Because if it's not based on some type of information where you can prove something to be true, then it's only based on what you think and feel. So it's personal and it's emotional. Now, when someone takes these idealistic,
feel, right?
All right. Now, when you take that approach, you call it idealistic. So I'm going to stick to idealistic for your sake. Yeah. So when someone's being idealistic to that extent, would you say that's a bit childish or not?
Yeah, that's what they call it, the idealistic youth. That's what
Thank you.
young people are known
when
for.
I'm saying to them,
being idealistic.
Kanye, when I'm saying to the women, if we're having a logical conversation and you start
women are the opposite of idealistic. Women don't uphold any.
No, but brother, listen to what I'm saying to you, brother. Listen to the question.
Framework.
I'm saying, when I say to the women, if we're having a conversation about something logical and you start telling me how you feel, at that point, you're relinquishing your authority. How can I be wrong? And if you're a man doing the same thing, at that point, you relinquish your authority.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I don't understand why anyone's even questioning me to the extent they're questioning me or even arguing with anything I said. What people have to do is either adhere to it, change your life for the better, or stay being the person that you are, don't change, and continue ruining other people's lives or ruining other people's experience of life with your emotion because you can't control it.
Yeah, I think like what I was saying was the outcome of the outcome of emotions are different things. You being emotional as a man is very different to a woman being emotional, and I think that we're trying to compare the two, and they're not really comparable. Yeah.
Hold on a second. You see this?
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
All right, go on.
End of the day, yeah, the idea of literal equality, complete equality, is not supported by biology. It's just not.
100%.
No one's making that argument though.
No. But the emotions that a man might express are very different from the emotions that a woman might express, and we're trying to conflate the two. We're trying to compare the two, but they're not really comparable because the emotions that a woman goes through, like just physically through different things. Yeah. So she may express different emotions to a man does when we're stressed.
Right, so see what you just said there, yeah? That's what I was gonna say, right?
For example, it could be counter, but like the idea of literal like complete quality is not.
Well, let me say something. Sorry, Rehan. Yeah,
because it forces people. Oh, go on. Sorry.
So you're cutting out. I don't know if it was me, but you're cutting out for what you're saying anyway. I was gonna say, yeah, this thing of emotion, for me, like you can be silently emotional, innit? Emotional expression and emotion are not exactly the same thing. You can be emotional, yeah, as in have a welling up or a swelling of emotion, and still be logical, right? You can still express yourself logically. Yeah. In fact, there are some people who become and I'm one of them. I become super logical when I'm angry, actually. Yeah. When I'm angry, I'm liable to tell the most truth, to be the most surgical, and all them type of things there. Do you know what I'm saying? So they're not necessarily diametrically opposed, the logic and emotion. Emotion for me is a reservoir of power, as far as I'm concerned, and the ability to actually channel that and harness that requires other faculties. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't feel like I have less emotion than a woman. I'm sorry, I don't feel like I have less emotional reservoirs than a woman does. But maybe just the way that I channel it is different, or the way I've had to train myself to channel it, because we was all little boys once upon a time, and I'm sure some of us cried over food.
I agree with your point. I think women are just as angry as men, but they're told that it's unladylike and it's unbecoming. It doesn't suit them. Socially, they're told not to get angry and lose their temper, and they just look stupid. The reason why a woman looks stupid when she gets angry is because her anger isn't really like physically. She can't do anything anyway. So if she gets angry, she's just gonna like look stupid. So she's lost control. But when a man gets angry, something serious can happen.
Wait, pause a second. But you're doing what Rayhan did and going into violence. Forget about the action first. Let's deal with the emotion first.
No, Emma, you can speak. I was talking about the outcome behavior. So that could be any scenario. It could be violence. It could be dealing with just choosing something. It could be any situation. It's the outcome of behavior that we're talking.
I get it. But again, we're going down a particular, like, if we want to deal with that, if we want to deal with, one second, if we want to deal with emotion that leads to violent action, we can deal with that. But I'm saying, if we're gonna deal with the subject of emotion, it needs to be a broader conversation. But if you want to go down to a detail, then we can do the violent thing in it. But I'm saying, I think it's more. Yeah, go on.
Oh, 1 second before you go, Rayhan, quickly. Am I safe then? Because obviously my point, no one wants to argue with me on my point no more. We're all accepting that if you're inserting emotions into a logical conversation, there's times when that's unhealthy. Are we all accepting that?
You're saying that there's times it's unhealthy.
Yeah.
mean, that's pretty.
Yeah, there's times that it's unhealthy. Yeah.
Thank you. And that was the whole point I was making. And I was saying to the ladies specifically earlier, you know, if we don't adhere to the fact that there's times where this is unhealthy, then we put ourselves in a false state of mind where it's like we think it's okay to just use our emotions anytime we want.
What do you mean adhere?
I mean adhere as in, you know, actually live by it.
I don't about buying it. It's just, like I said, it's outcome of behavior. Men and women, we're not biologically the same, so the outcome of behavior will always be different to different situations. That's what I'm trying to say. So, for your example, there could be many facets to what you're saying, but the outcome will be different because we're biologically different, and there's no denying that.
But you see the outcome of behavior you're talking about, right? If a woman, I would be curious, right, to see how the numbers of women slapping a man have changed in the last 30 years compared to the number of men putting their hand on women. I'm not saying that I expect to see, do you know what I mean, a complete flip of the numbers and more women are mashing up man them or whatever. But I would be interested to see what changes have occurred, you know, especially in terms of the reporting of these things, because we know that many men don't report that type of outcome. If a lady
actually, the majority don't report. You're right.
So I'd be interested to see that. But the outcome of
there would be an increase. Would you
Rayan, what did you call it again? The outcome of what?
Like the outcome of behavior, basically.
Outcome of behavior, right? Yeah. So I would say also that you got to think about this. A woman, can express herself emotionally in ways that a man would take, but a woman might not, as well at times, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? And it goes both ways as well, innit? But I think we also need to look at that, where, you know what I'm saying, a man might be like, just, you know, take a more stoic approach and, you know, the walking away thing or whatever. Whereas a woman might respond in a way where it escalates the situation and go and tell her brethren or tell her cousin or tell her sister or whatever, or her dad or whatever, and it might escalate where the problem didn't need to even go down that road. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, again, that's a narrow.
Get him.
I'm not your cheerleader or on your side.
He's a funny guy.
Get him, man. Get him.
I love Schiffer, but yeah. So yeah, man. But I think that the thing of emotion, we need to understand. Look at this Dracula-looking brother, man.
You know it was funny though, Emmy. You know that was funny. That's what they was doing to me earlier, man. Sorry, bro. Go on.
But definitely, I wonder though. I want to hear more from the females though, because I want to know more. But this is what I was trying to talk to MJ about before it went back to this whatever debate you lot were having earlier on. I want to know.
You're on fit and say, MA, this is the thing now. Like I learned myself with the females, you draw them out and get them to have this conversation. They're only going to have it in the way they want to have it. Apart from Axum, who's been quite amicable, I've got to respect the way she had handled the conversation. Empress Becca, I've not seen the rest of the sisters be able to quell their emotion to have the conversation on the level that we're having it now, other than those two sisters I've mentioned so far.
Yeah. All right.
I would just like to say we're all human. And what's the quote? Humans have fragile egos. Humans are fragile. They have fragile egos. So of course you're right. It's wrong to bring emotions into a logical conversation, but I think we have to forgive each other for that.
Agreed.
Yeah. I
think we have fragile egos, man.
It's impossible for any person to have emotion. I think that's not the discussion here. It's the outcome of those emotions, how men react and how women react to certain situations.
How people react.
Everyone's emotional. Everyone has emotion. If you don't have emotion, that's just how you even a human being. Everyone's got emotions. We're not robots. but how we the outcome. That's what I'm saying. Biologically, there is a difference between male and females, and how we react to certain situations and the outcome of behavior. And I know I keep saying this, but that's what I see in my experience.
You see, Rayhan, you see when you were
what I've read.
you were a little boy, Rayhan, yeah? When you were a little boy, do you think that if you can remember that far back, like at the age of 3 and that, do you think, or even amongst young children that you see or that you have around you in your family or whatever, do you see a big difference in the innate emotional expressions of girls and boys before they're trained out of it? You see like a large difference?
Definitely. Like I see males being more aggressive, more active, and I've spoke to fathers as well. They're like, you know, the females in our family or the young girls or newborns or 2, 3 year old, whatever they are, they're quite soft. Until obviously when they get older, the society kind of treats them to be like, oh, you know, you got equal rights, you got this, you can be just as aggressive, you can be just as this, and then start to change. But before that, you can see a clear distinction. You could see males just being males in terms of just, you know, messing around, and the females seem to be more organized. And I don't think anyone can deny this.
That's not emotion. That's not emotion, though. That's nothing to do with emotion. That's characteristics that I would agree with, but I'm talking about the emotional expression. So crying, for example, yeah. Do you see like a large difference in, you know, the rate of tears, the number of tears that we see?
That'd be difficult to kind of gauge, innit? I mean, a baby's gonna cry. It's gonna cry.
Not as a child. Not as a child, you don't see the difference.
Yeah, no, definitely, yeah. You wouldn't see it as a difference as a child. I mean, the baby cries, it cries.
If anything, boys may be even slightly more emotional as kids, man.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I mean? More reactive, anyway.
But what I'm saying is that the idea of literal complete quality is just not supported by biology. Yeah, and actually, you know what? It could be kind of counterproductive because it forces people against their nature.
For
example, you might raise boys to be
as soon as they stop being the same,
feminize them
anymore.
Well, you might you might raise boys to be like feminized, or like just to be, yeah. You might bring some feminist kind of like qualities in them, erasing like the biological tendencies and making them less. I feel like you're making them less independent and more agreeable. And that's the counter to their nature, and it causes unintended consequences, and that's what you see today. LGBT people confused because you're trying to feminize them.
Did you say being agreeable is a feminine trait?
I've heard that before. Before anyone even says anything, I have heard that before, though. Being very agreeable.
So the question is then, is being agreeable? Because
no, I said more or less.
Is being agreeable a feminine trait?
No, I said more or less independent and more agreeable. Yeah, that's what I did.
Say that again.
More or less independent and more agreeable.
You can be agreeable and independent.
It means conforming.
They're not in.
It don't mean agreeable. It means conforming.
Yeah, conforming.
Yeah.
So it's more feminine to conform than it is masculine.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Is it? What?
Yeah.
Based on what? What? Based on what?
Based on the fact that
I can't remember where I've heard
you see females conforming to their peer pressure of each other, whereas boys wouldn't really have that awareness. We'd like push each other till we actually fall out of each other and fight each other, and then we'll realize, oh, my man's like the top dog. But with women, they automatically fall into line with each other, and they create like a little witch's coven.
Yeah.
Do they, or do they sit back and bitch about each other depending on who they're with, which is not agreeable?
Well, it's
not agreeable
to a certain extent, because for you to bitch and everyone else to listen, they've got to be agreeing to listen to you, innit?
But if you're bitching, you're not the bitching by definition is talking behind the back. So if a decision is made, instead of talking to the decision maker, you bitch to everyone else. So bitching is conforming. You know what I mean? You don't talk to the decision maker, you're bitching to all the other people on your level who didn't make the decision.
Bitching don't mean that you agree, and bitching don't mean that you disagree. Bitching just means you're bitching, and women are.
But
we
you
know that women have a habit of bitching. They'll say, "Oh, Shaniqua
Raheem, the
thinks she
ones
looks
who are
nice
listening.
in them." Hold on. They'll say Shaniqua thinks she looks nice in them shoes, but really she looks like a dickhead. And then when Shaniqua comes around, oh hey babes, them new shoes are so lovely on you. That's bitching
and that's conforming.
So
And
that's not conforming. That's not conforming because there's no decision maker in that. There's no decision maker in that scenario.
But she don't
So,
stand up and say to the girl, "Yo, I don't like your shoes." She doesn't stand up. She's bitching. Bitching is conforming. You think it's rebellious. You feel rebellious bitching. You feel rebellious bitching.
You see when you hear someone. You see when you You see when a woman or man or whatever, yeah, hears somebody say something that they don't agree with, yeah, and the person doesn't speak up at the time. If they speak up at another time, does that mean that they're still being agreeable, or are they being shrewd, or like what does it mean?
They're conforming. They're conforming. But it feels rebellious to bitch. It feels rebellious. Like, yo, if you're at work, it feels rebellious when you're with the co-workers. Hey, the boss told me to do this. The boss told me to do that. But then when the boss comes, you're quiet as a mouse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a different scenario though, because there's.
But even with the girl with the shoes,
your job is on the line. Your job is on the line in that scenario. So you can bitch and moan like everyone else will, but you're still going to do your job. That's not conforming. That's doing what you're paid to do. So that's different.
But even with the girl,
that's completely different.
I tell you
even with the girl with the shoes though. Hold on, let me just answer my man back. Let me answer my. Even with the girl with the shoes though, when she's not here, she's gonna be telling everybody that's on her level, yo, I don't like her shoes, rare tear tear. But when the girl comes with the shoes, she's not gonna say anything. She's conforming to the status quo. Like say that girl's popular in the circle of friends. So when she come with the shoes, she's conforming.
But now you've added
I
another
can't say
layer,
that to her.
brother. Respectfully, you've added another layer. I gave a really simple scenario because what I often find nowadays is a lot of the rhetoric that's been spilled about is becoming simple, Baba, is becoming used, and you can't where we start to forget the nuances in certain situations. So a lot of individuals will hear stuff like being agreeable is feminine because it's been almost indoctrinated and spewed to a certain level, when agreeableness does not necessarily equal a feminine trait. Now, women in certain scenarios lack. Hold on, Baba. Shush, please. Certain women in certain scenarios, especially when it's work-wise, will have agreeable tendencies go against them. However, if they are in social situations, you don't tend to see agreeableness nor conformity to what you're saying for a simple situation as bitchingness and cattiness. Those are their original states. So that's why I'm challenging in what you're saying. Being agreeable is a feminine trait. A man can be agreeable and not be feminine. A man
think about this, bro. Think about this as well.
Go on.
Sorry, bro. Think about this as well. What is some of the most extreme circumstances where an individual should be expected, if they disagreed with it, should be expected to rally against the thing that they're involved in? What are some of the most extreme circumstances? I'm thinking about war, right? I'm thinking about, you don't agree with this war. You don't even want to fucking kill nobody, but you're so agreeable, you're going to go and do that act. I can't find I think that's an extreme example that will show the level of complicity and agreeability that men have as well.
100%. I agree with you, man. That's conformity, and that is agreeableness. You refuse to stand up for your principles, so you go along with this war that you don't agree with, as a man especially, to go out and fight. So agreeableness and conformity are not feminine traits. They're universal traits, but the rates of which happen in certain scenarios will make it feminine or masculine.
I would say that if it's not a feminine trait, then definitely we've seen, or we live in a system whereby, or we have lived in a system for extended periods of time, whereby women are forced into situations where agreeability might save their life, or might save them from harm or different types of harm or whatever. So maybe that's really why we see, or why it can be seen to be a feminine trait. I don't know, but that's what my mind is saying. Well, Prodigal, what do you think about that? Do you think that women have been shoehorned into situations?
Sorry, let me just make the call out. Yeah, I'm gonna be gone for an hour. I've got a podcast shoot. I don't know. I see snipers just now.
If you're doing this, sorry, go on. I was gonna ask,
if you're in the background, Snipes, don't know if you could jump back on just to let people on, or Zalini or MJ, if any of you lot are around. Otherwise, it might fuck up the flow of people trying to jump on and off of the panel. I'll try my best to like check my phone, but once we're rolling, I won't be able to do shit until the camera's off.
I think
is this your thing, Jedi? Your own podcast?
No. I've been collabing with a couple people.
Okay,
collabing with a couple people. My thing soon roll.
Jedi, can you do me a favor?
If it was my thing, I wouldn't even stop. I'd involve it all. But yeah,
do me a favor when you're on the podcast.
MJ's got me. Big up yourself, MJ. Thank you.
Jed.
Yo, King.
Do me a favor when you're on the podcast.
Sneak in a certain stupid word or something.
Yeah.
So dumb, man.
I'll give you a word. Cantankerous.
Cantankerous. I'll see if I remember.
That's funny.
I'll do it though, yeah.
No, because we're all gonna laugh in it, because we're gonna know why he's saying
I'm listening in, and I'll be back anyway. As soon as this is done, I'll be back.
Yeah, man.
Big up yourself, man. Big up yourself.
Yeah, Prodigal. Go on. MA was asking you something.
Well, I don't even remember what I asked now. Can you remember what the question was to Prodigal?
You just basically asked what he thought on your scenario. He asked what his thoughts, what his thoughts on what your scenario was.
The army thing.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, so Prodigal, I'm saying I was looking for an extreme circumstance whereby if somebody had oppositional was opposed to that particular scenario, that they would be more likely to, well, we would expect the person to be vocal or oppose it, right? But instead of opposing, they're actually going along with it. And I'm thinking about war. So I'm saying war, and we know that it's predominantly men that are involved in war. So like if we're saying that women are the most agreeable, in that scenario, we're seeing that men are extremely agreeable, and in fact willing to take lives, right, for their agreeability, even if they oppose the thing. So does that not? What do you think about that?
First of all, I'm not running from the question. First of all, I would just say it was Rayhan that said women is being agreeable is a feminine trait. I just said yes, I've heard of that. I was more arguing on the point that if you're being bitchy, then you're conforming. So in your war scenario, if you're bitching, you're conforming. You're in the war, you're bitching about it. But if you never went to the war, you're standing up and said, no, I'm not going to this war. You have no need to bitch because you stood up.
Right.
So if you're bitching, I think that is that bitching only comes when you're conforming, when you're scared to stand up. I just want to make that clear.
And so we're seeing men in these violent conflicts are essentially doing that, right, Rayhan?
Yeah,
they're refusing to draw upon their quote unquote so-called male traits, which is not to be agreeable, and instead they're becoming more feminine. Is that what you're saying, Rayhan?
No, not really, because they're evoking their principles where it could be like, I disagree with this. It doesn't necessarily mean they're being more agreeable or not.
No, it does. If they disagree with it, but they're refusing to either voice their opinion or completely reject the act, then doesn't that mean they're being agreeable?
No, because that's what I'm saying. The outcome of behavior here is different. We're taking it to a different level. We're taking it to war. Like this is a different whole.
You understand
scenario.
the reason why I asked the question?
No,
Why?
I do. But I don't really think that's just being agreeable, because men are now talking about political science, as someone would say, or warfare. These things are completely different. Like,
you don't understand. You don't understand. The reason I
say, you don't understand what you're saying.
The reason I raised this example is because if we're gonna measure agreeability, we also have to measure level of opposition to the agreeable thing.
But that's what I'm saying. The outcome of behavior is different. So men not agreeing with a certain situation, biologically they're different. So their
agreeability is not a biological trait.
The assessment of a situation like this is different. Yeah, of course it is, because we talked about in a fight. Do you expect a woman and a man to fight in the same way in a street fight?
That's nothing to do with agreeability.
My guy, someone's driving in a tunnel at the moment. We gotta fix that.
The outcome of
it's
behavior is
prodigal. Just do us a favor, prodigal. When you're not speaking, just stick yourself on mute, brother. Yeah.
Okay.
You've got a bit of background noise. Yeah.
So
so hold on. Sorry, Rayhan. Just to go back onto it, agreeability is not a genetic trait or a biological trait. Now, it's a sociological trait by all means, but it's not something you're born with. You're not born more agreeable. That's just fallacious.
But throughout history, women have been more, their tendencies to agree with the leader, and the leader's always been a man.
I would say that's true. There's truth to that, and I'm saying the social formation, the need to look at pack animals, right, and how the shit that female lions put up with. You know what I'm saying? Man,
that was something that was spoken about earlier.
Man just came in and killed your only son, and you're gonna go and sleep with him. You know what I mean? That's what happens in the lion.
Yeah, but that's like different, isn't it? That's,
you know what I mean?
Different.
But the capacity is there
in matriarchal societies. What you're saying wouldn't work. Like any matriarchal society, what you're saying doesn't work, because the leader would be a woman,
right?
Then you're turning around and saying, does that automatically then mean in matriarchal societies that the men are now more agreeable?
It's a social formation, right?
That's what I'm saying. So Raheem, are you saying that gender is entirely Raheem, are you saying that gender is entirely a social construct?
Of course, gender is a social construct. Of course it is. Sex. So let's get this. Let's do this. Hold on. Let me clarify my statement before it gets taken away.
Wait.
Social construct.
Before you do, the purple prodigal gets the answer before everyone.
Hold on, Crutella.
Once you state it.
Crutella, 1 second. 1 second. Gender is a social construct. However, it is inherently true that there are only two genders, male or female. But it is a sociological construct to identify those two beings. Anything apart from that is a figment of imagination that people are trying to add into the social construct that is gender. Yeah. So let me just make that clear before we go down any other rabbit hole. So yeah, go on, Rayhan.
No, I just wanted to ask you that question. So you obviously said that it's social construct. And before this, the social construct was that the men, given whatever they're trying to pump through education and advertising and all that kind of stuff, that men oppress women. I think that's the theme. That's the theme. Every day. Let's even yourself. Like every day, that's we wake up, we read the newspapers, we listen to the radio, we come on this panel, and it's the same kind of theme that men seem to oppress women. Is that the social construct that's all throughout time? And now we've got this realization. All of a sudden, we're woken up and that men oppress women. That's the social construct right now, right?
Correct. Well, that's one of many social constructs. Yeah.
So what does this have to do with emotions?
Hi, Axum.
Hey, Raheem.
I mean, it's bigger than emotions, isn't it? Emotions. I've already said emotions play. As a man, as a human, you're gonna have emotions. Every man, every woman has emotions, but that's what I said. The outcome of the behavior is different, and where there's anomalies, where a certain woman may behave in a certain way, it's out of character to certain outcomes. So, you know, we all have emotions. I'm not denying emotions. I can have emotions. Shifa can have emotions. Shifa has loads of emotions. We've already established that. Yeah. But the outcome is different. How Shifa would deal with a certain situation, how a male would deal with a certain situation, whether or not he's prepared for it, whether he's alpha male, whether he
but it depends on the situation. It depends on the person.
Yeah, but Axel, you know yourself,
I mean,
there's a lot of situations that you wouldn't handle the same way a male would. Whether or not they can actually box out.
Yeah, but we're different. Male females we're different, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a biological difference. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a real biological difference, and that plays out to the outcome of behavior. Yeah, how we behave, and that's what I'm saying.
So
I'm not denying emotion. I'm not denying.
I think to simplify it, it'd be easier to say that women are emotional, but everyone has emotions. That'd be the simplest way of putting it.
Yeah, of course. How can
no, I don't believe so, Ibrahim. I'm just saying, like, I think we just expressed it differently.
But Axel, that's what I'm saying. The outcome, I think that's what I'm saying. The outcome of behavior is different.
I want to hear the purple guy's opinion, the KW.
Yeah, one second.
I want to hear his opinion.
We're biologically different, and the outcome of behavior.
No, not just because of the biological differences between us, but just like, come on, from person to person, we just react to situations.
Anyway, I'll be back. Thanks.
Yeah.
You want to hear my opinion on what?
Trutella wants to hear. I don't know what he wants to hear.
I don't know.
No, because when you had there was a train sound because you kept your mic on. So
yeah,
I didn't want your subject to go to waste. So I said, yeah, let the guy. He was the last guy in line, innit? But
respectful.
Come along, innit?
Yeah, respect. No, I agree with everything. Everything that's being said. I agree with everything.
I think I just wanted to add in.
That sounded
yeah, that was really worthwhile.
I have nothing to say. You know, I don't want to talk if I have nothing to say. Sorry, sister.
Hear that.
Sorry, no. The one question I did have: who was the guy that I was talking with? About bitchy is not conforming. You're still here, bro. I just heard your voice. Amoon, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Amoon. Yeah, I agree with what you were saying. I like a couple of your points.
Big up, Prodigy.
Yeah. What you were saying, I was liking still.
MJ, you were gonna say something?
You just rip out the blood clot fight in the building, man.
Bro, I've got headaches. So it's very difficult for me to hold on to a point when I get interrupted. Honestly, I've been struggling with this all day.
Just saying, Mary, it's just emotions taking.
But no, sis, I don't ever want to hear that song in my whole life again, please. I really actually don't. I think what I was going to say is both genders obviously have emotions, can be emotional. I personally think that women find it more difficult to control those emotions at times. And I'm not saying that some men don't find it difficult to control their emotions, but I think it's more of a female thing.
That's what I was kind of trying to get at before. Where it must be like a power dynamic whereby women feel like they have less tools at their disposal to either get their point across or to win the argument or something. There's something in our social environment that is maybe making women draw for the emotional outburst more so than men. I don't know. I don't know in it. So I'm just.
I wonder, sort of on that question, if it is that thing, is it like a more recent thing, and is it because of like societal changes, like because obviously women have more rights now, more power type of thing. So has that affected the female's mind? The female's mind in terms of how she deals with certain situations.
Can we say as well that there is a complex thing, because we could say that women are maybe even more scared to have these emotional outbursts, that we all have, but we're talking about women right now, because they would have actually maybe feared being slapped up by the guy, and that the authorities wouldn't have stood in the way or reprimanded them. It's a complex thing, man.
Because as well, like just going back to what Kale was saying this morning, he was sort of trying to take it to the Bible, and why is there no female prophets and messengers was his question. But I was sort of thinking, I didn't get a chance to say it, that like for me personally, if we're going to talk about like Bible stuff and that's all been written by men as far as we know. So who's to say that that wasn't written back then to make it seem like men were the leaders and the ones that are in power? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If so,
women wrote those
there are female prophets though in the Bible.
But the Bible itself as a document, as an and even the Quran as an instructive document, if it was written by, like, it's a ridiculous if you're a Muslim, innit? But I'm not a Muslim, so if it was written by women or a woman or whatever, would it have been read differently? I suppose Muslims would say no, because it's the message from the Creator, innit? It's going to be the same message, you know what I'm saying? But the detail inside of I don't know, like I'm outside of the religion, innit, so I can look at it differently. I feel like it would have been different if a woman had interpreted whatever message she was given, and then, you know what I'm saying? That's an interesting thing.
She'd be like, that motherfucker Adam, I saw him looking at Sarah outside of the garden, and you know, all men ain't shit.
Nah.
Yeah? The Bible would be changing its name to all men ain't shit.
Wow.
We don't need to have an independent.
That's funny.
Nah. Listen, so long as it was written pre-feminism, you guys are good.
Second commandment, thou shalt be a bad bitch. Like, you know.
Nah, I leave them alone, man. Leave them alone. Right here, man.
Oh yeah, sorry, man. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
I suppose it's just interesting in that sense of how things may have changed, centuries, decades before now, and here we are now having this discussion about who's more emotional or not.
I think it's just about what has been led to be accepted, and now what we're realizing may not necessarily be the greatest of traits to instill into the next generation. Like me as a person, I'm not emotional, but I don't give a fuck. I can cry. I don't care. Like I find it important to know when to, and to teach my children when to express your emotions. I often tell my middle son, who's going through all these fucking phases, and my oldest actually who's going through the hormones, I tell him, you need to understand that your tears have worth. So if it's something worth the tears, let out, express yourself. But if it's not, don't let everyone see
tears
it.
Happen, or
Say again?
You know, are you making them cry?
There's times I've made them cry, 100%.
Like being stern, like educational father and them.
Disciplinarian and authoritarian are the words you're looking for.
I've seen that shit. I've seen that shit.
AKA licks, right?
100%.
If you ain't getting them A grades, then blood clot, you ain't getting them good.
So can I ask the guys a question, right? So obviously we're talking about women and our emotions, and bringing emotions into logical conversations and situations. Do you think that women's emotions have a detrimental effect on yourself or on the wider society?
Let's deal with self first. As men, we've had experiences with women in it. So let's start off with our individual. I don't know what anyone wants to disclose or whatever, but a detrimental impact on me, I would say so. Whether it's aimed at me or aimed at other people. I have a family member. There's sister on sister, like fuckery, mum on sister, auntie on auntie, auntie on sister, grandma on daughter. Do you know what I mean? All of that goes on, and it's usually sparked by an irrational comment or an irrational statement, like a word or whatever that didn't need to be said. That definitely seemed like it was seeded by let's say, how can I put it now? Some kind of deficit felt by the person that delivered the blow.
Right.
They felt less for one reason or another, or already felt
inadequate or insecure.
Inadequate. Sorry, thank you. They felt inadequate in some way, whereby they either attack someone or defend themselves, right? And in both scenarios, they're using knowledge of another person to deflect attention away from themselves and that inadequacy, right? And I feel like in those circumstances, which are the most of the time that I see this happen, it's always negative, right? It's never positive. Never. Bit of a long-winded answer still, but yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. So what about wider society then?
I think I would say if we've got a populace of females that are doing exactly what I just kind of outlined, then it can only be to the detriment of society. And that's what I see happening. That's what I do see happening. Again, I would say that it's not just women, but Caesar, you asked about women. It's definitely detrimental for sure.
Yeah, I think that's something that probably needs to be addressed, is obviously, as you were saying earlier on, like outcomes, what are the consequences of when women use their emotions or can't control their emotions or behave in a particular way because of their emotions. Then obviously, yeah, we need to look at the effects that could be having on themselves, on their families, their partners, children, the whole lot. Because I suppose like a typical example that we could use would be, let's say a man and a woman's in an argument, and the woman allows her emotions to get the better of her and uses that to call the police. That is going to have detrimental effects, because she may not be physically able to control that situation. Do you know what I mean? So then it would be like those emotions would then make her use other tools to help her in that situation. And we know the police is a favorite tool, isn't it? So this is what I'm saying, like that emotion overriding your logical thinking, I feel can have serious impact.
And as Rayhan was saying, yeah, I want to definitely pick up on the outcome of behavior thing now. Definitely, that the decision to do that is obviously crazy. Is obviously, and you have a lot of women that will be like, well, I only did it because I didn't really. Like, the police might turn up and be like, no, it's all right, everything's fine. Why the fuck did you call them in the first place then? You couldn't control yourself enough to make like a fucking really important decision to not. Why did it even enter your mind in the first place? I feel like it's that deficit, that inadequacy, yeah. And in this circumstance, it's the inadequacy that maybe some women feel in the presence of a man or in a man's world, quote unquote man's world, that makes them have their finger on that button to call the police in the first place.
Yeah.
Right. And I think as well, like that is some sort of control.
Yeah.
Like that's their way of having control of the situation.
Interesting, yeah. That's interesting.
But like this, what I'm saying, we have to address the fact that we allow our emotions to override our judgment sometimes. So like in that situation, yes, you're going to be emotional, angry, pissed off, but go take a walk, leave the house. If he's not leaving the house or wherever, just go and get rid of those emotions and feed them somewhere else, innit?
I got these cousins, yeah, and their mum's South American, And growing up, I used to remember seeing her getting like proper hysterical, and the effect that it will have on the rest of the people involved in any scenario. They would learn that when she gets hysterical, that's like the top trump. That trumps everything. Logic, reason. It don't matter if you're right. Nothing matters. When she gets hysterical, yeah, and she's gonna fucking spaz out to the point where she could even harm herself, let alone someone else.
Yeah.
Them kids have been brought up with a hierarchy of decision making, which is based off of the top problem that we could possibly have is someone else's emotions. And I never grew up with that. So for me, when I used to see that, I used to think, why doesn't Uncle just give her a straight cuff to the face and just sober her up real quick? Because I know that's what, like, my dad never did that, but I know that that's what he would have done, innit? Like, mum spazzed, dad would have just went, shut up. And that would have been the end of it. And I was like, Uncle's soft, man. Do you know what I mean? But really and truly, looking back on it as an adult now, I think that he knew if he did that, he'll be playing into her hands. And she would have been rolling around on the floor like a nutter, and then making the kids like hate him. Like, look what your dad did to me, sort of thing.
You see that? Yeah, this is what baffles me in my interactions. If I'm having a conversation or a discussion, or even if it starts off as an argument with a female, no matter who it is, right? My goal is to find a solution to the issue.
Right.
That's the only reason
That's the only mistake right there.
That's the only reason I'm even talking to you right now.
Yeah.
Is because I'm trying to find a solution to the issue. What I find, what I've observed, and I've even relayed as well to females, is that that needs to be at the forefront of your mind when you're having this conversation, because I think too many females forget that there's a solution at the end. There's meant to be a solution at the end of this thing, and they get trapped in the rigmarole, the detail, the feelings, and all that kind of shit, and the desired outcome goes out the window. That's why they can make maybe regrettable decisions or say regrettable things, and then apologize for it and even expect that desired outcome to still bear fruit, and it's not going to, because you took it into a realm that, you know what I'm saying, you abandoned the conversation and you abandoned the pursuit for a positive outcome,
solution.
And I didn't. I've just been trying to cling on to this outcome that I desire for the both of us, or for you if it's another family member or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's why, MA, you should wait and calm it down and just go your way, wait a couple of hours, and then come back and explain the situation.
But the time's not always there, though, sis. Right?
Yeah, I know, but
again,
and at the time when emotions are high, that's not necessarily what the brain is going to tell you to do. The brain is just going to be like, I want to win this battle now. I want to be heard now. I want him to understand my point right now.
Yeah, some of our sisters are like that, and some are not. But
you see, you chicks roll like that.
Yeah, us personally,
you rolling like fucking some like next level then. Huh? I didn't know like the aggression of men was compared the same as that what women had. I thought like all men wanted to beat each other up. Obviously, you get me. We want the best of the best. I didn't think women think like that. I didn't
what do you mean, bro? I think
like women would bad each other up in it for the top spot. Them levels. I didn't know about that. So I learned something new today.
Lines, isn't it?
I learned something new today, man.
So I'm going back to the panel thing from the earlier, a little bit. So do you guys think that we are too emotional to discuss some topics, logical topics on these panels, guys?
No, of course not.
No, of course not.
Definitely not.
No, you're not too emotional, but your response will be different to a man. That's what we're saying. That's what I'm saying. Your outcome or behavior. I know I like to keep saying that word, but that is the word.
How does this outcome of behavior manifest when we're just talking?
It's just right now, and obviously you're gonna feel a certain way for women, innit? So
no, that's not no. You said outcome of behavior, yeah. The behavior that we're all exhibiting right now is we're talking.
Okay, well, okay, yeah, okay. I'll take that back. Obviously, on the panel, we can't really judge the behavior of certain people.
Unless people are in the background, like smashing up their TV and that.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get what you.
Schiffer might be like ripping a doll's head off and that.
In that sense, yeah. In that sense, yeah. I mean, obviously, the claim that all gender is entirely a social construct. I think, what's his name? Raheem. From what I've understood, is that it was popularized by men to really oppress over women. That's the idea, that social construct is formed to popularize that men were able to take over women.
What do you
or
think,
oppress
though,
them.
bro?
So do you don't think that's true?
Sorry, what?
I mean,
What do you
think? My wife. What did you say?
Huh?
Sorry, Rehan, what'd you say? Just to be given a bit of clarity.
I mean, obviously, like, yeah, that social construct, yeah. A gender, like, let's say that all of gender is entirely a social construct, yeah.
What, like gender roles?
Yeah.
So who do you think gave us that construct?
Who gave you that construct? Oh, that's a good question.
Do you have any
Men and
idea
women, innit?
of who?
Fucking inland revenue, bruv. Where I'm from.
You can even say religions, you know.
No,
Because- So what was there before the construct?
We can even go.
Men, innit? Men.
Hello, Mag.
Just men. It was just men here before the construct, yeah?
So who was having babies?
Just allow it, MJ, man. It's just a man them.
We're going further back, yeah.
Right, evolution, you know, man.
what?
No, we're not doing that.
No. Let us not start with the bacteria now, yeah.
I said amoebas.
But
and
what I'm trying to say, is that male and
Even
female,
that,
male
yeah,
and female. Okay,
amoebas.
what I'm trying to say is that male and female are equal. Does it not have its roots in communism?
No, not at all.
I think that's a newer articulation of that, but it's always existed. Like, but it's just the role. It's how the equality manifests itself in the society, which is different. Like whether it be men and women doing the same things in the house, men and women being able to make certain decisions in their society, men and women being able to do certain types of jobs. It comes from different places in different ways, but it goes way far back that like men and women could be equal, or that there's even civilizations and times and places where women could be seen as the leaders.
Well,
that's what I said earlier.
It's even a ridiculous statement to say men are equal, because all men are not equal. Right? There's fact.
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly that. But it depends what you think about equality. It's like equality in an administration, which is just like, yeah, you should be treated like everyone's treated when you walk into this room, and inequality in the sense of like, well, you've clearly got one leg, you shouldn't be in the race.
Equality is a myth. Like it's a
100%.
It's a non-starter, man. Do you know
Exactly.
what I mean?
Like, but I think it's much more fair to treat people how they are, like rather than what you want to level everybody out to be.
Axel, was you going to say something?
No, I just agreed that equality is just a myth. It is.
Yeah, it's bollocks.
Yeah, no, definitely does. Yeah, it's definitely a myth.
And then you have egalitarianism, right? Which is, or I understand it to be, you know that picture of like, you got a wall and you got three people, and one's taller than the next one, and the next one's taller than the next one, or whatever. And for them all to see over the wall, you got to get different size boxes for them to see over this wall.
Yeah.
That, I don't know. Has everyone seen that image?
No, I haven't seen that image, but I can understand it.
Yeah, you understand what egalitarian is.
Yeah.
Types still. There's like the race, like where different people start at different points in the race and try and illustrate different things.
Right. So facilitating people based on where they're on their actual, you know, biology and disposition and their abilities and all that kind of stuff to try to get everyone to have the same percentage of chance in that nation or society or community or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that that's
yeah. I mean, obviously, if she don't believe in hierarchy at that time, then she's gonna seek out the best plumber, the best this and that.
Why does you have to be a plumber first, man?
Why are you a plumber?
Big up the plumber. No, I'm not. Just big up the plumber family, boy. Why'd you say plumber first?
Big up Veli. Big up Veli, you know.
Yeah, it's all about hierarchy, isn't it? So if, obviously at that point, she's not going to believe in hierarchy. She's going to seek out the most skilled doctor, the skilled plumber. It's not merely like an artificial construct.
You have to big up any profession at the moment, though, to be honest. As long as you're getting that heater on for this winter, boy, there's nothing else to think about, to be
Like
honest.
my heating's off right now, boy.
You have to make sure when it goes to that 0, blood, that level is ready. Get me?
Big up, Heavy.
And
So
even being not being bad man, I don't want to be bad man and everything like that.
Yeah, big up. Big up.
But see, when it gets
So
to
if you think equality is a myth, what do you think is real then? That's the question.
Let me be honest.
Let me
finish.
let
man
finish about the central heating thing still.
Yes, the heating thing. We have to keep it on lock up, obviously. Look, but see, when it gets to the 0 temperatures, you have to put your heating on, or you're gonna fuck up your whole yard, blood. Because everything will get fucked up. You have to keep it on a certain temperature when it gets cold.
Have you got the
You're
heating?
gonna no, I'm just just
Wise
giving
words
people some
from
bills
Crutella,
advice.
as per usual.
You get me? You have to keep it on. It will mash up the whole thing, man. So yeah, remember.
How's it gonna match it up? How's it gonna match
How's
it
it
up?
gonna?
Can we
Your
not?
pipes are gonna
Can
get
we not do
fucked,
this,
blood,
please?
if you don't use it. If you don't use it when it gets to them 2s and 1s and that, it will fuck up the whole pipe system and everything.
My brain.
Them ones.
Thank you very
2s and
much.
1s.
Yeah, cheers.
To be fair,
Because the guy said plumbing, he said plumbing, so I just gave a plumbing advice, and now we're gonna change the subject.
Yeah, nah, thanks, bro.
Why
Yeah,
not?
big up AV. What are you saying, AV?
Yo, how you doing, people? How's it going? Good evening, everybody. And the question is, someone's saying equality is a myth, and some of you agreed to it. I heard Axum agree to it. I heard someone say it.
Obviously, you react to me now, yeah?
It is definitely a myth.
No, I said,
Yeah, 100%.
Let me finish then. So, I said whoever agreed to it. The question is, what do you guys believe in if you think equality is a myth? And then I'll come on to the next point.
Personally, I expect balance. I don't expect equality.
Right.
Yeah.
Good answer. Good answer.
Very
what is equality then to you guys? What is equality? Just to
Well, I mean,
verify your argument.
I think it's just pointless talking about that because, like I said, there's clear biological differences
Definitely not pointless,
between men and women. Men tend to be more interested in things, while women are more interested in people.
That's all political talk.
Men are more disobedient,
women,
and women are more agreeable. That's all that.
Okay, let me stop you there, dude. You make it down to men and women, but the word equality is a big flipping word. You know that? It's not men and women. It comes down to you, me, whoever's on the panel.
But the subject
there's men, and there's women.
Everybody in existence.
AV.
There's nothing in between.
Let me ask a question.
There's nothing in between.
Let's
Sorry,
just
Rayan, let me ask
clarify for AV though. Sorry,
go on.
The subject matter is equality between men and women, not races, not animals, not fucking anything else. We're talking about men and women. So in that aspect, when we talk about equality and we say equality is a myth, it is because men and women are not equal, but they are there to balance each other out. Because one will lack in certain departments that the other won't, and vice versa.
I reckon that's for sure because we need both of each other to make
I can't hear two people at once, you know.
Sorry.
Let me speak, man. When you said that, you should have said that refers to men and women. because all I heard is equality is a myth.
Yeah, you should have gone back 5 minutes, and then you would have heard that the subject was
No,
about women.
man, I'm gonna move. I can't go back 5 minutes. But what I'm trying to say is that I heard the men and women argument a bit as well, and I was coming in and out. But equality is a myth. That's all I heard, right? So that is a statement in itself. If you said it refers to men and women only, that would be your opinion, by the way. But then it would have made more context. You know what I mean? To say equality is a myth, that goes across a lot of paradigms. Yeah.
Right.
Axel, what did you agree to?
Are black people equal to white? If you want to take it into a different place,
Raheem, I wanna just get some
But
definition.
modern society
Rehan,
wants gender equality.
Rehan, 1 second, bro. 1 second, bro.
He's just come from modern society.
What is equality? Is equality an outcome, or is it a never-ending pursuit? Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, can I just answer that? So let me just say the opposite. The person who doesn't believe in equality, right?
I'm asking you a question. No, AV. You was asking.
Usually believe in supremacy, right?
AV. I was asking you a question specifically. Yeah.
Emma, before he says that.
No, not before nothing. No, I want to hear an answer.
No, but equal opportunity rights and treatment. That's all good.
I'm not doing that yet. Yeah, equality we're dealing with. Yeah, the word. Yeah, I'm saying AV. To you, is equality, yeah, a pursuit, yeah, or is it an outcome?
Right, but before the pursuit and outcome, you got to know what you're talking about. That's actually the way you're talking about it skeptically. It's actually a belief, but in some people's eyes, it's normality. Everyone's born equal.
It's nonsense.
That's egalitarianism, right?
Nonsense. It's nonsense. No, egalitarianism and equality.
Okay, let me come back to your question. Pursuit and outcome, right? Let me come back to that. Pursuit and outcome, right?
No,
let me come back to pursuit and outcome.
No, hold on, wait, stop 1 second.
I want to answer your question.
No, because you just added another layer to it. Yeah, as Raheem said.
I think that's important there.
You should have answered the question first, and then you can add the layer. You can't do it in reverse, right? Anyway, you know what?
Okay.
Answer the question, and I'll deal with this egalitarian meaning equality.
All right. So pursuit, right? Let's go for pursuit. Yeah. Why would you pursue equality? The reason you pursue equality is if you've got the opposite in play. If you're being treated like shit, right? If you're being treated then less than normal, right, compared to others, then you're gonna have inequality. So the pursuit is there, right?
I asked you, bro. I asked you, is it a pursuit or is it an outcome?
In this world, it's a pursuit, buddy.
So you believe it's so how do you define equality when you speak about it? Do you speak about it as an outcome or a state?
Nah, man. What's your name, dude? What's your name?
MA.
MA, right? MA. Listen, when you ask the question, right, it's got a meaning. It's got a plain meaning. The question is saying, is it a pursuit or outcome, right? Now, I said it's a pursuit in this world. That's the answer. Because this world's got more inequality in it than it's got equality. So you're gonna have to sometimes push your way past barriers. You have to sometimes fight your way in situations to get your flipping worth. Simple.
Right. So you've never seen equality the outcome, have you?
No, you do see the equality outcome. Like in this country, you had the whether you think it's poor or not, but you had the Race Relations Act in 66, come out for in social equality for employment and all that. You know, so you do have outcomes, but you got to fight for it.
So describe the outcome.
Yeah, that's communism.
So describe equality the outcome to me. Describe it.
So that was one example.
No, I don't want examples. No, I don't want examples. Describe to me. Listen, the word, bro. Listen, stop this now. The word equality. You're telling me it means two different things. It's a pursuit, yeah, and it's an outcome. I know that you haven't seen equality the outcome, but you're saying
neither, man.
So
that's neither. They're both what you're describing as activity and result, but you have to actually go into what equality is, the meaning of it. You know what I mean? You're missing the element of what it means.
And you think equality means egalitarianism?
equality is egalitarianism. To believe that we're all born the same.
It's not, bro.
No.
We are not. We are not all born the same.
Let me answer. No. Hold on. Let me answer why it's true.
Have you read the whole? Sorry, 1 second, because you've had a chance, and you're not really doing well.
You're cutting me off now, innit? Let me finish.
Nah, no one was cutting you off before, but you literally were giving answers which weren't making sense at all.
No, listen, man. Don't tell me if I'm making sense. Let me finish. The opposite would be supremacy.
Tell you if you're making sense or not.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
The opposite, I'll prove it. The opposite of egalitarianism would be that we're not all born equally. Some are born more superior to others by way of whatever demographic you want to put that to.
Yeah, the rich are exploited by the poor.
Yeah, but some people would argue that we are more superior than you, buddy. We got better stock than you. You ever heard that phrase?
And that's the opposite of egalitarianism.
This is what I'm saying. This is a bit
of a... I want to go on mute a minute. Here you guys. I want to go on mute a minute.
The fact remains. The fact that AV, what you're trying to say is that male and female, every society are equal. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know if what he's saying, but they should be equal. It's the same, innit? She's there and he's
sorry,
there.
let him answer. He's answering. Shush, Teller, man. AV.
I didn't refer to male and female because that wasn't the question. The question was about equality.
Yeah. So are we all equal? Rich, poor, status,
or even better,
male, female.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And that's a believer of equality.
Right.
We're not. No one's born superior to anyone or inferior.
The question should be: do human beings male and female have the capacity to be equal? Not are they? Because he's already said that in this world there is no equality, right? So it's a pursuit, right? You should be asking him: do male and females, or even just people in general, across racial boundaries and whatever, have the capacity to be equal? Yeah, clearly they don't. Yeah, but he believes they do.
See, this is what I have a problem when you come with this rhetoric of egalitarianism is the way forward. That's when you start having men playing in female sports because they're 170th in the world in their male category, but they're number one in the female. So therefore, that's equal because they see themselves as that. It means that for all the people who are fast runners or the best singers, that we must now compensate by getting better auto-tune or giving people head starts. And that does nothing for society. It does nothing for those individuals who need to work harder to get better at what they're doing, or sometimes just play their position. It's not necessarily that we agree with elitism, which is the opposite of egalitarianism. It's more that everyone should just do what they're good at, and not everyone is going to be the boss. Like, that's just life.
But hey, with equalitarianism, how the brother described it was by that picture with everybody standing by the wall with the boxes. I saw that as under equity. I've never heard it as equalitarianism. And equity is when everyone gets what they deserve. Because it was a short man, it was a midget at the wall. So he got
Who says the midget deserves to see over the wall?
Okay. I feel.
But that's the question. Who says
I know.
It's brilliant. The wall, isn't it?
It's funny.
So I think in terms of seeing over the wall, if like the midget's role in the society relies on him being able to see what's happening over the side of the wall, or else everyone's going to treat you like a dickhead and take you for a dickhead, then you might as well have a little box to stand on so that you can take part in the thing that you're in, so that everyone can see that's what's over the wall and be like, yeah, we look over the wall, people. But there's no point having a situation where everyone's kicking this guy to the curb because he can't see over the fucking wall.
Yeah, but what if the midget's position is to look at what's on the ground and monitor what's on the ground?
Oh, so if there's a situation where the people who can see over the wall can't really see what's on the ground properly, then exactly that's precisely it. The midget's got to play his position. But that's why I think the equality, egalitarianism, and equity thing, it depends on how and where we're applying it.
100%.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's like there's things where it's just like, no, like, play your position, do what you're good at, and we could say that thing where it comes to men and women relationships. We can say that thing where it comes to different, physical abilities, all these type of things. But the moment we get into these things where everybody's got to be in the middle together for some reason, for whatever, whether it is for paying for this mad gas thing or whatever, then you got to make sure that people can see over the wall.
Yeah, I can agree with that, Mag. I can definitely agree with that. It's just not everyone is meant to do certain things, and I think egalitarianism, or this whole promotion of everyone is equal, starts to make everyone feel like that they should be in positions, and that leaves other positions lacking, and therefore society can't function.
Sure, I think also that comes to entitlement as well. There's one thing having a certain apparatus in place, and then there's another thing individuals having an entitlement that stops them from making the efforts that they need to make or applying themselves where they need to apply themselves. Do you know what I mean? And I think you brought up the classic examples of these swimmers and all these type of athletic situations where people are just trying it nowadays. That's not no good for anybody. You can see what it's doing to us now for the last however many years that we've had certain narratives running in our society. We can see the kind of regression that's taking
100%.
place. Do you know what I mean? We can see the lack of ambition, the lack of inspiration, the lack of drive for anybody to want to be able to do anything properly and, like, you know, to finish things off and to really deliver on stuff. Like, people don't have that.
Yeah, so I'm sharing this thing that I was reading earlier on when I was at work, actually. I don't know how I came across it, but I think it was about social action, something about social action anyway. So this thing says, this bit that I picked out, it says, from a welfare egalitarian perspective, a just distribution of material resources is merely instrumental to achieving what really matters. We cannot redistribute welfare directly. We only redistribute the resources that persons can use to generate welfare. Since equality of welfare accounts for variations in how efficiently a person can convert resources into welfare, it's markedly different from equality of resources. An egalitarian welfare distribution will not distribute resources equally. Okay? What does everyone understand by that little thing? What do you understand by that?
I'll let someone else speak.
Egalitarianism ain't gonna work.
What did you understand by what you read out?
So it's
you know, it can never work, and anyone that believes that it works is a joke. Like, come on, like, men built this society. Men went into the sewers, built the sewers. It's just you know what? I can't believe we're having this discussion. There's no equal rights in that sense. Yeah, treatment.
Rayhan, you might be correct in some respect, but did you understand what I just read out or not?
No, you need to read it again because I was just talking about on the screen, bro. As soon as I heard equal rights.
On the screen,
it shows in
Tell the truth, Rayhan. You just zoned out. You zoned out, yeah.
Literally zoned out.
Yeah, I'm back and forth. Sorry, I'm on call innit with.
And MA, sorry, this is too too much English for me. I'm very feel.
Basically, that little part is saying that it's talking about the welfare state, yeah. So the allocation of resources to people that need it more so than others who already have it, and it's saying that the distribution of those resources does not guarantee an egalitarian outcome because the condition of those people, yeah, will determine how they use those resources. Right? That's basically what that little passage is saying in the first bit. It goes on to say, a problem facing this approach is that preferences adapt to one's living conditions. Therefore, if preferences help determine one's level of welfare, unjust inequalities in the living conditions might not be rectified by welfare egalitarianism. Whoever, Nussbaum, gives examples of women deprived of resources and opportunities adapting their preferences. This leads to them reporting similar satisfaction levels to women who are objectively less deprived. The adaptive preferences worry is that when there are unjust inequalities in a society, those at the bottom will adapt their preferences to this injustice. A preference can adapt such that you no longer desire that which you are denied. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do, but yeah.
Okay, imagine this. Yeah, imagine. We are however many 100 years ago, right? And women still didn't have the vote, right?
Yeah.
And and imagine the campaigning for the vote came and went and nothing changed, right? And all these dissenting female voices, yeah, turned into, oh, well, this is just how shit is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so suddenly then a poll of satisfaction goes around the nation, and you ask all these women, are you happy with your access to political power or what have you? And they say, yeah, it's all right. And even like 100 years on from that, yeah, the children, the daughters of these women, born into a world where the vote has never been a thing in their eyes, will say, yeah, things are cool. And this is the condition that people who never had access to these resources or these forms of power can end up, can end up like removing the desire that they had once upon a time. And then when they're asked if they're actually happy, they're saying, yeah, we're happy. But objectively speaking, we know that you've been deprived of something for such a long time that it's become a normal part
normal
of
thing. Yeah.
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 But isn't that something to do with the fact that people can just be happy with a lot of different things?
There's truth to that, but
when I say that, it just makes me think of the people who are outside of this whole social apparatus, who live very different types of lives to us, and they don't have that set in stone equality on paper or something. But at the same time, they're probably happier than a lot of the people here, these women here who've got the vote and all kinds of different things.
Yeah, because because their society are like totally different, though, right?
Yeah, but then again, like when we come back to here, and you've got a society full of people from all kinds of different women from all kinds of different walks of life, and that plenty of them are happy. They don't give a fuck about voting. Like that's just something that happens every 4 years, and plenty of them are really waiting to put an X on that paper and try and
exactly. Yeah. I hear you, but
basically you don't. Sorry, go on.
But then, but between those times,
wait, no, let Axon finish.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay, so I'm not a biggest advocate for voting at all. I don't believe in it, but people have tried to make this happen for us women, and they finally did it. And I don't know, for some societies it's a big thing, for others not. And then some religion says it's okay to vote, others don't. So I don't know. It depends on what society you're living in. Don't you think? Or did that make sense now? I don't know if I did, but yeah.
I mean, definitely. I mean, obviously, you're living in Sweden, so I mean, they're a strong advocate of feminism, so no doubt you'll be affected by it.
Wait, what's feminism got to do with voting?
Yeah, I didn't even.
Because when did we get to voting? We were talking about feminism and then equality.
What? I just read out. I just gave
This
an
has
example.
nothing to do with feminism, equality, though.
It kind of does, because we're talking about equality between male and female. Did we not? That the principal discussion was, or the basis of the discussion was, that we were talking about equality between male and female. Whether it be emotion
and
or
how
whether it be,
does this?
it's an open discussion. I mean,
Yeah. But what does this have to do with feminism, though?
what, voting?
Yeah.
Well, voting is just something that they've given you as a right, born out of trying to seek equality, trying to be equal.
What are we talking about?
I mean, we could talk about whatever. We could talk about cooking. We could talk about healthcare. We could talk about this and that. But obviously, it comes down to equality. Men.
Equality in what sense, though? Like this is the problem. I feel like in the West, they've conflated equality value with functionality. Like we're built different.
Yeah, you know,
we have different functions. Our bodies work different. Our biology works different. Our purpose is different.
But that's
our
what I'm
bare
trying to
minimum
say.
Purpose, shall we say, is different. That doesn't take away from your value as a human being.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what we're talking about. We're talking about being equal, and I don't believe that male and female are equal.
Yeah, but none of us in this panel do, though, right?
I don't.
No, we're definitely not. We can't be equal. It's as simple as that. We do different
men
things.
Can't
we have
breastfeed.
different
We're not
roles.
equal.
Exactly.
When breastfeed,
Isn't it called chest feeding now?
What?
No, but there's no milk coming out.
Yeah,
so
I
there's
don't.
no milk being made. There's no milk coming
That's not
out.
in my vocabulary. Thank you.
Fuck, man.
No,
But then all
thank
this
you.
discussion about emotion and all this stuff. All this
No, but I'm
discussion
just
about
saying
emotion.
that's the thing, though.
Yeah.
There's a delusional reality that's been created for whatever purposes, where they're trying to make anomaly some sort of general rule. Anomaly is not a general rule. Like, what are we doing? We're living in a delusional society. That's the problem.
It was, you know what? It was AV. I think AV's got.
Yeah, anyone besides AV was thinking that we're equal.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but anyway, I'm not gonna say this.
Well, then I think because he's Sikh, innit? So I think they do sort of see feminine and male as
Yeah,
equal. innit?
Sikhism. You know, the problem with Sikhism is that the kind of bit of Uncle Tom. I don't know. Sorry.
That doesn't even make no sense. Wait.
Does that relate to the thing that we're talking about?
you
If
say
you
that,
don't like
Rehan?
Sikhs, if you don't like Sikhs, that's something you do, fam.
Why would you use that terminology
Maybe
to
we were
describe
just like
Sikhs?
3 seconds ago talking about something else.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, that's literally me right now. Whoever that meme is.
Yeah.
No, because
That's
obviously
literally me right
Sikhs
now.
naturally.
No, Rehan, you got
Sikhs
no
naturally.
explanation.
Rehan,
Call
come on,
him
man.
man. Call him Sambo while you're at it.
Let me
Rehan,
give
you
my
don't follow the
shout.
convo, broski. Like, you're not following the convo.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
confused.
because someone said that, you know,
Bro,
did someone
you
say
can't use
Sikhs?
Uncle
Oh, sorry,
Tom
you
to
know what?
I've been on 3 minutes and I'm so confused. I don't know what we're talking about.
I know.
Congratulations,
Someone said,
Rehan. You're about to be on Trilluminati clips.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
No,
Rehan,
big up
probably,
Rehan,
I
man.
need to exit right now then,
you
innit?
explain. You explain. How are they, Uncle Toms?
Don't summon H, man. Don't summon him, please. Please,
No.
No, wait, hold on.
Don't allow him, Mary. Don't allow him in.
Someone say
Don't summon,
AV?
please.
Did someone? I heard the term AV and Sikhs, so I was just kind of commenting on that.
And you decided to say that a Sikh can be an Uncle Tom.
Yeah, all Sikhs.
man.
Yeah. I mean,
mad thing. All Sikhs. Fucking hell, I'm not involved.
We're free from this, you know. We're all free from this.
Yeah, I'm fully free from this. I
Subscribe
don't
to
know what's
this
happening.
train of
Yeah, this is all on
I can't
you,
consent to this conversation. I don't even know what's going on.
Listen, notice I stayed quiet for a good 20 seconds afterwards. So when it does get clipped, I am not involved. I wasn't even on the panel.
This is the method. This is the method,
No,
man.
I'm just telling you, Mary. We're free from this.
Method acting,
brother.
It's so
Method
unsynchronized,
acting,
brother.
This is
Very unsynchronized, brother.
Before this gets clipped, did someone say Sikhs and AV?
Don't worry, I'll clip it for Jedi. Don't worry, I'll clip it.
Yeah, you do that.
No, but I don't understand. Someone in the chats was saying, somebody was asking about females being emotional and them jumping on panels. Like, can someone explain? Because I feel like I missed the whole day. So,
Sarah.
Yeah,
All right, let me
That
give
makes
it a
sense.
quick
Catch me up
breakdown,
a
right?
bit, like, yeah.
All right, so it started off with from what I seen, and I haven't been watching it all single day, but MD was on the panel, Schiffer was on the panel. MD done her usual, I don't like you, Schiffer, but I can have a conversation with you, da-da-da-da-da. Somehow from that, it got to Schiffer saying females on these panels are bring emotion into logical conversations. So then he was asking, when is it okay to bring emotion into logical conversations? And it's been a back and forth all day long with Schiffer.
Okay.
And we're here now.
Okay.
We're here now. I think we should just stay here.
This is a good area. I like this conversation. I think
Me too. I think it's a great conversation.
Yeah, this is nice. No suck your mums, none of that. This is good.
So
no one's even said brother or hold on.
hold on.
So Sarah, what are you saying? What do you think?
Yeah.
What's the question again, MJ?
Sorry, I mean, when is it okay to bring emotions into logical conversations?
Logical, never, I would say. But I don't think the emotion's not the problem. I feel it's the manifestation of the emotion, your tongue and your limbs, and how disciplined you are.
Is it the fact
it might be valuable, something valuable you get out.
I can't hear Sarah, you lot.
Pardon?
Sorry, carry on. Yeah, go on.
No, I was saying, yeah, so the issue isn't the emotion, right? We're human beings, we have emotions, whatever. I think it's the manifestation on your tongue and your limbs and how well you can read the room. Do you know what I mean? That's
the lack of the
discipline,
manifestation of your
wisdom.
Wi-Fi connection, sis.
It's
Man.
a lot of things. Is it really bad?
Yeah, you're breaking up, okay? You're breaking up, okay?
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Honestly, let me see. But yeah, I was saying it. The issue is the manifestation of your emotion in the specific context that you're in. That's the issue. It's not having the emotion. It's, are you disciplined? You're using wisdom? All of them things.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, Sarah, do you think us ladies are too emotional in logical debates or discussions on these panels?
I feel I don't on these panels. To be fair, not too. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of like proper emotional.
Yeah, but because you're method acting. You're method acting. That's what it is.
Honestly, I haven't. Do you get me? So it depends. I got a vicious tongue, get it? I can say for me, my tongue is vicious, so I have to control my tongue. But other than that, I can construct sentences that will burn you, but it's not an emotional thing. It's just the way I construct my sentences. So I got watered down. Do you get me? I'm very blunt. That's how I grew up, whatever. But I've learned you got to kind of water down and come at certain people, different people in different ways. Because if I say what's on my mind, it's just going to be violent. And it's not intended to be violent. It's just what I was thinking in that moment.
Yeah, you can't
You
really
got to
be
use
that
wisdom,
violent as a male. You won't be that violent as a male, though, innit? Let's be honest, innit?
Who?
Would you be?
My tongue. No, I've always had a hot. What can I say? I've always had a vicious tongue. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I just construct sentences that burn.
But that's what I'm saying. So
I've learned over the years.
It's the outcome of behavior. It's the outcome.
I've learned over the years. There's just better ways of doing things, innit? You become more wise and you're more conscious and deliberate and intentional when you talk.
Sarah,
you kind of reiterated what we're saying. So outcome of behavior, women will just talk, innit? Women will just fire. Like someone else could turn around and say, "We can hear you." I'm not gonna.
I don't come from a culture where women are chatty patties. I don't come from that culture, bro. Women in my culture, they're not chatty patties. They're not talking and
they are. Women like
hyper emotional. I feel like in the West, I'm gonna say the West, whatever. There's a lot of hyper emotion. Like people are hyper emotional, like, and they're encouraged to do it, and then they're kind of rewarded for that behavior. So say a female gets out of pocket, or the first thing someone will say is, "Oh, what did he do?" Or if it's a guy, gets the guy, whatever. Or what did they do? What did the guy do? What did the guy say? But it's like, no, hold on.
Your thing is like crackling and breaking up and
yeah, it's a bit.
Okay, give me a second. Is it better now?
No,
it's not even your mic.
All right, let me jump off and jump back on because
it's been like that for a few days, Sarah. I don't know if your phone might have caught the StreamYard bug. You might need to clean it up a bit or something.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, let me jump off.
In fact, my old phone, when I used to try and use StreamYard, it used to do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, what she's saying is what we've been kind of discussing, outcome of behavior. So she's like, I'm not saying that I disagree with you, Sarah, or anyone disagrees with you, is that the outcome of behavior of a woman is different. So where you might talk more and a man might just walk away and just recuperate and just come back with a strategy or a plan, where women will just talk, gossip. That's part of the nature. Men won't do that.
Okay, but it depends. Hold on, Rayhan. It depends what you're talking about, right? Because, women will get together, socialize, and what you call gossip will be like talking amongst each other about issues that we may be going through, or our families or friends or whatever are going through, maybe getting advice. Men also have their time where they will socialize together as well, right?
But it's very different, though.
But that's not all that women do. Like, who gave birth to you? Was it a man or was it a woman? Did a woman give birth to you? Did a woman feed you, clean the house? Like, women do a lot more, and women have a lot more capabilities than standing around gossiping. I feel like when you say things like that, it's just putting women down. Like, we're not capable of actually running households, running businesses,
you're capable.
looking
You're
after
capable.
several people, looking after fucking grown adults and children that we need to be responsible for. Don't just label us as women that just sit around and drink coffee and gossip all day long. I'm not having that.
Hey, Rayhan, have you ever been to the barbershop?
Have I been to the barbershop?
And all the suck your mums were coming from men, just saying, innit?
Yeah, and all the ego shouting. I don't know what is coming.
That was you guys, bro.
I think just half of the stuff that Mary said. Half of the stuff that Mary said, I didn't even say, but like that's what women do.
No, but women were leading armies, though. How were they emotional if they're leading armies? Like, come on, man.
The world's most successful pirate was a woman.
Yeah, because they had to fit into the hierarchy that was in that situation at the time. Do you know what I'm saying? They had to fit into it.
Rayhan, do you know any? Rayhan, do you know any, or how many women do you know that are like really calm all the time and they always seem to say the right things? You know any women like that?
I mean, you're gonna have to kind of elaborate on that, because that's a bit like calmness and I don't know. Elaborate on that, bro.
Really? Do you know any men, that seem to always have the right words and seem always to be measured and calm in their approach when they're having discussions or in private?
No. I mean, yeah, I mean, understand what I'm trying to say. Men have emotions. Women have emotions.
Can you answer the question?
Because it's really a straightforward question, isn't it?
No, it is a straightforward question.
I know men that are emotional, but the outcome of their behavior when they're reacting and their emotion that they project is very different.
Bro,
what do you mean by it? So what's the outcome?
Answer his question, Rayhan.
What's the outcome?
No, wait. Before we get to the outcome, like Rayhan, say no if the answer is no in it.
I'm gonna say no if I don't know it. I'm not gonna say no if I don't know in it. So, but your question is quite general, isn't it? You're asking me about a population of people, so I don't.
Do you personally know any men who are consistently calm in their expressions?
No.
And the same for women.
But that's where the outcome is different.
What do you mean? Can you explain the two outcomes? Okay, outcome A is what?
Well, I mean, give a scenario then. Give a scenario. Go on. We're at a petrol station. A man approaches you, wants to fight you.
Why is it always about violence?
Wants to fight me. Okay, so what's the outcome then? Tell me the outcome.
Do you know what's happened here?
But this is more examples,
Watch
isn't it?
snippets of people like Jordan Peterson. Do you know what's happened? You watch snippets of bits like of Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate, and you're taking them and you're using it. You don't fully understand.
Behavioral outcomes. You're just throwing it around.
you got you now, innit? Yeah, we know.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
And the other thing is, men are as emotional. That's why they get themselves locked up. That's why they're getting into fights. Men can be as emotional, bro.
Right.
A man will black out on you over the dumbest thing and then be in prison and then be like, oh shit, I should have gone.
You listen to what I'm saying. Did I not say men can be emotional?
Yeah, that's when your emotions are before your logic, or when you let someone trick you out your positions and your
my emotions don't.
And your liberty.
There's a survival instinct that men have. They pick up on and they act. How can anyone on this panel, the men on this panel, disagree?
Right. So, but then we're talking about something that is socially engineered by the form that your society takes. It's not innate.
100%. And we said this.
So when you're asking,
been said is genetic or biological.
When you're trying to feminize women, when you're trying to feminize men to be independent and agreeable, that's a woman trait.
Agreeableness is not a feminine or masculine.
Now you're really spitting.
It's a personality trait.
Independent and agreeable.
To feminize is something completely different, and this is why I said you're quoting people because
you're quoting red pill shit. Yeah,
I'm not quoting no one. I'm speaking from experience.
So hold on.
Have you got proof?
I've heard that.
Have you got proof for what I'm saying?
So the reason why I say this, the reason why I'm convinced you've been watching these people and not reading books, or watching full lectures, is because what the example you were about to give about a petrol station. And if a man comes up to a woman and a woman coming up to a man, the thing that was said by Jordan Peterson, who I think is a great orator. Hold on, because I'm giving you the exact because what you're saying is the exact situation he gave, but you used a petrol station. He, however, said basically that men understand what they can say. He basically said, hold on, listen, Rayhan, stop. One second, bro. When I finish, you can go for it. He basically said that men understand that what they're going to say, there's a chance that they could get punched in the face for it. And that's what makes men act and say certain ways. And women are more agreeable because women tend to have less fights than on comparison to men. But what he's also said in other situations, if you look at the prison systems, not prison systems, if you do a survey of violence, men and women are neck and neck. There's probably a few percent difference between men and women in terms of the violent capabilities and how violent men and women are. However, when you look at the most extreme violent, they will 99% of the time be men. That's what you're doing. That's what you're failing to realize. So you're getting lots of little bits and pieces, and then you're trying to stick it together and make this whole thing of agreeability is feminine, which was what Jordan Peterson mentioned about women in the workplace and why they don't get raises, because they tend to be more agreeable in the workplace than men when it comes to asking for raises. And that's why I'm saying you're quoting people, but you're not using independent thinking or full lectures. You've seen little clips and you're using this to form some opinion, and you're falling on your sword.
So what's my opinion? That since you know
what things you've been saying, Rayhan, come on.
What women
are agreeable.
That's what I've been
and
saying.
Just sticking with it, and then that whole fucking lecture about
biologically the same. End of. That's all I've been saying.
What? Sorry.
We switched it up now. Fuck it.
Men are not biologically the same.
We've literally got an eel in our hand.
Men and women are not biologically the same.
Okay, yeah. So I think we said that before, though.
But then you went on to this agreeable thing and all these.
Yeah. That's part of it. The outcome of it.
But that's like such.
It's called preservation of life, bro. It's not that difficult. Everybody wants to preserve their life. Like, what are we doing?
So the
women ain't gonna fight, though, man. Like, she knows she's gonna get boxed up and
exactly
probably end up in a concussion or something.
So what's the argument?
Common sense.
So we're not. Anyway,
it's like my man Victor in the chat is like he's on you, and this is pause, and he's using valid points, like, and other people, BFM as well, said you've quoted Jordan Peterson like 3 times, and it's true.
Mad.
You've quoted other people a few times, intentionally or unintentionally. It is what it is. But this is why critical thinking is so important, and being independent, because you must understand that men and women are very intrinsically linked. As much as we are different biologically, socially, and whatever, there are very successful matriarchal societies, as much as there are very successful patriarchal societies. And we must understand that without one, there will not be the other. And you must understand that there is a woman inside of you as much as there's a man inside of a woman. Like
what you're saying.
You have a small amount. Pause. You have a small amount of estrogen in you, and this is a fact, genetic fact. Unlike agreeability, being agreeable, which is not a genetic fact. It's a fact that you have a small percentage of a female hormone in your body, as much as a woman has a small percentage of a male in their body. We are intrinsically linked. However, the things that you're talking about will differ from country to country, generation to generation, society to society. It's none of it is a fact, and that's why I'm saying it's very dangerous what you're doing right now. You're falling on your sword.
You know what's interesting is that I know, I relayed that I've had partners who have tended to reach for the express themselves emotionally at maybe times when it weren't needed. But I also know some of the calmest, most calculated females that maybe walk this earth. You know what I'm saying?
And mate, have you found, as I have, that women are basically saying, I know I'm just being nuts, but if you love me, you'll just let me be nuts and just agree. So when you try to bring logic into it, she looks at it as if you're trying to just like straighten her out when she just wants to go nuts.
Yeah, but isn't that this culture though? I believe it's this culture because
that's also
most traditional cultures. Your dad will check
you. You don't know what you're talking about.
You wouldn't be able to go to your dad and be like, "Yo, I boxed my husband."
Rayhan, do not speak over Sarah when she is speaking.
Sorry.
Feel like I'm going to let any man fucking put women down any more than they have been today. It ain't happening. Rayhan, know your place, yeah?
I know.
Oh my
And you see that was
Big
that was.
up, big
I'm
up.
not gonna
Yeah,
lie, MJ,
yeah, what
that's
she
such
said.
a turn on.
Joking.
Hold on, you see that what MJ just
Do
said?
that
there?
again. Do that again.
Sorry. What MJ just
I'll
said
mute up whatever she said.
was tinged with emotion, but it was logical and it was delivered clearly. You
No, big
understand?
up, MJ, big up. Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, I feel like it's a culture that enables this type of behavior, right? Because in our culture, I can talk about my culture.
Yeah,
If
let's talk about your
I
culture.
box a man in the mouth and I got boxed in the mouth, I just got boxed in the mouth. My dad, dad, I got boxed in the mouth. Why did he get boxed in the mouth? Because I boxed him. All right, then you're just gonna have to hold that.
Right.
We were taught, move yourself out of them situations, get yourself out, move away. Like all of this.
No.
I'm gonna get
I
you back.
get
No,
that, but
move away
someone's
from the situation, get
have
yourself
the
out.
body still.
That's a
Not
lie.
boxing the
Kill
person back,
someone.
not getting your own way back. Get out of the situation.
No, that's a lie because
that's our culture. So I think in this society, of course, they enable it, bro.
It's the part of
society we live in. They
Hey, my
normalize that.
culture, my daughter gets boxed in the mouth. I'm not asking her, why did you get boxed in the mouth? What did you do
No, of
for
course,
him to
things could
box
get
you in the
handled
mouth?
after.
I'm not asking none of that.
No, we won't. Yeah, but that's your enabling that behavior then.
Whoa.
If she's the first person to hit the person, that's her fault. What is this?
Yeah, you do both. You do both. You box a man to let him know that you can't ever touch my daughter again. But yeah, at the same
You will
time,
deal with that. That's what I'm saying. You can
you
deal with that
also
in your own
turn
time, but
around
you're
and
gonna let
tell
her
your
know
daughter,
that's not acceptable.
what the fuck? You shouldn't be putting your hands on
Yeah,
someone.
what were you
expecting
doing? Like
them
that's
to
stupid.
sit back. Yeah,
That was a dumb decision, and you were just a goofy in that situation. Like
I
you're
think
gonna
what
be
you
told
walk
that.
around
You're not. No
boxing
one's
man
gonna be
in
like, oh yeah, it's a man, whatever. You felt threatened. No, don't put your hands on people. Period.
No, do you know how that would really go down? You'd get boxed in the mouth. You'd tell your mum, and your mum would be like, "Do not tell Dad." His dad will bury him. You'll be without a husband.
Everyone's gonna die.
And
Yeah, everyone's
Dad
gonna die.
will be
Bro.
going to
Everyone's
prison.
dying.
That's how it will really go down.
I hate that shit, man. Tell Dad, man. Let him.
Don't tell
do the
Dad.
thing.
No.
Dad will bury that guy.
Tell Dad.
To be
let him
honest,
bury
I
him.
would be more scared of my brothers than my dad. My brothers are nuts. They're actually psycho.
Yeah.
They will kill you off assumptions you did something. Forget you actually doing something.
Sorry, Sarah. Would you tell them? Then?
No, I think Dad would be like,
Dad
would be like, I'll box you in your mouth. So
No, my dad would just be like, one of you boys go and handle it and then pick one out of the many. Anyways.
Sarah, would you tell
Yeah, there's always the favorite
I
son.
don't think that's
The
true. I don't think that's
disposable
true.
one.
I think your dad would turn around and say, yeah, well, I'll box you in your mouth. So what's the difference?
Rayhan knows your dad
Nah,
better
that's
than
not
you,
my
Sarah.
decision.
Yeah,
That's
so
you,
just
bro.
allow it.
Anyway, Sarah.
Mm.
Yeah, would you? So if that happened in a relationship you were in or whatever, yeah, and God forbid, would you be scared? Like, would you tell the males in your family, or would you try and keep it secret if it wasn't too serious?
I would never tell because someone's going to jail. Like, I've actually got family members that have done time. So
You've got to
nah.
work
Someone's
really
going to
hard
jail.
for people not to find
Yeah,
out.
so someone's going to prison. Like they're very,
Yeah.
they're very volatile. Off assumptions, they will die. They will tell you like we'll kill you off assumptions.
And then
you don't even have to do anything.
And then imagine the violence
Their
gets
kids,
worse.
my nieces, my nephews, allow it.
Hold on, imagine the violence gets worse where they could have maybe put a stop to it.
I just wouldn't be in it. I'll take myself out, completely out, for the long term benefit of everybody. For my people's liberty, I'm out. Have a nice day.
Exactly.
Unless you are doing it so recklessly that you're doing it in front of them, I can't control that. That's out of my control. Then that's you wanted it, whatever.
Yeah,
but anything I can control, I'm just putting myself out of that situation. My people's liberty is more important than anything in this world. In a period.
I respect that. Just saying, from an emotional point of view, if any of my sisters, was getting slapped up, and they didn't tell me, like the rage would be uncontrollable.
When they, but that's
even
the thing.
more
Though. I think
so,
you have to use wisdom, though, bro. Like, I think as
hear that.
females, you have to use wisdom, man. There's children, nieces, nephews, other people involved. Do you know what I mean?
You hear that, Rayhan? You see that logical,
Can't be
calculated
moving reckless,
decision?
and now your niece and nephew's got to visit their daddy. No, I love it because I've actually had family do time.
Why are you directing?
I've seen it firsthand. It's not nice. It's not even worth it.
I'm
At the end of
saying,
the day.
Rayhan,
It's not worth it.
Rayhan, I'm saying,
worth it, man. It's not worth it,
Sarah is demonstrating the capacity to think logically in what would have been an extremely emotional scenario.
Exactly. And a woman would behave in that way. It's the outcome of behavior. That's what she would do.
Yeah, the outcome is to not.
One minute. Did you make up outcome of behavior yourself? Because it does sound like you did.
He just loves it. It doesn't
You
make
made
sense.
it up, bro.
Would you be
outcome of behavior?
making up shit?
You made it up. There's no such thing as outcome of behavior.
You in the mouth.
And Khan would know. Khan would know, man. Khan deals with this stuff. He knows all this lingo and.
Yeah. Would you, if a woman boxed you in the mouth, your wife?
I've been boxed in the mouth by a woman, and what?
Who? Me? No, I'm not involved. I don't fight, man. I already said that.
No.
I'm not trying to fight nobody.
Okay, so Khan, tell me what would you like? Would you go all the steps? I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna let them deal with it. This, that, or would you take a different approach?
What did I do when I got boxed in the mouth?
Yeah. What did you do?
Nothing. When the eyebrow goes up and you're just looking at her like, what? One of them ones. She just got in the car and went for a drive and come back about an hour later.
You're different, boy.
What am I gonna do, bro? Nah, bro. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. She punched me in the face. I was just like, bruv, that was just an arm punch. Like, you just punched me with your arm. Like, put some like shoulder into it. Like, do you know what I mean? What was that? I didn't even feel it. I was just laughing at her. I think she even dislocated her shoulder. Yeah, she hurt herself. And then it was a bit of an issue because then her family was thinking that I hurt her. But luckily she was like, no. It was when I actually tried to punch him. I was just laughing. What can you do though, bro? What can you do? It's not like it actually hurt. Like if it was if it shook me, I would have been like, rah. I just got punched in the face. But it's just like it didn't even register. It's like she punched me in the face and I just saw the arm just move in and move out. And I was like thinking, huh? What just happened? Where she just punched me in the face?
One of them girl punches.
And I was like, what just happened? And she was like, oh, fuck you. And just slammed the door. And then I think she went through a drive up Enfield, ended up having a car crash, some road rage. They had to call the ambulance. They threatened to, not the ambulance, the fire brigade, because they threatened to cut the roof off of her car. You know, with them big metal scissors.
Do you know what?
Some whole heap of emotional mess that she got herself in, bro.
I weren't listening to the whole story, but I just came in at that. What? Cut off the whole...
Yeah. You know, like their fire brigade got the metal scissors that cuts off the roof of your car. Yeah. So she punched me in the mouth, storms off, slams the door, gets in the car, goes through a drive up Enfield Retail Park, and then she's phoning me up from the retail park, and the fire brigade's going to cut the roof off the car. I was like, what for? She goes, because I had a road rage, and then she had a collision with some car, and now the door's not opening on the car, and they said the only way they could get her out is to cut the roof off the car. I was like, you're a fucking idiot. All this happening because you're an idiot.
That's what happens, man.
Yeah.
Chill out, man.
That's what happens, isn't it?
Man never done foolish.
No man,
shit like that
no
as
man
well.
will do that, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah, men will do that kind of foolish stuff. Of course they would.
Which man?
Of course. What do you mean?
What?
Man? You ain't got no brethren that have done fucking dumb shit.
Men will drive fucking cars through
Over a
windows,
woman.
bro. What are you talking about? Men.
I don't know what Bollywood movie you've been watching, but yeah, boy.
Men have acided women's faces off because
Bollywood
bruv,
movie
don't
watching?
tell me that this man won't do nothing stupid.
Yeah, out of 1 in 100 cases, yeah.
Yeah, 1 in 100's a lot, bruv.
It's a fuck ton.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. We're living in a simp society, innit? That's what it is, isn't it?
And somehow I don't think it was
Society.
always through simping that men did.
Living in
that.
a society where...
Oh, Rayhan, you need to stop, you know.
He's just thinking himself in deep. Compulsive, he can't help it.
Simp behavior, man.
So getting punched in the face and not hitting the woman back, you're saying that's simp behavior?
Sorry. I need to stop this conversation. I'm hella confused. I need to find out who's the real boss man around here.
Get rid of we need to get rid of the one on the panel.
Simp behavior going on, man. There's some simp
Why is
behavior
it simp behavior? Break it down. I just missed that.
simp behavior.
What is simp behavior and why is it simp behavior?
Getting punched by your girl and not punching her up.
No, not girl, Max. Baby mother in front of
baby mom,
kids.
wife. Getting punched
not
up by
punching
the...
her in front of the kids, bro. Allow it.
We were talking about like not just the accident itself, innit? We were just talking about women behaving in a certain way and men catering for it.
So
No,
you
but
think
no man's gonna cater to that, bro. You might think logically.
Like what I'm trying to say, if a woman boxes in your mouth and I'm not saying punch her back. that's it. That's it. It's done, innit? You're gone.
Yeah, obviously.
Like, she got no respect for you.
but
She
you
got
can't
no
really
respect
do
for you.
much more than that unless. And if it does
Yeah,
happen,
that's
it
what I'm
happens,
saying.
innit? But realistically,
And
it's
if you
not worth
stay,
your
if
liberty
you stay
to.
and say, "Oh, baby this, baby that," oh yeah,
Who does
that's
that?
Pissing off the women,
Yeah,
Rayhan.
man. Don't be silly.
You know what I mean?
You're pissing off the women, Rayhan.
That's what I'm saying.
Have you got a woman, Rayhan?
Have I got a woman?
Why'd you have to repeat the question?
Yeah, what's going on?
You know,
Don't
it
let
skipped a little
Trillo.
bit.
Don't let Trillo wait you out. You know.
The Wi-Fi a little bit. You know what I mean? Just went on off a little bit.
What? This guy.
Now you've heard the question. Can you answer it?
Strange.
So you can't even claim your woman now. Come on, Rayhan, do
Yeah,
that,
I
man.
do. Yeah, I do. Of
Yeah,
course I do.
claim her, innit? What are you starving for?
No,
You know what?
I heard a lot of voices.
You know what?
I
Just
heard
a,
AV. I heard AV. I heard this and that.
Repeating
So
questions and dilly dallying.
yeah,
And yeah, I got a woman.
well,
And what?
Uncle Tom, yeah?
yeah, but
Uncle
there's
Tom,
but
Uncle Tom,
obviously
yeah?
I don't
He
Anyway,
thinks
like
equality is real. He thinks equality is something that we should all strive for.
listen, right? Let's put that slant on the topic, yeah? About women, right? Now, you know what? I just concluded today, I was thinking about it. A lot of relationships are false, really, if you think about it. Because women, right? Not all women, but a lot of them go after materialistic men, like the man who's got the most, right? Who made the most, right? Yeah? So, if you think about it, the man who ain't got that much, the woman ain't going to go after them. Okay, that's that, right?
Hold
But
on,
if they go
AV.
after the man,
Pause
if
for
they
a
go
second,
after the
please.
man who got the most, yeah, they're with the man because they got the most. They
I
ain't
like
with the
all this
man because of the
red
man.
pill shit, man. You guys need to
Let me
stop listening to each
just
other.
for
Listen to the argument. Listen to the argument.
AV, do you have a woman?
just for clarification.
If you got the balls, listen to the argument.
AV,
If you got the balls, listen to it.
AV.
If you
Do
ain't
you
got
have
the
a woman?
balls, then don't listen to it.
AV,
If you
do
ain't
you
got the
have a woman?
balls to listen to the argument, Miss Sarah, right? Excuse the
AV, you
manly
come off a
language,
bit
but
crispy, you know. Have you got
yeah,
delay
Do
or
you have a
something?
woman, man? I don't know what's going on today. Like,
I'm on the road,
what's
man.
going on?
Mrs. Sarah, if you haven't got the what's the word? I can't find the right word, but you know what I mean? To answer the question or listen to it, right? Don't
And do
take
you
the
know all the
subject.
women in the world to come up with a conclusion of most women?
So
Sorry.
no, listen to what I gotta
The
say, then
women you
challenge
know,
it.
you mean?
Please.
But hold on,
Clarify
can
yourself.
I just
Do
clarify
please challenge
something?
it.
Can I clarify something before we go ahead?
Yo.
So equality is real, but most relationships are false. Is that what we're saying?
Oh
Raheem,
my
stop
God.
simping.
I
No,
said
I'm
in this
asking
world
a
there is a
question,
lack of
Rayhan. Equality is
Raheem.
real,
I said earlier.
but most
I said this world is full of
relationships are
equality,
false.
inequality. I said this world is full of inequality. Did I say that earlier on? I said that's why you have to fight
Oh, okay.
for equality, right?
Yeah, but
So
quality.
So how can a
Is
relationship be
social contract.
false? I don't get that bit.
okay, but you didn't let me finish, did you, Miss Sarah? If you listened, then I would have explained what I meant, and you could come back after
Yes,
if you
sir.
wanted to, right? So here's the argument, right? The man who ain't got the most, say a poor man, right, or say he's not financially so successful as a rich man. The woman ain't gonna go after him because he ain't
Yeah,
got
I'll
that
be
much,
back in a
right?
bit.
That's the reasoning, right? Now, the man who's got the most, right? The woman goes after that man. But how real is that relationship? If that money goes, yeah, that relationship's gonna go, right? Now, where is the actual relationship? So that comes to the conclusion: a lot of relationships are false. They're
AV.
fake.
That just
They gotta be fake.
Fix your
They're false in
mic,
essence.
AV. Fix your mic, AV. I
Oh,
beg.
here we go. Here we
I got a
go.
question. I got a question, AV. Wait,
Man,
how
say,
many?
here we go. That's what wise women up to now.
Now, seriously though, like, how many people are that
Listen,
rich?
you men, yeah, just need to hold the F
Like, how
down.
many people are that
Carry on.
rich? How many people are that rich? Like, how many men?
No,
Maggie
you
stole my
don't even have to
question.
be. You don't even have to be that rich. You don't even have to
Okay,
be that rich.
so
The
what's
woman is just going after the materialistic game of. Say that, no, in her mind, right? That is the ideal man, the one who's got the most, who
That's
has
a
made the
very
most, the most
unwise
successful.
decision
How
because
many?
money don't raise
Right?
your kids.
What I'm
Hold
getting
on.
is how many people have got the
Money is
most?
not going to raise your children. I don't get what we're
Says
doing out here.
the woman. Says the woman who also just penalizes every man for not having a house, for not having
Can
the
Are you talking about
high
me?
rate job.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
Bro, what are you
And
talking
wow,
about?
why
What are
is
you
he
talking
attacking
about?
women?
let me finish.
Chill.
Let me
Firstly,
finish. Let me finish.
But hold on,
Raheem, this
Let me
is
finish.
one second.
Let me
AV.
finish.
Sorry.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
AV,
Haven't you
1
said?
second. You can go
Let
next.
me
AV,
finish, man.
relax a
AV,
second.
pause, man. Just
All
chill.
right, go on, and then I'll go after. Go on. Spit your
Go on,
nonsense.
Raheem. He's
What I
muted.
wanted to say is how I know you're chatting shit is ... that in nature, every animal goes for the opposite sex that is seemingly
able to provide or protect or do something that they are lacking. So what is wrong with a woman who wants a man to be financially more stable than her, or is able to provide things more than her? There's nothing wrong with that. It's a really low frequency and lazy mindset that has come into this world, that men should somehow be able to say, all right, let's not strive to provide for our and protect for our women. It's low frequency and lazy to turn around and say, oh, we should all be somehow different to animals when we're ready, but other times claim to be animalistic when it suits us.
Yeah,
if a bird will look at the male bird, that a female bird will look at a male bird that has the nicest nest or is able to puff off its chest the best, why would it be any difference for a human female to see a man who is successful and therefore they know is able to provide for them, their future children, or anything else that they have in life? And this doesn't mean that the small percentage of women who are gold diggers are a factor. We're talking about the rule and not the exception to the rule.
And think about them in like Sudan, South Sudan and all that, and they've got they got sheep and that, or cows or whatever, right? So it's not money, it's not jewels and diamonds and that. It's sustenance. It's the ability to have the resources to build a family and sustain that family and protect the family, right? That's an objective. That's an objective. No, but we are.
You guys are not getting the argument I'm making anyway. Still,
humans are materially driven because we are.
What you're saying, the nature of humans, the nature.
Go on, say what you want to say. Go on, say it.
Sorry?
Say what you want to say.
Right, no, but that's not the argument I'm making. I'm not making the argument that there's not such a phenomena as attraction. There is attraction, right? But what I'm trying to say is attraction is bypassed nowadays for a material criteria, right? And if you've got a material criteria over, say, attraction even, right? If that's your first and final
Andrew
point,
Tate
right?
guy, man. This is who we have on the panel.
If that's your first and final point, right? Yeah, your relationship's gonna be fake too. Really, think about it.
You know what?
That's what it's based on.
What are you talking about? You're
in
literally just
real
spitting that
lasting
red pill
relationships in this
hypergamy
world, on this planet.
nonsense that they're spitting all over the. Listen, bro.
Yeah.
First and foremost, let me just correct some nonsense.
I'm not your bro. I'm not your bro.
Hold on,
I'm not your bro.
No, sorry.
Nobody's
Sir,
throwing that.
I'm not your bro, yeah. I'm not your bro.
Sir.
I thought we were all
First
one
and
in
foremost,
AV, please be respectful and let the sister speak.
You just made a big assumption that I moved to my partner because of the money. Whatever. First of all, he didn't have money when I met him. That's number one.
I didn't say that.
Yes,
I didn't say that.
You said.
No, I said you've penalized men on the panels before for not having a house, for not having certain amount of success in their life, and I've heard you say it many times.
I said.
So that's why I was getting. Yeah, you have done. Yes, you have done. Yes, you have done. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a while.
I have said. I know what I've said. I've said men who have low aspirations, yeah, and who are not progressing in life and are comfortable with these low aspirations, is not a good look. It's not about having it. It's your aspiration as a man and the efforts you put into your life, how deliberate and intentional you are about your decisions. That's manhood.
I've heard you say directly to somebody, you haven't got your own house.
Money comes. I've also
you
said
haven't got your own house. You own this
money
much.
comes.
Yeah?
Money comes and money goes. Yeah. So human
But
beings
bitches, they stay
knowledge
forever.
and bettering themselves. Money can come and go, bro. I know that. The Most High can provide provision and He can take provision away. I've never been on materialism, but I've said that from day dot.
And there's many women like that. Many.
We look at character, we look at manhood, we look at heart. These are the things we look for in a man, not freaking money. There's pussies with money. There's men who watch their wife get boxed in the face and not do nothing with money. That don't mean nothing. Get his wife, see his wife get violate herself and not care. Like that's not gonna raise your kids. That's not gonna put character into your
100%.
children. That's not gonna uplift your home and motivate your household. Money comes, money goes, bro. People think they can buy affection. That's true. But I beg, don't put that on me.
Yeah, the kids have been watching too much reality TV
Allow
or
it,
something.
man. All you single man that are
You
there
got
for
Andrew Tate and
Andrew Tate,
Jordan
exactly,
Peterson
all that
influencing these people, man. That's what it is.
That's what it is, you know. It's true. It's true.
I blame Kevin Samuels for this.
I was gonna say he's got a Kevin Samuels Bible, isn't it? in his
You don't make
question.
assumptions, though, man.
Nah, we're doing it.
Trust me, MA. There's none of them. They all see these popular social media guys who don't actually necessarily follow their own advice. Like Jordan Peterson, Kevin Samuels, divorced from 3 women, yet tells men and women how to be successful in marriage. How the fuck does
And
that
yet
work?
died in bed having
With a
sex with
plus
some
size.
random woman.
Yeah,
Exactly. I was about to say that.
Makes no sense.
That's really
Mad.
good. That's good.
Makes no sense. We're losing generations upon
Where, like,
generations of leaders because everyone wants to follow individuals instead of saying, yeah, valid points in bits and pieces. Let me go and make up my own mind. They want to follow everything everyone else is saying. And you get the likes of AV coming on here as all the smoke for a woman, yet none for a man.
And the other thing that I
then
find
wants
that
to
the
talk
most
about
brazen
equality and all
people
this
are the
other
people
stuff.
who aren't broke. People are going to tell people how to get rich. People that have never been married are going to tell people how to deal with marriages. It's just people who have no place to be speaking about certain issues want to run their mouth. Unless you've been married 40 years, but I don't know why you're speaking in them affairs. Period.
Yeah, that
Just
might
stay
be true.
quiet. Let the elders who have actually lived it speak on those affairs.
It's true.
It's not for you. That's why you give misinformation. That's why you're causing confusion in this world, because you don't apply what you're trying to preach to people, and then you just cause confusion.
You know what? In a certain circumstance, in our our home nations, let's say, or our original tribes or what have you, you wouldn't even be allowed to speak on some
Do you
of
not?
these things.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I think, MA.
Exactly what I'm
You
saying.
know what? I grew up, sitting on the floor, with my legs crossed while the elders were speaking and just sitting there listening, just absorbing information.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I would never even think to open my mouth and speak.
People were shy, bro. Exactly. Bro.
Yeah, I was shy. Like, I
People
had
were shy
bare
to run up their
respect.
mouth. Like, why
Bare
you?
respect.
Imagine
Like,
you
people look at
did.
you like, why are you even opening your mouth with your little self? Like, sit in the
hell,
corner.
man.
Now
Like,
you got teenagers talking about relationships, little
Yeah,
kids.
shut up, man. For real. Got like conscious chatting shit. Shut up, man.
Like, what? Like, and then there's grown people that have lived life, and he wants to like out wisdom them, bro. You haven't even lived.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Humble, like have some
Have
humility.
you ever heard of a relationship? Do you know what a relationship is?
Do you know what a lion is?
No, not again, not again, Sarah.
Do you know what a lion is? Do you know
I
Malcolm
was
X?
the craziest
No,
line.
Malcolm
How
X
can you
is.
I mean, to bring
Who's
balance,
the
it's true to
lion?
an extent, but just to say traditional, that's a fallacy in itself, isn't it? I mean, obviously, there's been young people that have led armies, that have made decisions as well.
But there are
Like
women
who?
who have
Name
done that
one.
as well,
yeah,
bro.
young people, not children, bro.
Are you
Yo,
keeping
I'm back.
I don't want to take it to Islam, but there are companions that have led armies.
What's up, man? What's up,
Nah,
man?
I hear
Uncle
that.
Tom, yeah?
Wait,
Uncle
you see
Tom.
when you go...
Young
Oh, here we
men.
go.
Sorry,
And
who's
obviously,
talking right now? Who's the person in the background talking?
you can't just just say that.
Who's the person in the background that was just talking and saying, what's up, what's up?
Sorry?
AV, sort your
Yeah,
mic out, man.
it's
You're
Uncle.
really...
Yeah, I can't help it. Sorry about that. It's Uncle Tom, buddy. Uncle Tom, yeah?
What?
What?
This dickhead.
I told you, man. You summoned them, bro. Deal with it, man.
Anyway,
I
listen.
blame you for this, Rehan.
Axel, there's one point to you as well. Did you not say that you would not date a guy who works in a restaurant?
Told you, all the smoke for the women.
Did you
Nothing
say
for a
that?
man them.
No, what did he say? Fix
I'm
your
gonna
damn
make my
mic,
point.
man.
Bro, but digging like a bitch, like how you got all smoke for women, but look what you're doing, bringing up shit from the bottom.
100%.
Boys, stop it, my bro.
What did
None of
Axel
them
say? She will never date a man who works in a restaurant.
Yeah.
AV,
That's
her prerogative.
Exact words were.
Maybe she
Sorry,
likes to be the one racing car drivers.
I want to make an announcement to AV and to Rayhan. We're going to have a new segment. We started this segment at the weekend. It's called Incel Therapy. I'm going to send both of your invites out in the post. Yeah.
Oh,
very good. Very good.
That's horrible.
Very good.
Hey,
Is there a redhead teacher
so
there?
AV, can I ask? AV, can I ask? Would you date a woman with OnlyFans?
Sim's not allowed. Sim's not allowed, yeah.
AV, would you date a woman with OnlyFans?
Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
obviously,
well,
she's
there
on
you
it.
go. That says it all.
You're done out here, man.
That says it all.
Listen, Axel said she wouldn't date a guy who flips burgers. Did you not say that, Axel, or no?
That's fine.
She's entitled to say that.
Continue. What did I else
Right?
say?
No, I didn't say that. Did you say that? You
What
did
did
say that,
I
yeah?
else say? Yeah, no, continue. Just tell the whole
No.
story now. Tell the
Why
whole
did you say
story.
that? Let's go for it. Why did you say that for? The
Man,
guy
you
does a
just
hard
you
work at the
remember
restaurant.
She likes
flipping
the
burgers,
women.
right?
What's with
She likes
this
her beef
guy?
raw.
Eh?
She likes it raw.
What's to argue with girls? What's wrong with this guy?
It burns.
Rayhan, see, this is femininity. Wanting to argue with women all the time when there's a
Okay, I'm not promoting what AV said.
disrespectful.
I just want
I'm
to.
laughing at what
Yeah.
Khan said.
I just
you
want
know.
to. Just put it out there. I'm not promoting what
It
AV.
means always throwing me under the bus. I've noticed.
What did Khan say? What did Khan say?
Say
The
it
question
again.
is, the question is, right?
Not
Why
saying
did
it.
Aston say that? That's the question. Why did
Because
Aston make such a statement?
Beef.
No. It's called.
Tell the
He has
whole
the mindset.
story
He
instead
has the
of
mindset of a
lying to me
person.
now, right? Like now, tell the whole story now.
But
Come
she's
on.
doing. She's saying what I'm saying. She's doing what a woman
So you
does.
didn't say that. You didn't say that.
A woman is not equal to a man. A woman wants security. A woman wants to be looked after, and she's not going to be looked after by someone flipping burgers.
Exactly. I got a feeling this AV's the only child. Because if
That's
he had a
not-
sister
No,
and
right?
she come
Listen
home
to
with
me.
a dude,
I mean,
you
I
can
think-
AV
use
says
that.
he
What
would
does
date a
dude
woman
do
who
for
has
a living? And
OnlyFans.
you're like,
That's all you
he
need to
flips
know
burgers
about
in
this
Burger King.
personality and mindset of
So
this guy.
listen.
AV.
So what's
That
wrong with the
wasn't the
guy who
case,
flips
though,
burgers?
guys. But I want him to explain. Yeah.
No,
That
I want you
wasn't.
to explain. What's wrong with the
No,
guy
I
who
want
flips
you to
burgers?
explain because you're bringing
I
up
want you to
something
explain
from
that.
ages ago. Yeah. So do you
I'm
tell?
talking
Come
some
on.
serious shit, real shit. Yeah.
It's really good. No. Why are you bringing it up?
Yeah.
So tell the whole story instead of picking and
No.
choosing some shit. No. Do it.
No. I'm making a point here.
True. What happens to the people that flip burgers? Like what?
It was a scenario that Unique brought up on Maku's show. Yeah. So
Mm.
continue. What did I say? Come on.
But basically, what you were saying, Axel, if I remember rightly, was that that's not my type of person. You know what I mean? I go for a person who has like a better role in life, does a better job, yeah, earns better money, whatever, yeah. That's what he said, Axel. Admit it. Come on.
What?
AV, do
Did
you
you not
flip?
say that?
Pause.
How long ago was this?
I could do. I could well do. So what? What's wrong with the guy who flips burgers? He's not
No,
stealing
I
of
didn't
anyone.
say it was any wrong with no. I didn't say it was
Yes,
anything
right,
wrong with
okay.
flipping burgers.
Right.
No, I didn't say that.
Right.
What did you
No,
say?
AV, do you flip
I was
burgers?
talking about ambition.
I could well
Take
do.
this
I was
personally.
talking
I don't
about
understand what's going
ambition.
on.
No. I was talking about ambition. No. Don't even try to take me out on that one. Yeah. I was talking about ambition.
You said
The
it.
question is, how does he still remember that?
Yes, he
So
did.
be on my
It's
side.
mad.
That's
You
the real
better be
Got
on
all
my
of,
side.
he's
It's not me
obsessed with the
You better be
women,
on my
but can't
side.
address
I
nothing
know,
anyone
right?
else
Hey,
says.
Axel, you need to watch your windows at night, man.
All
That's
right,
not a
AV,
snowman. That's AV.
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna
you
have to
know,
fix your
You're on
mic.
my side, man. You gotta be on my side.
that's for real though,
You'll be my
Stabzilla.
side,
You've been
defend it.
watching me from ages, even from the motive. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, say. Oh, here we go. Let's go for what's it called? Cheap shots coming
No.
up. Let's go.
You're some
Cheap
creep.
shots.
You're some creep.
What you've done, innit?
So I just to remind everyone that
Okay.
this is typical incel behavior. It's when they start to display hatred against the
Here we
type
go.
of women,
Gang
against the
it.
type
Gang it
of
up.
women who will reject them.
Yes.
Being
fine.
rejected,
No.
is that what it is?
Yes.
But he didn't even. Wait. But
It
he
all
didn't.
makes
All
sense.
this is because I said I
Exactly
wouldn't date a
so.
guy
Exactly
with
so.
a turban on. Yeah.
Oh
I said
yeah, I
no.
remember that day.
Oh,
I remember that.
Here
I
she's
remember
coming out.
that.
She
She's
said some
coming out.
fucking ways,
Coming
you
out.
know.
She's coming out with it
You
now.
wouldn't date a
What's
guy
gonna
with a
happen?
What's
turban.
worse, the turban or the burgers?
That's
No,
right.
Not even a
AV,
blue one. What about a blue turban? The special ones. What about them?
Yeah,
The ones that don't say hi.
the one
Still
I saw
no?
in March, yeah. I know what you're doing, Carl.
Axel, I'm
Oh,
really
wait.
upset
Why did
that
he
you
say?
wouldn't
Why
date a
did he
guy
say?
who
Wait.
flips
Why did he say
burgers.
it's coming
Now
out?
I'm gonna have to go in tomorrow and resign
No,
from my burger flipping job that I've got. I'm gutted.
What
No.
AV? What is coming out? What is coming out? What do you mean?
So he says I'm racist because I said that, yeah.
That's a preference. It's
Turbans
not
are race.
racism.
Yeah. He turned it into race thingy.
yeah.
AV
He said that, yeah, because he asked all the women the question. and
TLM.
yeah,
Turbin
basically
life
that.
matter.
Mad.
Fucking hell.
That. So wait.
That
Would
took me
you?
a second.
Oh, well, I don't know, man. I don't know.
So basically, Axel won't go with anyone that's flipping burgers.
Or
That's
wearing a
fine. That's on
turban.
her, really.
One or the
What if
other.
what
Or
if they're
both.
flipping
Or
I
both.
feel like
burgers and they
I feel
got a
like you
turban
need
on?
to set up with somebody doing
Was that double whammy?
There must be bare burgers in
Some of you
Sweden,
lot
bro.
are
Right,
just
but the
weird.
thing is, right? Like every woman is entitled to set her standards, and I don't think it was as clear cut as what AV was making out. Right? There was discussions that day about if the man has
Standard.
if the man has got ambitions, etc., etc. So just like men would have certain standards, right? Depending on what you want from a partner or relationship. For example, you may want to have children with a woman. If she's not able to give you children, or you think maybe the genetics are not going to be compatible or something like that, then that woman isn't going to be in your league. It's as simple as that. She's not going to meet the standards that you personally require as a partner or mother of your children. And as a woman, we have the right to say, actually, as a provider, we expect our man to at least have the ambition, which is going to get him to a stage where he is going to be able to provide and protect. So we need to set our own standards for that. Otherwise, we're going to end up with men like AV, Rayhan, flipping the rest of the incels that are around. You know what I mean? Just because they're going to say, oh, we love you, and what? Then expect us to go out and earn the money, look after the kids, put our kids into childcare, and take care of them when they're old and grey. No, thank you.
MJ, so how many men fit into that category that you're saying?
A lot.
A lot. Damn.
I think it's about ambition, Rayhan.
I'll come back in 5 with a response. But
You may not necessarily be able to do
ambition is one
that.
thing.
You may not be able to do everything that MJ has said, but if you show ambition to level yourself up to that ability,
what about someone's
then
flipping
you
burger?
are just as good as doing that. No.
What if you flip burgers so
No, but
well?
I'm talking about ambition. If you don't have an
Axel.
ambition, no, but for real, yeah, I mean,
What about if the, wait? What if the burgers? What if you flipping
MJ
burgers
said
so
that
well?
she's
Rayhan, man.
breeding.
Rayhan, relax, man.
You know what, MJ? You know what I realized? I feel like some people, when they're talking online, that they're using their phone and they're putting their phone to their mouth so they can talk and they can't hear what no one else is saying. Something like that. Something's going on because it's not normal.
What they're saying.
MJ, yeah, no, I'm saying, ask them, what if the guy flips burgers like sick in it, and he's getting like,
with it.
he's getting like, I don't know, man, like.
He works at Five Guys. You went from
no, big up for him, yeah, big up for him, man. But I'm saying, like, if you want to be CEO after a while,
no, he's just
no. But listen, yeah, guys, yeah, it was a situation. It was a scenario that Unique put up. I don't even remember the whole scenario. Yeah, so I know how I answered. Yeah,
I think the flipping burgers thing is just a metaphor for someone who's on minimum wage, isn't it? Really, you say, "Oh, man's flipping burgers." Like you could be
remember the whole thing,
doing
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We had like obviously a lengthy discussion about the scenarios around it. Like it could depend on, because I suppose for us as women, we're looking at men that are similar to our age, right? So we would expect that you've made some sort of like career steps in life, right? So if we say, for example, let's say he's been in some, I don't know, office job, doing some sort of banking for years and years, and then he got tired of that and thought, do you know what, I just need a career change. So long as I'm earning some money, I will find my next step. And in the meantime, goes and gets a job in McDonald's. Cool, you've made that decision. That's a rational decision that you have made because you were unhappy in the previous job. You're trying to find yourself. You still got money coming in. Cool. But if it's a guy who's been on job seekers for the past 20 years and has only managed to get his lazy ass up off his mum's sofa and get a job in McDonald's, sorry, you're probably not going to be good enough for me.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Statistics should hold.
Still income of money.
Statistics should hold that.
It's still income, but based on his record of not having a job, we need to wait at what I'm supposed to wait around, see if he's going to stick that out. And there's plenty of men out there that are able to prove their capability of earning money and getting up off their ass and making shit happen.
Yeah, but what makes you think that they're going to want to come after you?
Ooh, what the hell?
That was a bit close to the bone there.
Rayhan, because I'm a catch. That's why.
masculine phone.
I'm not.
Meow,
I'm
meow.
Let's
Woof,
not getting
woof,
personal.
woof.
I'm not getting personal.
Under prize.
But at the same time, most successful men are not going to look at a woman that's got nothing going on. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so hold
It's
on,
getting worse. It's getting
hold on,
in your own
hold
way.
on, right?
You're
Because
asking.
you
It's the
said,
same.
hold on,
You're
Rayhan. You no,
a man to
let
be
me
a-
respond. You said successful. So if he's not had a job, right, until he's nearly 40 years old, and then he gets a job in McDonald's, what part of that makes him successful?
But he's trying to provide for whatever, and he's trying to do the best he can. What are you doing? What are the women doing?
Well, in that same amount of years, I've had several jobs, several senior management jobs, and raised my children successfully.
I did say I'm not talking about you specifically. Women in general.
Yeah, but she's just an average woman. How many women do you think, Rayhan, are out there?
She's not average
who've got
woman. She's
exemplary CVs, just working in things like HR, just doing these jobs that women got good CVs out there, you know. Like they've done like a variety of jobs at a high level and earned good money. Like there's a lot of women out there now that, you know, people that was being referred to as baby mamas yesterday by a fucking but these women have got like good careers.
Yeah, but they only got good careers because they're agreeable.
And that's feminine.
Yeah, of course, yeah, they're agreeable because obviously it's like they get period, they want to be sick, and then you know what I mean.
He was ironic, you know.
Do you know what, Rayhan? Just shut your mouth. Like, we really gonna have a teenage discussion about women having periods and being sick. Do you know why a woman has a period?
Yeah, of course.
Ew.
Why? Why does a woman have a period? Rayhan, why does a woman have a period?
Well, any person that bleeds for 14 days, I don't really trust them.
Demons!
40.
40 days?
No,
send your girl hospital
I don't
right
really
now.
pay attention to all that stuff, but yeah.
40 days?
Yeah.
The ovaries are fasting.
Sorry. This guy is an incel and nus in Arabic, yeah? You understand exactly what I said.
How are we trying to use nature against women? How are we trying to use periods against women all the time? Like, just allow this bullshit. I said this yesterday. We are going to normalize periods on this panel. If it kills me, this is what we're going to do. All you men that find it squeamish and all of this bullshit, yeah? But stop putting women down because they have periods. This is ridiculous.
What do you think about recently? And I know you keep up with current affairs, and you know what? I do have a little respect for you. You like to research and stuff. Like, I'm not gonna put that, like, you know what I mean, against you. Women demanding that they have sick leave when they're on period because they're sick.
I don't know about them women because I've never taken a day off when I've had a period, ever.
Yeah, but some women do though because it's extremely painful. So what now?
Yeah, but not all of them.
Yeah, I agree.
And how can you put a diagnosis on that?
Well, can't you get used to the pain?
How can no. You guys don't know shit, do you? Yeah.
I can't imagine how it feels because obviously I don't bleed from, you know, my manhood, but
because you're a man, not a woman.
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Same way as you don't give birth to children
Women are
because you're a
demanding
man, not a woman.
that they have, just as someone who's sick, to be entitled to the sick leave that which is statutory.
Do you know how women that have this problem feel our situation for them?
No,
Do you know anything about it?
I definitely don't. But
No, so shut up. You don't know what you're talking
but
about.
Axel, what I'm saying is women in the UK are demanding, or in Europe, and specifically they're demanding that they can be entitled part of their sick leave that they get. That they
Couldn't they though? Couldn't they
Wait,
though?
Ray,
Because
Ray,
they
can
are
I ask, can I ask where you work?
Let's be like factual now
Is that
and
okay?
logical.
You think about
Like
that.
I said earlier,
The
let's be
workforce,
logical
imagine the
about
workforce
it.
of these women that are taking sick leave because they're on their period every single month.
Sure. Okay, cool. So you see in your workplace, I don't know where you work, Rayhan. Say you went there tomorrow now, and there was a woman in the corner just fucking groaning with a hot water bottle, just making a bag of noise.
I haven't seen that, but yeah, go on.
Would you find that a good, like, happy, productive working environment, or would you be like, oh, come on now, Barbara, can you just go home?
I think women have evolved and they can deal with that. and I've never really seen a woman corner saying,
This guy's not aware, man.
Fair enough. So
Wait,
say,
wait.
let me just ask another question.
Let's
Let me ask
talk
another
about
question,
this
please.
evolution.
One
women,
second.
women,
One second. So
you got
say
a pad,
you
have you
work
got a pad?
tomorrow, yeah?
Can
No,
Mag
so
ask his question,
Kind of
please?
like they just get on with it. Now you want sick leave, like wow.
Right,
So
Rayhan, we've heard you.
my
Can
question
Mag
is,
speak? And
do
can I
you
come in
agree? Do you
after?
agree? Should women be entitled to sick leave because they're on their period? Simple.
if somebody's in pain, that's debilitating. I don't want them fucking around me and the
Right.
rest of the
Okay.
team and the
So
workforce.
Mag, that's like 90% of women have severe period pain. So we're gonna have the whole workforce off.
I don't know about them stats, but if
You're
so,
all right
then
with
yeah.
it, Mag?
If
Are you all right with
then
it?
yeah. If so, then yeah. Because what the fuck is work
Understand
anyway?
say right now.
So what you're
90%.
saying that it's like it's not good for the economy because women don't really work properly because they're always gonna have a week.
No,
off.
but if that law comes into effect, which it won't, yeah. If it comes into effect, yeah, you're gonna have 90% of the women using that as an excuse to be off work.
I don't know. Again, like if you work in the public sector, you kind of see that that's what they do anyway.
Mag, you've never probably worked in your life. That's why you're talking like this.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. But
Yeah.
as I said,
That's
like,
why. Well, it's a bit
that's
obvious.
so you're
Rehan,
right.
Rehan, what are you talking about? I worked for 5 years as a teacher, and women weren't doing that, and there's majority teachers that work in schools.
Sarah.
Majority females, sorry, that work in schools.
Is it me or?
No disrespect, but we're talking about a law that was proposed for women when they're on their period to take sick leave.
Okay, and Rayhan, sorry, 1 second, Rayhan. That proposal, what did it actually entail? Was it that the woman could have paid sick leave for the entire time of her period, or was it that women would be entitled to take 1 or 2 days off per month, and that would be part of their unpaid leave?
Yeah, that's irrelevant because
it's not. It's not.
It is because obviously if you put it into
no,
law,
can we determine what you're talking about?
That means I can.
What is the actual proposal that they are suggesting?
I was asking the thoughts, like, of the panel. That's it. What do you think about that?
To be honest, and I'm a man.
The women. Yeah, MJ, Sarah.
Rayhan, you've asked. I'm answering.
Are you
and
in
I'm
your
a man who worked the majority of my life to get to, I would deem a successful position. I wouldn't care, to be very honest, if a woman took time off because she had her period. The same way I don't care if someone takes annual leave, or I don't care if. So hold on.
Yeah,
You've asked my opinion. I'm answering. Or I don't care if someone decides not to turn up to their job. The reason why is because, like everything else in life, it's an employer's market. And if you take to the piss too much, and that includes sickness, you'll be performance managed, and then you'll lose your job. It's that simple.
So Raheem, you own a business.
No, I don't own a business.
No. I'm saying, for example, you own a business.
Big up,
Yeah.
big up, everybody.
Big up.
Big up, sis.
Business.
Big up, sis.
And in that business, you're employing people.
Yeah.
Now, with the law in effect, are you going to employ women?
Yes, I will.
Knowing that every month they use that as an excuse, whether or not their pain is severe or.
You asked the question, let me answer it, bro. I don't need you to go on any more than what you said. I employ based on capabilities. Hold on. I employ
your business will be failure.
Hold on, bro.
Rayhan, let him answer.
I employ based on capabilities and not hypotheticals. Because the same thing what you're saying now is like saying, okay, why should we have a law that gives women maternity rights? Would you employ a woman who potentially may have a baby or may not have a baby because then therefore they're not going to use it, they're not going to be there, and they can have 6 months of the year off every time they get pregnant, including a period in time after the baby's born. Like this does, you don't operate like that.
It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. This is why women won't get employed to certain positions. It just happens.
Like what?
Because
position
maternity
will women
leave,
get
all that
employed
kind
in?
But let's not divert.
No. Hold on. Sorry.
No. Raheem, don't try it.
No.
Yes, Raheem.
What will women not get employed in?
Many positions. That's
such as what, bro? Because like, look at the real job market.
Yeah, but they don't get employed. That's why there's a
Like what,
there's a
Rayhan?
gap between equality. Like there's an inequality. Like there's a gap between pay, between being employed, women get less employed because of those reasons. I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying that they shouldn't get employed, but let's say now this new law has been put in effect where women can now take sick leave every time they're on period, or
And they would get managed out. They would get managed out. You cannot
So,
take
but you as a
for
business
sickness.
owner who
So
has
if your company says you
resources,
can only have
Raheem, you're not
sickness
making sense. Raheem, you're a
informed times
startup. Raheem, you're a startup. You're a startup. Yeah, trying to make money. Yeah. Tell me right now, with that law in effect, would you employ women?
Yes, I would.
You're lying. You're lying. You're lying.
I'm not, because I
Lying.
employ based
Pimping.
on, I would employ based on capabilities, not the hypothetical that
But she's
once a
not
month the
available
woman's
every
going to
month,
take,
though. She's not
not the
available. If
hypothetical,
that law in
not the
effect, she's not available.
hypothetical
This
that
is
the woman
like,
is going to take 2 days off a month.
2 days. She's gonna be off
Hypothetically.
for like 14 days or something, 7 days or something. At
I mean,
least.
Ryan, it depends. Is he gonna employ only females,
I
or
swear
is
the
he
law
gonna
was on
employ
about only
majority
2 days.
females?
But stop.
Like, what's
What I'm
going
trying to
on?
say is stop. What I'm trying to say, you open up a business here. You open up a restaurant. You open this.
I get what
and
you're
that
saying.
yeah. You're not. They're calling for this.
Rayhan, we know you don't like women. Rayhan, we know you see women as less
don't.
than you.
Nah.
It's
Let
okay.
him
But
talk. Let him
what
talk.
we're gonna
No, but
do?
look at the example of a restaurant though. Like, look how many waitresses
being
you'd have
real
on the
here.
roster if you were owning a restaurant and employing women. Look how many chefs you would have on the roster. It's not making fucking sense. The only fucking like, do you know what I mean?
Mag, you say you haven't worked. You've not worked in your life.
All
Yeah,
right,
no, you said I haven't worked.
Rayhan, I
I
beg
just
you,
agreed with you because you clearly ain't heard me talk on this panel about the many fucking jobs I've had. Like, if you look at me and look at my age and the different jobs that I've had over the years, you'd be like, oh, raw. So
All right.
don't worry about that.
What I'm trying to. Yeah. Okay, Mag. Sorry. All right. I don't mean to.
For various professions, various sectors,
I
working
don't
with
know
women
you.
and men and all sorts of people, running my own business. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Mag. Now you got your own business. With this law in effect, are you gonna employ women?
Of course, but as I said, it depends
How?
for what
How?
for
It doesn't make
under what
sense.
capacity.
Doesn't
I
make
would,
sense.
I would hold on. The position that I would make available in the job that I had, I would
Putting
like
down.
to make.
Are you putting women down now?
You're cutting me, bro.
Why are you not gonna give them the same?
Yeah, no. Let Max speak, man. Come on.
I would like to be in a position that shit isn't so fine that some bitch wants to take 2 days off. It's going to destroy my business. Like, I would.
It's
That
not
is
2
what I'm
days though.
2 days, yeah. I would like to be employing somebody under the terms and conditions that, yeah, you fucking work from home for those 2 days, do your little hot water bottle thing and come back. That being said, if it was some shit where I'm actually relying on a person because it's, you know, it's some front of house dealing with customers type stuff, then that's why you have a roster of people who all work different shifts, and you know, you just they can stand in with each other for each other. Sorry.
Yeah, Mag. If you can organize that, then.
No, but that's what running a business is organizing those things. It's being a good manager. Like, that's management. It's looking at human resources.
All right, can I quickly read this article so we know what the proposal is? Seems as Rayhan decided to just make up his own. So
14 days and
the proposed Spanish bill says women with an appropriate doctor's note could be entitled to 3 days of paid leave per month for painful periods, potentially extending up to 5 days, and that the state social security system will pay for such leave and not employers. So that is the proposal, right? So Rayhan, hold on, Rayhan.
It's
Hold
free
on.
money. It's free money from the government, effectively.
It's not going to, so it won't cost the employer. The employer doesn't have to pay the employees for those days they have off. However, it could affect the business. But what I wanted to point out, Rayhan, is, as I said to you, I'm personally not a woman who has suffered from extreme period pain. I've had cramps, and at the most I may have to get a hot water bottle and take a paracetamol. I have never once in my life taken a day off for periods. I've probably taken a day off for I don't know, having a bloody flu and not being able to function or whatever, do you know what I mean? But I've never taken a day off for my period. So my understanding is, to get an appropriate doctor's note, this woman or any woman to take advantage of this proposal would need to have known problems. There is a lot of known problems that women can have when it comes to periods, such as polycystic ovaries, like a whole list of things, a whole range of things that can affect them, right? Plus the fact that in the society that we live in now, we are eating so much processed food and foods that are not right for our bodies, that's also have an effect on women's whole biological makeup, right, including their periods. So for me, I don't see a problem with this, because if a woman is in extreme pain to the point that she's not going to be able to function and actually do her job that she's required to do, then I don't see the problem with a minority of women being able to take time off if they need it.
So when it becomes an official law,
if it becomes an official bill,
just like any other sickness, aren't women or people just going to take advantage of it? How do we?
Okay, but as I said, they would need to have a doctor's note.
That just can deal with it, and it just be like, oh, well, I can take these 2-3 days off.
Sorry. So you're saying, Rayhan, you're saying that you just said it's like any other sickness, right? So you're saying that women shouldn't be allowed their unique quote unquote sickness, when it's not a sickness, it's a biological reality, right? You're saying they don't deserve to have the ability to be alleviated of that if it so calls for? Is that what you're saying?
No, because they've been dealing with it from the ancient times, and from time now they've been still being proactive. They've still been able to go to work and do whatever they have
but Rayhan, but we don't
to
know
make an official law.
We're banishing
I just feel like
there
people
are
are saying
some
like
the
women
side house
who
and
cannot function, Rayhan.
you're not being honest.
No, but Rayhan, there are women who's not functional. Yeah, they cannot walk.
Okay.
Their flow is too heavy. The iron load is messed up.
Yeah, but Axel, what you got to do with this law?
will fall
Axel,
out. No, you don't know about a woman's body, so you
no.
shut up.
I know. Okay, I don't know how you feel, but I know there's certain
I'm just telling you, there
that
are
can
some
feel
women
a certain way.
but fainting. Listen, fainting. They're going through some shit. Yeah.
Fainting.
What are you saying? They're actually sick by it. Sick, ill. They cannot move from bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you tell them then they should go to work still.
Rayhan don't know nothing about women. It's clear.
They need to.
I'm noticing that.
Whatever fix they need to get. But I mean,
Rayan, how would you feel if there was something that stripped out your entire insides and then you had to grow a whole new insides? How would you feel about that? Would you be able to smile
Doesn't
and
hurt that
say
much.
hi to people? Or would you be like one grouchy, grumpy motherfucker?
No, definitely. I'll be.
That's over exaggerating.
Yeah, but
I'm saying women act like it's normal, like they're carrying on with their normal lives. Like, I don't think if men had periods, I don't think men would be so chill.
If you're to that extent, you should be A&E then, innit?
I can handle it.
You're chatting shit, man.
Your insides. Am I chatting
no
shit?
man can handle them things
You don't-
there. I can tell you that
Could
for
you
sure.
imagine the laws that would exist if men had periods?
Trust
Each man would
me,
be-
freaky.
No, we
Trust
wouldn't.
They
We'll probably get
they'd
less
a
laws.
bonus. They'd get a bonus every month.
I'll stop it. Don't try.
Yeah.
Don't
But that's
do
not
that.
happened right now.
Yeah,
Let's talk about
Don't
Well,
do that.
well, I mean,
We
who's
definitely
making
need
the
a bonus for every
legislation?
month for having a period and putting up with women's periods and then running the country. Definitely.
Yeah, but Raheem, you would happily employ them. You would happily employ a workforce if that law came into place. You would happily employ
you know what?
where you're gonna have to. Where you're gonna have to sit there and no, you won't.
It's
You won't
not
every single month.
periods that-
And
that's
Let's
the
be
reason
real,
why
man. Let's
women
be
are
real. I don't
caught
feel
with
like you lot are being real, man.
Wait, give each other time
Come
to
on,
talk.
let
man.
freaky
It's not being
speak,
real,
yeah?
man. You start
Let
not being
freaky
real, man.
speak.
That's what it
Come on,
is.
sister.
No, but I'm just saying, like, obviously, if women have to cope with periods, it's a biological fact of
It's
their
part of your
life.
life, isn't it?
But they have to cope. We're talking about the intersection of their biological makeup with society. How would you propose women support themselves?
They've been doing it already. They've been doing it already. Why are we just trying to call for something that's not broken? I just feel like just because we're in a society now where we can just call for anything, LGBT, we can call for.
So Rayhan, why do you think they're calling for it in the first place? Why are they calling for it?
Yeah, because it's
No
a society
reason.
that we live in. The society we live in that just
calling
claim
for it?
anything.
Men
You
or
can say
women? Men or women calling for it? Tell me.
I don't know any
women are
women
calling
that
for it.
take
Women are calling for it.
time off for having a period unless it's extreme, chronic. I mean, like you said, women have had periods forever, and I can't see many women, particularly in like professional careers, who are taking time off because of a period.
Well, obviously,
I mean, first of all, they shouldn't really
I
be
would
in those
question
kind
who's
of
actually
positions.
calling for this law to go into place. Like, who's actually?
Yeah, I mean, MJ is good with the research. She could look at it. Was a discussion that was.
I'm good with the research, but I also respect people that when they bring a topic, they bring the evidence to back their topic. It's not just because MJ likes their research doesn't mean MJ wants to be sitting here at 9 o'clock in the evening doing research on something that you could pull up. You could provide a link or something to what you are referring to.
Damn.
How do you, for all you know, Rayhan, I could be on my period right now and I could be in pain. Why the fuck are you making me do research for you, huh?
Stop being so
You're
emotional.
trying to make me all emotional and shit. Fuck's sake, man. I can't fucking cope with this no more.
Okay, let me. Damn, like this is what I mean. I don't want to deal with women when they're on their periods, boy. Okay, let me look it up. Let me mute up and let me look it up.
Well done, Rayhan.
I ain't no fucking leave.
Yeah,
I feel like MJ would have had this information a lot quicker than this.
5 seconds.
You know, it's true, you know, but I'm actually like multitasking a million
on a
things in the
period.
background, you know.
That's probably why we need women in the workforce.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do. I mean, who's going to make all the teas and coffees?
Exactly. Who's going to make the sandwiches?
Exactly.
So, Spain has recently approved, draft legislation which proposes that workers who suffer from severe period pain should be entitled to 3 to 5 days medical leave per month, which
is what we just read.
Yeah, but what you're saying is different. Them just being sick, and they're just saying, "Oh, my pain is unbearable." So legally they have the right to 2 serious days. Like
no, legally they would need to have a doctor's. They would need to have a doctor's note.
Okay.
Okay. So Rayhan, one more question. Because,
why you?
Hold on. One more question. This is a Spanish bill, right? Which means it could go throughout the EU. Are we part of the EU, and will that bill be introduced to the UK if it's introduced to Europe?
Yeah, well, they recently discussed it, so there's a possibility that it could go into.
My case closed, man. My case fully fucking closed.
Dead.
It's done now.
But what did
fully that case closed?
But did I say this law is in force? I was saying, what would you say?
No, I know you didn't say the law was in force,
Yeah,
but you're saying it will be soon if under the circumstances.
Well, I mean, given the circumstances,
given the circumstances, like, have you look out your window, bro, before you start making these mass claims?
Yeah, but I mean, it's plausible. Anything now is like they're teaching kids this and that in schools. That's
right. So again, you're quoting from this outrageous right wing nonsense that you're fucking lapping up and thinking you're an alpha male because
you're accusing me of a lot of things, man.
But because of the things that you're saying, bro. Like you've totally disregarded the fact that we're not even in the European Union, so we're not bound by the laws that are made there.
Yeah, we still can pass laws, isn't it?
So we can pass laws, but then we're going to pass different laws, surely. And if we did pass a similar one, what is it to you? Are you employing any women?
But this is what I was asking, isn't it, Raheem? And he's happily to, if this law came in force, I'll just hypothetically speaking, if this law came into to be enforced, like this is a law now.
So I'm going to speak as my experience has been a manager, right, for many years. I've hold on.
That's what happens in Spain.
Yeah, Rayhan, we've heard you. So I'm saying, as a manager, right, my biggest issue with staff absence over the years was never women having periods. It was always people that drank alcohol and were too hungover to come in the next day. So I don't see why this period thing's even an issue.
Boy, that was a curveball still.
Well, they're making an issue though. I mean, I don't know what's alcohol's got.
If anything, I'd be saying to people, do you drink alcohol? And then I'd not be giving them a job if I feel like they're binge drinkers or someone who's not going to show up for a shift because they're too hungover on a Saturday morning.
Well, alcohol's haram anyway, so for me, but yeah.
Oh, so it don't apply to you and then you're just out. Like, what the fuck, bro? But you had so much interest in periods and that, like you have them.
But this is what's been discussed in Parliament and on
in our Parliament
political platform, innit?
Do you think women should work though, Rayhan? Another thing.
Should women work?
Good
Yeah, of
question.
course they should work. Yeah,
Good
why not?
question.
As long as
Are
it
you
doesn't,
sure?
as long as it
Are you
take away
honest
from
now?
their, as long as it would take away from their duties.
The real duties.
I'm taking
Which is what?
you, yeah. I don't feel like you're.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a woman in the hole.
Is that a question or? I don't know.
Oh, it's a little Jordan.
But kids is more important than a job. Let's be real.
Yeah, let's be real. I mean, obviously, if women went out to work, all women went out to work. Women are naturally the homemakers, isn't it? Let's be real, isn't it? That's what it is.
What if they all worked at home base?
Well, that would be nice, isn't it?
Home base.
Yeah, if they can manage it.
Rayhan, do you mind me asking? Rayhan,
That was a bar still. That was a bar.
Rayhan, how old are you?
If they can manage home base.
Rayhan, how old are you? Are you in your 20s or?
No, I've just turned 30.
Congrats.
Family, I need to take a break.
All right, Rayhan, if your mum had painful periods, this is not disrespect. If your mother had painful periods, but she still had to go to work, would you reject this legislation on her behalf because she should just handle it and she's involved, so she shouldn't need it?
Yeah, sorry, I may say that again. Sorry, I didn't really.
I said if your mum had painful periods, and I'm not saying this in any disrespectful way, your mother
go on.
had painful periods for whatever reason, yeah? Hope she doesn't, by the way. But she still had to go to work. Would you still be rejecting this legislation? And how would you explain that to mum?
Oh, this legislation it's never been in place, so she's been doing what she's doing, how she's been managing it. She needs to carry on
Can
with
you
it.
just answer the question, please?
Some political answer, bro.
Yeah, just answer the question, man.
But she's just got to carry on with it. It's not like it's not an official law. It's not legally binding for her to. If she takes time off, it's because she's saying that she's sick. She's not saying I've got period pains.
No, are you dumb? Like, are you dumb? Are you? Yeah, he must be, innit? He must be.
He's deliberately evasive, man. Do you know, leave him.
Yeah, I know. He's been like this from whenever, innit? So, good luck anyway, bro. You know.
Yeah, I know what you said because that's just stupid. But anyway,
it's not stupid at all, man.
Imagine that's a stupid question in the middle of this.
Rayhan, is it? Hold on, Rayhan, is it true you got a wife and children?
No, I don't. No.
Of course.
But that makes sense then. There is no way this man could have wife and child and be saying the things that he is saying up here.
I've got kids.
Oh fuck! Oh no! Like actually biological kids.
Yeah.
You're not violent.
That's out of order still.
Were you there when your when the mother was giving birth?
What are the children's names?
Okay.
What are the children's names? How old are they?
That matter.
Were you there when the woman was giving birth to your children?
No way.
Personal.
No way.
Don't like to get to why we get it personal for.
He left the country, mate. He just dust.
I'm not asking for your bank
He was on
details.
the last
bro. It's just a
holiday.
simple question.
Yeah, bank details a bit different too.
Maybe this is the time when you were in your school getting all your teachings. Don't worry.
Yeah, man, dust, man. Said, I'm not involved in this blood business, man.
Yeah, well, that's what MJ is saying, isn't it? I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't feel like I need to kind of
Sorry,
validate.
who believes that Rayhan has children on the panel?
I find it hard. I find it very hard to believe, to be honest.
To be honest, I think he probably does because there's someone for everyone, no matter how.
Raheem, I agree with that. There's definitely someone for everyone in it. However, what like the immaturity around certain discussions that we have, I don't believe a man who's got children, who's got children would be so immature about these
Yeah,
things.
but my children would grow up in that same environment to be that's where you got to go, innit?
Yeah, your children, if you have any female children, they're going to grow up and have periods, bro. Please let your wife deal with that.
I'm not going to answer that.
What do you mean you're not going to answer that?
It wasn't a question.
Bro.
It wasn't a question anyway. It wasn't.
Hey, that's kind of true, man.
I thought you were asking me a question.
No,
listen,
answer
I'm doing two
required.
things at once, innit? So sorry, I'm doing two things at once. Yeah,
Your guy, man.
but why is Shani? Shani's got nothing to do with me. That why are you?
Shani was singing your praises a few weeks ago, and now you're just letting her
big
down.
up Shani. Big up Shani. Like obviously, like she knows what I'm about.
Nah, she needs to disassociate herself.
Nah, she's free from you. Cactus
That's
is free
fine.
from you.
No, but we gotta know though. Is she or is she not, man?
That's fine. I got that. That's what I'm saying. Like someone's singing my praises. Like obviously they'll.
If she doesn't sing your praises, she's a pagan. Why is she gonna stop now? You know what I mean?
Trillo just needs to add an extra L into her name.
Why? Because I spoke about periods.
Gee, there we go, Trillo. I knew it. She's a real
Roy
one.
my broski, yeah?
She's a real one.
Listen, it's not about taking L's and stuff like that. It's talking about, we're having a discussion right now. We're talking about periods, yeah, and a law that's possibly could be legislated.
I'd rather have this discussion with women, than you.
Fine, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. You can have that
because you
discussion
don't
with
know
women.
anything about a woman's body. Yeah, so apparently.
Can any man know about a woman's period? No, but I mean, all I know is
No. So making the
I got every man on
Yeah,
here.
we know more than you, bro. We know more than you.
Yeah. Every man
We
on
don't
here.
know nothing, bro.
If that law was
nothing about it, man.
You know, like I remember Jed saying, I think it was today, Jed was like, he doesn't want to hear from a person that doesn't even have a license about driving a car.
Yeah, that's
and I think that
I remember that one because we was.
This guy's got like 3 cars now.
If a law is legislated,
I think that one was for Eunice.
so I think it's fair to say, Rayhan, that the women don't really want to hear your opinion on how women should or shouldn't be feeling when it comes to periods.
Okay, I get that.
Because you're never going to experience it. Do you know what would be? Do you know what would be a great experiment? Though I hear you, but I was going to say that what would be a great experiment. And if I have the money, I'll try and invest in one of these one day. And I'll make sure that you are number one on the waiting list, Rayhan. Yes, it's the belt that gives the period pain. So you can experience on a scale from 1 to 10 just what it is that women have to go through.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna. If I was
Well,
on
that's
that
the
thing,
same reason you just kind of explained to me, MJ, that if I had my own business,
you wouldn't be employing women.
I wouldn't really employ you then. Just as the fact, then. Isn't it?
So
no. You can experience what it is
that
women
reality. But it is what
you
it
will
is,
know what women
because
feel, but yet they still carry on with their duties.
None of the men are man enough to say that if they had a business, and they have a woman that's taking off legally every month,
bro, you're getting
2 or
paid by the
5 days,
government. Are you done?
that
You
they
not
will
hear the
employ her.
legislation?
That they will employ. I said if.
No, Rayhan.
Yeah,
Rayhan.
That's what's confusing the conversation, because either you're reading the legislation as it is, or you're proposing something separate. So the legislation is saying if the woman has a severe case of period pains and she's able to acquire a doctor's note to prove that,
and the government pays on her behalf.
and the government pays on
So
her
how
behalf.
many people?
But
You're
sort of proposing that women are going. You're basically trying to prevent or concerned about women taking advantage of it. So not actually having severe period pains and just taking the mick. That's what you're worried about because you're a manager of...
Yeah. I'm definitely worried about that. Yeah.
But look at all the things that are in place
I'm a
because
boss, I'm a
people are
manager.
scared of
Yeah.
taking
I
the
mean,
piss.
yeah. So we're
Like, they
worried
don't help.
about people taking advantage of that, just as like anyone else will be sick with a
People
flu and
people
saying
take
that,
advantage of stuff all the time at work. I do.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
Just in
You know
the
what?
past
Yeah,
2 years.
MA. I don't know if you got your own business. I don't know you, but I
Yeah.
don't feel like you have the same energy that you're talking right now when it comes to employing people, and then you'll take that into factor. And I definitely know you would.
It's nonsense, man. It's pure
Yeah,
nonsense.
you can say that
Nonsense,
as
but
much as you like.
your reasoning is so
But
flawed.
you know what? You're just not being real.
Hold
You're
on.
just not being real.
But do you know what? Do you know what though? Actually,
Wait,
man.
wait. 1 second. Hold on. Bro.
But anyway, this law is not in effect.
Listen, Rayhan,
If it
listen,
was,
talking and listen. Nothing you're saying makes sense because it's been established that the legislation, is specifically for. Well, it's like people that have.
the legislation not being put in place.
Well,
Though,
listen, man. Listen, it's like people that have whatever asthma, or
Chronic
someone has
Right.
chronic, someone has a heart condition or someone has an ailment. That means that they can work normally most of the time, but occasionally on this month or that month, they may need to take a couple of days off, right?
I hear you.
Like, and to add to that, they're saying that you're going to be compensated by the state. Your argument is just, I don't understand why that point being elucidated didn't just stop you in your tracks and shut you up.
Yeah, you're talking about statutory sick pay, and they're entitled to that. But when the law comes into effect, if it does, then they would actually have 3 to 5 days. Are you okay with that as a business?
Yeah, but they have to get a doctor's note. Therefore, the doctor has to show
No, they
that
don't have to get a
either-
doctor's note. They don't have to get a doctor's
Hold
note.
on, they do
If
tests,
it's beyond,
bro. What
if
you
it's
doing?
beyond the 3 to 5 days, then they will.
Nah, be fair. No. Don't be lying now. You saw the article.
That's why they made it clear, and they said there needs to be a doctor's note. The person has to be checked first. They have to get a note from the doctor, and these are extreme. These are anomalies.
How is the doctor
basically.
going to
They're
check
anomalies.
if you're not? Okay.
No,
Somebody
but
I know
yeah.
personally because
So
most
Sarah,
contracts will tell
how
you.
does that stop women
Most
just casually?
because I've been listen, bro. I was a teacher. The contracts say specifically you're
law's
not
not in
getting days
effect
off
though,
for
Sarah. What are you
menstruation,
talking about? The
and you're
law's
not
not in
getting
effect
days
yet.
off. You're not getting time off even for doctor appointments. They tell you to book it outside of working hours. Contracts are clear, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But we're talking about a law that's not being implemented right now.
No, so that's
It
an
could be in play.
anomaly. They're dealing with an anomaly. This is an exception.
Right. Okay.
So imagine my man says. So my man's basically saying that anomalous situation is gonna make him reject all women, basically, from his employment establishment.
Well, it's
Well,
gonna
I
have
hope
an
he's got
effect on the
money for his
application
lawsuit
system.
when
I'm
he
gonna
gets
tell you
done
that.
for
I'm not gonna lie. It's
discrimination.
gonna have an effect on the black
Business ain't gonna last long.
Hit them, Mary.
And I feel like
month.
I feel like you a lot of the people on the panel are not being true to themselves. But if they own their own business, they're not going to be true to themselves. If this law comes in that they can take 5 days off, and it's
Okay, what women? Hold on. Number one, what women are doing this? Where are women doing this? No,
So,
where are
wait,
women
nah,
doing
nah,
this?
seriously
Taking
now,
time off for
seriously
this?
now.
Where?
Are we really being genuine here?
I was being genuine.
No, I'm being serious. Where are they doing this? Like, where are women taking time off?
They're not those, Sarah. They're not those right
Nobody,
now.
it's not happening. It's hypothetical.
It's not happening right now. That's what I'm
in the
saying.
hypothetical situation, in where it would be the
It's a
worst
proposed
scenario,
law.
where the same woman took the piss every month at work. Yeah, you would just sit down and firms it because it's the law.
And most people don't want workload to
man.
get just
Even if it was the
piled
law
up on top of each other.
and it got to that stage, do you think I wouldn't have a word with this employee and be like, now you're taking the piss now?
But it's actually the law. The law would have come in place not because of women necessarily taking the mick out of having sick days over their period. It would have come into place to stop discrimination of employers preventing women from working because of their periods.
That really doesn't happen because they take the statutory sick pay.
No, that did happen. Women being discriminated against for taking maternity leave.
Based on your stereotypes that you just spat right now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
People like
that
Eve.
definitely did
Literally,
happen.
based off the
Yeah.
stereotypes that you have, there are men
Come
out there
on,
that
man.
have that stereotype and
People like
generalize
Eve.
all
It
women.
did happen. That's why these policies are in place now
Yeah,
to
true. That's why the
stop
maternity
that
leave.
discrimination.
People like
Big
you,
up
Rayhan.
England. Big up England.
No, fuck off, man.
Oh, well, you bigging up England when okay? Well, do you big them up when they force you to use pronouns?
Big up England.
Do you big them up
I
then?
mean, obviously, we're talking here like that they're saying everything
They're
that's
being silly,
right.
man. The same people that brought you
We're
that
not
law,
questioning
It's
the
like
same
anything.
people who brought you
like
that
the
law
most
also
For
wonderful,
forced
years
you
and
to call
decades,
call
women have been able to
transsexuals by
function.
pronouns. Yeah, they're the same people, bro. Same
You're
guys
going
wrote
for
them
something
laws.
different. Like obviously, that's something different, isn't it?
But yeah,
But
same people you're
it kind
bigging
of
up
suits you.
create
It's
those
that
laws
kind of
too,
suits
innit?
you when it's
So I don't
it's
know
to
what you're
do.
doing.
When it's what do you mean? What am I doing? It kind of suits you when it's like, oh, you know what, I'm on my period, so the law's
No
right,
one does that, bro.
everything's
Like,
right.
allow it, man. I was a teacher. Majority of teachers were
Yeah, but
women.
it does.
Nobody was taking
You
days
were a
off
teacher. We're not talking about
for
right now.
bloody
We're talking about right now.
No, but that's a field where it's more women than men, and nobody was taking days off periods. I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
so they
bro.
dealt with it. They dealt with it. Exactly. There you go. There you go. They
It's
dealt
a
with it.
rarity. Nobody's doing that. Nobody
So
wants
are
the
you?
workload.
So Sarah, are you gonna campaign for this law?
I don't care, bro. Nobody cares. Most women don't care.
So why don't
It's
you
an
care?
exception. I'm not part of an exception, so I don't really care.
Okay, but so you're not gonna talk about the women that have the severe pain. So you're not gonna campaign for them.
They're an anomaly, bro. They're an exception.
They're
Probably
anomaly.
one
Well, it
to
can't be an
very
anomaly, but if
hundreds.
it's coming to a discussion like this.
If they've got severe
Yeah,
pains, I'll give them remedies for
It's the same thing as
their
people who
pains
have
that they're going through.
pacemakers
That's
and
what I'll
heart
do.
problems, and it's the same thing.
He's talking rubbish, Sarah. Honestly, it's like people with
Do you even
multiple
work? I don't.
sclerosis.
You're
You're
definitely not a
simping,
manager.
but
You're
yeah.
definitely not a manager. I don't know what you're talking about. No manager, bro.
He's silly, man.
No, who said I'm a manager?
Okay, so Rayhan, what's the current
I'm not a manager.
Rayhan, what's the current law when it comes to statutory sick pay?
I don't know, man. I'm not a manager.
You don't know shit, then. You don't know shit.
I'm not.
He's
I
just
told you, I'm
red
not a
pilling us,
manager.
man. He's
I
in
told
the
you, I'm
red
not a
pill shit,
manager.
man. That red pill shit is
Hold on, you don't need to be a
worker,
manager to know
I'm a
what the law
worker.
is. You don't need to be a
I'm a
manager to know what
worker.
the law is.
You just need to be an employee to know
Exactly.
I'm a
You
worker.
even work.
Don't you sign contracts, though? Don't you know
Man,
the
don't
policies
know
for
man.
taking days off for sick and stuff, for being sick? Do you not read your contracts?
Rayhan works for his dad, man.
Do you?
I work for my dad. That's racist, isn't it?
How's that racist?
Everything is racist nowadays.
Oh, you didn't say corner shop or something.
I'm done.
Why would you assume that I work for my dad? Why would you assume that?
Yeah, that's racist, man.
Why would you say? Why would you say I work for my dad? Why would you say I work for my dad?
It sounds like you've never had an official job or contract.
Because you definitely haven't read a contract before.
Yeah,
well,
a
my
lot of
contract's
assumptions and that. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Not
No,
really
no,
knowing
So what are
that
their
we
policies?
get
What's your
down in the
current
workplace.
policies for sick leave at your workplace?
I've got 28 days leave. That's what I know.
What?
I've got
Paid
28
leave.
days leave, including black
Full
holidays.
paid.
Yeah.
That's holiday. That's holiday.
I said black holidays, racist.
But anyway, MA would assume that I'm working for my dad.
You do work for your dad. Stop lying, man.
No, okay. I
Your
work for
uncle,
my
then.
dad.
You work for your uncle. Your uncle.
Okay. Well, this is quite racist.
Cousin?
Right?
Racist.
Racist,
Cousin.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm from East
Racist.
London as well, so I must work
Auntie,
for my cousin.
granddad, great granddad, third
Now you're
cousin
saying you
removed.
own a calf.
I own a cab station.
No, not
my
cabs.
dad
I said
owns-
cap.
Ah, shit. You
My
must be
dad
part of
owns,
Gold Line.
corner shop. Yeah. That's
Nah,
all right.
Oh,
MA.
we didn't
Don't be
say that.
racist,
You
man.
work in a corner shop. I didn't
No,
say
my
that.
dad does.
We
Yeah,
didn't say
my dad owns like. But he got taken out about Khan's people 24 hours, isn't it?
Oh.
Hey,
He
Khan.
got taken out by all those women on periods.
Khan,
Real
you
money,
said-
man.
was no
Real
women
money,
in those
man,
jobs.
man.
That's looking out by Khan's people. Khan.
24 hours on the road on the corner shops.
Innit?
Innit?
Damn, MA, I didn't know you that racist, boy.
Yeah. Fully,
Damn, man.
Don't worry
It's
about
alright, Rayhan. We're just equalizing it, man. You said funny stuff too, still.
Yeah,
I
you've been
didn't say
saying a
nothing that
lot
was
of funny
racist,
stuff
though,
You've
innit?
been saying a lot of
lately,
funny stuff
Rayhan.
lately too, so.
Yeah.
What did you say,
got
Rayhan?
pass as well.
I don't know. I didn't say that in racist, though. If I did, like, can you pull it up?
Why is it racist if you work for your dad?
Because you assumed that I got corner shops. You said quite a few things. Can you repeat?
What?
Can you repeat what you said?
I said you work for your dad.
That's literally all he
You
said.
said other things as well.
Well,
You-
uncle,
bro,
cousin.
are you crazy?
That's about it.
You're
Uncle,
talking
You
like a
said all them
proper dad
things.
worker as well. This is the maddest thing.
That's crazy, you know.
So why would I work for my dad? Why are you saying I work for
Because
my
we're
dad?
saying that you don't
Why?
know anything about employment law
Yeah,
policy.
so why would I have to work for my dad to?
Because
Because you
clearly
don't know what's on the
you're doing a
contract.
job.
If you
If
don't
you're
know what's on
working
the
at
Sorry,
contract,
stop
all,
you
making
haven't signed the
excuses for these
contract. You
people,
must be
man. Chill,
working
man.
for family.
clearly,
In an
clearly, if
informal
you work
setting.
at all, you don't
So
know
wait.
what it
So
is to
I
be an
work for my dad.
employee fully, innit?
Go on. How do?
I'm saying,
So I
if you
work for
don't
my
know
uncle, my
about the ins
cousin.
and outs of employment contracts, right? And let's say you
But
do
why would I
have a
have to
job.
work for my dad to know that?
Listen, man, I'm telling you. I'm saying if you don't know, which it seems like you don't know much about employment contracts and law and policy, right? Then I must assume, yeah, that you do have a job of some kind, but you're not really bound to that kind of contract, or you've never seen one.
Yeah, but why would I have to work for my dad? Like, why would you make that comment?
Bro, it could be your dad, your
Why
cousin,
couldn't he
your
work for his mum?
uncle, your
But
Being
his
brethren,
dad's
sexist,
anyone.
yeah.
element is really triggering him. He's like stuck.
No, he's
I
not
mean,
triggering me because I mean he's talked about my cousin. He's talked about a lot of
No,
stuff. I
because
don't
it's
know
a
what
line
else
of
did he.
work
What
when
else
word
did he
is bond
mention?
in it. You don't really need paperwork like that, okay? Whereas if
So
you're
stop
working for
making
somebody else,
excuses,
you
man.
need to read your
What's
contract
what's
and
smutty?
sign
What's
it.
smutty?
No, it's so
What's
true
smutty?
though.
What's
So
smutty?
I could use my own brother as an example. My
Yeah, stop
brother,
making
I don't
excuses.
think my
Stop
brother's
making
ever
it
had.
good for this guy, man.
I don't
Um,
think my brother's ever had an official job. He's always been employed by my dad.
Exactly.
So therefore, he's never had to worry about sick pay or whatever.
No.
If he
He
doesn't
made
show up,
some
he
other
doesn't get
comments. He
paid,
made
innit?
some other comments. He made some other comments.
But what
was the
comments?
other
Sorry, what comments
What was
did
the
I
other
make?
comments?
Tell me what. Tell
We
me
need
what
to
I
go
said.
back in it. What other comments did he make? Like, not
Tell me
just
then.
that
What
me
hurt
working
about
for my dad.
traditional Asian
Yo,
jobs
really
that make
hurt,
you pay
innit?
like taxi driver and that? Like, get
Mag,
over
how
it.
do you know if I'm Asian? How do you know if I'm Asian?
Well, I don't know. I'm assuming.
Yeah, so
But that's
why
the
are you
things that
assuming?
people
Why are
do.
you assuming?
What? Why do you think? Because you went down that whole dad corner shop road already.
I'm just
No
asking, but
one said
I
that.
might try.
Because you kind of sound Asian in
If
your
he said
voice. I'm not gonna
MJ
lie.
works for a potato
You do
factory,
sound kind of Asian in your
if
voice.
MJ said, yeah, but that's again that's racist,
I
isn't
wouldn't
it?
have a problem
So
with that.
yeah, but you don't have a
Hold
problem
on,
with it.
can I
Rayhan,
just
you took. Do you know
confirm?
you took it there because all MA said
Exactly.
was you work
Thank
for
you,
your
sir.
dad, right? You could
No,
have said that to
he's
me.
that's not the only
And then you
comment that
said
he
corner
made, though.
shops
It's
and
not the
That
only
is the
all
comment
only
that
of
he
that.
comment
made.
that I made.
You
That
It's not
is
said
the
the
it,
only
only
bro. You're
comment he
comment.
hearing
made.
things, bro. You're
He
talking
made
to yourself,
another
I think.
comment.
Crazy.
He made another
All
comment.
right. So when you can tell us the comment that he made, we can address it.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, we only got to play back. I can't really play back right now, so.
Bro, you know you said all that stuff and not me.
Well, feel free to jump off playback and bring the evidence.
Make a clip if you
MJ,
want.
you're part of the research team, so.
Rayhan, you're gonna end up being
Yeah.
MJ, don't listen to him in the moment.
Told you already. The research
And this
time. The
guy's meant
research
to have
team locks
children.
off at 5 o'clock.
You're
Yeah.
actually hearing things, bro. You're actually hearing things.
So what did he say, Sarah?
All he said, I swear to God, all he said was, "You work for your dad." That's literally all he said.
That's it. That's all I said.
Nothing else. And
In a
then you
call
said,
center.
"Oh, why is
That's
he
what he
racist?"
said.
And then you said something about corner
Stop, Zilla,
shops.
stop it. Yeah, that's all I said, Rayhan. I don't know
Literally,
what
that's what
happened
he
to your
said. I swear
brain,
to God.
man.
Yeah, okay, I work for my dad. And what?
Yeah, you should have said
Alright.
that from the get go, innit? What's going on?
Ah,
I would
you
never
did
give
it
it to
again.
Did we just go back
And
just go?
that would be the reason why you're not familiar with employment law and contracts and sick
I
pay
don't
and these
need to.
kind
I
of
mean, I
things
don't
that
need
we're
to work
discussing.
for someone to be familiar. I bring a
Okay, but I asked you,
notion.
Ray,
I
and
bring a
I
notion.
asked
I
you,
bring a notion.
what do you know? What do you know about
MJ.
statutory sick pay and the rules around that? And you said you don't know anything, and it's quite
Yeah,
surprising.
okay,
It's quite
that's fine.
surprising because most people with an employment contract of some kind, even if it's a job in Sainsbury's or Tesco's or McDonald's, you're going to read your contract and you're going to understand the stipulations that are in place in order for you to be able to claim statutory sick pay.
Maybe
Or
And a lot of times you have to
or
sign back
full
to
sick
work
pay.
forms and stuff like that anyway. So, like, I don't know.
There's a certain amount of days and you have to self-certify, and then there's a
Exactly.
certain amount of days before you can go to your doctor and get an official sick note and like these are just standard things that most people tend to know, Rayhan, but you at your big age don't know these things apparently. apparently. It's a bit strange.
Wait, these lot are saying that you're Asian. You should get them, Rayhan.
Man, he's been saying he's Pakistani for ages. Like, what the hell?
Is Pakistani Asian?
I've never done that. I don't know what's got to do with what we're talking about.
Well, we might get to double check.
The notion right
It's
now.
funny though. I don't understand Rehan, yeah. You throw up the Saudi flag all over the place, but then you're bare like
Big up man,
stuttering
Saudi,
about
yeah.
where you actually come from.
Yeah, because obviously
Kind of
we're
weird,
talking
man.
about why have I got to bring
But
like
why are you so like
my
a defense? Why are you defensive about your lineage, but you're throwing up Saudi flags all over the place?
that's got nothing to do with my lineage. It's got to
So why
do
can't you
with
be like,
what
yo, I'm
they
Pakistani,
represent.
boom, 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 or I'm
But
Indian?
I don't need to
What's
do
wrong
that.
with that?
I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. Why
But
do I
you
need
do
to
it
do
for
that?
Saudi, bro. You throw up the flag left, right, center for Saudi.
Because they got
Yeah, he
Tawheed.
doesn't trigger me
Like, so
Because
when you
obviously I've
defend
been in
Saudi, bro,
Saudi.
you could
I've
be a
been in
Saudi, bro.
Saudi.
Like, you
So
could
I've been in
actually get
Saudi,
citizenship.
and they treated me right. So
But then why are you
Nah, you didn't treat
defensive
you
and a
right.
bit
You
like
told us that
cautious
they
about saying where
treated
you
you like
actually
shit.
from? I don't understand. Where's the same pride for your end?
I'm from Ethiopia. Like Khan can be like from everywhere, so I can be from Ethiopia.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're. I don't understand. I don't get it, bro. I don't.
How
What's
did we
happening, man?
go from women being emotional and
Period pink to
emotions and
Saudi
This is what I'm saying.
logic
So the notion
Well,
was,
to
it was
this
through
so
periods
to
obviously
and
everyone's
men
trying to do a
being
lot
discrimination,
emotional
Sorry, that
about
just came to my
periods?
mind.
certain
Sorry, my
person,
brain was just
certain people
That's how it
here
spread.
just yeah, okay. The notion was like women taking sick leave of 4 to 5 days for their periods. If that legislation comes into place, every woman can claim that. That's where we
But
are.
they need to
How
go
did it
to
go
the
to that, to
doctors.
my nationality and to my like support of Saudi Arabia? Big up Al Mamlakat Saudiya.
See?
See?
There's
Nah.
something wrong with you. I swear to God.
Sorry. Give up. No point, man.
But
Hada
no,
Sahih.
But
that's a
something
separate
happened to
discussion though.
all
That's a
you.
separate.
No. And then how old are you? Like 30?
Well, just
Nah,
just
man. It's not a good look, bro. I swear. I'm trying to
There's
help you.
no
I swear
more,
to God, I'm trying to help
no
you.
more. That's right. Every time you say something about Saudi Arabia, Hada Sahih.
Sahih.
My age has got nothing to do with what I'm saying. My age has got nothing to do with what I'm saying. My age has got nothing to do with what I'm saying.
There's a lost generation somewhere. I
Alhamdulillah.
don't know what happened to you guys, man. A whole lost generation.
Alhamdulillah.
All you 30-year-olds. You, Reggie, Trillo. Not Trillo.
Oh
sorry,
my
not Trillo.
God,
I'm so
sorry.
sorry.
You're gonna say that.
Triller.
Oh, Trillo, whoa.
No. Triller. All you guys.
That was a
Something
slip.
happened, bro.
Yeah,
I just want to know what
Trillo, all
hospitals
of
were
them.
boarded.
Under the bus.
I want to know what
Nah, I'm
vaccinations were
putting Issa
taken.
there too now, yeah?
Yeah,
I need to know.
Issa
I'm
in there
putting
as
sorry.
well.
Issa there too. I saw this.
Issa, all them
Trying
bad
to
jokes, man. Look
divert
where it got you.
to something that's not even really relevant. What are you trying to say, Sarah?
I don't know, bro. Something's just weird. Like, I don't know.
What's weird? What's weird? You're on the
I don't know.
panel.
Like,
I'm
when
on
I
the panel.
converse
What's
with you
weird?
guys, my brain just, I don't get you guys, man.
Oh, man.
Something's off.
But you don't. But what's weird? No, I don't really understand. What do you mean? What's weird?
I don't know. Anyway, then we shut up,
Your
man.
mentality,
Big up, Rehan.
There's nothing. You're just chatting shit. But anyway, yeah, go on. Big up Mamlaka Saudiya.
Who's
Do you have that do you have that
Jesus?
opinion on everything that women say, Rehan?
Mag, sorry, Mary. That's the House of King in Saudi Arabia. It's big
Or
in
the
Love.
King of Saudi Arabia? That's
The royals, basically.
Royals, yeah.
No, I bigged up Saudi Arabia. I didn't big up the family.
Okay, so Rehan, let me ask you something. How am I chatting shit if I ask you, why are you repping a country you're not from? But when somebody asks about your own country,
Because I don't
you're
need to. I don't
stuttering
need to tell.
and you can't say
I
it
don't
with
need.
chest.
But
Why is that a
Sarah, I
weird
don't need to tell
question?
you. Sorry, if okay, you don't. Do you want to DM me or something? Do you want a private message or something? I could tell you that.
No, I don't DM men, bro. Don't take the piss.
Yeah,
I'm a married woman.
exactly. So the same thing. I don't need to kind of like. I'm on the panel. I'm having a discussion right now.
What's that got to do? Hold on. You claiming what
But
country you
why
come
is my
from?
nationality?
What the hell that got to do with
okay,
the DM?
okay. Why is my nationality have any significance to what I'm saying?
It's not. No, it doesn't. But I'm saying when you were asked about what country you come from, why did you stutter, and why is it that you don't have that stuttering when you're speaking about Saudi? It's just a simple question. It's very odd.
What's stuttering? Like, this is what I'm saying. So women concentrate on people, while men concentrate on things.
But them man paid you, innit?
Yes.
No,
Women concentrate on.
I wish they
that's
did. I
what I'm
wish
saying.
they
You're
did.
not
I wish they
answering
did.
what I've asked you to do.
I could do with the money right now.
This
Jordan
level of
Peterson or
incoherence,
something.
I can't do. Let's stop. I asked you, when somebody asked you what country you were from, you couldn't say outright, listen, I'm from this country, and then we would have moved on. But you are so brave, and you're always throwing up the Saudi flag, Saudi Mamlukat Al-Arabiya, kida wa kida.
Yeah.
But you don't do it for where you're from.
Kida
It's
wa
just
kida.
weird. So if I ask the question, it's just I noticed something that was weird. That's it.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Kidda.
I don't.
It's like me going
I don't-
England, big
Yeah,
up
yeah, okay.
England, and then someone
Yeah.
asks where you from. Yeah, you know, I'm from yeah, I'm from no. That's weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
The country that I'm from
Mm-hmm.
doesn't represent the philosophy that I'm talking about. Saudi Arabia, Baladu Tawheed, end of.
Anyway, let me.
I knew he was gonna say that.
Here we go again. See this, yeah?
Yeah, carry on.
So we're talking about the deen. I don't care about where I'm from. That's irrelevant. We're talking
MashaAllah.
about a land that implement Tawheed. End of. Like, I don't really know, like, what's my nationality got to do with what I've said about Saudi Arabia. I've acknowledged that Saudi Arabia has their faults. Yeah. I've experienced some of the things that Axima's talked about. Yeah. Not to that level. Yeah, if it's true. Not to that level.
Still,
But
if it's true, you know.
even Sarah knows when she gets off this panel, she knows that they implement Tawheed. Yeah, they
I didn't even say any of that. I wasn't asking about any of that. I don't really care about any of that.
Yeah. But that's my point. That's my point, Sarah. That's my point. That's what I was saying. Do I agree with some of the mad stuff that they're doing? Yeah, if that's happening.
You can't claim your lineage, but you can claim a place you lived in for a few years. I get it, man.
I don't know. He's so obsessed with my lineage. Like, I don't know. Like, chill, man. Like, what's that got to do with what I'm saying right now? Got nothing to do with what I'm saying.
I don't. Yeah, what your goes got nothing to do with anything.
Can you please read Mezo's comment in Arabic?
Oh, Mezo's gonna. I'm not even.
No, Rayhan, just read it. It's for you. You know, it's for you, not for me.
I don't know. I have to kind of look at. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, it's for you.
It says, Ya Aki Makul Yam Nektalim ala Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
are you Arabic spy? How did you do that, Mag?
See? Even he's saying some stuff. Yeah.
That was clean, Mag. How do you do that?
Yeah, but I
You speak
understand where
Arabic,
Messo's
innit?
coming from.
I know. I just wanted to point out the passion.
I understand.
It's cool. You explained it.
Messo's gonna have a personal vendetta against Saudi Arabia because obviously the position that they took against. Yeah. Because
I don't have issue with
I understand
I
that.
don't have issue with the place.
And I hope Messo understands that.
That's not really like.
But it's political science, isn't it? It's political science.
What does that translate to in English?
Oh, it translates.
Someone read it.
Not every day you need to talk about Saudi Arabia. He said, Mezo.
Let me look at what he's saying. I haven't really looked at it. I can't because I'm on.
Right, cool, Rayhan. I read it out to you, and Mag read it out to you. Didn't you?
Even Meg. That's what to say.
Yo, on my screen it come up with English letters.
Oh shit! Okay, that's what?
يا أخي مو كل يوم نتكلم على سعودي أرابيا.
لا أريد أن أتكلم عن المملكة السعودية.
You speaking like fully فصحى, yeah? Yeah, you don't speak Arabic like that. I can hear that.
No, I can switch to Khaliji, but my
whereas I do.
Taban is Khaliji word, but like do you know what I'm saying? Like I don't. Yeah, I can go into that, but I told Meso already. Like I understand where he's coming from. Obviously, it's like a personal kind of thing. All I was saying is that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, whoever governs it right now, I don't agree with that family. I've said this countless times. I don't agree with that family. I don't agree with what they're doing. I don't agree.
Yeah, but they're the rulers, yeah.
But they
are ruling the people, the government, everything, right?
They're Haramain, and the people like Sarah can go there, and like myself can go there.
Did you just call them?
You know what? Yeah, not gonna lie, this convo is dead, innit? Let's just go back to the original convo. It's just dead. It's actually dead.
Well, Sarah, she can't deny that because her own sheikh was teaching in those places. Yeah. And you can't tell me that they're fully racist because they would never allow a chair.
Oh my god, are we doing this?
In that place.
I just think it's dead.
Yeah, but let's not do this. Let's not do this, Sarah. I'm not trying to do this right now. But Adam was teaching.
We already know where your stance are, Rayhan, on this one, so we can leave it. Yeah, we already know that you're a little bit caping. You're not telling the truth. You don't want to admit the situation is happening over there for Africans. Yeah,
You don't
because
even
we
have
don't
to defend it, bro. I just asked a simple
we don't need to
question.
pull it up
You
again. We
answered it.
already
It is
know
what it
we
is.
are.
Let's move on.
We know what it is. Come on, let's continue.
Yeah, let's get back to the emotional women conversation. That was fun.
Yeah, let's get back to that, innit? Because obviously they are very emotional. Obviously, clearly, this discussion has showed they're very emotional.
So, do we think that in modern society, men have become more emotional?
Yes, social construct. So obviously they demand feminism from men. So they're requesting men to be in a certain way, to just go on to the level of women. And that's what it's become. Women want us to behave in a certain way. Yeah.
Women want you to behave in a certain way.
Yeah, of course, because it's all about career, it's all about getting a top position. Yeah, we're not no different from women. From men. Yeah. So obviously there's gonna be on the way, there's gonna be certain men that are simping, and clearly we've seen that on this panel. Many men simping.
MJ, when you say emotional, what there's a vast spectrum of emotions. So which emotions are we talking about? When we're saying women are more emotional, don't men and women have expressed different emotions, like anger?
Yeah, I'm not sure if
fear?
you heard me correctly, sis. I was saying if the men are more emotional these days. So I suppose it would to clarify it would be like, are they expressing their, or let me put how I suppose to use Schiffer's thing, like, are men using their emotion more than their logic these days?
Than they used to.
Yeah.
Possibly. That's possible.
Are we talking about all emotions here? Or is it just
Yeah,
like...
because that's where I think we're getting confused, because I think people are actually conflating that they're saying like feminine emotions, or emotions that mean that you're unable to be logical.
Yeah.
But there's many like emotions like fear, anger, passiveness, like reclusing into yourself. There's so many different emotions. I don't know which ones.
Could we say that could we make an argument to say that all of those emotions and also the positive ones have the capacity to make us irrational as humans?
But it depends on what the situation is, because some of those emotions are very much necessary. Like we develop.
No, I agree, but I'm
the-
saying general at a base level, can we say that they have the capacity? Yeah, I'm not saying that every time that we feel happy we're irrational, or every time we're angry we're irrational. I'm saying, do they have the capacity to make us be irrational? Is it possible that all of those emotions in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong application could make us irrational?
I agree with that. If they're, because you stipulated if they're used at the wrong time.
Yeah, if they surface at inappropriate times, can they?
Like innately, as from when we're children, we develop a fear of strangers, strange faces. Yeah, that's biology. That's to keep you safe. You know what I'm saying? To be suspicious of something you are not familiar with. Can that be an irrational fear? Because obviously, being afraid of something you don't know, can it be irrational in the wrong time? Of course, but it is an innate biological trigger that we're all born with to keep us safe, to keep us with family, to keep us with people who we're familiar with, should we say?
Is that so? Like you said, fear. I
Fear
tend to.
is an emotion, yeah.
Well, I tend to think that before the emotion, there's a whole other process that goes on before the emotion comes into play anyway. Right? So if we're saying, if we take that stranger scenario, right, what goes through a child's mind first before the fear kicks in? Or not even just a child, just anybody. But let's do with a child. What goes through? So the first is recognition, right? Yeah, I don't recognize this person. So there's actually some rational thinking going on in a child's head first. Right, the fear comes after. You know what I'm saying? So we can't really say is the fear a protective measure? Probably, right? Fight or flight or whatever it may be. So taking that example, can we say that do we also process before we emotionally respond to a particular scenario? Is there like a process going on first?
Well, if there is a process, then it's not irrational.
Right.
If there's like then that is logic, because then
Right.
that means that you're going through like some sort of cognitive process to understand and then express your emotions based on what scenario, situation, and environment that you're in. And that's not irrational.
And this is what I wanted to get into earlier on, because I was trying to understand or discuss what is it that is going through, whether it's a man or a woman, but we were speaking about females at the time. What is it that's going through the mind of a female, for example, when she believes that also she's in a situation where she chooses, or it's chosen for her by her ego or whatever, chooses an emotional response over a rational or logical one? Is there a logic at play there that tells her this is the best response for me to give because it either protects me from something or it allows me to go on the attack and still protect myself from something? That's what I believe is happening, isn't it? That there's the currency of giving an emotional response or making an emotional statement is more valuable to her at that particular point than to give a rational one. In her mind, in her mind, there's a power in responding emotionally at that point that may not be a good idea, but you know what I'm saying, it's for that person. And again, it's not just women, it's men too. That person is doesn't see or is not able to see that the rational response is the one that is going to benefit them the most. Instead, they're seeing that the emotional response is maybe giving that immediate protection that they need because they feel inadequate.
You'd have to give me a specific like scenario, but I don't necessarily agree that a rational response is of more value. Like I'm a female, I'm very comfortable with like expressing my emotions. If I'm sad, if I feel like I need protection, if I feel like I need help or I'm afraid, then I'm not afraid of expressing that emotion. And a lot of the times when I've not gone with my gut intuition, that's been detrimental to me. Do you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you can use your brain too much and overthink things and then make excuses for certain behaviors and maybe even place blame on yourself for the way that you're feeling because you're not placing enough importance and value on feelings. Do you get what I'm saying? If I'm feeling a vibe, I guess it comes down to like how you feel about yourself. I trust myself enough to know, like, if I'm around someone and I'm not feeling good, that's almost enough for me to not want to be around that person. In fact, not almost enough, it is. I don't have to justify that using like my rationale or my logic to. I don't necessarily try and balance or see more value in one over the other. I do what I feel is necessary in order to feel safe or appropriate in whatever situation it is. But like I said, you'd have to give me like an actual scenario. But rationality over emotions, I don't necessarily see one more valuable than the other. And I think it's more this society that is like a male society that tries to accuses women of being masculine, but then tries to masculinize them. Like I'm a female and I do go off my emotions. Is he gone?
But I mean, that's complete bullshit. I mean,
Do I upset him?
No, I don't think so. But I mean, I think society tries to masculine you, so that's what it is. It's not a man. It's
I said that.
So, would you say that women have a role and a position in society.
Absolutely. What would you say? Do you think women don't have a role in society?
No, they do, but
Okay.
not on the same level as a male.
Jesus.
Not on the same level as a male?
Mm-hmm.
You heard it right.
No, I'm a counterpart.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is society where it's always a competition and we must compete with each other. What's wrong with coexisting? Play my role, males play their roles. I'm not trying to compete with men at all. See the comments.
Do men have a cock? What's that supposed to mean?
What does that mean at all? Yeah, no, like don't make women feel inadequate or less than because they are quote unquote emotional. There's so many emotions. Emotions are valuable. Emotions keep you safe. Emotions do help you make decisions. It can't just all be logic all the time. And what informs your logic? Your environment. And how do you process your environment? Through your emotions, how you feel about it.
I think logic's got an element of other people's emotions, doesn't it?
Say that again?
I think logic has an element of other people's emotions. So then there's a point where you kind of learning from other people's mistakes, if you know what I mean. So in terms of you shouldn't do this because you might end up getting hurt, whatever. But then you never got hurt from doing that. But people have been hurt from it in the past. So then that becomes a logical thing. There was an emotion at the root of why you're doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I hear that.
And I think do you know what it is? I think there's a probably part of the problem is people aren't in a position to be able to trust their emotions and process them.
That is a very good point.
Do you know what I mean? So then that's why people's emotions can be such a problem, particularly sometimes in these streams, in certain types of tense situations in life where your emotions get into the driving seat and then they stay in the driving seat for the duration of a situation from the point where you was at the observer perspective to the experiential perspective to the I'm about to react or respond to the situation perspective. Your emotions was in the driving seat for that whole time without no rationality or no logic. Then that's where we're going to start tripping over, because again, if your emotions been dragged left, right, and center by the food that you're eating, the church that you took in, whatever's on your TV and on your radio all the time, then yeah, that's some emotions that you probably don't want to be leading with.
This is why I said what I said before. Now I totally agree with you. What's your name?
My name's Magic.
Magic.
AKA Mag.
Mag, so that's what I was saying, that I trust my emotions, so I don't have a problem with being emotional, if that makes sense. Like, if you know who you are and you trust, like, first of all, you like yourself, you love yourself, then yeah, these types of things, these things are all a part of what makes your decision making. Your emotions, your logic, your experience, your environment, your adaptability, they all go into making positive decisions for yourself, or better, or improved decisions as you go along, as you keep adapting and learning from what you've done. So yeah, I mean, I don't feel no way about saying that I am emotional. That's not going to make me quiver into the corner and be like, oh, this person's more logical than me, so I must feel bad because I use my emotions. My emotions have saved me many, many times.
100%.
Many, many times. They've predicted people's behavior before it's happened. They've guided.
But is that emotion though that's predicting that?
Well,
so
from experience, it's been, like I said, it's a part of it. It's not one thing. That's going to inform my decision. A little bit of logic, or it depends. A lot of logic, a lot of head, or a lot of
it's the combination of both, isn't it?
The combination of everything that's going to help me make whatever decision it is. Now, I did ask for like a specific scenario, so I am talking in general now. But yeah, in general, my emotions have helped me many, many times.
So like earlier on when I was part of the conversation anyway, I tried to separate emotion, which I class or I regard as an energy source for myself, right? And the emotional expressions or the expression of that emotion. I don't feel for myself that those two things are the same, right? Because I can be emotionally charged like to the highest degree and still deliver whatever it is I need to say or do in a calculated manner. So I don't think that they're necessarily the same. I don't know what anyone else thinks about that, but I guess there is, like you said, MJ and Africa, there's an element of logic. Well, in fact, no, I think that even when there's an emotional outburst of a kind, I still think that there is a logic within that, because
there's meaning behind it.
A calculation is being made by the individual, right? They've made a calculation based on, okay, this person called me the N-word, or this person said that about me, or whatever, and they're making a calculation, and that calculation is based on whatever power dynamic they feel like they're losing by being in receipt of that horrible word, or by taking that disrespect or whatever, and then they're drawing for whatever weaponry they have that they believe is going to be effective in countering that or defending themselves. So there's logic going on. 100% there's logic going on. The question is, does the person that is responding, do they understand their own logic?
Exactly.
Do they understand the reasons why they said what they said and responded in the manner that they did? I think that's the important and interesting thing for me.
Yeah, so BB Lana Trill said that the Salafi is a terrorist. Can you back that?
Yeah. As you can see, Rayhan, no one really got a fucking horse in that race.
Yeah, no.
Big up MA for that though. I thought Rayhan was gonna comment, but big up.
Yeah, big up, sis. Yeah, Rayhan's on some foolishness, man. I don't know what he's. You know what I mean?
Yeah, mate, whatever you say. But yeah, we're trying to. Anyway.
Rayhan's emotional, like he's having a 28-day period or something.
No, I'm saying I wanted to take some leave. What's my couple?
You can apply for statutory sick pay.
Yeah, you need a signal, and it has to be.
You can take as long as you want because you're not paying.
Or used or something.
So MJ, do you think you're more logical or more emotional?
He's very emotional. Well,
no, not Rayhan. MJ.
I think over the years I've definitely tried to control my emotions more and try to be more logical. So if you had asked me that question maybe 10 years ago, I probably would have just gotten emotional and been defensive.
Yeah, but you say you couldn't see. I love language. You say like language is so like interesting to me, and you said the word control. Like, do you think it's your control? What would you say? You're controlling it or feeling it? Feeling your emotions, I think, would be a better use of your energy rather than.
I think possibly understanding my emotions is what's helped. Yeah, so feeling, perhaps feeling it more and then understanding what it actually is. And then it's sort of making a constructive effort to not always respond based on my emotions, because I think I've recognized that maybe it's I don't know, maybe it is a woman's trait that we will react based on our emotions before logic. So I've developed my own sort of tactic of taking a breath, walking away from the situation, not reacting in that instance.
Yeah.
And, take a step back from it. Let the emotion, whatever emotions I'm feeling at that time, let that kind of disappear or settle down a little, and then think about and tackle the situation.
Time away from the actual situation is definitely a savior. Like if you can sleep on something, it's a superpower. You get me? Because truly, like in the morning, it's totally different.
That's it.
Completely different.
So it could, for me, it could be something as simple as like, I don't know, my partner's done something that I'm not happy about, or it's on my mind or something like that. And like, I could go to write a message, but then it's like, do you know what? You don't even need to say that, MJ. Just allow it, because, you know, as you said, like when you sleep on it, tomorrow's another day, things look slightly different, innit? And then what seemed like a big problem at the time, then after all the emotions and that disappears, like, oh, actually, it's not that big a deal. Let's just let it go and move on.
But also, like, your response, like, what type of outcome is it going to create? It's like knowing the type of outcome that you're going to get from the type of responses. I think that's logic as well.
Yeah, that's it. And that's part of my thinking in that sense. It's like, it's realistically, it's just going to piss him off and start something that doesn't necessarily need to be started.
Learned.
Wise.
Yeah, we love wisdom, man. We love wisdom. Nothing better.
Yeah, that's wise.
Well, obviously, that's all based on
just for the
experiences
chats.
of what outcome has been when I've been emotional. So I've recognized that it's not always the best outcome. You know what I mean? So obviously, we're just always trying to do better in life, aren't we?
Just for the chats, yeah. Al-Watan fi hubbina.
Yeah, Habibi.
yeah, just go in the chat, innit? If you want to do that, just go in the chat, man.
Oh, you're not really saying it. Changes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Hawaya, says it's all about self-awareness for me. You're a lot better at managing your emotions when you are self-aware.
100%. I think that's the key.
Self-awareness is my religion.
Yeah. Yeah, likewise, man.
Practice it every day.
And I think as well, like upbringing, that's something we've not actually talked about today. Is like how your upbringing can affect how you deal with emotions. Because for me, I didn't no one really told me how to deal with emotions, or maybe I didn't have the best examples growing up of people dealing with their emotions or emotional situations. So that's why as an adult, I feel like I've had to teach myself. So I probably could have been a lot better. As I said, maybe 10 years ago, I was still learning how to manage my emotions. And I feel like even that was kind of late in life. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. I think like our upbringing does have a big effect on how we deal with our emotions growing up.
Definitely. But sometimes it's not even teaching, like, with upbringing and stuff. It can come down to just like your experience. Like, you showed emotion one time and then you got a result, and then you're gonna either not show it again or show it or keep showing it more. Do you know what I mean? So then you kind of get that, that conditioning type of thing.
That's right.
But you see,
and things that you remember, and then that's like that. You've got at least quite a big imprint in terms of the way that you express your emotions in future.
I think all of that is upbringing, right? Upbringing is not just your house; it's the experiences you have in general in the society that you live in.
Yeah.
So whatever it gives, whatever society shows you is good and bad, you're going to respond.
And rewards it. Whatever is rewarded, you're going to express more.
And some people respond differently. So like, there's some people that will, whose emotional expressions will be frowned upon or shunned when they're young, and they it actually gets worse and worse, rather than them drawing back and saying, do you know what, I'm not going to show my emotion. They go the other way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'm studying to be an early years teacher, and we're talking about attachment on my course. And you know, when you see certain children in schools and they're crying, like really emotionally crying, like a huge outburst for their parents, like when they're leaving, how that can be looked upon as like that child is so attached to the parent that it cannot bear to be apart from the parent, which could be true as well. That can be the case. But usually what that shows is that the child is not securely attached and is somehow fearful that the parent may not come back to pick them up, or there's something missing in that child's attachment. So that emotion there is an outburst, which I think visually may look like, oh my God, that is a tight-knit, you know, parent-child relationship when actually it's an outburst of fear from the child. But yeah, I think your environment and your experiences from young definitely have an effect on your emotions, the amount of stress that you've had to combat, and it will go either way. You know, either you're very inept and very like adaptable, or you develop maybe negative ways of dealing with your emotions.
Certainly, man. I think me personally, I guess with my mum, because my parents didn't live together. Well, they lived together for a period of time, but I guess they split up probably before I was 3. But my dad's always been around, so my experience of emotion was more fluid with my dad than it was with my mum. Funnily enough, I was more able to express my, like when I say emotion, I'm really talking about sensitivity, as opposed to like crying and shit. I'm talking about my ability to be sensitive and to express my sensitivity was easier with my dad than it was with my mum. And I think that's partly because my dad paid more attention to that side of my development. And he himself, you know, my dad's like, you know, softly spoken, but like deep voice and calm, or mostly calm. He's a bit of a madman still, really. But that's the side of my dad that I got to see when I was younger, was the softly spoken, mostly calm, you know, never laid a hand on me type dad. So I feel like, you know, on top of that, I could see that dad had a lot of repressed emotion himself. So I think I got, you know, some positive affirmations of my own sensitivity from my interactions with him, but then also I learned some bad traits about, you know, not necessarily maybe not being able to freely process or freely express in certain environments. Yeah, which is what I saw with my dad. My dad was able to, like, me and him would have deep conversations, you know, like when I'm really, really small. But then I would see him with his mum, my grandma, and that, and around other certain people, and I'm like, this kind of ain't the same guy. Like, there's something missing in his makeup when he's in certain scenarios. You know what I'm saying? With mum, it was the you know, the classic single mum scenario. She don't have time. Do you know what I'm saying? She's at work. She's got 3 children. You know what I'm saying? She don't have time. So, but yeah, I think over time, I think through my relationships, that's when I've learned how to process my own emotions, and not just process them, but harness them. Yeah, to find ways to so that it becomes a source of power, as opposed to just something that society can drag you around with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all that. Yeah, that can be taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Or can overcome you. Yeah.
I remember when JEDI, yeah, I wish he was here. I'd remind him of this. When he met my dad, he's met my dad once. He's walked up to my dad and said, you got a nice son, but he's moody. That's all he said, you know.
That's what JEDI said about you.
To my dad, yeah. A nice son, but he's moody. I said, oh, it's true though. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Men are moody. Is that sexist?
Oh, that's terrible. How can we be having all of this fruitful?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just ruined it. I just ruined it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Do you know what? Yeah,
I've ruined it. I've ruined it.
Where's Rayhan?
I don't know what Rayhan's
doing. I can't even remember the trait. What was it? Easily led? No, agreeable.
Agreeable, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You're fully fucking agreeable now. I'm going back on what everything I said before. All of you agreeable.
The agreeable thing came from Jordan Peterson, innit, when he had that interview with the with that news reporter, and he kind of like embarrassed her.
Yeah, okay, that
Channel
one.
4.
But you see that this is that famous soundbite stuff that just like it doesn't do anybody on either side any fucking favors.
I did watch the full. I watched the full interview, but yeah.
No, but even the full interview is not the real.
The full. Okay.
The real Jordan Peterson. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's like it's talking about a specific thing, of which he is from a position where he thinks that women have a particular position in society, rare, and he just points out the types of jobs that no women to this day are really doing, and what
like excelling in, like at the top.
No, they're not at the top of, but also like the world has got to where it is because men have been the only ones who are really up for taking those roles. I'm talking the oil rig, building the road, building the sewer, all that type of stuff. He drew attention to that and kind of shut it down. That's kind of what I remember. Yeah, that's a valid point and etc. So it's like, but there's more to these characters that we're being given as some kind of conversational leadership than these little sound bites. He's like actually a really interesting geezer.
Oh, Jordan Peterson, yeah, definitely.
But just like shutting down women sometimes, but shutting down people who are just not coming from where he's from. He just happens to be quite scholarly in the things that he's on. Like he's a psychologist and this and that and all this other stuff. So like he's not gonna take so much shit. But did you see when he was balling recently?
Yeah, on the what's his name? The one that got kicked out of England and had to go to America.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Kanye,
Piers Morgan.
Piers Morgan. He's on the Piers Morgan show and he started crying, didn't he?
Who's that? Who's crying?
Jordan Peterson. Rayhan was crying. Oh, I'm joking. Sorry, Rayhan, I don't even know you. No, Jordan Peterson was crying on the Piers Morgan show that he's got in America. I think Piers Morgan must have asked him something about, was it about incels? About men who...
That film was brought out. I think it's Harry Styles, isn't it? And it's about like, it's like a Stepford Wives, but in reverse, and all the guys are in some kind of cult, and it's based off of Jordan Peterson and incels, the idea of the cult.
Okay, but has he got any like part in making the movie? Or
No, that's what I'm saying. The woman who directed and wrote the story or whatever, they just thought, I'm basing this character on Jordan Peterson because I don't like him.
Okay.
And she's taking him as a spokesperson for incels and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, and he got upset because he was saying that basically he's trying to speak for a generation,
marginalized people.
Yeah, a marginalized group and of men who.
Do you think he must have been an incel, isn't it?
He's married.
I know, maybe no. I said been. He must have been.
But I don't know. I don't know.
He's been married a long time.
Like that, though. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he speaks a lot of like these kind of masculine facts or whatever they are, but manosphere type shit. But I don't think he's actually speaking for incels. It's more that they co-opt what he's saying because it makes sense to them when they want to have a go at women because they hate them.
Right.
So I think there's a lot of that what goes on with a lot of these fucking talking point people. Certain group will latch onto them. My man don't even support them lot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And again, we're getting it all from 60-second excerpts from long conversations. Don't get me started on that Kanye either.
Oh no, I don't talk about Kanye. I really don't talk about Kanye. It's a point. It's one of my affirmations in the morning. Do not speak about Kanye.
Yeah, don't stay on that track because it's not worth it, man.
when he
Now you're gonna break your code, man. Don't do it.
No, I'm not gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, nice. Can Nana come to the panel because he's chatting a lot.
You can go to the chat to chat with him as well.
No, I'm not going to talk chat. That he's just talking.
Nana, you come into the panel.
Yeah, let's talk about this.
You're gonna start talking in Arabic and that, aren't you?
No.
I can tell you.
I don't know Arabic.
I can hear you.
I own a corner shop. Apparently, and I'm in IT. I've been accused of being in IT.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You're just doing all this stuff, bro. You're doing all this stuff. Don't start chatting about any kind of tax.
Just remember, I didn't say none of this.
No. You know, the funny thing is I'm in IT. That's the funny thing.
Oh, you know what I mean? What are you going to complain about, man?
Hmm?
You can't complain then.
Yeah, but
No,
it
you
used to be
can't.
like, you know, the IT support customers. It's like customer service IT support, isn't it?
Why did you get into that?
Why did I get into that? I don't know, bro. Yeah. Let's not. I think it's the curry that I was eating.
Is it what?
Is it a family business?
Nah, stop it, MJ, man.
It's trolling too hard, man.
Family business.
We was all thinking it.
Someone had to say it.
We was all thinking it.
Ray has funny, man.
Yeah.
So Rayhan, if that's the case, then right, let's say you was in an IT business, this whole thing about women taking time off wouldn't really affect you too much then if they could do their job from home, would it?
Not really, because I don't own my own business, so I can't really.
I said if you did.
Yeah, true. As long as they're logged in.
Exactly.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. If legally they don't even have to be logged in because they got to deal with their own situation, then they won't even be logged in. So that would be a problem.
Sorry, what? Say that again.
Sorry, what?
Imagine this geek on the phone, like, are you logged in? I can't see your name on the thing.
I mean, yeah, that's
so what you're saying is all I got to do is wake
get called back to
up.
work.
So long as I wake up and log in, I'm good.
You see Rayhan, yeah, he will be one of them.
Well, yeah,
Rayhan will be one of
my
them
money isn't.
demon managers that are just like, if you're 1 minute late, if you're not logged, like bugging you, man. Go away, Rayhan.
Oh my days. So Rayhan, your woman's not working then, right? You won't allow or prefer your woman to work, would you?
I don't really like I don't know. The workplace is not for women because we're talking about losing inequalities and stuff like that. I just feel like it's not really their place.
What's their place?
But if a woman has to put in a position because they got to work, they've got to build their economy, then yeah, that's fine.
What's a woman's place? What's a woman's place?
A woman's place is to serve her husband.
So why she works at the canteen at her husband's workplace is that?
That's all good, man. I don't need to employ no one.
You say that's all good, yeah?
Oh.
Obviously not, but I mean.
Oh, that's funny.
You're gonna give your wife a wage? And like benefits and like holiday pay and shit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Need to think about that one.
Rayhan's mad, you know.
And like he looks after the kids if she needs to take 3 days off for a period.
Yeah, but who's gonna look after the kids, isn't it? That's a good question. Who's gonna look after the kids?
See how he just ignored the period bit.
Well, she wouldn't be at work, innit?
No, she's at work. Her work is at home.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, that's a new thing, innit? If she can manage it, then why not? That's good. 2 incomes, 3 incomes, passive income. It's all this.
So are you paying your wife a wage?
If I own a business, yeah, then yeah, obviously.
No. But you said her role is to take care of her husband, right? So that role, is she getting paid for that role?
Is she getting paid for that role? She's getting, well, no, she's married. She's got a status. She's a married woman. She has children. So
none of this ain't peas, bro.
A bit different from well, Mag. Obviously, you have you got kids, Mag?
No, I don't. But I'm saying none of that is peas.
I don't know what you're talking. Go on, MJ.
Maga, you making some Halloween? What is that?
Yeah, Halloween. Fuck it, it's Halloween. Yeah.
It's a Halloween thing. Is that a zombie?
No, it's not a zombie. Still, it's a woman getting paid.
So what's the woman supposed to do then if she wants to go and buy herself some clothes or something?
She wants to buy some clothes.
Or just say she needs to pop down to the shop, buy some period pads. Where's she getting the money for that?
She's getting the money from that.
Where is she getting the money to buy the stuff that she needs?
Listen, Rayhan won't even pay for the period pads.
Provide.
Gotta go without, man.
Provide. Give her the money. Provide.
So does she need to ask you every time she needs money?
No, she doesn't have to ask me because Islamically, they will get some kind of allowance. So she can deal with it for that, innit?
Okay, so then that allowance would form like payment for the duties that she's doing.
There's something called talking. So there's spouses will talk, husband, wife.
Talking, what's that?
That's
Can
an Islamic thing.
Can you break that down for me?
Is there anybody in the chat that knows about talking? Any of the Muslims, please?
Yeah. Is that in a hadith or something?
Stop it.
Muslim couples do talk to each other.
Raw. I didn't know that.
Wow, you let your woman speak. Well done, Rayhan. Big up.
Well, that's not even where I was going.
But I mean, there's certain, obviously a man got a lead in it, so there's certain situations. But yeah, we can talk about money, finances. That's something that's agreed.
And tapping them lightly with a miswak.
Oh my days.
MA, we know MA, you're from that ilk, innit? So you're the Reggie gang.
What? No.
What's the Reggie gang, bro?
I don't even know
because Reggie likes to use that all the time. So MA's.
Hold on, what does Reggie use? I didn't catch it properly. Maybe.
Oh, beat them with the miswak lightly.
Oh, see.
How is this discussion?